Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
There we go. Let's do it. It is a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Good to be with you. Good morning, everybody. We are with you till 10 a.m. this morning. We appreciate you getting up with us. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. I feel well rested. I got plenty of sleep during that Thursday night football game last night.
What a horrible football game. Other than I'm enjoying being correct on Bo Nix being overrated.
He's not good, man.
No, man. What the hell? He could have had 4 picks in that game.
Easily.
He ended up with 2.
He had 2. I didn't see the first one. The second one that I saw, or the only one that I saw, I don't know what sequence they were in, because I literally did fall asleep for parts of that game.
The second quarter where he just kind of lofted it up.
The one I saw was the deep ball that he threw fair credit down near the goal line.
Yeah, now the Broncos defense, again without Patrick Surtain, they're the real deal. That is a very good defense.
But the Bo Nix thing is interesting because, and I feel somewhat immersed in the whole Bo Nix thing because you and I did so many out of market interviews the week leading up to that game, where everyone that I must have done 4 or 5 of them, and every single one, like, so what do you guys think of Bo Nix outside of Denver? Like, what's your impression of Bo Nix? And obviously we saw what I think is NRG last Sunday. I think sort of a classic Bo Nix game where he sucked the whole game long, and then he made a couple plays at the end, and they end up winning. They're 7-2 on the season now, I think.
It's so much like the Tim Tebow season, though. He's not as bad as Tim Tebow was, but Tim Tebow had a really good defense, but then also a knack for coming up and making big plays in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
You can't deny that.
No.
I think Bo Nix has that ability. He's got that clutch gene. It's just that, over time, you can't get away with it you can only get away with it for so long, being awful in the first 3 quarters.
Well, this is what I would say, like, to localize that part of it. Like, I know there's a lot of people that are kind of in between on C.J. Stroud right now. And, is he worth a long-term contract extension? Which, if I had to guess, better chance than not he'll get next offseason. But I don't think it's a slam dunk, but I think the possession arrow is pointed towards C.J. Stroud being committed to by this organization long-term. And I'm comfortable with that. For everybody that complains about C.J. Stroud and he's not what he was his rookie year and he's regressed or whatever, watch Bo Nix for a couple of games. The Broncos are going to have to make a similar decision on that guy next year.
Yeah.
After his 3rd season. And that would – okay, that's the other interception. We're watching the highlights.
The deflection.
It hit off Troy Franklin's hands into a defender's arms.
There's something, though, too, because if we talk about Trevor Lawrence, and the Jaguars have the highest drop rate in the league, there's certain things when you watch Trevor Lawrence play and you watch him throw the football that I can't help but blame Trevor Lawrence for a lot of those drops. Like Bo Nix in that deflection. All right, you're throwing into a murky situation
behind the guy a little bit.
Yeah. So it ends up being a drop and an interception that some people will try to say, oh, it's not his fault. But no, it's his fault.
It's his fault.
It's his fault.
Well, good quarterbacks would put it right on their face mask.
Right.
And so it's kind of like you split the fault between the receiver and the quarterback. I say all that to say that was an abysmal game to watch last night. That was absolutely awful to watch.
I like the fact that the Raiders had played the Jaguars the previous week or last week. So you got to see some of the things from the Raiders and what they did versus the Broncos versus what they did versus the Jaguars. I think Max Crosby has made some really nice plays in short yardage in the last couple weeks, including versus the Jaguars.
Yeah.
And I think that ultimately, if this will likely be a close game between the Texans and the Jaguars. It's the Texans' defense and their ability to come up with big-time plays and big moments. That's a lot tougher if Will Anderson isn't playing.
Well,
he was limited. I'm just still a little bit nervous about that.
I think he plays, if I had to guess. That's right where I wanted to go. The injury report from yesterday here on a Football Friday. Jalen Petrie, C.J. Stroud, Titus Howard, all in the concussion protocol. DeMeco Ryans has already declared C.J. Stroud out for the week. He hasn't declared or he didn't on Wednesday at least, declare Jalen Petrie and Titus Howard out. So that'll be something to keep an eye on today when the injury report comes out. Jaime Fairbairn's going to miss this game with a right quad injury, so there's a backup kicker. But, yeah, back at practice yesterday, Nick Chubb, Will Anderson Jr., and Danico Autry, all limited, but back at practice yesterday.
Did we identify when Jalen Petrie got concussed in that game?
No, and the Internet's been trying to do it for 2 days now, and I don't know when it happened. I don't remember him going out in that game. Maybe it was something they saw in the locker room afterwards.
It was just something, a tackle of some sort, and then he showed symptoms afterwards.
Yeah.
I wonder if the Texans' defense has a higher rate of concussions than most defenses, just self-inflicted
because of the swarminess of them?
Yeah, they swarm their way into a brain injury.
Into getting concussed.
TBI, yeah.
I'm here for the analytics. I would be curious to see if that's a byproduct of the swarm mentality.
You know who's done a better job of not injuring his own guys this year is Henry To'oTo'o.
Big time. Yep.
He's way more targeted in his swarm.
He's ended fewer seasons this year.
Yeah, he hasn't taken out his own guy.
Yeah. So the line moved on this game. The look-ahead line on this game, the betting line, before the Broncos-Texans game, when C.J. Stroud was still healthy, was Texans -3. So teams, if their quarterbacks, as basically even. If they were on a neutral field, it would have been a coin flip game. C.J. gets concussed. We don't have a diagnosis on him yet as to whether or not he'll be out for Sunday, earlier in the week. Like right after the game, when C.J. went out with a concussion and Davis had to finish the game, it goes to Texans -1.5. As soon as D'Amico confirmed that there will be no C.J., the line moved 3 more points to 1.5 on the Jags side. So right now, the Jags are favored in this game.
Yeah, and it makes that look. They're going against Davis Mills. There's not anybody out there in Vegas or otherwise that thinks that Davis Mills is going to come in, light it all up. The Texans, if the Texans want to run the ball to try to help support Davis Mills, they haven't been all that great at running the ball, and the Jags do a good job stopping the run. The Jaguars are in a weird spot where they don't have a bunch of sacks or anything, and I see people talking about how Josh Hines-Allen is having a down year. That is 100% just being a slave to the sack numbers, because Josh Hines-Allen he's rushing the passer really well. The game that he had versus the Texans, I don't think he had a sack in that game, but he very much affected and won the game for them, especially on the final. He sealed the game by hitting C.J. Stroud's arm as he was throwing the football on the final interception.
That's right. And
he's rushing the passer really well. That's going to be a big test for Ariante Ursery.
Yeah, I think the storylines for this Sunday game as we start to get you of teams that are 3 games under 500 more than halfway through the season making the playoffs. The only one I can think of in recent years was the Rams started 2-6 last year, and they ended up making the playoffs and winning the division and going 10-7. But 3-6, just purely the math is against you at that point. But I think just specifically this opponent, when you think of the teams that you're chasing, especially in the division, you lose this game, you're 3-6. The Jags are 6-3, and they're not even the first place team in the division. The Colts are. They're 7-2. You're 3 games back of them without the tiebreaker. They're 2-0 against you, so you're really 4 games back of them. You got to finish ahead of them if you're going to finish ahead of the Jags.
If C.J. Stroud weren't going to miss this game and potentially the next game as well, I wouldn't feel as bad about 3-6. We'll see if CJ plays next week. But even just regardless of whether CJ's playing this week or not and how it affects the overall record, CJ was week by week really seeming to get it, and things were starting to click in the offense with setbacks, obviously, in the Seahawks game and what have you. But that part, even in the snaps that he played last week versus a really good defense, you saw, I think, some of the growth. Yeah. And that's the tough part right now is you feel like that gets stymied immediately. If you go back to 2023, he came in off his concussion.
Yeah, 2 of his best games of the year.
Yeah, came
3
in
if you count the playoff game. Yeah, he was out week 15 because I looked this up yesterday. He missed week 15 and 16. They went 1-1, and then he came back week 17 for a home game against the Titans. They won 26-3. And then the Colts game, he was fantastic in that play-in game in Week 18. And then he was great in the Browns. He had one of the best playoff games a rookie's ever had against the Browns. So he had 3 straight really good games after the concussion.
Maybe he's a guy that just needs to get a concussion once.
That's Control-Alt-Delete for him.
Yeah,
you know, like,
Annum.
Just reset.
Yeah.
Right about week,
sit back
middle of the season sometime.
Yeah.
Just get your head splattered.
Remember what he said when he was watching on TV? He saw some things in the body language of guys in the huddle and everything.
Oh, yeah.
He felt he needed to address.
Yeah, man. And he swooped in like a superhero and beat the Titans 26-3. So I think storyline number 1, must win. You mentioned C.J. Stroud. I think that's storyline number 2. Davis Mills in for C.J. Stroud, and this is Davis's first start as a true backup quarterback, right? I mean, because he didn't start either of those games when C.J. he played in the Cleveland game a little bit, but he didn't. Case started both of those games.
Did Case start both of them?
He did. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, he started. But remember they then
they did the combo deal.
They did the old jumble deal with the quarterbacks. Yeah. So this is like this, and this is what it should look like as a backup quarterback. Like, okay, this is our guy, and we're going to prep him for this week, and he's going to get ready as if he's the starter. Here's D'Amico Ryans earlier this week on expectations for Davis Mills.
Yeah, what I expect from Davis is to, do what he's done in the past. He started games in his league before, so it's nothing new for him. Being able to get the reps, get the reps throughout practice. Getting the walk-through reps, getting every single rep that he can get, getting on the same page with the receivers, getting the huddle, getting the snap count, all those little things, right? Getting the operation down the proper way. He's done a good job of that. Today he did an outstanding job. Thought we were efficient in and out of the huddle at the line of scrimmage. He did a great job of communicating. So I'm excited to see Davis go play.
Way back in the day, back when I was a player, many centuries ago. Mm-hmm. Literally a century ago. In a previous century, there were sometimes situations where, let's say Elvis Grbac is a starter for the Chiefs, and you'd be thinking, I hope Grbac doesn't get hurt because I really don't want to see Rich Gannon out there.
Yeah.
That's not the situation the Texans find themselves in.
You don't want to see old Mertzy?
What's that? No, with CJ and Davis Mills.
Oh, gotcha.
Like nobody out there, in Jacksonville saying like, oh crap, now we got to face Davis Mills.
Right.
He's the one we really have to worry about.
Yeah.
The toughest thing about Davis is that he'll do some really good things. Made that beautiful touch throw to Nico early on. Yeah. But then at the same time, it was either immediately before or immediately after that, there was a pass that he just sailed over the middle. Mm-hmm. And it's remember the throw to Dalton Schultz that at first it looked like Dalton should have been able to catch it over the middle.
It was an incompletion.
It was an incomplete pass.
Yeah.
And
down near the goal line.
Then you look on the replay and you're like, oh, there's no, it was 2 feet above him and behind him on that.
Yep.
It's the simple stuff and some of the easily makeable ones that he's just never been consistent at doing. So, I'd really love to say that the Texans could lean into their run game in this and have a balanced approach, but I'm having a hard time seeing how they get that done.
There's nothing you can go into a game right now with the Texans offensively and say, yeah, we're going to hang our hat on that. There just isn't. Yeah. They're not good. So until we see good games against good teams offensively, I can't go into a game. We can say what they need to do, but I can't sit here with confidence and say that they're going to do it.
For me, it's tricky because I want Davis Mills to be aggressive versus this Jaguars secondary that's banged up and been shuffled around. The secondary would be the thing you want to attack from the Jaguars, on the Jaguars.
Yeah.
Did I say Bengals?
No, you said Jaguars.
I said Jaguars?
Yeah, you're
okay.
good. Yeah.
On the Jaguars. And and yet I also don't want Davis Mills to throw any interceptions.
Right.
And he easily could have thrown a few interceptions last week. So balancing out that aggression versus a banged up and disheveled secondary, but just don't put the ball in harm's way.
This should be one of those games where, that stat that D'Amico and Nick both like to recite about how, hey, if you just don't turn the ball over, you win 83% of the time or whatever it is. This should be one of those games. Like this is the Jaguars are not a good enough team to overcome a negative turnover deficit.
I'm so tired of seeing over-unders in the 30s for Texans game after week. It's just every week. Nope.
It'll be next week, too, if Davis starts.
Yeah.
Tennessee.
Oh, Tennessee. Yeah.
We'll be back in the 40s for Buffalo, not because of the Texans, but because of Buffalo. When Buffalo comes here on week 12, that'll be when we get that 4 handle back on the on the total. So that's storyline number 2, Davis Mills in for C.J. Stroud. I think storyline number 3, and to me this is the most intriguing matchup of the game, and you touched on it a little bit a few minutes ago, Seth. How much progress has Ariante Ursary made as a left tackle in this league?
Yeah.
Him against Josh Hines-Allen. I would imagine the Jags are going to try to find Ariante Ursary with Josh Hines-Allen. He wrecked the game last time, and that's what they're going to try to do again this time.
The offensive line, it's amazing how low my standards have fallen, because after that game, I thought, you know what, our line did better than I feared they would, and Davis was getting rid of the ball quickly, but by and large, there weren't as many egregiously bad instances. They picked up some blitzes and some stunts pretty well, and then you look back on it and you're like, oh, okay. Broncos had 16 pressures, 3 sacks. The Texans had a 79.8 pass blocking efficiency rating. That was 25th in the league on the day.
Yeah, that's one of those stats. If you're not in the 90s, it's bad.
Yeah. And Ursary, I still, even though he gave up some pressures, I feel like he still did a much better job when left one-on-one with Nick Bonito on large. But I have to. But it's not like he was good. He wasn't good by starting NFL offensive lineman standards.
I'd feel better if it was this team and Ursary was playing the way he did. Right now, I'm like, you need to win games.
Right.
Like, this is not a petri dish for Ariante Ursary to make his rookie progress for 17
Your petri dish has a concussion.
That's right. That's right. He does. He does indeed. So that'll be the matchup. The individual matchup I'm most intrigued by. From a schematic standpoint, to me, the next storyline is you've got to smother Trevor Lawrence.
Smother him.
Don't let Trevor Lawrence beat you in this game. And I say this every time they play the Jags. Keep him in the pocket, smother his first read, and then watch the happy feet do their thing.
This is I went through this morning and compiled Trevor Lawrence's stats versus DeMeco Ryans' Texans defenses. So since 2023. Played in 5 games, 4 touchdowns, 4 interceptions.
That stinks. Okay.
So he's averaged 56% completion rate for 15 yards.
Yep.
And then a little bit below 1 touchdown and 1 interception per game.
Okay. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go. 19.6 points per game.
Yeah, that's not a lot.
Against DeMeco. No, that's not. It's not.
It's not a lot of points.
It's not, and yet it probably would be enough to win this game on Sunday.
There's a good chance that it is.
Yeah. 19.6 games could get that done. So going to be a low-scoring game. All right, and then we should mention, too, the Texans, in a game where field goals will probably be really important, their field goal kicker is out.
Oh!
So they're dealing with some stuff.
Well, no, the good thing, though, is that, if C.J. Stroud were in, you could at least say, well, they'll get to the 20, and it'll be a chip shot field goal.
Yeah. No.
We need at least 2 takeaways by the defense. Well, let's say 3.
3
Yeah.
Do they need to be +3 or they need 3 takeaways?
As I go through games and I feel guilty about this constantly, I'm making excuses for the offense and saying, hey, the offensive line wasn't as atrocious as I feared they might be. Likewise, on the defense, I'm being criminally tough on them.
Yeah.
Like just a father who will never be satisfied with his son's performance. Yeah. No, I'm like one of those psychotic spelling bee parents or something, you know?
Oh, yeah.
I was like, no, not good enough.
Nope.
I didn't come to this country to watch you only be the second best defense ever.
Yes.
You need to be the best defense ever.
You need to know how to spell Flever Conundrum or whatever. Yes. All right, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. Can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long. Jags Texans, J.J. Watt on the call. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Hey, up next, we'll continue with the Texans. Nick Caley met with the media yesterday. Do we agree with him about what the offense's DNA is for the Houston Texans? That is coming up next.
Trajan Wealth. They are
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Text message. You're jinxing us by saying must win. Okay. All right. That's what's going to prevent us from winning, me saying it's a must win? Come on, Texter. Come on.
Yeah, come on, man.
Come on, man.
Get your crap together. We don't have time for this on a, what is it today? Friday.
Today's Friday.
We don't have time for this on a Friday.
Today's Friday.
All right?
Yep. It's a football Friday.
Yes.
Yeah.
Aha, yeehaw.
Yeehaw. All right.
The one thing that lends credence to the fact that this is probably going to be a low-scoring game, both the Texans and the Jaguars are in the top 6 in run defenses in the league.
Okay.
Yeah, and then Travis Etienne has really been playing like a hoss as of late. Breaking tackles, bulldozing.
He's a different running back this year.
Yeah.
He's always been good. He was a first-round pick, but he's always been talented.
You know what Bucky Brooks told me was that Liam Cohen seems to be like a kind of a genuine leader of men, a haver of it.
Yeah.
That gets guys.
More and more ironic. I was thinking about this. I watched a Liam Cohen press conference from earlier this week, yesterday, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but I like Liam Cohen.
I've told you that, Sean.
Yeah.
You are, listen, you're the worst. You in sports media. This is what, you guys take that one little soundbite. Go ahead, hit it.
Duval.
And you did the same damn thing with Dan Campbell. If you go back and you watch
it. Kneecap off?
Yeah. What's that?
Bite a kneecap off, he said. Yeah. Nick Sirianni.
Everybody was mocking those guys. Yeah, Sirianni.
The first part of being smart is knowing what to do.
Yeah. It's true.
Yeah.
It's 100% true. Now, I don't know. Sirianni, I never went back and watched his whole press conference. With Dan Campbell and Liam Cohen, I did. And I thought, oh, boy, all right. Yeah, you know, these guys actually have some substance to what they're saying.
Yeah, I didn't do that. I just hung on that.
You just piled on.
I did, man.
Duval.
Yeah. Thank you, Ben. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Ben. Can't get enough of that. Well, I'm admitting my mistake now. I think Liam Cohen, I kind of
not enough.
Liam Cohen.
You need penance.
Do I need to start rooting for the Jags?
No, you need to, I don't know. You need to repent somehow.
Okay. So Nick Caley met with the media yesterday and was asked, hey, what is this offense's DNA?
Yeah, what I would say is, a physical outfit that wants to run the ball downhill, okay, starting with that with change-ups, okay? We did not run the ball well enough, okay? I would say that starting off. And then we've shown the ability to drive the football, okay? We haven't been able to finish well enough, which has been disappointing. So we've got to do a better job of that again, starting with me, standing here, okay? And we own that.
It's that from head coach to offensive coordinator, that they seem hell-bent that this is a team that's going to walk out there and start pipe swinging and pushing people off the ball.
Yeah,
I get what you want to do.
It's not disconcerting to me because I guess what the hell else are they going to do in lieu of that? No, we need this offensive line to sit back in pass protection, in 5-man pass protection, and spread it out.
So there's no good answer. Long. There's no good answer.
Have you noticed where C.J. Stroud is right now? He's
concussed.
in the concussion protocol.
That's because he scrambled. That's not the offensive line.
Oh, yeah, but he scrambled because it wasn't a designed scramble.
That's true.
You know?
Yep.
It's 3rd and long, and his best option, 3rd and 8, and his best option was to scramble on that play.
Yeah.
They're not carving people up through the air.
No.
So at the very least, if you can get some healthy, just not even big, huge runs or anything, but if you can establish some kind of a run game, you at least give them some options in the play action. And it's worked out at times. It's just that it's so weird. They're so bipolar. If they go against a bad defense, they look like one of the best. Wait, and I know what people are going to say. Like, yeah, of course, versus bad. No, they dice up and slice up bad defenses to an extreme degree, like way more than most teams do going against those bad defenses.
Yeah.
But they go up against a solid defense, and it all evaporates into the mist.
Yeah. And I don't know, ultimately, dicing up those bad defenses is good because you're winning games. I mean, if you didn't have those bad defenses, or I guess in the case of the Ravens and the Niners, more of a banged up defense than a.
Well, on day it was a bad defense.
It was a bad defense.
Yeah.
The
49ers weren't as bad as the Ravens. I think I give some credit to the 49ers. That was an impressive performance to me, even though the 49ers defense was weakened.
Yeah. No, CJ had an amazing game that day.
Yeah.
I wonder with these good performances against bad defenses, if they just get a false sense of hope as to what this thing actually is. If it's stuff like that, that leads them to decisions like running it up the middle 4 times against the Denver Broncos.
I think that...
Look what we did against the 49ers and the Ravens.
It's a really good point. It's that, hey, look, we went and we played physical football versus a bunch of backup defensive linemen.
Yes.
But then you go up against a genuine stud defensive
Allen.
line, and you're reminded that, this is not... I do it, and this is what sucks is... I think that the culture has improved on the offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
I do. I think they got it's a tougher, grittier feel to it. I think they're doing a good job with that. But there's just a drop off in ability.
There's not enough talent.
They've got the right mindset, but they just are not physically capable of doing it.
Right. You can't mindset your way into bullying people.
You have, like when you have to add a 6th offensive lineman. And this is where it goes back to the sense of misery going into this game is, all right, look, you were doing some good things with 6 offensive linemen out there, but now you lose your starting right tackle, and you realize, I don't know if there are any other offensive tackles really that are capable of playing in an NFL game right now to be your 6th offensive lineman. God forbid Blake Fisher or Ariante Ursary gets injured at this point. I thought all right. I didn't watch and again, it's just not atrocious, but not as good as Titus Howard.
Right. Yeah, it's a drop off.
He had a couple. You know what I do? I make too many excuses. Like there's too many. He had a couple bad snaps, but he had some good reps too. He's going in on short notice.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yep. Here was Matt Burke. If any side of the ball can sort of say, hey, we're doing our job, it's the defensive side of the ball. But Matt Burke yesterday doing what good coaches and teammates do, taking responsibility for the defense's part in this 3-5 record.
I think we are down on ourselves a little bit, if I'm being honest with you. I mean, we're 3-5 right now. I mean, that's what it is. So we haven't played good enough. I mean, we had every game that we've been in, we've had opportunities to close games out or to make plays, and we haven't. So I think that's the messaging, and I think our guys embrace that. You want to be great, like our guys embrace that challenge of, hey, it's 15-15 and the game's on the line, and they get the ball back with a minute, whatever it was left, like put us out there, let's go. Like that's what we want to be, and those are the positions we want to be in. And so we've got to find ways to close out those games. So as a team, we're 3-5, and we are disappointed, and we are down about that, and we're fighting and working to get back to better.
There is a part of me that I've softened on my stance. I still think they should have tried to run the clock out and have a chance to be in better field position there in overtime.
I thought it when they got the ball back.
No, I know. You've made it, yeah. I think that if the thinking is, man, maybe in a 2 minutes, because see that time and time again with bad quarterbacks. All right. Because that's when the fans start saying, why don't they just run hurry up all the time? Why don't they do it all the time?
Yeah.
And there's reasons you don't do it all the time, and it doesn't make up for the fact that you just don't have a good quarterback. But I think that's what they were thinking in that moment, that if they had to get into a convention, they had just punted 5 times in a row.
Yep.
If they go to overtime, maybe they'll have better field position, but they're still going to be in a conventional football situation. So screw it. Let's just go ahead and try to be in more 2-minute mode and see if we can get something done.
Yeah, that's definitely what they thought. And D'Amico has gone deep on the decision making on that this week, like rehashing it and going through it. So I give him credit for that. The part where he trusted the defense, if we had to punt the ball back to Denver, which they did, our defense had been playing really well. That trust is not misplaced. I get that part of the strategy. There's zero I get about the offensive part of the trust and the strategy.
Yeah. I don't think it was a matter of trust at all. I think it was a matter of, like, okay, we can't do anything. Maybe in a 2-minute situation, maybe it'll work there. And if not, screw it. Let's be done with this horrible day. I am all for just
Let's
trying.
Just go home.
I am all for saying, like, no, we're going to finish this thing in 4 quarters.
Does anybody want to stick around for 10 more minutes?
Well, because remember, I mean, at that point, it's not like you were going to lose the game if it didn't work out. You just had to rely. At that point,
you got to get a stop.
2 things. All right, can we get the offense going some way, somehow?
Yeah.
I don't trust it in overtime. They're going to get it going in a conventional situation. So let's see what we can do.
Yeah.
You're running it like a 2-minute drill, and we still got a really good chance of shutting down Bo Nix, for a final drive. And I've softened on it.
Yeah,
I was with you. You handed me a torch, and I was holding the torch. And
I gave you a pamphlet, and I said, read this pamphlet, Seth.
Yeah.
This is why they should run the clock down and go to overtime.
Yeah, I cashed out my 401k and gave it to the cult and everything, but now I'm rethinking it.
That's okay.
I'm leaving the cult.
I've got 3 new cars. I'm good. Yeah. Thanks for the money. Yeah. Appreciate it. All right. You can text in 713-572-4610 if you want to weigh in on any of this. Let's be honest. They should have had 26 points against Denver. The 2 goal line failures made it look bad. That is true. If you just
let's be honest, they didn't get in.
Punch one of them in.
Yeah, like, what are we being honest about? Like, that's part and parcel to everything we're talking about. What do you mean we should have had? Let's be honest. Yes, we have talked ad nauseum about how miserable they've been from the 1-yard line. They are not an offensive line capable of driving guys forward. They've had 14 snaps.
I don't get hot. I don't think I didn't read that as we were getting lectured by this let's be honest guy.
You need to be more hyper-reactive
on a Football Friday.
No, let's be honest.
Yeah.
There have been 14 times that they've had the ball at the 1-yard line this year and not scored.
Right.
Like, they just 14 plays. They can't do it.
Yep.
Yeah, let's be honest. They're not physically, they want to be physically tough, but they're not. They're just not.
Yep.
They're like a Hollywood actor who played the part of a boxer and then all of a sudden thinks he can actually fight. All of a sudden he looks behind him and his bodyguards are gone and he's getting whooped.
I like to think that happened to Sylvester Stallone multiple times.
Yeah.
You know what? Like back in the 70s. I can fight. I'm Rocky Balboa, damn it. All right, headlines. Who's back for the Texans at practice? We will tell you. A Thursday Night Football abomination for the ages. Oh, Antonio Brown news yesterday. Have you seen this? We will get to that coming up next.
Veterans Day is coming up next Tuesday, and Easy Honda is honoring the
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines clinic.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Headlines. Let's start with the Houston Texans, and they get back Will Anderson Jr., Nick Chubb, Danico Autry, all back at practice yesterday, Seth. So the reinforcements on the defensive line are here.
I was nervous about Will Anderson because it was listed as a quad, and I thought, if that's a quad strain, that might be a big deal. I'm guessing what it might be is just a deep thigh bruise, which sucks. A deep thigh bruise is one of the worst injuries because you can play through it, but when you first start, until you get warmed up, it feels like somebody's hitting you in the leg with a hammer every single time.
Is there anything you can take for it, like a needle? Is there anything?
Not really.
Yeah.
It's almost like deep thigh bruise, and I don't know if that's what he has or not, but you can play through it. The thing that happens if you don't manage it right is you end up getting calcium deposits in your thigh. I know this because I have a bunch of them. And those are with you the rest of your life. They can't. If they try to cut them out, your body just regrows a new calcium deposit. So they try to manage them pretty carefully. Okay. So you don't end up having the long-term issues. But it is. For the first 5 minutes, you're out running around. It feels like somebody every time you take a step is hitting you with a hammer. Yeah. And then it loosens up. Okay. And you're better.
That's a much deeper dive than I thought we were going to take on Will Anderson's quad injury.
Well, we don't even know if that's what it is. Just had flashbacks.
He's back at practice. They were all limited, but they were back at practice yesterday.
That's where I'm hoping that's what it is instead of a quad strain.
Yep.
I don't think he'd be out there. If it was any kind of a notable strain, he probably wouldn't be out there yesterday.
He's full as well in the world. So it's a big injury report today for the Texans because they've got a couple guys concussed in Titus Howard and Jalen Petrie who've not been proclaimed out by DeMeco Ryans. Unlike C.J. Stroud, this will be Davis Mills on Sunday for the Texans. Noon kick that you can hear right here on Sports Radio 6.
My level of nervousness by position and type of player with a guy coming back from concussion. Least concern, Titus Howard, offensive lineman.
Okay.
Get out there. Second most concern, quarterback C.J. Stroud. Don't be taking so many hits.
Yep.
Third concern, who would be my most concern, third least or whatever. Jalen Petrie, just because of his style of play. And I don't know, Jalen Petrie can't go out there and not stick his head into dangerous situations.
He does, man.
Yeah, that's his whole deal.
Yeah, it's his gimmick.
So I get nervous about him coming back and reconcussing himself.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, we'll see what happens with that. We'll learn more today. Shifting gears to the NFL, Thursday Night Football last night, just a horrific abomination on the human eyeballs. 10-7, the Denver Broncos beat the Las Vegas Raiders. I had somebody ask the question about the Texans' defense. Does that game last night make you feel any differently about the Texans' defense? The fact that the Raiders' defense was able to hold the Broncos to 10 points in Denver.
Yeah.
Does it diminish what the Texans did with the Broncos? And my thought is, we're 8 games into the season and they're leading the league in scoring defense. No, it doesn't.
And it wasn't a bad defensive performance. You let up less. What was the final score? The game?
18-15.
You let up 18 points to a team. That's a really good performance in the NFL.
Yep.
I saw people saying, even after that game, the Texans are the leading scoring defense. It wasn't a bad defensive performance.
Yeah.
18 points is a good defensive performance.
You're like a top 5 defense if you give up 18 points a game.
Yeah, so, no, that doesn't worry me.
No.
And, I think, honestly, Bo Nix is very hit or miss, and sometimes easily could have had 4 interceptions in the Texans game. Yeah. Last night he had 2 interceptions and easily could have been 4 or 5 interceptions. He's just
not good.
Sometimes they're going to get you, sometimes they aren't.
Sad news in the NFL yesterday. Marshawn Kneeland, a 24-year-old defensive lineman for the Cowboys, passed away in an apparent self-inflicted gunshot. The team put out a statement on Thursday, but did not intention a cause of death. The statement said, "Is with extreme sadness, the Cowboys share that Marshawn Kneeland tragically passed away this morning. Marshawn was a beloved teammate and a member of the organization. Our thoughts and prayers are with his family."
It was after a car chase that he did it.
Yeah.
He was involved in a car chase.
He had said some disturbing things to his girlfriend, and he was in a bad place, obviously.
It feels like the Kansas City situation.
Jovan Belcher.
Yeah.
That was back in 2012, I think. He had just scored a touchdown in the Cowboys' most recent game on a fumble recovery. It was I mean, he was doing good things on the field. Just a sad story. And mental health, appropriately so. So thoughts and prayers to the Cowboys and the family of Marshawn Nealon. One other NFL news item. Antonio Brown was extradited yesterday from Dubai. He is being arrested for attempted murder, going back to a scene that went viral on social media back in May, where it's alleged that Antonio Brown, I think, grabbed a gun from a security officer and fired it during a melee after a boxing
There was
event.
a melee, and at some point, Antonio Brown grabbed the gun and shot. The security footage is out there. You can see it, or at least a lot of people, like 3 different people's cell phone footage. In classic Antonio Brown fashion, he's fleeing. He's reportedly on the run or like trying to stay out of the country just so he couldn't get pinched for this. And yet he goes to a country that has an extradition agreement with the United States.
Yeah, he messed up.
What?
He didn't look that up.
You
should have Googled that, dude.
Yeah.
Google extradition countries.
Why are you there and not in? I don't know. I mean, it's not like the non-extradition.
Yeah, do the PSA of naming some non-extradition countries, Seth.
Yeah. Let's see. Cuba, Bolivia, Ecuador, and Nicaragua.
Okay.
Nicaragua's nice this time of year.
Yeah. Hop, skip, and a jump
every time
away.
of year. Let's see. In the Middle East, you've got Iran, Syria, Lebanon, Yemen.
Okay. Antonio Brown.
Saudi Arabia.
Antonio Brown in Syria. That's what I need to see.
It says the United Arab Emirates doesn't have extradition treaty.
Okay. Are you planning on going on the lam anytime soon?
And Qatar.
Yeah.
So I don't know, but that's yeah.
Okay.
He had options.
Yeah. Dubai should not have been one of them.
Yeah.
If your goal is to stay out of the crosshairs of the popo, so he's being brought back here. He tweeted yesterday that he hopes to.
I'm saying, but Dubai is in the United Arab Emirates. Okay. That's why I was confused by that. Maybe he thought he probably did what I did. He Googled it. And it was like, oh, cool.
Oh, Dubai's
not extradition. I'm going to United Arab Emirates. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yep. So he's arrested, and we'll see. Changed his hairstyle and everything. Did you see his mugshot?
Got a buzz cut.
Yeah. So
looks like a solid citizen.
Absolutely. Yeah. Doesn't act like. Still to this day, one of the craziest things is Tom Brady letting Antonio Brown stay at his house when he was doing. In retrospect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, given just everything that he had been accused of and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. It was what the hell?
Yeah, it's even crazier
now. That's a guy who is willing to do anything to win, including you know what he's like? He's like the legend of the guy in The Usual Suspects who killed his own family to prove that he was willing to do what nobody else would do. That's Tom Brady.
That's Tom Brady.
Yeah.
I'm going to put my kids in the crosshairs with Antonio Brown in the house. Yeah.
That's what it takes to achieve greatness, man.
Got to win, man. Rockets at San Antonio tonight. They face Victor Wembanyama, 6:30 tip-off. Framber Valdez gets the $22 million qualifying offer yesterday. Oh, and the Astros hired a hitting coach, Victor Rodriguez. He was a hit.
Applies to Brian McTaggart's tweet about this from Padres fans. I hope y'all like to bunt constantly.
Oh, no.
Yordan Alvarez, you better learn how to bunt, big guy. From a Padres fan, thank you, Astros. Enjoy him.
Okay.
LOL.
Okay.
And legions of people asking, where is Michael Brantley right now?
Yeah. Oh, dude, Uncle Mike, that would be a hitting coach right there. That's a good call.
McTaggart says they will have they'll have 2 hitting coaches.
Yeah, they're hiring another one too. Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Football Friday. Into the 7 o'clock hour we go. Biggest challenges for the Texans defense coming up on Sunday against the Jacksonville Jaguars, and we got to put together a circle of swarm this week off of the 18-15 loss to the Denver Broncos. So we've got a lot to get to here in the 7 o'clock hour. We will do that coming up next. But first, hey, what a great weekend to get outside and head to West Point.
to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Football Friday. Jags Texans, noon kick on Sunday. Seth and I have you for Texans Countdown starting at 9 a.m. Should be a gorgeous Sunday. Should be great out there. Looking forward to seeing everybody out there for that. In what is a must-win for the Houston Texans. Got to win this game if you're going to keep the pulse of the season alive. And then you get the Titans next week, and then you're 5-5, and then you just sit and assess for a few days and wait for the Bills to come to 10 over the next couple of weeks. I don't know what you guys have planned. That's what I have planned for the next couple of weeks. Here was Liam Cohen, the Jags head coach, talking about a guy who is the key. This has, I think, been their best offensive player this year, Travis Etienne, and the physicality with which he's been running this season.
I've always really, thought he was a talented player, but the physicality, I think, is maybe something that, I'm not saying I didn't see it before. I've seen it. I just think it's impressive in person when you see a guy like on the 4th and 2 speed option be met by the safety at the line to gain and just shoulder down, kept going forward. He falls forward a lot more. I think there was a few he kind of stumbled on in the game a little or got tripped up. He wanted to stay on his feet and get some more, but he falls forward a lot more for, I guess you could say, more what people have maybe in the past called him a scat back or, a back that's more in the pass game or outside on the perimeter. I think he's run between the tackles pretty well for us this year.
He has run between the tackles really well, and all that physicality is very much there. If just by way of illustration, his rookie year it looked really promising. He had 5.1 yards per attempt.
Mm-hmm.
The last couple years, the way that, I don't know if scat back would be the word I'd use for Etienne, but you did look at him in those Texans games as you were more nervous about him with what he could do as a receiver than as an actual running back. Yeah, he had some really nice plays versus the Texans with run after the catch. But this year he's back up to 5 yards per attempt, and he's a very physical runner. So the Texans, it's a really good. D'Amico has dialed in and focused on a running back specifically or a running game specifically. He's done a pretty good job of it. I think the Tampa game was different because they had to worry about Baker Mayfield and the rushing attack, and they ended up conceding a lot of yards rushing. When they've gone into a game and when D'Amico has said flat out it starts with their run game, they've held all of the running backs who are in the top 15 in rushing. They've held all of them to below their season averages. They've done a pretty good job of bottling them up, and I think that's going to – D'Amico flat out said it this week again. Starts with Travis Etienne. We got to stop him.
He's 9th in total rushing yards in the NFL, and as Seth pointed out, he's averaging over 5 yards a carry. The falling forward thing is a big deal, and it's something that you feel more acutely on the Texans the last couple of years because of the difficulty running the football by and large, except for – the season you had Joe Mixon last year. I think Joe Mixon is that kind of back. Joe Mixon is a guy who, if a play gets blocked for 3 yards, Joe Mixon tends to get 5 or 6 yards out of it. And that's what Travis Etienne has kind of turned to. Getting those extra 2 or 3 yards makes a big difference, especially when you're challenged at quarterback like they are with Trevor Lawrence.
And then the backup Tootin he's had some in the Raiders game. He had a couple of really key runs right up the gut and the overtime drive. And they don't use him that much, but it's a good 1-2 punch.
He's a speed guy. He's a rookie. He's a good player, no doubt. Here's Liam Cohen on Trevor Lawrence using legs.
Yeah, big athletic dude that can run, get him in space a little bit, get him running, and trying to get the ball on the perimeter maybe in some different ways, right? You can toss it out there, you can hand it off out there, right? You can throw a screen out there. It's just another way of kind of attacking the edge and maybe slowing down their edge players and defensive ends at times when it's like, okay, I'm getting cracked, I'm getting kicked out, I'm getting bluffed, I'm getting read. Those are the things, obviously, you're trying to, especially when you're playing really good ends, to give those guys some different things.
If you put this game on the arm of Trevor Lawrence, they'll win the football game.
Right. And if you don't screw up and lose track of Brian Thomas Jr. In the fourth quarter, the way the Texans did, which we find afterwards in the previous Jaguars game, that C.J. Gardner-Johnson screwed up his responsibilities on that. So Kamari Lassiter was trying to fix the mistake, and Brian Thomas Jr. is running free across the field for really the play that ended up winning the game for the Jaguars at that point.
I was thinking about this. Yes, go ahead.
And it's relevant just because, okay, Jalen Petrie is not going to be out there. He's doesn't play as a safety, but however they adjust for Jalen Petrie's absence, it increases the possibility of some big plays with either blown coverages or just poor physical play.
Yeah, and we've not gotten confirmation on Petrie being out yet, right? Are we
right,
just,
well,
are we
he's in the concussion protocol.
Yeah. So we're assuming he could be out. I was thinking about this yesterday. Of all the things that Texans, was C.J. Gardner-Johnson the thing that least lived up to the hype?
Yeah, it'd have to be. What were the other hypeable things in the offseason?
I would say, Nick Caley. I mean, I think people were excited about Nick Caley, and especially with some of the things that he was saying about fundamentals.
He was saying all the right things, but it was also still, I think most people acknowledge, right, yeah, he's saying all the right things, but we just flat out don't know.
Yeah.
It's the same way it was with Bobby Slowick, I think, in his first year. And I don't know, for me and a lot of people, even going into year 2, he still had a lot to prove because they hadn't, for an offense that wants to rely on a rushing attack, Bobby Slowick hadn't shown that he could actually create a rushing attack.
Yeah.
And with Caley, so I would say no, C.J. Gardner-Johnson was way more overhyped compared to what you got, just because it wasn't like Caley had a resume where you could say, oh, yeah, wow, look, he's going to come in here and it's going to be awesome. And a lot of us were also saying, we just want the O-line to get to average. If they can get to average, that's a big improvement.
Now this may have been more of a hype thing during training camp and stuff like that, but the O-line culture change. It's a different room, man.
Yeah, and honestly, after
every single guy in that room talked about it.
And after the one preseason game, they looked a lot more physical. And so I was starting to buy into it at that point.
Yep.
But it was also preseason versus half backups and all that.
Yeah.
The culture change, it does feel like it's a better culture on the offensive line right now.
Mm-hmm.
I think they've cleaned a lot of things up fundamentally. It's just a matter of they still need better players on the offensive line.
Yeah,
They need to get better. It's center and left guard that's holding them back. And Ursery's holding them back right now, but I feel better about that in the future. It's just not right this moment. They don't have the guys to do it.
I have another one that maybe, and I've got some that have actually lived up to the hype on the list here, but the mere mention of C.J. Gardner-Johnson is what put me in this place about, okay, what were things that we were sold on or hyped up about that didn't live up to it? And I would say to no fault of their own, I don't think, the 2 rookie wide receivers.
Yeah.
In particular, Jaden Higgins was making plays in OTAs where you're like, oh, my God, like this guy.
And I thought
him and Nico,
and I thought Jaden Higgins would be one that just by virtue of his size and catch radius was going to get some opportunities just because it's the classic, the old DeAndre Hopkins. You can throw it to him with a touch pass, and there you go. Yeah, the passing game in general and CJ's integration into this offense, I think, is you expected there to be hiccups, but you didn't expect it to be as ugly as it's been at times.
Yeah. So I would say that. But C.J. Gardner, do you think C.J. Gardner-Johnson's the biggest one out of all those? Just completely missed. Completely missed on the hype.
For what people got excited about, I think Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel. I mean, Jalen Noel had 11 snaps in the game last week, and it just after the previous week really doing some impressive things and getting you excited. They're just, for whatever reason, they don't trust those guys right now.
I saw a locker room conversation with him on Twitter last night, and I apologize, I can't remember whose social media it wound up on my timeline from. They did a scrum with Jalen Noel in open locker room yesterday, and they asked, why do you think you only got 11 snaps? And he said he thought it was because of his blocking.
Yeah,
that was the reason.
Yeah, he had
why.
a bad. Moose Johnson pointed out the one screen,
the screen
where he
to
didn't
Nico.
have a good block.
Yeah. So he thought maybe that was why. So he's been really focused. And the thing, Jalen Noel is the furthest thing from a guy who's going to make a stink about it. He's totally a guy who's going to be like, I know there's things I got to improve on.
Well, no, and just judging from the comments from CJ and D'Amico as well, and Jalen Noel, part of it is just those guys being able to run and execute the offense, and that's where we don't know. We're not at the portion of practice where you can really see what's going on, and you're not in meeting rooms and everything. But in terms of just executing the offense and running the plays they want them to run them, that's typically what holds rookies back.
Yep.
And it's just I don't have a problem ultimately putting that back on Nick Caley because you look around the league every single year and there's plenty of rookie wide receivers that seem to be integrating just fine into the offense and figuring it out.
Yep. The C.J. Gardner-Johnson thing is interesting, though. I just think back to when we were at the Greenbrier and he went down with that knee injury and how we felt at the time, or at least how I felt at the time. I'm like, man, that is a blow to this defense, mostly because I felt like at the time there'd be a big drop-off from C.J. Gardner-Johnson to M.J. Stewart. As it turns out, M.J. Stewart's been a major upgrade over C.J. Gardner-Johnson. The version of C.J. Gardner-Johnson they had in those 3 games.
The upside of C.J. Gardner-Johnson isn't always his ability to take the ball away.
Yeah.
But in his ability to take the ball away, there's a certain amount of it's always been balancing his over-aggressiveness but also his ability to take the ball away. That's some of the problems that have kept him from being a genuinely great player, aside from everything else. And, I mean, we saw that. There were just too many times in those first few games where he was actively hurting the defense.
Yep, no doubt. Okay, a few texts coming in here before we get to the most hype things. If Antonio Brown knows the meaning of the word extradition, I'll eat my shoe. That's pretty good. Someone saying you can always count on 610 to help people evade prison.
Yes.
That's what we're here for, man.
No, you can't count on me because I did the same thing Antonio Brown probably did.
Oh, yeah.
I Googled it, and they said the United Arab Emirates doesn't have an extradition agreement with the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
So I would have been off compared to, like, I ain't going to Saudi Arabia or Iran.
You'd be getting jailed right now.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'd be surprised if Saudi Arabia doesn't have an agreement with the
I don't
U.S.
know.
I don't know if they figured
I'm
out
way
a way
out
to
over my skis on this
sponsor it
topic.
or something.
Yeah.
I thought Ecuador or Nicaragua. Some of those Central American countries have really they've upped their game as of late. Yeah.
In what way?
Just like amenities and everything.
Oh, they're nicer.
High-speed internet.
Oh, just in general. Okay.
So, safety, all of that.
Okay. I thought you meant specific to their extradition laws.
I think it's Panama that's become kind of a place for a lot of expats.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll have to look into it.
Yeah, I was going to say, we'll look it up during a break in case any of you are looking to get up and out of here.
Whichever one of those Central American countries also doesn't have an extradition agreement with the U.S., that's where you can find me next time I find myself in a situation like Antonio Brown.
Yeah. Let's go things that have most lived up to the hype this year. What made me think of this yesterday, Seth, was they put up the passer rating stats for the secondary passer, the defended passer rating. This is what the passer rating they're allowing, and the tweet is not opening up right now. But suffice it to say that Jalen Petrie, Derek Stingley Jr., who's been catching some from some Texan fans this year. I think there's been a feeling among Texan fans that Stingley has not been, and he hasn't been to the level he was last year. He was the best corner in football last year. But there's a lot of Texan fans reacting to it like he's been bad this year.
No, yeah, I think that's
the standard they're holding him to.
Yeah, I think he's held to the standard of being one of him and Patrick Surtain being the best cornerbacks in the league. And I think with Stingley, a lot of it has just simply been about that oblique injury that he had early on. I mean, there's some things physically. For one, that you go back to that Rams game and you could tell that he just couldn't run the way he normally runs. But there have been some times in coverage where you'd expect him to be able to reel somebody back in. He hasn't been able to do it. And then he's had some stumbles out on that Zay Flowers reception. He just kind of stumbled.
Yeah.
He's still playing at a very high level, but they're also not asking him to do as much as they were last year. He's not tracking the best receiver as often this year. I think that the Texans they're playing a boatload of zone. I mean, it's zone demand where you pick up a coverage and turn it into man. But it's just, I think, to me, it kind of been suffering from that oblique. And he's still playing well. It's just not best cornerback in the league. He's
allowing a passer rating of 68.1. I'll point out the league average for passer rating is 94. He's allowing 68.1. Jalen Petrie, 54.6. Would have had the over on that.
Yeah.
Kalen Bullock, 35.5. And Kamar Lassiter, who I think has been the best out of all these guys, he's allowing the highest passer rating. That doesn't bother me that much. It's still 77.2, which is really good.
The league average is 94, by way of reference.
Yep. And so, I guess the reason I feel that way about Lassiter, like he's had the best year out of those 4 guys. He's around the ball all the time.
Well, then part of it, too, is that they're doing a good job. They've got good defensive. They have much better defensive backs than you would typically have in a zone-heavy defense. So you're kind of you're taking guys who are very good defensive backs and who are much more than just zone corners. But because you have such a good pass rush, you can play a lot of zone, and it's the sum total of everything. And it's one of the reasons I actually like that the Texans don't have as many sacks as you would expect, given that they are rushing the passer well, because it's more of a testament to everybody on the defense complementing each other. And it's, you're getting a good pass rush and you're not getting as many sacks, but it's a disciplined pass rush. Mm-hmm. So quarterbacks they're throwing the ball under duress, and it's helping those guys who are sitting back in zone make plays on the ball and make interceptions. So it's a really well-rounded defense. It is.
I would say Will Anderson has lived up to the hype this year. Secondary's lived up to the hype. The interior defensive line, kind of the journeyman crew that they've assembled. Mm-hmm. I thought, and not that they were hyped coming into the year, but I think I view them maybe like I view Dalton Schultz on the offensive side of the ball. I'm like, okay, these are guys who I'm not viewing them as catalysts for being elite, but they're having better seasons than I expected them to have. Settle and Rankins and even Togiai.
D'Amico's done a good job of kind of tweaking his defense to suit the physical skill set of his players, and the defense looks a little bit different than I would have expected back in 2023, just because they don't have guys like an Aaron Donald or a Warren Sapp or somebody else where you can just say, yep, just get upfield and go and create havoc in the backfield. The defensive tackles they have aren't extremely physically gifted that way, so there's times where they're playing a little bit more conservatively than just one of these defensive lines where everybody's jetting upfield all the time. So it's turned them into they're the sixth best run defense in the NFL right now, mm-hmm. and it's not just all smoke and mirrors. I think they're way better than you would expect based on the names and the resumes, the back of the football card for those defensive tackles.
They've had good seasons, man. Sheldon Rankins has been a real nice pickup for $7 million, and Tim Settle. They're all on very reasonable deals. I think it's been a solid group.
The biggest, as Garrett, our former web guy, texted in, one of the biggest disappointments is just the tight end position because of injury. During the season, you thought, oh, wow, Kamiko gushing about Cade Stover every
Brevin
chance
Jordan.
he got. Brevin Jordan was there. Brevin Jordan for me was always going to be a guy that, a few times a year he's going to show up with some wrinkle or something and have a huge play or something, but it was going to add a different dynamic.
They could use
of athleticism. Yeah, right now you got Dalton Schultz and a bunch of Dalton Schultz, and as of right now, before Titus Howard got hurt, it looked like Blake Fisher was their second favorite tight end.
Well, Harrison Bryant's on the injury report.
Yeah.
We should point that out. He's on the injury report, Harrison Bryant. They cut Dalton Keene from the practice squad. Tight end all of a sudden is a shallow position on this team. So, it's the injury report kind of on the margins this way. C.J. Stroud is the headliner on the injury report, but we've already kind of internalized that. If you decide to go look at the injury report and go, down the list, it's a long list, man. It felt like just 2 weeks ago we were talking about, man, the Texans are like the healthiest team. Like 2 or 3 weeks ago, they didn't have, it might have been the Ravens game. So back maybe a month ago, there was not a single guy on the 53-man roster that was on an injury report going into the game. Mm-hmm. And now here we are. It's the NFL for you, man. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. You want to do a circle of swarm here, my friend?
Oh, yeah.
From last week's game? Do you need do we need to eat up 30 seconds or so for you to put your big board together in your head?
No.
You ready to go?
Good to go, yeah.
You ready to go?
Yeah.
All right, let's do it. Circle of swarm, week 10.
What we're looking for is players, right, who are looking to swarm. We want players to have a special work ethic and a relentless mindset in everything that they do.
Who's in?
This is a special group of men, believe it.
It's the Payne and Pendergast Texans Circle of Swarm.
Okay, here we go. The Texans Circle of Swarm for a game where the Texans kicked 5 field goals on offense, had 2 drives that started down inside the 2-yard line, neither of which resulted in touchdowns. Played really well on defense, I would say that. If I had to guess, this will be a defensive-heavy Circle of Swarm this week.
It will be, and it's Boy, in a game where you kick that many field goals, I'd love to put Kaimi Fairbairn on that, but he was lucky to kick some of the ones that he did kick, and he missed the first one.
And he's not playing this week, too, and I always look at this as a sliver of a look ahead to the next week.
Yeah.
It's a reward. But you're right. That was, even with the 5 field goals, maybe not a Circle of Swarm-worthy performance by Kaimi.
It didn't inspire confidence, Sean.
Swarmy field goals go down the middle.
Yeah.
They don't graze up against the upright, okay?
I think one of the swarmiest performances of the day was Kamari Lassiter. Yeah. So I'm going to go just because he was all over the place. He was just flying around and doing everything you need him to do.
He was our post-game guest.
He was he was swarmy enough that Brian Baldinger did one of his little videos about him, which is pretty damn swarmy.
That's
you make
sign.
a Baldy video,
yep.
Then there's a good chance you're going to be in the circle of swarm.
That's a good sign. I'm actually going to put an offensive player in the circle of swarm, Seth. Might end up being the only one. We'll see. But he was there in terms of yards, the leading receiver on the day. He had by far the biggest play on offense for the Texans on the day, a 47-yard catch and run that set up one of the 5 field goals that they got. Dalton Schultz is playing through injury also. He's been playing through some stuff. 6 catches, 77 yards.
Oh.
The resurgence of Dalton Schultz this year, that boy, the most infuriating thing about the Texans this season and the offense is wasting this caliber of a defense. That Dalton Schultz's season that he's having is getting kind of lost in the shuffle of what's been an awful offense this year bothers me a little bit as well. So we take this opportunity to recognize him as a Week 10 Circle of Swarm member.
The Jaguars, in terms of looking ahead, though, too, the Jaguars had a really tough time with Brock Bowers last week.
Yeah, yeah.
So
like $130 in that game.
Yeah. So I don't know how they've been on tight ends on the year, but the way the Texans have been figuring out ways to get Dalton Schultz involved lately, that's hopefully a good sign.
Little Stanford to Stanford connection going on. Yeah. Davis Mills.
Ugh.
High football IQ. What are you yucking at? It's a high football IQ
connection. Isn't the same as high football IQ. They're inversely related.
The chemistry,
a high book IQ tends to mean low football IQ.
The chemistry those two are going to have on Sunday. It's going to be amazing.
Whatever the signs they use for stand for, the little tuft of a Cardinals,
the Cardinals head, yeah. Or they shape themselves like a tree, right? Isn't a tree like one of their mascots at Stanford too?
It is. It's a big redwood or pine tree or something.
Yeah. So they shape themselves. They're like trees bumping up against each other.
So Stanford the Stanford Cardinal.
Yes.
You're looking at my Cardinal tuft?
Yes.
Somewhere I got the wrong angle going.
No, you're good.
That's what they do.
Yeah.
They do a Cardinal tuft.
Yeah, it's intimidating.
And then make a Cardinal sound.
I've heard.
I don't know what a Cardinal. Ben, look it up.
No, people say this is what I've heard about Stanford.
And their mascot's a tree.
Their mascot's a tree because the Cardinal is not.
It's about the red.
It's about the red. It's not about the bird. Yeah, it's the color of
Cornell Big Red.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I guess Stanford did model a lot of their after Cornell. Like it was supposed.
They were copycats to you guys.
Like in a way that Cornell's like the least snooty of all the Ivy League schools. Mm-hmm. They wanted to be able to include they've got an agriculture school. They've got all that stuff and everything.
Okay.
And the Stanford Cardinal wanted to be that way, so it makes sense that they would have a
color.
Stupid nickname just like my alma mater.
If it were the bird Cardinals, they would say Cardinals, plural. It's the Stanford
But their mascot
Cardinal.
is a tree.
It's a tree.
Now that's dumb.
Naturally, it's a tree.
Cornell's got a bear at least.
That's true.
I don't know where the hell you guys get off thinking that a tree is a good mascot.
Who wins bear versus tree? Who wins that battle? All right.
I'll go with Kalen Bullock.
Kalen Bullock, interception. Third member of the Circle of Swarm.
Interception, good in coverage. I know some people wondered whether and when Derek Stingley allowed that touchdown to Sutton, I know some people thought that maybe Stingley thought he had help to the inside. I do not think that was what it was. I think it was just a hell of a good rep by Sutton.
Yeah.
And Bullock couldn't get there, but I'm pretty sure Bullock wasn't responsible for backing him up on that.
Yep.
It looked like it was either a single high or like a buzz 3 or something. I don't know.
There you go.
I don't pretend to know.
Okay. All right, boy. In a game where they only allowed 18 points, I feel like I should feel stronger about some of these guys on defense. Azeez Al-Shaair, at a TFL, was slapping his helmet a lot out there, had 9 tackles, tied with Kamari Lassiter. That matches the eye test. I felt like Azeez was very active on Sunday. And that's the position, that's sort of almost the default Swarm position. All right, if the inside linebacker, if the Mike linebacker had a pretty good game in a game where they did nothing offensively, then he's going to wind up in the circle of Swarm. So I have Azeez. So thus far, you have selected Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock, Hawk and Lock, as they like to call themselves. Mm-hmm. And I've selected Dalton Schultz and Azeez Al-Shire.
Do I have one more?
You have one more, yeah.
What were Nico's numbers on the day?
7 catches for 75 yards. That might be a good one.
I'm going back and forth between Ed Ingram and Nico Collins. I feel like Ed Ingram deserves recognition for playing well against a good defensive line, and yet he was also part of the team that could not score.
Part of the 28 carry, 7-yard rushing performance.
And part of that is just like they can't get any kind of movement right there at the point of attack, and it's not his fault and his fault alone. Let's give one to old Nico there.
Nico's a good one. That would have been mine if you had taken Ingram, and now I can't take Ingram because you just talked me out of it.
I wasn't.
No, I wouldn't have taken an offensive line. You put him on the radar for me, and then you talked him off the radar. Okay. I didn't have him on my list. I don't really have a list this week. It was a bad game, man. It was an ugly game. So, boy, last member of the Circle of Swarm. Boy, if the text line wants to suggest any, I'm here for it.
This is a bad. Who made big plays on special teams?
Well, Jalen Noel.
Did Nico Autry block a kick last week?
You know what? Jalen Noel.
Okay.
Had a 45-yard punt return.
Oh, there you go. Good call.
I'm going to put Jalen Noel in because he needs to be out there more. I don't care that he missed a block. I mean, I care, but the block on the Nico bubble screen out there or whatever it was. How about having Jalen Noel be the guy that catches it and put big body Nico out there blocking? Instead of the 5'10" dude out there being asked to block a bigger guy. How about that? So I'm going to put Jalen Noel in on the strength of his punt return.
This is bad. Sometimes we go through the Circle of Swarm and it ends up being we go way over our break. But this was
we got 7 minutes left.
There weren't enough people. Yeah. There weren't enough people to talk about.
No,
dang it.
No. I feel like we emptied the chamber.
I feel like I wanted to put Şengün in the Circle of Swarm. This is a big one tonight, Sean.
Wemby.
Yes,
and Şengün has had good games against Wembanyama. Wembanyama's rookie year, I think it was.
He was, yeah, it was.
Shoved him around.
Yeah, welcome to the NBA, Frenchie.
Yeah. The Spurs are better now. Frenchie. He is a Frenchie. The Spurs are better now. The Spurs, last I checked, 5-2, same record as the Rockets. This will be fun.
This will be without Dillon Brooks in the mix. That'll be part of the interesting thing. Like Udoka would kind of just throw Dillon Brooks at Wembanyama.
I saw one of those things yesterday on Instagram, and maybe the same two guys doing this all the time. Yeah. But it's one of those things where the two guys sit down on a podcast, and I forget which podcast it is, and they go, the 10 most hated players in all of sports, and one of the guys knows the answer, and the other guy has to guess them and sort of fill in the blanks. And it was the most hated players in sports. LeBron was number 1. But the guy ended up guessing all 10. Like Draymond was 3. But what jumped out at me was 3 of them had Houston ties.
Oh, really? Okay, so...
Actually, Draymond wasn't 3 because Deshaun Watson was 3.
Okay, so Deshaun's one of the most hated guys in sports?
Most hated guys in sports. I don't know what their metric is. I don't know if they're looking at the socials. I don't know what it is. But you know what it was? It was an entertaining video that I watched for 90 seconds yesterday.
Yeah.
Probably should have pulled the audio on
Travis Kelce one of them?
Travis Kelce made the list, yes.
That's what I was to explain to people sometimes.
Mahomes made the list, too.
Long before Travis Kelce was involved with Taylor Swift and long before people found political reasons to hate Travis Kelce or whatever, he was routinely in the top 5 most hated players.
Yes.
This had nothing to do with any of his baiting players into shoving him and drawing flags, getting away with pushing off, all these things.
Yes.
And just a genuinely punchable face.
He was 6th, I want to say. Mm-hmm. Deshaun was 3. The other 2 athletes with Houston ties.
Were they all active athletes?
They are all active athletes, but only one of the remaining 2 is with Houston. Harden did not make the list. No.
Harden ends up just being hated by... mostly, it's either people who don't like his style of basketball or it's people who get tired of being let down by him in the playoffs.
Or being asked to move him in a trade a year after getting there or something like that, like the Sixers and the Nets. What made me think of it was a name you just mentioned when we were talking about this basketball game coming up tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Dylan Brooks. Dylan Brooks is what made me think of this video that I saw yesterday.
In all of sports, Dylan Brooks. That surprises me.
He was 7th.
That's really a surprise because he's not a big name in the NBA, and in terms of like from the general sports fans' knowledge of it.
No,
if you're somebody who's more of a football and a baseball fan, and you're outside of a team that Dylan Brooks has played for, he's not like up in the front of your brain all the time.
I think there's two things with that. One, if we had any of that going on in our brain, some of it got cleansed out while he was here. I like Dylan Brooks as a Rocket.
Yeah.
I didn't like him as a Memphis Grizzly. Number two, when he was establishing himself as a very hateable and hated player, he was pickered. He was coming after LeBron.
Yeah.
And in the playoffs, so there was a pretty – and he got humbled. I don't know if he got humbled, but he got beat. He was basically calling LeBron old, more or less.
I'm intrigued because I think I found the video that you were watching, and there's no way in hell that guy, it probably took him like 20 minutes to come up with all those names. They edited it out a lot.
Oh, yeah.
There's no way I would have put Ronaldo on there. I wouldn't have even thought of it.
Yeah, Ronaldo is 10th.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who do you think the final – it sounds like you might be –
this guy's probably smarter than me, though. So,
it sounds like you might be looking at the list.
The final is Travis Kelce was number 2.
Oh, is he 2? Okay, I thought he was a little lower on the list.
It might be a different list. LeBron James, number 1.
LeBron's number 1. We're still missing one Houston guy.
Oh, the Houston guys.
Yeah.
Oh, no!
Yep.
I just saw it.
Yeah.
You sons of bitches.
Yeah.
I hate you. I hate you. Not you, Sean.
Know who they are, yeah.
I almost said I hate you Americans, but I didn't want to say that.
No.
I didn't want that to be a drop.
That's smart.
Yeah.
In the great state of Texas.
I love my fellow Americans.
Yeah.
No.
Jose Altuve.
So I think there's a lot of people that don't realize that if you love America, it means you also love Americans.
Right.
Even if they're vastly different from you politically.
Correct.
I love America, which means I love Americans, even the ones who I think are idiots.
And they love you back.
Yeah. Even the ones who I think are leading the country astray. I still love them.
The name that you saw in there.
Jose Altuve.
Jose Altuve, number 4 on the list. It didn't even dawn on me, and that was the very last name, because the way they do it on this
bogus,
video,
man.
the way they do it is the one guy guesses, and they fill in. They don't go in order. They sort of fill in as he guesses, and I'm like, oh. And the guy starts giving hints too. The guy who knows the answers.
Yeah.
He's like, every baseball fan hates this guy. So I'm like, oh, Aaron Judge, Cody Bellinger, Shohei Ohtani, maybe. I have no idea. Jose Altuve, number 4.
What was that again?
Yeah,
he's Juan Soto is number 9.
Yeah.
All right, so the list from 10 to 1.
Okay.
Even though we've already given away half of it.
No, but reset it. Yeah.
It's Cristiano Ronaldo.
Okay, I have no opinion on
number
that.
10. Number 9, Juan Soto.
I can accept that.
Number 8, Patrick Mahomes.
Yep.
I can get with that.
Fully accept
that. I like that they said Patrick and not Pat, because Patrick's extra, whatever. Number 7, Dylan Brooks.
Yeah.
Number 6, I don't think we've mentioned this guy yet. And I'm surprised that he's on this list, and I wonder when it was taken. Aaron Rodgers. I think
he was in my mind when they started this list. Yeah.
I think people have softened on Aaron Rodgers, though.
I think they've softened on Altuve to a degree compared to where it was.
Yeah.
But this list does feel like there's a lot of like 2021 baked into it. You know what I mean?
I can't tell. Number 5, the little thing is covering it up, so I can't see what it is. You don't know? You don't remember?
I don't remember
who
it was. Yeah, I don't remember who it was. I don't recall off the top of my head who it was.
Let me
You're just going to let it play?
Draymond Green.
Okay, Draymond. We mentioned him. So Draymond was 5.
Mm-hmm.
Are you okay with Aaron Rodgers at 6? Or Aaron Rodgers is off the top 10 for me. I like Steeler Aaron Rodgers.
I think he's done some. This has been a good year for him in terms of people just not getting annoyed with him or whatever.
He was when I started looking at this video. He came into my head. If I was Aaron Rodgers, if I was making my own list, I don't think he would be on there.
Well, he's been on this thing for the last few years where he's kind of going on his own personal journey of the growth and the learning about himself and everything, which is it's kind of like when somebody is newly born again and newly saved. they can be kind of annoying for a couple years. They're just like, all right, just shut the hell up for a minute.
They talk about it all the time.
Yeah, they won't shut up about it.
Yeah.
And they get a little bit of a holier-than-thou vibe to them. And then after a while, after it settles in, they kind of, they're more comfortable with it, and I think that's where he is with
it.
He's not pounding everybody over the head with how enlightened he is.
Dark retreat, Aaron Rodgers was that guy you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, so Draymond 5.
Jose Altuve number 4.
Yep.
Deshaun Watson number 3.
Yeah.
Travis Kelce number 2, and then LeBron James number 1.
Okay. I mean, that feels like it matches up with a lot of the feel out there.
I'm honestly surprised that Altuve is that high, and that, for one, just because, well, you know what? I was about to say, most people are more regional fans of baseball than they are watching the entire league. But those are the people that also, I feel like people that are more well-versed about the entire league also realize, all right, whatever, Altuve, he's awesome. They might not realize, how uninvolved he was in the being better than everybody else scandal, but it's not clear in front in their mind.
The thing that's funny about that, and I'll put Ronaldo aside because I don't have an opinion on him, but the other 9 guys, just going through it in my head, Altuve feels like the only one on there who doesn't have an annoying personality quirk.
Yeah.
The rest of them make you hate them. Altuve involved the sign stealing scandal. Yeah.
Every other one of those guys are hated partly because of either their personality or their perceived arrogance or something like that, or their style of play. I should say Dylan Brooks' style of play, married to his, willingness to talk smack.
His personality stuff.
It's weird that Dylan Brooks is most known for talking smack to the most hated athlete.
He should
people don't like Dylan Brooks because he talks so much smack to the most hated athlete.
That's a phenomenal point. That's a phenomenal point. All right.
I hate you, America.
Don't do it. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Football Friday. Let's stack the card this weekend for the NFL. What are the games that we're keeping an eye on in the NFL this weekend through a Texans and just a sheer entertainment lens? We will stack the NFL card coming up next. But first, we got a McCarron injury report.
We have got, everybody buckle up for this injury report.
We might need a full segment for
These are the players who did not participate in practice yesterday. C.J. Stroud and Jalen Petrie both have bruised brains. Ed Ingram, an owie on his knee. Titus Howard, TBI, traumatic brain injury, concussion. Christian Harris has a shin. Kaimi Fairbairn with a right quad, and Harrison Bryant with a shoulder. None of those guys participated. Will Anderson did participate in a limited fashion. He's got some kind of a quad issue. Danico Autry, Nick Chubb, they both participated. Damian Pierce had been out with a personal reason, but had limited participation yesterday. And then Gordon, Jakob Johnson, and Dalton Schultz. That is your injury report brought to you by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Give them a call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at 281-222-2222. They've been here in Houston for over 30 years. Proud sponsor of the Houston.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Some of our texters are really funny. We were talking about Antonio Brown getting extradited out of Dubai yesterday, arrested, and brought back to the United States. I think he's in New Jersey right now, but he may end up down in Miami. The alleged crime took place in Miami after a boxing match back in May where it's Antonio Brown is accused of firing a gun a couple times. He's accused of attempted murder. So he was extradited from Dubai. Text message, Dubai probably asked us to take Antonio Brown back.
Yeah, we were talking about how there's not an extra, according to my very quick search, there's no extradition agreement between United Arab Emirates and the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm guessing that I think Dubai, they're tough on crime.
Yes.
And I think that they probably don't Dubai doesn't want Antonio Brown in Dubai any more than
just looking at his rap sheet, no, we don't need our movers getting beaten up. We don't need people welching on every debt that they have.
This is where I always get intrigued by what does Antonio Brown do in these situations when he's not known for paying his bills, and yet you know who likes to get paid? Lawyers.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, who's going to defend it? You know what would be entertaining? Antonio Brown defending himself in court.
No, I know. That would be almost,
that would be must-watch TV. That would be incredible.
I'm guessing he'll keep making money via social media because I don't think he's running his Twitter account.
I don't think they did tweet yesterday. Whoever's tweeting it tweeted out yesterday like, hey, I've turned over control of my social media accounts. I hope to prove my innocence.
Yeah, I don't think he's been running it. Some of the stuff is on there is way too good. Some of the stuff on his account it's
legit.
It's
funny.
Like legitimate comedy writers. You know, it doesn't sound like it's not. I'm not even taking a shot at Antonio Brown. It's it's a rare. Professional athlete in general that would come up with some of the stuff he does.
So the card this weekend, and we'll dig back into this a little later in the show too, in the 9 o'clock hour. But Atlanta at Indianapolis is the early game. They're over in Germany, Seth. The 8:30 game, first Sauce Gardner game for the Indianapolis Colts. Where are we right now? What's the tipping point for where we just start to root for the Colts to rip ass through everybody and win the division by a mile so they don't play anybody in Week 18?
Oh, so that it's a meaningless.
Where we
You're saying so they don't play any of their players.
Yes.
So it's a meaningless game.
Yeah.
For
So because at that point we're waving the white flag on the division. I'm not waving the white flag on the division yet. I know I come across as a delusional optimist, but I can't sit down tomorrow and while you and I are doing Texans Countdown and root for the Indianapolis Colts yet.
I can't do that, and I'm still rooting for Daniel Jones. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm rooting for Daniel Jones to continue what he started last week, was turn the ball over 5 times.
Yeah.
You don't have to do it 5 times. Do it 4 times or something.
Mm-hmm.
The Falcons are an interesting matchup for the Colts because the Falcons they're a good defense, but it's anchored almost entirely by their passing defense. Yeah. They're an atrocious run defense.
Yeah.
They're small. They are tiny human beings out there flying around like maniacs, and it's impressive. But a team like the Colts with Jonathan Taylor just running right up.
Yeah.
So it comes down to the Falcons. Are they able to creatively blitz them enough to stop the run for they're not going to stop the run consistently, but they can get a tackle for a loss on first down and then force Daniel Jones into an interception or something. But I have a hard time seeing the Colts losing this game.
I do too. I would say of the noon games, there's a few that caught my interest. Buffalo at Miami. just to see how this thing ends up with Mike McDaniel in Miami.
Well, Mike McDaniel and Tua Tagovailoa.
Yes.
I feel like the tide is starting to turn where some people are saying, hey, man, you know what? Maybe we need to see Mike McDaniel and how he does with a quarterback different than Tua. I don't think ownership is going to see it that way. I think they're probably both done for.
Yeah.
But McDaniel's done that thing where he's people have asked him a couple times whether Tua is going to start this week, and he's been very specific about, yes, he will start this week.
Did he do what D'Amico did when he was asked about Nick Caley calling plays and go, why wouldn't he start this week?
No, but that was a good move by D'Amico. Yeah, it wasn't. He didn't even answer the question.
No.
He said, well, why wouldn't he?
Yep.
And there was no follow-up.
Yep.
He said, we play the players that give us the best chance to win, and when that changes, or if that changes, or if somebody else gives us a better shot, then we adjust.
That's
there.
McDaniel saying that right there? Okay.
That's very much leaving an opening for a change in quarterback.
Yeah. I guess who would it be? Quinn Ewers, I guess?
Yes.
Quinn Ewers or Zach Wilson. Those are the two backups in Miami right now.
Yeah.
I'm here for both of those. The game that probably means the most to the Texans, oddly enough, other than the divisional matchups, other than Indianapolis, this Baltimore at Minnesota game. If you're a Texan fan who is fancying a chance at kind of making a run to get back in the mix here, Baltimore getting Lamar Jackson back is a bit of a fly in the ointment here. They have the same record as you, the Texans. Texans have the tiebreaker because of the head-to-head win back in Week 5. But I think more people would probably see the upside of a 3-5 Ravens team than a 3-5 Texans team right now.
This will be an interesting.
They play Minnesota this week.
In Minnesota, Flores in the past hasn't been afraid to blitz Lamar Jackson. The last time,
ball this guy is.
You really, he's. That's why you don't.
I'm not alone.
That's why you don't dislike Aaron Rodgers as much as you used to, because you've got a big capacity for hatred, but it's still, there's a limit.
Yeah.
There's a limit.
Yeah.
And I feel like as J.J. McCarthy has started to get into the hot tub there, it's displaced Aaron Rodgers up out of it.
Big time. Yeah, big time. Good observation by you.
What is it? Do you feel? I know a lot of people think that his whole intensity thing feels kind of phony.
Yes.
I don't know. I think he's just
corny.
wired that way.
Okay.
He's like a less affable or kind of hokey Phillip Rivers.
Okay.
Phillip Rivers was kind of intense, but also goofy at the same time.
Yeah.
I think J.J. McCarthy is just intense.
Phillip Rivers never created his own persona named 17.
That we know of.
Yeah.
He might not have talked about it.
He might not have bragged about it like J.J. McCarthy did the other day. You know what? A little later in the show, we're going to do a corn-off between J.J. McCarthy and Russell Wilson.
We need to get Larry and Stafford to judge that.
Yes. Oh, Larry's listening, I'm sure.
Yeah.
All right. New England at Tampa Bay. New England at Tampa Bay is probably the marquee game in the early window there. We're running out of time here in this segment. The late window doesn't have it. It's all NFC games in the late window. It's all NFC West games and whatnot.
Philly Green Bay on Monday night.
That'll be fun.
Have another show before we talk about that one, but that's what I'm looking forward to.
That'll be fun. Yep. So we'll stack the card again a little bit later, get you guys ready when we in the 9 o'clock hour.
The Eagles have only turned the ball over 3 times this season.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
And they're not they haven't been over the course of the year legitimately good offense, but if you protect the football.
It's one of those things.
Yeah, man. Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast heading into the 8 o'clock hour. QB rankings on the Ringer are very, very interesting this week with where C.J. Stroud is, why he's there, and who he is ahead of in the division. Do we agree with this? We will discuss that coming up next. But Prize Picks, this I can tell you. Prize Picks, any of those games I just mentioned,
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
I think you sent this to me yesterday, Seth. The latest QB rankings on the Ringer.
Yes.
I like the QB rankings on the Ringer because they've got charts and graphs and numbers, and it's all moving and interactive.
They distract you into reading. You're like, oh, okay, wait a second. I've read 7 whole paragraphs.
They've got a pie chart.
Like a person in the days of old.
They've got a pie chart next to the picture of each of the quarterbacks. It's very interactive. And when you get to a quarterback, the pie chart fills itself in. They're so distracted by the interactiveness of it, I don't even bother to look at what the numbers mean there. I'm like, oh, that pie. That pie has me wanting pie.
It's good because it kind of gives you a visual representation of where they are in terms of things like accuracy, arm talent, pocket presence, decision making, all of those things. And I think the
very
biggest
detailed.
Honestly, the biggest one there where CJ typically, in peak form would be pretty high is on the accuracy side of things. But he hasn't been as accurate this year. No. And the numbers are starting to bear that out in terms of incomplete, inaccurate throws and all of that. The hard part to figure out is exactly all right, but how much of it has just been receivers not being on the same page, poor pass protection, all of that. Because he makes some incredibly impressive throws pretty consistently that require a high degree of accuracy.
Yeah.
I am still at the point where some of his more inaccurate moments or inaccurate games this year, it still just feels and looks to me like everything's just not quite operating as a whole. The offense as a whole isn't operating with precision yet.
Yeah.
Because it's not like he's all of a sudden lost the ability to have pinpoint accuracy. He demonstrates it multiple times per game.
Right, and I think that's an important thing to point out with these particular rankings because I'm guessing people in their cars right now are like, tell us where he is. Where is he in these rankings?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
It's because these rankings, I think, to me it feels like a combination of what they've done this year combined with what they are perceived to be as a quarterback. And I say that because Joe Burrow is 7th, and he's played 2 games all year.
And Daniel Jones is 16th.
And Daniel Jones is 16th. CJ Stroud's 13th right now. CJ Stroud, according to this, is still the best quarterback in the AFC South.
I have not looked at the comments to this article yet, but I am just here for the people, the Eagles fans who see that Jalen Hurts is 14th.
And CJ's
and Daniel Jones is as low as he is 16th. And a lot of guys who either by individual stats or by team success are having better years than CJ Stroud.
Yep. The interesting things that Stephen Ruiz, who compiles these rankings, says here about CJ Stroud, the offensive line can't block, the receivers can't get open. He blames some of it on Nick Caley. The run game is useless, he says, which is a pretty big indictment for a team whose offensive coordinator just said yesterday that their DNA is to physically run downhill.
Yeah.
Stephen Ruiz says the run game is useless. No quarterback in the NFL would thrive under these circumstances. There's plenty of them who would have played better than Stroud has since 2024. Stroud is not among the few quarterbacks who can work in such hazardous conditions. That said, he clears the bar for franchise quarterback status, but the Texans will need to build him a competent offense to get franchise-level production out of him, and that starts with improved pass protection. His poise under pressure remains the dividing line between him and the top-tier guys. Let me stop there. Where are you on CJ's poise under pressure? Because Stephen Ruiz is a negative on it.
Really?
Right now. Yeah, I'm just reading that sentence.
Yeah, I'm still pretty bullish on it.
Yeah, I am too. Yeah. I was surprised at that sentence. Yeah. He's still a threat to pass while on the move is improving. I think his arm talent while on the move is pretty good too. But the issue is how often he actually escapes. Too many plays die behind a collapsing front before he can find a fix. Again, I feel like he's gotten better at escaping and using his legs to his detriment this past game because he got his brain splattered.
Now if you think on the sum total of the season, though, there have been times where he's actively hurt the team worse than it already was by bailing out backwards. Almost taking a safety.
That's true.
That is where his awareness breaks down sometimes. It was in the Tennessee game last year, right, where he took that safety where he just stepped out of bounds. Some of that part of it is he's still developing.
Yep. The other question that Stephen Ruiz asked, what's at stake for the rest of 2025? This is interesting. He says it's almost decision time for the Texans. Next spring, they'll have to decide whether to pick up Stroud's fifth-year option, which guarantees him a salary of $26 million in 2027. Let me stop right there. It is a 100% lock. They're picking up his fifth-year option.
Oh, that.
Yeah, like the fifth year. I don't know if he's going to get a long-term deal next spring. They are picking up C.J. Stroud's fifth-year option. That's not even a decision, unless something really bad happened. Picking up a quarterback's fifth-year option is often the lead-in, this is Ruiz talking, to a bigger contract extension, which he will be eligible to sign in 2026. Stroud will probably get his second contract no matter how this season ends, but he could earn himself big money, and I believe this too, by leading a playoff push over the last 2 months. Yeah, if CJ, if this team goes 7-2 down the stretch to get back into playoff contention, it's going to, by definition, have to involve C.J. Stroud putting a cape on.
That comes before any of that is, what's your percentage chance right now? What's your percentage chance right now that Nick Caley is the offensive coordinator next year?
Right now, 30%.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. You think it ends up being?
It's so bad.
I know.
Yeah.
I noticed. Yeah. It was. I guess if you're D'Amico and you're looking at things and you're trying to parse out the blame, do you look at Nick Caley and say, okay, I appreciated that he wanted to start with this physical approach up front, and yet this offensive line is really not chock full of dudes that are capable of doing that right now.
Yeah, I just feel, and I've said this a couple times this week, I just feel like the end game with all this is the equivalent of what the Texans did with Kubiak and Wade Phillips in 2011, where they find somebody who's got pelts on the wall, who can organize an offense, who's got some creativity.
Mm-hmm.
And the unfortunate thing is you are starting to turn C.J. Stroud into one of those quarterbacks that you don't want to have, which is a guy who's had 3 coordinators in 4 years.
Yeah, except
that's never a recipe for.
I mean, the peak example though was Alex Smith, who had 4 coordinators in 4 years, but the fourth one was Jim Harbaugh, and it's it's not like it can't work out or it never works out. That's tough. Because then you go into
even Harbaugh replaced him with Kaepernick.
A lot of quarterbacks who have had multiple coordinators, you feel by the end of it, it's like, okay, it's because nobody could do anything with that quarterback.
Yeah.
It was, Trevor Lawrence might end up being that guy. Because except I think this time, I think Lawrence will be the one that gets cast off.
Absolutely.
It'll be hard to do. But I think that if Cohen can't get something better than what he's been getting out of Trevor Lawrence or what Trevor Lawrence has done in his career, at some point they're going to let Cohen go out and get somebody else.
Yeah, especially if they keep winning games with this caliber of quarterback play. They're going to be like, God,
Trevor Lawrence,
if we just get an average quarterback, what could we be?
Yeah.
You know?
So with CJ, I think you're still in that mode of, all right, it just hasn't been the right coordinator perhaps, and we gotta try a different one or try a new tact or something. But then the next one will probably be the next coordinator CJ gets is going to be probably also hinged to the fate of either D'Amico Ryans or CJ Stroud.
Yeah.
That it's going to be, all right, somebody's going to go if it doesn't work out with the next offensive coordinator.
People are asking what's your wish list look like for. I haven't looked deep enough. I know people are going to talk. I would take Mike McDaniel here as the offensive coordinator. I absolutely would. There's the other Kubiak that's up in San Francisco, who's never going to call plays there because Kyle Shanahan is the coach.
Right, so he'd be a first-time play caller. But his last name's Kubiak.
Though. Yeah. His last name's that.
But Clint Kubiak, San Francisco's Clay, and Seahawks is Clint, right?
Seahawks is Clint, and Clint called plays in New Orleans last year.
Well, remember Clint early on in New Orleans last year? Remember the Saints hung up like 50 on the Cowboys?
They were 2-0 the first 2 weeks, and they were breaking records.
Yeah,
it was crazy.
But then, you can only do so much with what you have.
Yeah,
now he's got Sam Darnold looking like the best quarterback who ever lived.
Horton kid.
Jackson Smith and Jigba, who people were wondering, like, what can this slot receiver do?
Yeah.
Anyway, and now he's man. I'll tell you what. That in the modern NFL, where you take all those skills that Jackson Smith and Jigba has as a slot receiver, and then you move him to the outside, and he's so dang slippery, man.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how anybody covers him.
He's really good.
He's so good.
Yeah.
And Sam Darnold is getting him the ball.
They've done a nice job.
Safely and securely.
And at a salary, Sam Darnold, that is very reasonable. He's making $30 million a year. He's not one of these $55 million guys.
Yeah.
You know. I'm more surprised that Daniel Jones is behind Trevor Lawrence than I am that he's behind C.J. Stroud on this thing.
I think what you said is valid, though. I think this is more of this is almost like where these guys are in their career.
Yeah.
He's factoring in this season.
Yeah.
But also there's a sliding scale based on previous work.
Totally. I just can't believe Trevor Lawrence is 15th.
Yeah.
Like C.J.'s 13th. Trevor's 15th, and Daniel Jones is 6th. I would have Daniel Jones ahead of Trevor Lawrence.
Trevor Lawrence has been a very average NFL quarterback.
Yeah.
He hasn't been atrocious. He's just been very average.
Yeah, I guess.
Or am I being too
I think he's below
there?
average, but I mean, we're parsing out like what type of
because he's had good
feces do you like cow manure
you look at the sum total of it, and he's had a couple of really nice and impressive stretches.
Yeah,
but then he balances it out with a really bad stretch.
Yeah, I just think a lot of this I go by like, what do I feel like as this guy drops back in the pocket?
Yeah.
Do I feel like good things are going to happen or bad things are going to happen?
With Trevor Lawrence, and I got to imagine retired Trevor Lawrence. It's hard to just watch how mechanical he is.
Yeah.
I'm watching that Raiders game, and it's like, you know what he reminds me of, Sean? Those old NFL quarterback competitions where...
Oh, they're throwing at the targets?
They're throwing at a golf cart with a target on it.
Yeah.
That's what Trevor Lawrence looks like when he drops back. It's kind of like,
That's true.
Okay, throw there.
Yeah.
Anybody watching this quarterback skills competition knows which golf cart is going to get thrown at next.
Yeah, there's no secrecy.
The quarterback turns towards it, takes his time, and throws. And then he sees another golf cart, and he throws.
Yeah.
Right now, Trevor Lawrence is still a first golf cart quarterback.
He is a first.
He can't get to the second and third golf carts.
And he doesn't even hit the golf carts, though. That's the problem.
Right.
He's an inaccurate golf cart thrower.
Yeah, the golf cart, when Trevor Lawrence comes up, the golf cart drivers are all like, no, I don't need that stinking safety screen. Let me feel the wind. Let me feel the wind in my hair.
I'm good. Yeah. All right, I promised this in the previous segment. You think my capacity for hatred of J.J. McCarthy is very, very high. Almost like I've replaced Aaron Rodgers with J.J. McCarthy on my hate list.
Uh-huh.
So I'm going to we'll do a cringe off here, a cornball off here, to kind of set the bar for where J.J. McCarthy is. All right, so this was J.J. McCarthy, Minnesota Vikings quarterback, earlier this week, on the heels of having one of the dopiest, stupid, hardo looks on his face in the locker room as he was getting his game bubble face, even when he's just smiling.
He's intense, Sean.
He has a punchable face when he's smiling for his school picture, let alone where he's growling. And so anyways, this was J.J. McCarthy being asked by a media member of Minnesota, do you go to another place?
JJ, we see the intensity that you carry yourself with on the field. Do you go to a different place in your mind, on game day?
I feel like I do. Yeah, there's definitely a level of a switch that gets flipped. For me, it's, that I call him 9. 9 comes out, and I got to understand, okay, he can't be at his peak performance throughout 3.5 hours. So how do I find little ways, on the sideline, get back to my breath, get back to my visualization that could kind of maintain that intense, competitive stamina throughout the whole game. But yeah, it's just, the pure will, determination to get the job done.
Pure will and determination, Sean.
9.
I don't know what you have against will and determination.
9. Now the question is, am I being too mean to J.J. McCarthy? Is he really that corny? Even Justin Jefferson, I saw a video of him yesterday saying, yeah, you know what? I kind of respect it. I go to a place. What is Justin Jefferson? 18 is his number. He said, I kind of go to an 18
alter
place.
ego. There's an alter ego. Alter egos are very, it's a very good tool.
And you made the valid point yesterday that, hey, Sean, you're a wrestling fan. You got to appreciate a guy carving out a persona for himself, which is a fair point. It's probably his face more than anything else that bothers me.
Yeah.
But the corniness, let's just see if we can at least set a bar here, okay? This was Russell Wilson a few years ago creating his persona.
Hey, it's Russell here. Yes, the typical boring, Russell, the robot Russell, the one you guys love to know. Real exciting. I'm real exciting. But anyways, everybody has to have an alter ego, right? And I've been thinking about what my alter ego would be, and I think I have an alter ego. His name's Mr. Unlimited. Yeah, you gotta be unlimited. You gotta have a thought process of being unlimited. So when people ask you, what you're thinking about or what you want to do in life or where you want to go, you got to be unlimited. Tell them, I'm unlimited. You know what I mean? So when they ask you certain questions like,
Who brings you motivation, Russell?
Mr. Unlimited.
Who's your role model, Russell?
Unlimited.
Who's your go-to person for advice, Russell?
They think Pete Carroll, they think this person, think that person. Love you, Pete, but it's Mr. Unlimited. Tell
Okay.
Okay. Now listen, there's going to be 29 texts on there of people saying, like, guys, he's making fun of himself there. Yeah, and he's doing it in a corny way, like in a non-self-aware corny way.
Yep.
That's the problem, is he's so corny that he can't even make fun of his own corniness without sounding even more corny. He's gone past the point of no return, Sean.
He hasn't backed me off of my overall stance on J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah.
He's probably softened me a little bit on the overall corniness of it, just because the baseline with Russ is so off the charts. And I'm assuming that's Sierra in the background.
I think it was
chiming in with the brutal. Brutal.
I don't think. I think the thing about McCarthy, JJ McCarthy, is I think he's genuine in it, though. I think he's just an intense dude. There's a lot of Jim Harbaugh in him. You can tell.
Oh, yeah.
I think whatever element
they were a match made in
the
heaven.
9 alter ego was, I think Jim Harbaugh fully encouraged that, and
he probably helped him create it.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I heard. I saw an interview with Will Fries or Fries, the offensive lineman. He's with the Vikings now.
I think it's Fries.
Fries, yeah. I always think, because whenever I say Will Fries, I'm like, no, that's stupid. It's got to be Fries. All right, so
it's
Will
actually
Fries.
spelled Fries.
Yeah, I know. So Will Fries, he was just gushing about how, like, no, he's the real deal.
Yeah,
like, he just,
I saw that.
he calms everybody down. He's just completely dialed in. All of this other stuff.
Look, the proof will be in the play.
Uh-huh.
They're treating this win over the Lions like he went out there and pieced them for 400. He had 140 yards passing in the game.
He's a winner, Sean.
He is a winner.
Sorry if you refuse to acknowledge.
He does a lot of winning.
The it factor. The winning. Yeah.
Him and 9.
He's every bit as good as Tim Tebow ever was. All right? He's got the it factor.
I acknowledge his government name and his made-up 9.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Sorry, JJ. All right. 5 reasons I hate you. Boy, this was a perfect lead-in to 5 reasons I hate you. I feel like we've been working this up all day long. People are weighing in on who's worse, Russ or JJ. Someone says, congratulations, you guys pissed me off for the entire day now after playing that audio.
Ron Hughley agrees. He says it's a bit much.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. Show and I are in the same boat.
Listen, it's definitely a bit much.
Yeah.
I just like to enjoy it because then it's as much fun to watch the fall. You know?
Oh, yeah.
And I like whenever people have traits that some people love at first, and then it goes real old when things don't go well. And I like the opposite. I like it when Eli Manning has just a dopey, stupid look on his face, and then after he wins, he hasn't changed his dopey, stupid look on his face at all. It's like, wow, look at how calm he is under pressure.
This guy's an assassin.
This guy's just, you could tell. Yeah, I could always tell that he was built for this. Yeah.
All right, 5 reasons I hate you. Jaguars edition. Start sending some of yours in. We'll read them here coming up next. But first, Texas Star Grill Shop. That'll put me back.
flag. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's do this. 5 Reasons I Hate You, Jacksonville Jaguars edition. Let's do it. Play my music, Ben. There we go. All right, 5 Reasons I Hate You. We do this every week. The texts are already coming in, and some of them jibe with the ones that Seth and I have here for 5 Reasons I Hate You. Reason number...
This is all you this week.
Reason number 5 that we hate the Jacksonville Jaguars. Tony Khan is the son of Shad Khan, the owner.
Yeah.
Tony Khan is also the guy who runs AEW. We had Shelton Benjamin in here earlier. So there's things about Tony Khan that are fine, I guess. We had him on at the Super Bowl. He was a nice guy. But this whole notion that he is a identifying undrafted free agents, that's his niche in this front office.
Yes.
And James Gladstone, and we'll get to him, Glad Pebble, the GM. But this was a feature they did on Tony Khan, and in it they talked about how this is the guy in our front office who identifies the undrafted free agents.
One of the places where I contribute was undrafted free agency. So Saturday, I really need to be in the draft room. The hardest part is you don't know until the end of the 7th round the player you want to sign is going to be there.
Tony loves the draft, but what he actually really truly loves is undrafted free agents. He is like Mr. Undrafted Free Agent. That is his moment.
It's that time of the day. And if you haven't committed anywhere, I wanted to talk to you about it because...
Calling players who didn't get drafted and finding some hidden gems. That is a huge passion of mine.
Okay, a couple things here.
It's so funny.
A couple things, because I know the one thing you're going to say, and I'll let you say it about how this is like a rich kid and they got to find a spot for him to do something.
It's a classic. Like, okay, this guy's got to be involved. We got to find something.
You pointed that out the first time we talked about it. It's a great point. Give Tony the undrafted free agents. He can't screw that up too bad. I'll tell you the thing about that cut right there. Not to go too far off the Jacksonville track. Ian Rappaport jumping in the middle of that cut right there, talking about how Tony's real passion and area of expertise, it makes it feel like an SNL skit.
I know, it does. It does. It's like it's all.
There's no way Rappaport believes what he's saying.
If it was like some superstar heavy metal guitarist, what he's really into is Civil War figurines.
Yeah.
He collects them. Yeah, or he's got like a porcelain doll collection or something. Yeah.
This
is his real passion. It's a little bit like when you find out that Alice Cooper is into golf. You're like, oh, this is
that was disconcerting.
Yeah.
All right, so that's reason number 5. Tony Khan's phony role as an undrafted guy.
To his partial credit, I will give him that white linebacker, Wingard, with the long hair and everything. Or the safety, excuse me.
Woodard?
Wingard. He's he was a college free agent. He's the only starter they have, but presumably Shad Khan must have been involved in finding.
Must be. Tony Khan, yeah.
And Shad, yeah. Because he bore Tony Khan.
He did, and he pays the bills.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's reason number 5. Reason number 4, the identity of this fan base is completely interwoven with that stupid Duval chant.
Duval.
That stupid Duval chant, like we are so proud of our 40-mile tract of land along the Atlantic coast. Who has county pride? Do we go around chanting Harris?
Oh, y'all from Montgomery County?
Yeah.
Oh,
man.
Get your Montgomery ass out of here.
Losers. Get out. Fort Bend. Get your Fort Bend ass out of here, man. You're worse than Magnolia.
There is a good chunk of people there, including Tim Tebow, I believe, are from St. Johns County.
Okay.
Which is south of Duval County. Yeah, and there's no St. John's chant, as I know.
No.
Yeah.
I said Magnolia. Yeah, I meant Montgomery. Right. But that is, hit it one more time.
Duval.
The identity, your identity's in your county. That's stupid. All right. All right, your next.
There was also The Good Place, a TV show that was with Ted Danson and
that was based in Jacksonville?
Blonde lady. No, there was a character on there who was from Jacksonville, and he would do the Duval. It was pretty funny.
See? Yeah. I bet it was.
I can't do the normal Duval anymore because Liam Cohen's is burned into my head.
Duval.
Yeah.
It's Duval, right?
No.
It's not.
No, it's Duval.
It's what is it again?
Duval.
That's what it is now. All right, a few of you in line on this next one. Number 3. I just wrote down Trevor Lawrence is overrated, but I'll let the text page do the work. Trevor's hair is prettier than mine. Mm-hmm. And that's signed by Mary.
Yeah.
That's a woman texting that in. I hate the Jags because of Trevor Lawrence. He reminds me of Spicoli from Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
Yeah, but he's like a sober Spicoli.
Yeah. Oh, he's like a born-again Spicoli. He's very devout,
You think
right?
Spicoli would have been super interesting if he was sober or something?
Okay. This plays into this one.
Mr. Hand, here's my paper. It's on time.
This plays into the whole Trevor Lawrence thing. And again, we're doing 5 reasons I hate you. Reason number 3, Trevor Lawrence. The Adidas. I know you hate this because you and I have texted about this.
The Footloose commercial.
Yes, the Adidas commercial with Trevor Lawrence and Travis Hunter holding hands is the dumbest commercial ever.
It's them doing Footloose. I didn't see the remake of Footloose. I assume maybe the dancing was kind of similar or the same.
Well, I don't know if the music was from the first Footloose.
Yeah.
Let's hear it for the boy.
Yeah.
Denise, horrible commercial.
Mm-hmm.
It's a commercial that if I were either of them, I would not have agreed to.
Travis Hunter has some dumb commercials because the other one they have is it's for the sports drink, but they have him like you can tell clearly that he's in like they show him fishing later in the day after his workouts. He's clearly like on a retention pond in a neighborhood somewhere.
He loves to fish.
Yeah, I don't know. Wherever they had him fishing, it looks like it might as well be in whichever apartment complex or housing development you live in. Yeah, like he's just about to go past a fountain.
Yeah. Like sub-development. Been there 3 years. Huge retention pond in the middle. Yep. All right, that's reason number 3. Reason number 2, they've got that stupid vat of bacteria they call a swimming pool in their stadium.
Oh, up in the...
Took it to the limit.
Yeah. Nothing better than screaming, cannonball, while your team's getting beat by 21.
But with the creepy glass front to it.
I don't like that I can see what's going on down there.
It's creepy, man.
Yeah.
That's a whole... There were, at my high school swimming pool, they used to have there was a window in the side of the pool down in the basement where the coaches were supposed to be able to go and watch the form. They ended up blacking it out after they found out that the high school boys for one obviously were going down there, but like a couple of
teachers,
a teacher and a janitor and everything. Yeah, it was creepy, and that's what it feels like to me. Like you're just all right, man. We don't need to see the legs, the lower bodies of the people in there.
There's a building in downtown Houston like that,
right?
Like,
but that's because it makes it look like you're out, about to fall over the precipice,
I
right?
think it's right near Market Square right there. I forget what it's called. Amy and I looked at it.
Yeah, so anybody...
It's scary.
Anybody who's up in a helicopter might be able to see in the side of it, but it's by and large not as creepy
No,
as
it's
the
not as
Jaguars
creepy.
one.
It just popped into my head.
Doesn't it have a glass bottom?
I think it does. Yeah, I think it's like... And it like juts out.
I'm always disappointed whenever I go to any kind of a tall structure, like the Space Needle in Toronto. Wait, that's Seattle. No, what's that? What do they have in Toronto? That's the...
Toronto, it's not the Space Needle, but it's something.
It's something like that, and they have a glass floor on it.
Yeah.
There's a thing in New York City now where they have big glass floors that really, really high up.
I don't like that, man.
I don't know. I'm always kind of let down by how non-scary it is.
Really?
Yeah. It's cool.
My legs get creepy thinking about that, man.
It's weird. It doesn't bother. The glass is so thick, and it just feels so solid, and you see so many other people doing it.
You ready for reason number 1?
Yeah.
This is an easy one. This will be reason number 1 until this guy is no longer the GM of the team. The magnificent Gladstone, a.k.a. Glad Pebble.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as we sit here, Travis Hunter is a Jacksonville Jaguar, and really what comes to mind for me, right? Thinking about the sport of football and really the power of the game itself, right? Its capacity to ignite belief, right? Belief in ourselves, belief in others, right? Belief in achieving what many may deem impossible.
Sing it, sister!
Travis Hunter,
so much worse
he embodies belief. Right? He's a reminder that the boundaries of the game of football were built to be challenged. And so the decision to select him was actually a statement for how we plan to move, who we are, and we want him to be nothing more than him. Because when he is,
need more than that.
He elevates the space around him.
He elevates the
from the football
reserve
field
space
to the city to the game of football itself.
We're good. Travis Hunter is who we've been hunting. Blah 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 blah.
The funniest
I hate that they're 5-3.
The funniest part about all of that scripted speech there that he had memorized was that on various interviews the rest of the day he brought out little catchphrases and chunks from that speech on all these interviews. So it was just very clearly something that he had AI generate for him.
Yep.
But Travis Hunter is who we've been hunting. He is currently just expanding the boundaries of injured reserve and everything you can do.
He's raising the level.
He's doing twice the amount of rehab exercises that anybody else does on injured reserve.
Oh my God.
We've never seen anybody redefine what it means to be on injured reserve quite like Travis Hunter.
That last part, Glad Pebble got me the most amped up. This team needs to start losing, the Jags. That they're 5-3 with that guy.
Yeah. That's what you can
GM.
do. That's what you can do for America, Houston Texans. You can smote him.
If you're not intangibly rich, it's gonna be a hard time for.
Yeah. We got Gladstone hotkeys. Are you kidding me?
Remember the Gladstone glossary?
Yeah,
I lost it because I was
it's right here.
Singular touch points.
Top of the future topics section right there. Yeah. Modes of operation.
Yeah.
Singular touch point. Intangibly rich, as Ben just played. Sourced intel.
Oh, that's right. The sourced intel.
Deploy mechanisms.
Yeah, that was a big one. We're going to deploy mechanisms that will put us in an advantageous situation to redefine boundaries.
Be a fighter.
Uh-huh.
Not a fencer.
Be a fighter, not a fencer.
Yep.
That took you a long time to grasp.
It did.
You didn't really grasp that one at first.
I was on the I was interpreting it the opposite.
You're adamant. We were at spring training in Florida, and I was trying to explain it to you, and you would not relent.
Yeah. I was probably hungover. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Football Friday. That's 5 reasons I hate you. We do it every week at about this time. Take-A-Mania coming up at the top of the hour. We'll circle back to the Texans and the Jags here at some point in the 9 o'clock hour. Got a text. There was a performance by a former Houston athlete last night, a debut. Few texts asking, hey, did you guys see so-and-so last night? I did. Do I care? That's the question. That is coming up next.
All right.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
5 Reasons I Hate You. We just did. Still coming in. Someone said, I hate that we can only play the Jags twice a year. They've had pretty good success against the Jags, the Texans have.
They have. It hasn't been like in Jacksonville was how long was the streak for the Texans?
Until this
last one.
Well, until it's still going, right? This game's here. Sorry, week 3. It was 2017 was the last time Jacksonville had beaten the Texans in Jacksonville. Yeah. Yep.
So we lost that.
We lost that.
Good.
That's my favorite winning streak in the history of winning streaks was the 11-game division road winning streak.
Yeah.
That ended in week 3.
That's cut at the knees as well.
Yep, that's done.
We just have to start anew, Sean.
We will next week.
We'll have a potential division road game winning streak
starting against Tennessee next week.
Yes, there you go. Your dreams. Are you going to learn from your last mistake? You being amazed by it. Well, if I had just put money on the home game. If I just put money on the Texans for all of these road games, I could have turned $100 into $1 million or something.
They play at the Colts 2 weeks after that.
Yeah.
Not as confident about that one. Although the Texans will be an underdog if they do win it.
Yeah, it's just against that's true. Yeah.
It augments.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And maybe I will. Maybe I will take your challenge, tough guy, and start a new open parlay with road games in the division for the Texans.
It's a team that the Rockets have had they've got a pretty good run here. They've won 8 of their last 10 games against the Spurs.
Against the Spurs?
Rockets,
is that what it is?
I believe so, yeah.
5 in a row this season. They started out 0-2. They're 5-2. We got a text earlier in the show. Did y'all see Jalen Green yesterday? I did not.
I saw his stat line.
Yeah. I didn't watch it. I knew that he was debuting for the Suns last night. Big deal. A lot of big deal on social media about that. He had a good game. He was efficient. He had 29 points in 23 minutes. They beat the Clippers. It's a nice win for the Suns.
Right. Now, and the big question is, okay, if you're asking, like, how does it make you feel about him not being here, my answer would be the Rockets are doing incredibly well offensively. We can look at Jalen Green's one individual game performance, but you have to look at the Rockets and where they're ranking in key categories all over the place.
You want me to recite it here?
Go for it.
The Rockets right now are first in offensive rating, net rating, 3-point shooting, 3-point field goal percentage.
Yeah, they don't take a ton of threes, but they're really efficient at it.
Very efficient rebounding percentage, overall rebounding percentage. So they are still an elite rebounding team. That's not changed. And points per game. The simple stat that I know Seth loves.
Yeah.
How much are you actually scoring?
Yes. Are you?
Points per game.
Well, people love to make it more complicated than they need to be.
Most points. Yeah.
That's right.
And they're playing good defense too. Mm-hmm. They're not first, but they're pretty high up in the defensive ratings as well.
Right now they're on pace to become the best offense in NBA history and the best rebounding team in NBA history.
That'll hold up.
I'm not particular. Right. Those things never hold up, but it is a good indication of just how well they've been playing.
Yeah.
So far. Even though, they obviously have some things to hammer out and figure out, especially versus the better teams, about just how they're going to run the offense, how to establish some flow. But, I mean, the raw material that you're working with right now is just so freaking powerful. Mm-hmm. It's really impressive. So the trade and the way they came by it, as of right now, saying goodbye to Jalen Green, I'll take that trade any day of the week, given how impressive they've been offensively.
I'll take it a step further and say that Jalen Green, on the list of Houston athletes that have left the city over the last handful of years, and I'm talking like free agents that have left the Astros, I'm talking guys the Texans have traded away, guys like Deshaun Watson that have been traded away, DeAndre Hopkins, whatever. Of all those guys, and the Rockets, we've seen some Rockets leave too, James Harden, guys like that. Jalen Green is at the very bottom of the list of guys that I'm following or care about. How most of those other guys, Deshaun Watson, for example, I care deeply about how he did, one, because of how he left, and two, all those draft picks from the team he was on mattered to the Texans. I cared about how the Astros that left because those guys, it was more of a sentimental thing. Like those guys were part of championships, and I follow them, and I actually still root for those guys, most of them. Garrett Cole, not so much, but like George Springer and Correa when he left and guys like that, like I hope the best for them. Jalen Green is, I didn't hate Jalen Green. I didn't love Jalen Green. I had zero problem with them trading Jalen Green. This is obviously 7 games in, been an incredible deal for the Houston Rockets, and it seems like 1 game in for the Suns, it's worked out fine as well. But the Jalen Green trade got the Rockets to a better place.
Yeah.
So I could care less. Jalen Green can go become a 10-time All-Star for all I care. I really don't care how he does in Phoenix.
It was part of a very good trade.
Right,
it
for
just
people
was
texting did you see what he did?
Right. Yeah, nobody involved in that trade thought that Jalen Green wasn't going to go on to have good games in his future, or that somehow it was an illusion that he had a good regular season last year.
Yes.
There wasn't. Like Jalen Green wasn't discarded like a guy that had been a vast disappointment or anything. It was
traded for Kevin Durant.
He still had value.
Yeah.
One of the things we talked about in the offseason was, okay, look, this young core is incredible, but the young core is not just as simple as adding Kevin Durant. All of the guys in the young core are going to have to continue to improve, into whatever their peak NBA performance
Best version of themselves.
Şengün on the year is more last year.
Mm-hmm.
2.5 more assists. His true shooting percentage is up 4.1%.
That's the big one. He can shoot threes now.
His 3-point percentage is up 19.6%.
Yeah.
Free throw percentage up 5%. Amen Thompson has had a hell of a last 5 game stretch.
Yeah,
like
Thompson's
the
been
young
great.
guys they're coming along.
Especially those two. I
Yeah.
mean, those are two. Those are core pieces. Those two are really important, and I think the fit with Şengün and Kevin Durant. KD talks about that a lot, like the symbiotic nature of their two games working with each other.
No, and it really is a lot of the stuff that everything else that you point to or can worry about or there needs to develop is exactly what you would be thinking would they'd be working on right now in the infancy of the season. It's just that this stuff, the overall chemistry and really getting a feel for what to run and when, et cetera, that comes with time. But it's a whole lot of fun to just score a bunch of points along the way.
Well, yeah, right. I mean, it's yes.
Is that how much more fun it is to work on that stuff while also winning basketball games and scoring boatloads of points and getting boatloads of rebounds as opposed to during the Silas years?
Yeah. Well, I mean, just an offense plays, man. Offense is fun to watch. Go look at our football team. Not fun to watch right now. You know, you got on the basketball side, you got the team that it's taking their league by storm in the Houston Rockets. On the other side, you got the Texans that can't score from the 2-yard line.
That was one of my big complaints about the Astros early in the season, Sean, last year. I don't want to get overly technical. They didn't score runs.
Yeah.
Even when, and then I would get extra annoyed when people would try to point out that, no, they're not actually that bad. Look at their batting average and everything. I'm like, show me the runs. Show me runs.
Yeah.
I don't need to hear. I don't need you to go digging to try to find me the positive parts about that lineup when they just flat out couldn't score runs.
The best thing about the Rockets in this recent stretch here, actually, I say recent stretch, the last game they played against Memphis, they won 124-109. It was the classic, what's become a classic Rockets win with this team, at least early on, which is they just continually keep building these huge, like they're just it's a little kind of even early on. Rockets go on a spurt, and then the other team just never gets close. The closest they get is 10 or 12 points, and then the Rockets start another spurt. They are an elite offensive team. The best part about that game was Kevin Durant scored 11 points on 5 of 18 shooting.
Yeah,
and they won by 15 points.
Well, the crazy thing is, last year we would make jokes about how their offensive rebounding was like basically their actual shots almost, because they couldn't shoot for crap.
Right.
And that also was like the best part of their defense was just their offensive rebounding and trying to get But now they're doing the same. They're getting all those offensive boards, but shooting the ball
with
well.
better shooters.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's everything that you would have thought and hoped for with Durant coming in, except that the other guys that were already on the team are shooting the ball better too.
Shoot, yeah, man, it's really fun to watch. It's fun to see.
I'm gonna have to walk hunched over to the bathroom. What do we got? Take-A-Mania?
Yeah, we got Take-A-Mania coming up. All right, you got to be back for Take-A-Mania. You're the judge and jury. All right, we'll do Take-A-Mania next. Our bad takes of the week, taking on the reigning defending champion, Colin Cowherd, on Speak of the Devil, Kevin Durant being a culture guy or not. We'll have that Take-A-Mania. Bad takes of the week coming up next.
Daisy, French onion.
ZipRecruiter. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday. On Sports, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, let's get to Take a Mania here. We do the worst takes of the week. We have piled up some good ones for the year end or the 1 year anniversary of Take a Mania. Just going back through them, man, I can't wait to replay some of these. But for now, the champ, and that's how we do this. For those of you new to the show, it's Champion who Colin Cowherd retained his belt last week. He's got 4 new challengers this week. I bring in the challengers. Seth books the matches. Seth is the one who decides who is champion here. For now, this is the champ, Colin Cowherd, who's held the title for a good couple, 2-3 weeks now, with this take on Kevin Durant.
At this point, Kevin Durant's not a culture guy. He's not a two-way player, actually. He's not a grind for 82 game guy. He is a mercenary. In fact, his Twitter handle is Easy Money Sniper. And that's only because I get paid to shoot a lot was too long. That's what he is. And in the final, I mean, he had more fouls than buckets made in the second half in OT. He just didn't do much.
Okay, so that was the day after the season opener.
Yeah, the big thing I really disliked about that was him saying that Easy Money Sniper was some kind of a statement about his mercenary qualities or whatever, as opposed to just simply, hey, he's a really good shooter, and it's easy money for him.
It's easy money.
I was kind of surprised by his saying he's not a.
Did pat me the last couple weeks, but Kevin Durant puts in the effort defensively.
And he's been like his defensive rating has stayed pretty consistent over the last few seasons.
Yeah.
It's not. So he's saying he's not a two-way player anymore. Cowherd is very much just trying to paint a picture.
It's a narrative.
He's trying to create a narrative about Kevin Durant that simply isn't there.
All right, so that's what made him the champ. So he's the champ right now, Colin Cowherd. Can he get taken down? Now, is this a Take-A-Mania candidate, or is this really just me wanting to play this bit of audio?
We'll see. I've thought about this. I don't know how much of this is a bad take. There are some bad take elements, but I don't know if it quite fits the genre.
Yeah, we'll find out. The only way to find out is to play it.
Yeah.
This was Bill O'Brien at his Monday press conference earlier this week, going off on a reporter named Mike Galtieri, who asked him, what would you tell the fans of what's your message to the fans of Boston College? 1-8 right now, by the way, Boston College.
Coach, wondering, do you have a message to the fans? Obviously losing to Notre Dame Catholic school rival, 1-8 now in the season BC. I've heard from a lot of fans. They're just really down.
I'm really glad. You know, I'm glad you're down. I'm not down. Nobody's down. We're fighting. We're competing. You know, it's the second year of this program, Mike. You always come in here with these down questions. Like, you show up like once a month or something like that. You come in here with these down questions. I'm not down. I don't know what year you graduated from BC, but this is a program that we're building. Okay. Nobody here's down. We're positive. We're going to show up and play our asses off against SMU. You can go out there in your dark, clouded world or whatever it is and do what you want to do. We're not down. The sun is up, and we're fighting. What's up, Trevor?
What's up, Trevor, is underrated.
I mean, it's technically a bad take in is that he is angry and shouting about how happy and sunny it is in his world.
That's why I put it in.
Yeah, I know it is, but it's not a bad take. And frankly, that Galtieri guy sounds kind of annoying.
Okay.
What's the message to the fans is always an annoying question.
That's a tricky. I mean, it never gets asked when the team's going well. It's always asked when the team's doing poor. D'Amico's been asked about it a couple times this year.
It always feels like you're trying to get out of asking a question yourself, like by doing it in the third person.
Yeah.
Like, hey, look, I'm not living in a cloudy world, but some of these fans are. What would you say to them?
I've been following a little bit of the BC stuff just because I'm interested in O'Brien, and B, I'm not a huge BC fan, so I like to follow the teams that I don't like sometimes, especially when they're doing poorly. And I guess the big thing with BC and why the message to the fans question was viewed in the BC constituency as a fair question is their attendance has been very good this year. They've sold out a couple. I mean, obviously they sold out the Notre Dame game. That would happen if both teams were 0-8.
Yeah.
But they've sold out a couple games.
That's interesting.
They've had big crowds for a couple of other games. The fans have been supporting the product apparently in Boston.
If anything, then I would say that most of the fans there are probably and it is year 2. They're probably they probably hear that out of O'Brien and they love it. The same way, when O'Brien in the tunnel there, it kind of changed. Yeah. I think people were kind of critical of it because the Texans lost that game. But then after they won the next week, everybody kind of changed and they're like, yeah, O'Brien's a fighter.
When he's one of theirs too.
He ain't gonna take no crap from nobody.
He's old Billy, Billy from Dorchester or whatever.
But no, this is not.
Doesn't win.
Can he do it? Cover!
All right.
Oh, and a kick out!
We got a couple more here. Mad Dog Russo. We played this one earlier this week. Angry about Joe Davis, the play-by-play guy for Fox in the World Series, who also happens to be the Dodgers' local play-by-play guy. Just 2 days after the end of the World Series, Joe Davis was hosting the Dodgers parade. He was the MC of their parade. Mad Dog did not like this.
When you're a national broadcaster and you're the voice of the sport on a big stage, when you did 1 million playoff games, and then they, in one of the crippling losses that a franchise is going to have in the history of the sport, that's as bad a loss as you're ever going to have. And I got Joe, basically the body's not even cold yet. And I got Joe at Dodger Stadium doing the freaking Dodger parade. Oh, my God. That's bad. I'm sorry. I don't care what you say. You can say I'm screaming and yelling about nothing. That would piss me off if I'm a Blue Jay fan. I got Joe Davis shaking everybody's hand. Give me a shaking freaking Ohtani's hand, and he's freaking wacky. He's getting rings. He's the announcer for the World Series. You think Kirk Gowdy was getting any of this nonsense? You think Gady with the Cardinals? Oh, my God. And he's got the trophy right there. God, if you're a Blue Jay fan, you're vomiting right now. That is bad. I don't care what you say. That is, you could say I'm being hard. That's ridiculous, Chris. What's the big deal? He does the games. Nonsense.
I love that he finally landed on a Japanese name he could pronounce. Yamama Myava Honda Ohtani.
Yeah, it's a rough one for Mad Dog.
Him and Francesa both had moments last week where they were trying to. Who are they? Oh, it was Jackson Smith and Jigba.
I actually pulled that. Did I pull that audio of the two of them trying to pronounce Jackson Smith and Jigba?
You can see them both. And with Francesa, you can almost see on his face like, oh crap, this seems like one of those cancel type things.
I thought I pulled that from last week. It was hilarious. My favorite. Before we get your decision on this, my favorite Mad Dog maneuver is bringing up personalities or entities from like 60 years ago.
Curly Culp.
Remember?
Doesn't he even know who Curly Culp is?
Remember when he was all mad about Taylor Swift all of a sudden being a Chiefs fan? Does he even know who Len Dawson is?
And Curly Culp. Yeah,
Curly Culp. Yeah, it was Curly Culp too. Yeah. So what's your decision, Judge Payne?
I was like, I have to partially agree with him because it is annoying, especially with Joe Davis there or whatever his name is. However, or is it Davis Moto? It is annoying. There's like this isn't like an official who is a fan of the team or anything. Yeah. You know, being an umpire at the game in baseball. I don't give a damn about. Even though I hate the Dodgers, I also don't think they should operate in such a way as like, oh no, this will be painful for Blue Jays fans to hear Joe Davis do the introductory parade. So no, he does not win.
Cowherd's still the champ. All right, we got two more. This is Harold Reynolds yesterday. They were, he and I think it might have been Matt Viscursion. I can't remember. Somebody on MLB Network, but Harold Reynolds was one of them. And they were going through where they thought the big free agents were going to go. And this was Harold Reynolds. I just think, this is an opinion, but I just think this is a total read the room thing that he just whiffs on.
Yeah.
We'll see if it's good enough to beat Cowherd in the eyes of Seth, but here you go. It's quick.
Where for Kyle Tucker in 2026, Harold? And it's a different conversation than it would have been, say, in July or June.
I believe the price tag has dropped significantly.
Okay.
I think he goes back to Houston.
Ooh.
I just think they know him.
And they need left-handed hitting, man.
And they died without him.
It's a good one.
I think he goes back home.
I think he's off base on so much stuff. In 19 seconds of audio, he whiffed on like 7 things.
You know, and this is the trouble, though. It's a bad take, but it's not a good bad. It's not a good enough bad take. A good bad take is a really bad take.
We need an
married
entertaining
to
champion.
A really energetic delivery.
Yeah.
Yes, an entertaining delivery.
Yeah.
That's what it has to be. Doesn't it? It has to be entertaining.
Okay.
And that's just not enough. I can't see myself wanting to listen to that one over and over and over again.
Yeah.
The price tag having calmed down, it would have to come down so much.
Dude, a number of years would have to come down. Like, everything I've seen from experts since the end of the season, they all think Tucker is getting a 10-year deal from someone.
A valid point about the left-handed hitters, but especially it was when Jordan was out. But remember, it was, we never saw a left-handed pitcher. I didn't know if they even existed.
But that's not a contract.
Oh, no. That's not why you spend
$300 million to get a left-handed hitter.
And that wasn't
the other
Harold
guy.
saying that.
Yeah, that was the other
no,
guy.
he does not win.
Does not win.
That might have gone into the bucket of he wasn't 100% prepared for that segment.
Right.
Which I've been there, done that. I'm not that you're kind of just throwing it out there. Oh crap! I don't have an answer for this one.
Okay, this one is almost a full week old. This one happened like an hour after we went off the air last Friday. This is Stephen A. Smith. This is after the Miami Dolphins fired general manager Chris Grier. So it seemed like everybody was on the hot seat from Mike McDaniel to Tua to Grier.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so the Dolphins, a few days before the trade deadline, make the move to fire Chris Grier, who'd been the GM for 10 years and been in the organization for 25 years.
Yeah.
Here was Stephen A. Smith's take.
This is BS. That's the first fire? Really? That's what we doing? With what we've seen, what we just finished talking about. There's things that need to be modified, et cetera, but the personnel that they have on their squad, although we're not happy with it, we didn't walk into this season thinking they were going to be trash. We looked at their roster and we said they got some potential. We'll see what happens. It was about Mike McDaniel. And the brother get fired first. All I know is this. I better hear Mike McDaniel's name today. Oh, my God. I better hear Mike McDaniel's name today. But it better not be just Chris Grier.
Okay. So Mike McDaniel, who is black. There's that. Yeah. And it's Stephen A's constant race baiting.
Do you think he knows Mike McDaniel is his father is African American?
No, he doesn't know it. But also just like this is what I do, because I try to check my blind spots and my whatever biases I have and everything. But I would say similar to the David Culley situation here, where Stephen A. Smith did similar things. You go and you look at, I would say, like, okay, our black listeners and black fans of the Texans, black fans of the Dolphins, like almost unanimously saying, like, no, this ain't it, man. No, like, he's been in the organization for 25 years, been the GM for the last decade?
10
years.
10 years, yeah.
And they haven't won a playoff game in that last 25 years. No. Like, of all the hills to try to, like, let's be a little, like, can we use some discretion when we try to make this a race-based thing?
Yes.
It's just annoying. It really, because it diminishes anything that Stephen A. says about legitimate issues when it comes to that.
For sure.
And Mike McDaniel is black.
Yes. Yep.
It's a really bad take. But I just don't feel like having this conversation every week.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I felt like it was take-a-mania worthy. That is a perfectly good reason to keep the strap on Colin Cowherd. All right? So Colin Cowherd remains the champ. We have time in this segment. Ben, how long is the I want to see what you thought of my takes.
Well, let's play that in the next segment.
Okay. 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll do it you want to do it in the next
No, we'll do it next segment.
Yeah. The biggest thing about the David Culley one was that like Stephen A. Took up viciously defended David Culley, but then I searched and scoured and looked for times that Stephen A. Smith recommended that David Culley get another NFL coaching job.
What'd you learn?
I didn't find anything yet. Maybe somebody else can find it. But Stephen A. Smith, who was aghast that the Texans would fire David Culley, and yet did not have him on his, he did not say the Giants need to fire David, or they need to hire David Culley today.
Did not campaign
fire
for him.
Dave All, hire David Culley. It's been 5 years. Not a single mention.
No, just sitting on a big pile of cash, man.
Yeah.
People are saying, there's a couple people saying, I kind of miss Bill O'Brien.
There is a...
On the text page, I'm saying, yeah.
No, that's it's kind of like an ex-girlfriend or something that you remember the
saw her at the 10-year reunion.
Sometimes you got an ex-girlfriend who's got a personality like Bill O'Brien. There's other benefits that come with that in some aspects of a relationship.
Yeah, they're not necessarily
but you forget about
long-term.
how bad the bad aspects
Right.
You know how it is with me. You know, I shouldn't say this on the radio. Yeah, I'll say it. My wife and I at various times have moved back to our home area.
Yeah.
And then remembered why we moved away in the first time. How crazy some of these people are.
Yes.
And then we get the hell out again.
Yeah.
But then we forget again.
So
Twice we did that.
Would you entertain a one-season dalliance with Bill O'Brien as the offensive coordinator of the Houston Texans?
If Bill O'Brien came in specific as a team ever hired an NFL coach and specifically said, "Hey, look, this is a one-year bridge coach. We're going to have him come in to serve a purpose," and then just explicitly say it. There's plenty of times where you can tell, okay, this guy's a bridge coach.
That's interesting because I feel like the Lovie Smith hire by the Texans almost felt like something like that.
That felt a lot like, okay, look, this is somebody who's, compared to David Culley, Lovie Smith was an actual NFL head coach.
Yeah.
You're like, okay, we don't maybe to feel like he's the ideal answer, but at the very least, maybe it works out. But it's not going to be a disaster the way it was.
Who was hired at the 11th hour because they, for whatever reason, moved off of Josh McCown and Brian Flores.
Because they were just, Is Josh McCown a head coach yet or not? I can't remember if he's.
He is. Where did I see him? Who's the quarterback
he was with
coach?
Carolina and then Minnesota.
He's in no. He's in Minnesota now. Yeah, he was with Frank Reich and that crew in Carolina. No, he. You know why I know he's in Minnesota? He's been popping up on these J.J. McCarthy videos that piss me off. So.
Where am I? Who is this guy?
Yeah, that ain't helping old Porn and Pancakes on there doing his thing.
But he is building up a resume for a guy that will at least maybe be an offensive coordinator because he did good work with Sam Darnold, and now we'll see how it goes with J.J. McCarthy.
I think if he gets the stink of Easterby off of him, he'll be a head coach someday. Probably.
He was one of he was in Carolina when Reich got fired, right?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, and then he went up to Minnesota, and that's been highly regarded as a good place of developing quarterbacks, obviously, the last couple of years.
And J.J. McCarthy's done an okay enough job so far with McCown.
And Josh McCown is actually earning actual coaching experience in the NFL
before
he becomes a head coach.
God, that sounds so insane.
So tired of everybody wanting a head coach who's had any kind of professional coaching experience whatsoever. It's not like they were going to hire a guy that hadn't been a head coach before. Or sometimes you hire a head coach who hasn't been a coordinator, and sometimes it works out. Yep. But they've at least been professional and I don't mean professional as in coaching professional players. I mean actually getting paid to coach football.
Yes.
Has it been your job for at least a year?
Dude,
he'd never done it before.
They picked him up off of waivers during the COVID year just to get him in the building.
Well, it's interesting because that's what D'Amico will talk about. And this is the same way it goes for a lot of guys who retire from the NFL and become coaches. You don't know. There's no way you can predict if you're going to really enjoy working 18-hour days and under that kind of stress and everything until you actually do it.
That's correct.
There's no way of knowing. Lots of super motivated, intelligent people that, for whatever, they might go into another business and work 18 hours a day, but they don't like the coaching grind.
All right, Nick Caley on the Texans offense's DNA, and Seth is going to put my smack off call through the Take-A-Mania ringer.
Yeah.
Yep.
We'll tell you where you should have placed.
I placed fourth, so we'll see. We'll do that coming up next.
Hey, caring for the beautiful and valuable trees on your property that you can't.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, just as sort of an appetizer for the final segment, we'll go deep on the Jags and Texans storylines.
Appetizer.
Appetizer.
So it's a tease, but it's like an appetizer, but a tease.
Yeah. Where did I hear it from? I think I heard it on The Office. I think Michael Scott said appetizer one time. We'll hit the Jags and Texans hard in the final segment. Talk to the guys on In the Loop. This was Nick Caley yesterday on the offense's DNA.
What I would say is, a physical outfit that wants to run the ball downhill. Okay, starting with that with changeups. Okay, we did not run the ball well enough. Okay, I would say that starting off, and then we've shown the ability to drive the football. Okay, we haven't been able to finish well enough, which has been disappointing. So we've got to do a better job of that again, starting with me standing here. Okay, and we own that.
The finishing part, the scoring touchdowns. We want to be a team that scores touchdowns.
And D'Amico's saying explicitly earlier this
blocks.
week, and we need to do something different down in the red zone. D'Amico said that.
And I think, well, how did he? He framed it kind of.
He said we need to do something different.
That's right, yeah. Zone. Last week he had said, or immediately after the game, he didn't question the play calling or what have you, but then he kind of tweaked it.
Yeah, he said, in his, I think it was his Monday or Wednesday, one of them, he had an early answer. He's like, we need to do different. We need to do something different. Yeah. And then like 6 answers later, he's like, well, you just got to be able to push the guy off the ball.
That's
like, you got to move
it
1 yard. I'm like, all right, well, you guys can't. Mm-hmm. So I take your doing something different answer more seriously than this answer right here.
This is it's the mother of invention, necessity, my friends.
Yes.
That's it's like there's sometimes where you can't do it with just good old-fashioned grit and toughness. That's when you have to be a little bit creative.
I'm so excited for them to get to the 1 or 2 yard line this game and be sitting with you up in the press box and the two of us waiting for impending doom. It's
I've told self-destructive phase, though, where sometimes when bad things are happening, you're like, more, fine. I don't want it ever. I got to a point during Harvey where it's like, I hope it rains for 2 more weeks.
Yes.
I don't care. That's where I am right now. Like, I hope they get down to the 1 yard line and can't score. God. I hope on 4th down they don't get in, but there's a defensive penalty that gives them another 4 downs and from the 1, they don't get in.
This is why I can't wait to be sitting next to you during this. All right, so we just did take a mania. Colin Cowherd defends his championship. I will say this, the Challengers, and this is on me, the Challengers have not been great the last few weeks. It's been a pretty easy road for Cowherd on the strength largely of calling Kevin Durant easy money sniper and implying that it's a financial thing.
Where have all the bad takes gone?
Yeah, long time passing.
There's not enough bad takes out there. Or we're not trying hard
there
enough
are.
to
I'm just not. There's plenty of them.
They're not. No, but it's a sweet spot. We've developed kind of it's a sweet spot between being a horrible opinion married to a well-delivered take.
Yeah, that's what
find.
You love. You're a combo of the bad take and the delivery, and that is hard to find. Yeah, that is hard to find. All right, so I was in my 16th Jim Rome Smack-Off last Friday, week ago today, and I finished 4th. Okay,
and you are there's a cap on how high you can finish because you're a radio professional now.
Yeah,
I don't think you'll ever win it again until maybe you retire, but even then it would be tough for you to win.
Yeah,
has a media professional ever won it? Has a professional won it over an amateur?
Not I can think
of. For those of you who don't know, Sean was an amateur at the time.
I won when I won my 5 Smack-Off championships. It was 99, 03, 05, 06, 07.
He was just a khaki pant, blue shirt wearing stooge. But who was good at calling, who would shirk his job duties to call into Jim Rome.
That's right. So I mean, I was damn near a dynasty. I had 4 and 5 years right there. Since then, I've been surpassed by someone named Brad in Corona, who's won 7 of them, including this year's. But this was my call. We're going to play this call, and then the take judge expert, Seth Payne. Should I have finished higher or lower than 4th?
Okay.
Yeah.
In search of his 6th strap to tie the BIC for most of all time, it is the Cabonasian. It's Shawnee. Shawnee, what's going on, brother?
Hey, Jim. I appreciate you having me in the annual reminder that I'm bald, fat, and ooze Crisco from my pores. How you doing, my friend?
Good, dude, good. Glad to hear you haven't changed. Do your thing.
Yeah, it's all good, man. It's all good. Hey, look, in a Smack-Off that's had actually 2 women in it so far, who's got the nicest set of cans in the Smack-Off? This guy, scoreboard, I guess. And Mark, look, Mark, the guy who didn't put his picture up, I'm sure you're shredded and you're running a 5K tomorrow and you can stream porn all night long. Nice douchebag shades. Glad I took more than 11 and a half minutes on the length of Mark and Hollywood's call on Prize Picks. Cha-ching. Glad I took more than 9.5 script flubs from Gale and Valencia on Prize Picks. Blam. Win the smack off. I'll have $5,000 in my Prize Picks account halfway through hour number 3. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Got to get that tag in, Jimmy. Also, props to Terrence and Sierra Madre for being alive. I did not have that on my smack off bingo card. If any of you are listening with your kids right now, be sure to remind them of the significance of this day in sports. Kids, you're getting to experience two icons performing in the same day, Shohei Ohtani and me. Of course, only one of us is dumb enough to be swindled out of millions of dollars by our interpreter. Shohei, 3 words, 2-step authentication. Also, dude, do better at hiring. Everybody knows the 3 criteria for hiring the best interpreter. 1, elite translation skills. 2, a good credit rating. And 3, gigantic cans. Bad job by you, Shohei. Good luck tonight, idiot. Speaking of shady gambling stories, and Jim, you know I love me a good shady gambling story. This FBI investigation last week that rocked the NBA, to me, the most remarkable thing wasn't a millionaire player skimming a few G's off the top of fixed prop bets. It's not the resurgence of the New York Mafia. Shout out to the Gambino family, huge fans of the Smack Off. It's that people at these rigged celebrity poker games apparently thought it'd be totally badass to sit down at an illegal poker table and risk going to jail to play with Damon Jones. Damon Jones, Jim. What, were there no seats left at the illegal blackjack table with Ira Newble? Illegal roulette wheel with Booby Gibson, a little too crowded? And by the way, what are the topics of conversation at a Damon Jones poker table? So, Damon, what does LeBron James smell like? What does LeBron James' breakfast taste like? Inquiring minds want to know. Oh, shout out to Tyreek Hill, who I'm sure is listening right now. Bro, I hope your injury is healing. Tyreek did say that the silver lining of his season-ending injury is he gets to spend more time with his kids. The problem is, I did the math. Tyreek Hill would need 36 hours in a day to spend time with even half of his kids. Wrap that thing up, Cheetah. Okay, brass tacks. Let's call this smack off what it is, Jim. My third attempt to try to pull even with Brad and Corona. He's got 6 of these. I've got 5. The way I look at this, old blood versus new blood. I'm MJ. He's LeBron. I'm bitter and focused. Brad is a whiny SoCal with a very fishy hairline and a closet full of questionable clothing. The analogy makes perfect sense. So if that's the case, then all I really need to do is channel the greatest smack-off call of all time, Michael Jordan's angry, bitter Hall of Fame induction speech, and just leave behind a scorched trail of bodies made up of every poor sap who ever crossed my path in the smack-off so quickly. And I do this knowing full well some of these people might be dead. Kerwin in Riverside, Doc Mike DeTola, Tom Tolbert, thank you for being my 3-headed bitch in 1999, getting the Capital Asian Express off the ground. Joe and OC, you were on the wrong end of 4 of my wins. Your nuts have dropped. You should call back in and tell the Lollipop Guild I said hello. Jim in Fall River, nobody did more to galvanize PETA than you did when you made your 2001 call from some room that had a donkey in it. Good job, Jimmy. And Vic in NoCal, I'm honored that you used your once daily phone privileges during outdoors time to get your teeth kicked in by me in 2007. I remember all of you fondly. I'll put in a good word with the parole board, Vic. I could keep going, but I'll end Ronfield when Steve Elkington golfed in a dress. I was there in Detroit when Silk Bra and I had a longer autograph line than Bobby Higginson at a tour stop. That happened. I was there in Sacramento when Trapper, God rest his soul, came stumbling into the hotel lobby at midnight with electrodes from the hospital still stuck to his chest. To this day, we don't know why he went to the hospital, and maybe we don't want to know. Like JT the Brick, I was winning 4-hour smack-offs for no pay while the rest of you listened on your transistor radios wishing you could be like me. Like Sean, if I could be like Sean. So maybe I'm a bald, bitter, angry old man. But you know who else is? Michael Jordan, the greatest to ever do it. And as the old saying goes, better that than a Speedo and a scorching case of herpes. Brad, thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Hey! How long is that? That's 5 minutes?
That was about 5. Well, how long was it, Ben? 5:15.
This is the hard part. The hard part I always have with the smack-offs is that I don't get all the jokes about the other entrants
and that's what wins.
Yeah, that's what wins, and that's why I wonder. You do a really good job with it, but you don't have a whole lot of time to listen to Rome anymore. So how do you do your research for all that?
I end up doing what I did there, which is talking about a lot of the guys that were around when I was listening to the show.
So it feels a little bit like an old-timers thing almost.
The nostalgia, it plays okay.
This is what I'm saying. This is what I know about you compared to other smack-off callers that I've noticed in the past when I do listen, because I'm not nearly as big a devotee of it as you are. Mm-hmm. So many of them just sound like they're reading off of me insane. I can't enjoy it one bit. Whereas you, it's very clear that you've got your list of bullet points.
Yes.
And you're just flowing.
Yeah.
The terms of just, if we looked at it like a rap battle or something, you look way more like you're able to improvise in the moment. And that always makes it, at the very least, you should have finished in the top three. Because I know at least one of those clowns in the top three was reading from a script printed on a dot matrix printer. Because those bastards living in their mom's basement can't afford anything better than that.
You know what ended up being a big piece of ammunition for at least two of the callers that finished above me, including the winner? The Halloween party we had here, where I was dressed in a mesh shirt, being part of Right Said Fred.
Yeah.
Figgy posted the video of me standing waiting to go on stage, and that got in the hands of some of the participants. And there was a Zoom call element to this smack-off because Rome's on TV now. So the three people that finished ahead of me all did their stuff on Zoom, so they had visual aid. I just called on the phone like an old school guy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you got to be on Zoom
Figgy felt bad. Figgy felt really bad.
I think so. Did they do a good job with the jokes?
It was hilarious.
Was it?
Yeah, it was really funny. Brad and Corona, who won it, he did the thing that you can do on a Zoom, like where you take your face on it and you put it on a background, and the background was my chest in that fishnet shirt. And he moved his face right up in between my two pectoral muscles and motorboated me. It was really funny.
Yeah, you can't top that.
I can't come back from that.
It's almost you, and you don't really know all that much about them. It's kind of like when you're at a disadvantage. If you mix it up with somebody on X, the anonymous person has an advantage in that you know nothing about them that you can throw in their face.
And you're a public figure.
They can Google anything about you to use against you.
Yeah.
That's it. But yeah, the delivery much better. I can tell. I can say without listening to any of them that your delivery was better.
Thank you. I appreciate
you were
that.
self-deprecating, which was good, but in a way where you're also the best is. Passive-aggressive self-deprecation, where you're making fun of yourself, but it's as you're making fun of somebody else at the same time.
All right.
What was the prison guy thing? Was there a guy that actually made a call from prison?
No, he didn't. But Vic is the guy I was talking about there.
Yeah.
Comes across as a little bit gangsta.
And then was it a requirement that everybody had to do a prize picks mention? Or was that just you
that
randomly?
was me doing it. No, so Jim, I made that up like 5 minutes before my call.
Yeah.
Because Jim did a Prize Picks commercial. I'm like, I bet I can mix in something about Prize Picks and take shots at the other callers, which I did.
Oh, good.
He liked that, yeah. So there you go. All right.
Yeah, it's a crime that you weren't in the top three.
Thank you, Pope Zaza. I appreciate that, man.
Without having listened to any
I was going to say, as soon as I asked you before we played it, I'm like, should I finish fourth? I'm like, Seth has listened to none of these calls.
It's been one of the biggest disappointments I've had when I've listened to the Smack Off is how many of them sound really scripted. I don't like that.
Yep. All right, final segment coming up. Our football talk in this segment, which was 2 minutes of Nick Caley, is presented by Paramount Plus. Streaming November 16th on Paramount Plus, it's the return of Landman from Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, featuring Academy Award nominees Demi Moore, Andy Garcia, and Sam Elliott. Landman, new season streaming November 16th, only on Paramount Plus. Final Get You Ready segment for Jags and Texans. We'll talk to the guys on In the Loop and find out what the question of the day is as well. But first, here's a question of the day for you. Do you need a new luxury
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. We'll talk to the guys on In the Loop in just a little bit. Find out what they got going on. Question of the day. Of course, the big goings-on around here. Jacksonville coming to town on Sunday, man.
Mm-hmm.
Jacksonville coming to town, 5-3. Texans are 3-5. And this is a must-win for the Houston Texans.
It's must-win.
If you're one of these people, like us, where the sun's out and we're not got this dark cloud thing going on like Bill O'Brien was yelling at that one guy about, we're positive around here, baby.
Yeah.
If you are
tired of you guys with your doom and gloom, I'm positive.
Doom and gloom. They're 3-5, but they can be 5-5 in 2 weeks, just like that. But in all seriousness, they got to win this thing, man. You cannot fall. You can't. The teams that are ahead of them right now, it's hard to find teams that I think are going to regress enough to where they fall into the same neighborhood. For example, the Denver Broncos, they look like a paper tiger right now. Like if CJ doesn't get hurt, I think the Texans beat them last week.
Mm-hmm.
They needed Geno Smith to make a ton of mistakes just to beat the Raiders at home 10-7 last night. And yet they've got a 3-game lead on you, and they won the head-to-head. Like the teams, I'm looking at the teams ahead of the Texans right now, Seth, and I'm like, man, the Bills are maybe not the elite Super Bowl type team, but I don't think they're going to fall back into a 10-7 type swamp.
Yeah.
The Patriots have a pretty easy schedule and look legit right now. You know, the Broncos are 7-2. The bigger issue might be for the Texans, like the teams that you're kind of in a swamp with right now include Kansas City and Baltimore, who I expect both of them by the end of the year to kind of even out and play pretty well. Like, it's tough sledding right now.
You had brought this up earlier, and we've heard this from Caley himself and C.J. Stroud, the story of the Rams last year, who were 2-6 and then ended up making the playoffs. That's where the one thing where I'd hold back a little bit on saying it's a must-win game is that there's plenty of stories of teams that have come back from 2-6 and then made the playoffs or whatever. But the circumstances this year make it that much tougher. And you remember those teams because it happens very, very rarely.
Yeah.
It's like the Redskins back in the late 90s. It's a few here and there where they start off to miserable starts and then end up with a winning record. It's really, really hard this year with this schedule.
With this schedule, and I haven't gone back and looked at the Rams season last year.
They beat some good teams on the way back, but they also had some squeakers against like 13-9 to the Cardinals. It wasn't an emphatic like, oh, we're on the rise here. They really had to scrap their way back.
They had to scrap their way back. I would imagine this is where this game becomes closer to a must-win for me. It's a division game against a team that you've already lost a game to.
Mm-hmm.
So this would be a team now that you'd have in the division that's not only significantly ahead of you, but owns the very first tiebreaker of head-to-head. And this is without having played a single game against Indianapolis yet.
Yeah.
So you got to start not just stacking wins, but you got to start stacking wins inside the division too, or against some of these teams like Jacksonville and Indy may be a little further ahead now, but teams that you're going to be in the mix with. That's the good news about the Texans, that if they do go on a run and get back into the mix here, they've got, what do they have? They've got 9 games left. They're 3-5. You're inherently going to be beating some of the teams that you're going to need a tiebreaker against, and you're going to have wins over them. If you're able to get back to 10-7, it's impossible to get to 10-7 without having beaten teams like the Colts one time, or maybe the Bills, or Jacksonville this week, that kind of thing.
Plus the Rams, it was 2-4 that they started, not 2-6.
Oh, okay.
They started it at 2-4, then they beat the Vikings, and then they beat the Seahawks.
Okay, that's kind of a big difference.
That's a big difference.
2-6. I mean, you and I are just going off of what was said in some press conferences about 2-6.
Yeah, maybe I'm reading the schedule wrong.
2-4, okay.
Which would be a stupid thing to do, but I've done dumber.
All right, so I think the must-win, at least or at least near must-win label for this game, I think, to me, is the biggest storyline for Sunday. As far as deals in C.J. Stroud, this is Davis Mills' first true sort of first string, first backup, coming in, prepping for a week. 2 years ago when C.J. got concussed, we thought it might be Davis. It ended up being Case Keenum. Here's D'Amico Ryans on his expectations for Davis Mills.
Yeah, what I expect from Davis is to, do what he's done in the past. He started games in his league before, so it's nothing new for him. But it is a benefit for him being able to get the reps, get the reps throughout practice, getting the walk-through reps, getting every single rep that he can get, getting on the same page with the receivers, getting the huddle, getting the snap count, all those little things, right? Getting the operation down the proper way. He's done a good job with that. Today he did an outstanding job. Thought we were efficient in and out of the huddle at the line of scrimmage. He did a great job of communicating. So I'm excited to see Davis go play.
The best game Davis Mills ever played was the Chargers game, right? And a victory, at least. He had another good game that same year. I'm blanking on it, but it was in a loss.
He was really good against the Patriots early.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
He lost to Mac Jones.
That's right. That's right. But Davis outplayed Mac Jones in that game. It was the Rookie of the Year.
Yeah.
But it was just those were the two good performances
that
year.
That was a Culley game management game. Remember, it's like let them score to get the ball back, and Culley just could not wrap his brain around.
Oh, that's right.
Idea of letting the Patriots score.
So I think that to get the absolute best out of Davis Mills, you have a little bit of maybe, hopefully, an ambush element. That the play calling might be a little bit different to suit Davis Mills. The Jaguars haven't seen Davis Mills, but some of the issues that Davis Mills has had previously in his career showed up with or without having had reps in practice and everything. Just sailing the ball on some of the easy routes, some of the decisions he made that easily could have been interceptions. That's the second part. There is what I would hope the practice will help him avoid is some of the ill-advised throws that he went in and, man, sometimes the ball was coming out real fast, which is generally a good thing, but sometimes it was coming out fast into bad situations, and they were lucky not to have the ball intercepted.
Ariante Ursery versus Josh Hines-Allen. What is your appetite for this matchup?
If you look at the stats and you see that Josh Hines-Allen only has, I think, 2 sacks on the season right now, you might be tempted to think, oh, wow, he's not even that good. It was just he was good versus Ariante Ursery. No, he's been very, very good. Just it's one of those years where he's rushing the passer well, but it's not resulting in a lot of sacks. I'm just as nervous about Josh Hines-Allen versus Ariante Ursery as I was in. Actually, I probably wasn't nervous enough in week 3 because I thought they were going to give Ursery a lot more help. They didn't.
No.
So
here you go, kid.
I think if there's a lesson they learned, it's that, okay, give Ursery a couple chances and spells to see how he handles Josh Hines-Allen. But Josh Hines-Allen has more of a strength and speed combo than Nick Bonito last week did. And I thought that Ursery did a good job handling Nick Bonito's speed. He got beat a few times, but he didn't look as lost as he did in week 3 versus Josh Hines-Allen. But it's a different challenge. So we'll see just how much, or also just how much is has Kaylee been able to figure out, all right, we gotta help him out. One of the things you can do to help him out is play with 6 offensive linemen. We just don't know if they're going to be able to do that if Titus Howard is injured.
Yeah, Titus Howard in the concussion protocol. If he's out, I'm assuming Blake Fisher, who was the 6th offensive lineman, plays right tackle, which means that either Kingston or Trent Brown, if they choose to go that route with 6 offensive linemen, because they're banged up at tight end too. I mean, Dalton Schultz is practicing, but he's been banged up. Harrison Bryant has not been practicing. So I don't know what the solution is at tight end or 6 offensive linemen.
I see Luke Lachey get called up
That's
this
a good
week.
point. Yep.
Yeah.
Now they're already they only get 2 call-ups. They're already using 1 on a kicker. We should point that out. Matthew Wright is going to get called up, presumably is going to get called up from the practice squad because they haven't put Kaimi Fairbairn on IR.
I mean, they might make a roster move here. It's
they could
just cut somebody and elevate Luke Lachey. Who knows?
Maybe so. Defensively, I think the key is put this game on Trevor Lawrence. And I'm going to say put it on Trevor Lawrence, put it on his arm. Put it on Trevor Lawrence's right arm in this game. Keep him in the pocket, discipline rush lanes, all that good stuff. Take away his first read. If you take away Trevor Lawrence's first read and you keep him in the pocket, fantastic things are going to happen for the Houston Texans.
Trevor Lawrence is who he is. He's a first-read quarterback that is a deer in the headlights when he has to figure out anything or diagnose it.
Stupid hair.
But the question will be with that secondary, if Jalen Petrie can't play, they started playing him some last, and that's gone. Exactly how do they account for the absence of Jalen Petrie? Is one of the safeties going to come down, and just how do they play in the defensive backfield? That's a big question. It makes it a little bit easier for Trevor Lawrence.
We might see some little of the rookie Jalen Reed, a little "Let's do it." He might be screaming that on the sidelines on Sunday. Exactly.
Kamari Lassiter played in the slot. So, I mean, he can play in the slot, and he has in spells, and last week he did a little bit. So they might be a mix and match of if Jalen Petrie can't play, sometimes Kamari will come down in the slot, it might end up being one of those beneficial things where because they have to compensate for the absence of Jalen Petrie, they're also going to be showing a lot of different looks at Jacksonville.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's a rose-colored glasses take.
Do you feel like you have a cornerback that you would feel comfortable putting in there with Lassiter slotting in? Because I honestly thought
Who would be next up? Tremon Smith?
Probably.
Yeah.
I thought that this might be one of those things where they feel comfortable elevating Miles Bryant to do the Jalen Petrie role.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's probably the most likely scenario.
That could be, yeah. Again, we were just saying one of the issues you have, because there's a lot of places they could bring guys up from the practice. You only get two.
D'Angelo Ross has been called up a couple times this year.
Yeah, D'Angelo Ross is good. Yeah, and one is a kicker. You already know, barring some move on the 53, like Seth was just saying, if the team stays as is, barring somebody getting cut or put on IR, you're going to be using one of those two practice squad call-ups on Matthew Wright to kick.
That's a good point.
Yeah. So, yeah. This is a...
It's been a rough situation.
Yeah, man.
That you might have to make some roster moves that you really don't want to make, but you're just so decimated that they have to do it.
Yep. Yeah. Are you baiting John Lopez by calling this a must-win? No, John wasn't even in the room when I called it that. But
he would agree.
I would?
Mm-hmm.
No, I wouldn't.
I've veered off. I used to be a mathematical must-win guy. I was only must-win if it was mathematical. I've strayed from that.
Yeah.
Right. I gave up.
You've mellowed?
Yeah. I'm gonna let the terrorists win. Whatever.
I'm a terrorist.
That's quite the leap right there.
I'm a mathematical terrorist. Yeah. How you guys doing?
Good, man.
Yeah?
I'm sluggish.
Football Friday. Okay, I like your honesty.
I'm gonna be
Reggie.
honest. Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't moved at full speed once today.
What happened?
Too much workout, man.
A lot of exercise yesterday.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Full workout, and then went and played basketball at a high intensity.
Okay, punishing yourself for something? Are you hurting inside emotionally about something?
Hadn't played basketball in 3 weeks, so I was like, I got to do this, and it just happened to line up with the workout, and I was like, we're doing it, and.
What's the
future Reggie will deal with it? And here is future Reggie right in front of you.
What's the Reggie scouting report on Reggie as a hooper?
Depends. Do I have my wind, which actually I haven't had in a little while? So
if you have your wind, yeah. Like
if I have my wind, slasher, kind of a connector on offense, moving the ball, and then
glue guy,
rebound.
He's a Josh Okogie.
Rebounder, screener.
That is a Josh.
Kind of Josh. Okay. My Nigerian brethren. 100%.
That's a good one. Yeah. Okay. That's your comp.
Yeah.
Josh
plays, knock down a shot here and there.
How would you have fit in on a John Lopez coached AAU
very well.
team? Yeah,
very well. Yeah,
okay.
I think I'm coachable.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he wouldn't have started.
He's a floor slapping Jesse.
Oh, see, I won't do that. I respect myself too much to slap the floor. Yes. I respect myself way too much to slap the floor.
Oh my God. All right, boys. So what is the Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing? You're listening to KLT AM KLT FM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station. What is the question of the day?
All right, so Amy Adams Strunk was spiteful right before the trade deadline. She didn't want to make a trade with the Patriots, and apparently there was I don't know if it was a deal on the table, but definitely talks were going on for Pollard, and she said nope because she's still spiteful, holding a grudge against Mike Vrabel.
Oh, so the Patriots were trying to get Tony Pollard.
Pollard
would have been a nice pickup for them.
Yeah. So what's the longest grudge you've held? What's the longest or most bitter, however you want to define it, grudge that you've held?
I'm in the middle of a multi-year grudge with one of my brothers.
Really?
Nice.
Yeah. Yep.
That always tends to. I got one of those.
Didn't
too.
come to my wedding.
Oh,
yeah.
Is this so?
Didn't show up in my.
Is
wedding.
this close enough? Because it's your brother that the details would be problematic to share.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't want to go too deep into the family history or anything. I just know that I'm in the middle of a multi-year grudge with my brother.
I would say, because I don't know if I would call it a grudge or not, but there's a couple people that in my life that I realized, like, okay, they're like, the zero contact is the only appropriate policy here.
Yeah.
So, like, I try to think that I'm not holding a grudge and it's just more of a pragmatic move.
Yeah.
That I'm not doing it like I was like, no, that's a person who's just not good for me.
Mm-hmm.
And I try to, so I guess they probably think I'm holding a grudge, But they're also the kinds of people who have multiple people who have decided to make the same decision.
They're narcissistic enough to go, this is totally about me.
Yeah, exactly. How could they do this to me? Like 29 other people have done in my life. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have
I'm trying to think of a funny one. You did remind me. I have one against my brother because he tried to jack my nephews and nieces from my parents' will. Because my brother had died.
Yeah.
And he tried to say, let's just split that 4 ways rather than 5 because there's 5 kids.
Yeah.
And tried to exclude my nephews and nieces.
Holy smokes.
So, we're still.
That's one of those moves that you've got to know that you've got support in the room before you throw it out there.
No.
You look like
here's
such a jerk.
Here's the kicker. You'll love this. I was the executor of the will.
Yeah.
But he had the actual will.
Yeah.
And he before, when we sat down finally after all the funeral and everything, when we sat down, he goes, we don't need to look at the will. There's nothing in there. Let's just split it 4 ways. And I look at my sister and I'm like, well, I kind of want to see it.
Dude.
So this went on for like 2 days.
Yeah.
And finally he brought the will and I went, what the hell?
Wow.
He changed it?
Yeah. No, he knew that it was in there.
Oh.
Yeah.
He knew that it was in there.
I got a similar thing where when my grandmother died, she and my grandpa had cut my dad out of their will because my dad, he's a colorful personality. But they were going to give his share to his, how many? 6 children. Sometimes I count them all up. To his 6 children. But one of his siblings would try to argue, well, but you took her when she died. And I was like, yeah, I know. That's why
That's it.
his issues are not our issues. They cut him out of the will specifically and so it wasn't. She was trying to make us pay for my dad's debts.
Yes.
When that was the specific reason my grandma didn't want him in the will.
What are most often what are the things that most often cause grudges, do you think? Is it relationships? Is it job stuff? What?
I think just how you're treated. Because I was trying to think of some lighter-hearted ones other than my brother. Because
I don't have a ton of grudges. That's the thing.
One of mine, and I don't remember exactly the situation, what happened, because I generally like Deion Sanders. But I remember covering a Niners game. That's how long I've been covering sport. A Niners game when he was playing. And he did something to a buddy of mine that was just really heinous. In the post-game locker room. It wasn't being rude. We get being rude, or I don't want to talk. But something really mentioned his divorce or something like that, like that. And so ever since then, there's always a part of me that I like Deion, but I'm like, I can't forgive him for that.
I got mine along those lines.
Yeah.
Like holding a grudge against somebody who would have no idea that I'm holding a grudge against.
The best type of grudge.
Yeah. Warren Sapp.
Oh yeah,
Warren Sapp is mine. Yeah, Warren Sapp. He was at the Super Bowl. The first one I was on was 610, which was in New York.
Yeah.
And Travis Johnson was doing the show with me and Rich. That was before they added Ted Johnson to the show. And Travis grabbed Warren the chair in Radio Row. And I had been putting together with each of the guests that came by. My son was turning 16 that week.
Okay.
My older son. And so, the famous people that came by, I said, hey, can you do a quick 15-second, hey, happy birthday, Jim. Nothing big, just happy birthday. And I was going to splice them all together, and make it, which I did. And everybody was cool about it. Everybody. Kevin Harlan was the best. Kevin Harlan did a 1-minute call of it, Harlan fashion.
That's awesome.
Warren Sapp, I asked him to do it, and not only did he refuse, he acted totally put out that I even asked.
Yeah.
Made me feel 5 inches tall, stormed off.
Sean, there was you could ask anybody who lived in the Tampa area, around the time that Warren Sapp was a player, ask if they know any stories about him.
Yeah.
Being rude to people on the beach, to people in public or anything that was Warren
Just
Sapp's
an
deal.
a-hole.
Yeah, just a miserable human being.
Miserable to the extent that when at a couple Super Bowls later, I think it was one in Atlanta where he got pinched with the 2 hookers that he wouldn't pay or whatever.
Yeah.
I was ecstatic about that. I wanted to take Monday off to celebrate.
Yes.
That guy's a jackass.
Yeah, but stuff
I'm getting mad thinking about it now. That's the formula for a good grudge.
That's right.
Yes.
There's money, relationships. I think those come in. But I actually had a little back and forth on Twitter at one point with Warren Sapp because he tried to convince me that he was not on the internet laughing about that one time that he went to work and gave his coworkers an adult sex toy. You don't remember that when he got fired from NFL Network, supposedly gifting his. I was like, how? we've got him a little bit.
Yeah.
And I was just like, nah, I know who you are. We don't need to do this.
All right, boys.
And
This
of
will
course,
be good. Yeah.
the Adams family.
Oh, yeah. I think, the texts are going to be amazing today. The grudges, the Houston sports grudges that get held. I'm sure there's some James Harden will be anybody who's requested a trade will be in that we've held a grudge against. All right, good stuff. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. And Seth, antibodies to you.
Antibodies and Brad and Oxnard or wherever. he can go die.
Thank you, Seth. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Seth's got grudges against guys.
Seth is the best.
Yeah.
at grudges.
All right. There you go. All right. We are done. We are out of time. 9 a.m. is when I'll see Seth next on Texans Countdown. We look forward to that. Noon kickoff on Sunday. A reminder here on Sports Radio 610 Jags and the Texans, which I'm sure the fellers on In the Loop are going to be going deep on today, and on the drive with Stoerner and Hughley in Area 45. Keep it tuned to Sports Radio 610 all day long. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are In the Loop. Football Friday starts now.
You heard the man. It is a Football Friday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Happy Friday to you. Happy Friday to you as well, John Lopez.
I said I was great. I always like to have a good attitude. My headphones just broke.
Yeah, what is happening there?
I got
the funky headphones.
I got
going
one
on.
ear, so I'm almost great. But happy Friday. Yeah.
Fig, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I don't know how to feel about those new mic arms in this studio, man.
Are they blocking cameras and stuff?
Yeah.
Well,
it makes.
We'll be awkward if we got to be awkward. We're still going to have a good Friday.
Reggie's does, but we're all right.
That's fine.
Yeah,
I think we'll be good.
This one's a circus.
Is it really?
Yeah. It's
real high.
It's high and it blocks the camera. Yeah.
It look like you work for a music station.
A camera that just comes up out of the desk, like right here. Why do we have to have a jungle gym in here?
Because they keep breaking.
Yeah, we broke a whole bunch.
It's
of
our
them.
fault.
Apparently, myself and Ron the Show Hughley have stronger arms than we realize when we're moving around these microphones.
Look at you.
Clearly, that's not the answer.
The gym?
Clearly, that's not actually the answer. All right, let's get going on a Friday. Get involved with the program on a Football Friday as we gear up for Texans and Jaguars. I almost said Broncos. We've done that. We've seen that. We've played that. Now it's time to see the Jaguars come through. Yes, that sound makes sense there, Sean. And get involved with the program all the day long. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. Also, we always have appreciation for the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on the Twitch chat, 610 Houston. And John Lopez, I got to tell you, I didn't think I would be annoyed in the way that I would be listening to Nick Caley talk.
Well, you and me both, bro.
He got me. He drew me offside. Just a real strong hard count. I was like, ah!
Yeah. So I was the same way. I was trying to convince myself, look, anytime things aren't going well, everything's going to be magnified, and maybe it's me. Maybe it was me. I was trying to convince myself. Maybe it's me just being bitter and sort of angry. And I was trying to give Nick Caley, like, what else are they supposed to say? Well, we'll get to that. I thought it was just me, and then the more I heard this, I was like, it's not just me.
Starting with me, Sam.
It's not just me. It's him.
Is that a drop? Yeah. Is that a drop we got, Fig, or just Nick Caley?
Starting with me, standing here.
Very good. Excellent.
Which is perfect, by the way, for this segment.
Yeah, that was one of the things he said. Obviously, the coordinators talk on Thursdays of a normal week, and that was yesterday. And so the coordinators talked, Matt Burke, Nick Caley, Frank Ross. As always, especially with the way that this team is situated, the offense being the number one thing that you look at and you have concerns about, Nick Caley's availability is always front and center with us. And this week, even more so when you consider the starting quarterback's not playing. And you've seen issues with that. You're probably starting right tackle is likely not to be playing. Ed Ingram, do we even have clarification there either?
No, still a DNP.
Right?
Yeah.
So that's another one that we personally haven't talked a ton about. I think we believe that maybe you have Juice Scruggs slide over, but even that, there's a lot of uncertainty there. But the things that feel more certain, I would probably say don't feel certain in the good way.
Yeah.
Can we start with Caley one here? Because this one absolutely got under my skin, John Lopez. I'm going to be honest. And to be fair, it's not just Nick Caley. It's the entirety
right,
of the
that's
team.
what I was trying to convince myself, but it was.
Because we've had we've had people ask a number of times. Shout out to Sarge, I think, bringing this back up a number of times. And then I believe it was, I can't remember who asked the question this week, so apologies there. But continue. people that are in charge, the people that are in front of the microphone, what is the identity of this team? Nick Caley's answer here really, really upset me.
Yeah, what I would say is, a physical outfit that wants to run the ball downhill, okay, starting with that with change-ups, okay. We did not run the ball well enough, okay. I would say that starting off, and then we've shown the ability to drive the football, okay. We haven't been able to finish well enough, which has been disappointing. So we've got to do a better job of that again, starting with me, standing here, okay, and we own that.
We want to run the ball downhill. Well, cool story.
I appreciate
we all want things.
I appreciate that. Well, yes, that's a great point.
I mean, do every NFL team want to run the ball downhill?
I want to have dinner with Christina Aguilera. I mean,
I've heard this once before. You and Christina Aguilera, huh?
Oh, she's the real deal.
Okay.
She's a big fan.
Yeah, I'm realizing that more and more so.
But what has got nothing to do with it?
I think the particular portion of it, Figgy, I know you're talking about wanting to run downhill. I think teams want to run the football always. Mm-hmm. Downhill is very particular to this team. Yeah. I mean, obviously, it's a largely inside zone from what I've been able to see. Team. The thing that's frustrating, and I think you're alluding to that, John Lopez, is that you can want it all you want. This is clearly not something you do well. Yeah. And not only is that the case, if you go and you actually put the numbers on it, there is not a single way you could slice it that is something that you do well. Mm-hmm. And so I appreciate that, one, he acknowledged that they have not done that well, and two, that he said want as opposed to like this is what we are, because that'd be a whole different level.
Especially if he was asked like about identity.
What he was asked about his identity.
Yeah.
And the frustrating thing is that what Nick Caley talked about a lot, and I understand that was in a time period where you hadn't had the opportunity to fully get a grasp of what you wanted to do. Like you were still trying to figure some things out with your personnel and all those and training camp and such. But this is supposed to be a game plan and do what's best for the personnel that we have type approach to offense. Mm-hmm. Run the ball downhill does not make sense. Like if you take it from yards, they are in the 20s when it comes to total yards. If you take it from yards per game, they're in the 20s. If you take about yards per play, they're in the 20s. If you take it from efficiency stats, there's a number of them, EPA per play. Stuff percentage, right? Or even one of my favorites, success rate, right? Mm-hmm. How many times they have a low success rate? They are really middling, if not below average when it comes to explosives. It's like they're not getting runs over 10 yards. There's just no way to cut it in any facet that this is a team that runs the ball well in any way. Talk less of being physical and getting upfield. And we know that because we watch this offensive line, and they are not a physical offensive line. So, and
nothing about them says run downhill.
And it's like it's one of two things. Either you're completely neglecting what you have in front of you, which is probably possible here, or actually, I don't even know if there's another one. I thought I had another one, but there it goes. It just feels like you're neglecting what's happening here, or you're just really bad at executing what you want to do.
I definitely want to get to the other two cuts, Figgy. Just do them in order, because this, people talk about triggers. This is what really triggered me and got me thinking about this, because Nick Caley said a lot. He was, obviously didn't get too riled up, but he said a lot, but did he really say anything? And then this one happened, and that would be the first Caley, Figgy.
I take accountability for, if that's what you're implying, I take accountability starting with me on this. It's the entire operation. So we've got to do a better job. We got to, find better ways to ultimately get the ball across the goal line. I understand the intent of what you're asking, but you're asking me about execution physically. That's what it means. We also have to put ourselves in position to be able to find different ways to score. And so, it hasn't been good enough. I definitely agree with that. No doubt about it. And, that's the quest, is to do that for sure. It's the whole thing. Yeah, it's how you practice. It's how you approach everything. And then ultimately, when you get an opportunity for 60 minutes on Sunday, you got to go do it. And haven't done a good enough job of that.
And so what is accountability is obviously a question. And the question is about, they always talk about execution, which sort of puts it on the players and, hey, we're doing our job. But then he did clarify and say, no, it's us as well. But the whole, I take accountability, we have to be better. To me, it's just sort of a disarming tactic. Look, I'm not saying I'm not at fault here, but it always goes back to the execution, always goes back to what we want to do, and we're not doing it. It just hit me the wrong way, man.
Right, and I don't want to be hypocritical on this because this part of answering the question, when you don't get the answers to questions at all, it's frustrating, and now we get some answers and they're not satisfactory, and it's frustrating. Yeah. So I don't want to glaze over or gloss over that portion of this. The thing that is what should he say? And that's ultimately what I want to get to is that really none of the answers are going to really mean much unless you are starting to unless you get to the right answers, or even you're starting to demonstrate an ability of finding some answers. And that's the thing that is the most frustrating about all of this. I'm not seeing the experimentation to start finding the right answers. The small portions of the right answers that you have found, it feels like you've walked away from time and time again. You know what I'm talking about. What up, Jalen Noel? And the answers are also similar. And that's why the run thing hit me, right? I get it. Early on, that is the idea, especially we're going to try and come in, we're going to try and coach up this guys on the offensive line for the technique to be better, for you to go and be aggressive, and that's going to be our identity. When you get halfway through the season and you're looking up and it's like it's not quite working that way, it feels weird to be able to step out here and be like, well, that's what we are. It's not.
It's not.
It's not. And if you're telling me, well, we got to find another way, holding on to that as identity feels like it's erroneous here.
Yeah, and you said find another way. And I'm glad that texter brought that up. And look, I started this whole segment by saying, maybe it's me. I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt. But you can't, I always say it, you can't help how you feel. And this just made me feel irritated, because we've heard this before, and this whole, you have to take accountability and it starts with me. Yes, we know. We know it starts with you. But the big takeaway for me after I heard this and kind of looked at the offense and the things that you're talking about, it still made me feel like he's just kind of guessing out there, whether it's the practice field or like, let's try this. We want to be, and he's also has the directive from above. We're going to run the ball.
Yeah,
and maybe his hands are tied.
That's quite possible, right? And maybe that's why you have to continue to this particular answer, even in the face of it and not showing any numbers. Literally, I was, as he said that, I pressed pause on it and I went back and I started pulling up every statistic I could think of running
I'm glad you did, because there's nothing that says that.
I couldn't find it.
Yeah,
and so like it's either insanity in the wide held thought of the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, even though that is not actually the definition of insanity. But, I mean, that's what it would be. It feels like that would have to be the case. Either you are doing this level of insanity or this is being foisted upon you that this has to be a part of the identity. And ultimately, whichever those is, or whichever one of those it is, the most frustrating thing to me, the thing that I'm most upset about is that the job is not getting done and that you find yourself in a place where you're wasting fantastic opportunities and really an incredible defense in the process. I hear you, Davis Mills. We're trying to find that identity. It feels like right now the ways that they're going about it aren't right. We'll see. Another opportunity to put something on wax is show if you can maybe start to give us some level of idea that you are working towards the right degree, right answers here. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 here on a Friday, getting going. Coming up next, it's not just football this weekend that is of interest. The Houston Rockets 5-game winning streak, and they begin NBA opponent San Antonio Spurs. What are you hoping to learn here from the Spurs or from the Rockets in this game tonight? 713-572-4610. We talk about it next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
But Clint, they
6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
So what do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my first. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Football Friday to you. John Lopez, the OG, sitting next to me. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig on the ones, twos, and you, 713-572-4610. NBA Cup is upon us, friends. How you
go.
You excited? You excited for it?
Well, I mean, I'll watch some.
Yeah, okay.
But I won't even know.
Get in.
Other
Get
than
into it, dog.
Are the floors going to be all funky again?
They're going to be funky. The NBA.
I am going to know. I was going to say I might not even know.
Although to be fair, it won't feel as tough because you're playing in San Antonio.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they always have colorful.
And I think their colorful court is going to be so it won't feel as offensive.
It will still stand out though.
Yeah, it will, but it won't feel as offensive to the eyes when they get this all red court or whatever, these all yellow courts that are like
Yeah. Maybe that's the thing that I have against the
they're harsh.
The NBA Cup. I don't like the courts.
The courts are harsh. I get why they had to do it though, right? The whole idea is we're trying to make this feel like something.
They have to do that?
Maybe.
Like there was a yellow one. Wasn't there a big giant yellow one?
I think that was Pacers. Yeah. Well, I think the idea is you need people to know immediately when they turn this on. This is something different.
Right. Put the trophy at center court like they do.
Yeah, but even then, right? What happens if you're on one side of the court? Like that trophy, it has to pop. Mm-hmm. Again, I'm also having my eyeballs assaulted by this. I'm with you. However, I understand the reasoning, and I feel like this is how you try and build a trademark eventually. But, I mean, with that, like I said, the Rockets in San Antonio tonight for their first NBA Cup game of the season, and maybe more importantly, their first real tough challenge after a stretch of 5 games that they should have won. And to be fair to them, they did win.
Yeah.
They go 5-2, or they're 5-2 now after losing the first couple of games. Early on in the season, you get the reigning champs on opening night, and then you get who do they have the next on that Friday thereafter? Oh my goodness,
the Pistons?
Of course it leaves me. Yes, the Pistons.
Yeah.
At home, which is a close game and one that you probably could have won, but things happen. What are you looking forward to in this game? What are you looking forward to learning in this game? Because I think this is an opportunity to learn some things, John.
Well, I think obviously, we'd be burying the lead, so to speak, from a national perspective if you didn't want to see how Rockets match up, division, longtime rivals. This could be the start of something, long term. 3-4 years, and maybe not even that long from now. And this could conceivably be like, hey, Rockets Spurs, all eyes on Texas, that kind of thing. So I want to see some early returns on that. From the Rockets' perspective, I'm just fascinated. I know you are. I'm fascinated by the transformation of this team. They're still good defensively. I think they're 5 or 6 in the NBA right now.
As of right now, 6th best defensive rating.
Yeah,
which has been on a steady uptick for the last 3-4
which you take. But I still think there's been an incredible transformation from a defensive-minded team, even though they're still minded by the coach, to an offensive superpower. I mean, they are an offensive superpower. And there's your 7-7, although they list him at 7-4 shot blocker. I don't think Dylan Harper is going to play today. I think he's got a little slight something going on. But, obviously a young and upcoming defensive team. Now, I want to see what the Rockets' offense looks like in a game like this, both teams 5-2.
Yeah, I think that's very good, especially because you talk about the 7-7 alien over there. The shot blocking of him in particular is really crazy. Now, he's not what you would think of as a traditional, anchor defensively. He's not that strong yet, even though he is rapidly getting stronger, which is very scary. But he's not a guy that's going to completely take away the entirety of your post opportunities. But he's not going to he's not going to let it be easy, right?
Well, you're going to know he's there.
You're going to know he's there.
He's going to affect it.
And so I'm interested in seeing, especially for it matters to them, how effective will they be in those moments against Victor Wembanyama? I think that is going to be something that I find very interesting. Also, his size with this, I think, also brings into question or brings to my mind this is a battle of probably the two best rebounding teams in the league. Actually, yeah, specifically by stats, the two best teams when it comes to rebounding percentage. How does that stack up? Like, are the Rockets? Is this going to be one of those games where both teams just kind of rebound evenly? Does one team kind of out rebound the other and on the night?
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be very interesting because again, you've gotten to that number, but you've done it against some teams that I don't necessarily look at and I go, wow, incredible rebounders necessarily, right? You haven't. I mean, the Pistons are probably the best rebounding team that you played, and you played them rather early. We know that this team, it's part of their identity.
Mm-hmm.
To what degree does that show up against another team that's going to rebound the ball really well?
No, I think on both ends of the floor, that size and the rebounding ability is going to play a big part. On the offensive side, what I'm intrigued with is we know the Astros, the Rockets have a lot of size up front. Is this the kind of game where you're just going to try to attack with different bigs and maybe even Durant, really attack, go to Wemby's chest? And because he's not a one-man team, but he's their heart. He's what's carrying them. Because you do have that kind of size, you can maybe attack him with any of those big guys. Come in and slash. And they might be able to attack more tonight. I'm going to be interested in that.
Yeah, and then it's not attacking the way you're talking about offensively. I am super intrigued in what this looks like defensively versus Victor Wembanyama. I hate to make everything about him, but he ultimately is the hub for what they do. Obviously, a lot of fantastic other players there for them. But teams have started just like straight up doubling him.
Yeah.
And this is a Rockets team that has more of the length and kind of some of the strength to maybe be able to deal with him, but he's still an alien. Does Ime go with a true double, circumstance versus him? Is it able to be effective? And I think the bigger thing for me is how does the Rockets defense rotate out of that? That's one of the things I've been super intrigued by as I nitpick this Rockets team and they find their W's is defensively, they can still play defense, especially when it comes to individual moments of getting a block or getting a steal. But the team defense at times can look a little tortured.
We've
right?
talked about it.
The defensive rotations, guys knowing, all right, it's my turn to go and go and close out, and then I need to pick up here. And those things are a little bit frazzled, and that gets even more so when you have a figure that has such gravity like Victor Wembanyama, where you're going to need to be in rotation more if you do indeed double. How do they handle that is something that I think is a great opportunity to be seen against this San Antonio Spurs.
No, I think it's going to be a fun game to watch on both ends of the floor. And then when you focus on the Rockets, just in general, look, it's way too early, Figgy, to look at standings. But I think it's safe to say, Reggie, the Spurs they might still be in their infancy in terms of being a big-time contender, but they're going to be there in your division all year long. I think it's safe to say that. So it's a good just litmus test in general. You handle, Wemby, but how you start against him. Because, clearly there's going to be some adjustments made. Maybe we need to double him now. We don't need to double him now. But this is a team that and a conference where the Spurs are going to be kind of hanging around, so it's a good litmus test.
Yeah, and just on a larger 30,000-foot view, how does this team play against more teams that are closer to being tests? I think those first two games were really fun, but
and they got the Nuggets coming up.
Yeah, that's the one where I really think that I have an opportunity to kind of wipe away something or get over my incessant need to pick at things, because that's going to be like a mirror game of what the Rockets, I think the high end of the Rockets could be. I think that they have great pieces that match up well, but that's a whole nother week. Right now you got the Spurs, and I do think this is the first time since those first couple of games versus the Pistons
that's legit.
And the Thunder.
Friday night, going to be fun.
And it's you're earlier or you're further on in the season to where now you're starting to see what you have, and I think other teams are starting to see what each other has. Yeah. Those first couple of games I think are somewhat feeling out, which is why I'm not going to put a crazy amount of stock in them losing versus the Thunder. I'm not going to put a crazy amount of stock in that Pistons game.
Yeah.
This one, with hopefully some facsimile of a elevated environment, I'm interested to see how this Rockets team plays out. And I think just generally, there's an opportunity for a really fun game, right? Have you thought about, like I have, the possibility that you just get KD and Wemby going back and forth for maybe 4 or 5 possessions?
Yeah, 100%. And one-on-one on the perimeter, both ways. Let's see them at the top of the circle, the 3-point line. Wemby on. That's what you pay for. That's what you want to see.
Yeah, 832. Fair point to be made. The amount of open threes the Rockets give up is infuriating. Some of that, I think, is the design of some of the defensive sets that they get out there, and some of that, I think, is that defensive rotation. Thankfully, I don't think that that's going to be tested too much tonight because the Spurs are bottom third in the league in even like attempts at three. But if that becomes an issue, like those are the types of things that I guess in the negative that you could be like, oh, okay, this is actually really an issue where you're giving folks that opportunity. But it should be a really fun game, Rockets versus Spurs tonight. NBA Cup, and that might be a good opportunity, right? Like see how the early portions of trying to go and win a little bit of hardware, even if it's not the NBA, actual NBA trophy or the Larry O'Brien trophy. That'll be fun. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, question of the daytime. What's the longest grudge you've held, or maybe the strongest grudge you've held? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about that next.
The Texans are looking.
smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get to the question of the day.
Let's get to it.
Here on a Football Friday, John Lopez, Reginald Adetula, Figgy Fig, hanging out with you and you. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. What's the longest grudge that you
working on with my headphones, but
I don't think does that count as a grudge?
What's that? 44 minutes.
I've already so at least 44 minutes. I've already purchased a new pair. But look, I think the obvious one for me, you know what it is: Amy Adams Strunk, Bud Adams, all those fools that have done whatever. But I think that's a legitimate one. I mean, that's one that I don't just share by myself. That I don't just have by myself.
I feel like you don't have to have it by yourself for it to be a grudge. Now,
but the fun ones are the petty ones. The fun ones.
Oh, 100%.
The fun ones are the petty ones. I still have a grudge, Figgy, against Tyrann Mathieu, the Honey Badger.
Oh, really?
I still do. Anything he does and says, it could be like, "Hey, I'm donating $100,000 to whatever." I'm like, yeah, but that dude still searches himself on Twitter with that. Not his Twitter handle. It's just his name. And lashes out at people and all that. That was after the game here on a Thursday night, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Or Sunday night, something like that.
Yeah, he actually blocked me.
He blocked you? He blocked
the
me?
thing is, and I'm so hurt by it because I was a Honey Badger fan.
Yes, me too.
I was happy when he got here. And it wasn't until he was playing with Kansas City. And remember when they signed Justin Reed, and I tweeted something like, well, the Honey Badger gone.
Yeah.
Because I was saying that because it's obvious.
Because he was gone.
Yeah, because I'm like, they ain't going to sign him back after they signed Justin Reed. And then next thing you know it, I'm like, hey, am I blocked or something? I was blocked.
But after the game here, I think it was a Cowboys tight end or somebody split the safeties and or touch. And I don't remember all the particulars. But I said something about, Tyrann Mathieu or the Honey Badger or whatever. But I didn't even tag him. I mean, it's just commentary on football,
Yeah.
After the game, like within 15 minutes, he's answering and then blocking. I'm like, this dude's searching his name.
Yeah. And it wasn't just like you either. It was just like regular media members.
Oh, he went to a bunch of people.
You know how you tweet the game, Tyrann Mathieu missed that play, or what was he doing right here?
Yeah.
And he would just be going after everybody.
So I still have I don't buy it. I don't buy anything he does.
Yeah, I respect that. Some ones coming in on the text line. This is the one that I love, like the one where it's like this small slight.
Petty.
Will roll with me for the rest of my life. From 713. Mark Stemnowski wouldn't sign my pennant at Oilers training camp when I was 3 years old. 33 now, still don't like him. That's right.
Good for you.
Stand on that.
Good for you.
Yeah, we have no idea what his reasoning was, and I'm wondering though, because like you were 3, do you remember it vividly, or is that one of those things where you've had parents or whatever retell the
3
story?
Is early.
It's possible, right? Where you maintain that thought process, but I've been in situations where if I examine a story that I tell and I'm like, wait, hold on, so much of this is colored by the way that the story was retold. Like the one time that I bit some kid at a birthday party because he tried to steal my balloon. You know what I mean? I don't remember that, but my mom tells me that I did that, and so it sounds real cool. I mean, only God actually knows.
Hey, you really did that?
Yeah,
I think so. Maybe. On the YouTube page, Carlos Beltran for disgracing the Astros in 2017.
That's a good one.
Yeah. I hold on to that one.
That's a good one.
I mean, the Astros, of all the teams locally, would the Astros have the most fan grudges? Because you can talk about.
I think so. AJ Hinch. When
you think AJ Hinch falls in with the grudge?
I think so.
World Series.
Yeah, not putting in Will. Who was it? Will Harris.
Oh,
Will Harris.
Yeah, and not going to Garrett Cole when it really mattered.
There's that one. I mean, you got your Joe Kellys. Some people are. There's a lot of people.
Well, Joe Kelly, that's just good old fashioned.
Yeah, but
fandom.
Hell yeah. Why not? I mean, you could look at who was I just about to say? Goodness gracious. And it completely left my mind as soon as I was about to say. But yeah, I feel like the Astros of the local teams probably have the most I guess grudges with the fan base. Is that fair?
I think that's probably fair. I'm just trying to think. Rockets have a few. I think people hold a grudge against James Harden. Even though, he was very wildly popular, but at the same
way
time,
that he decided to go.
Yeah, all that stuff.
What about Jack Easterby?
Oh, come on. That's never going to go away.
Never. And that's one that nobody's going to be mad at.
Do you have one, Figgy?
Yeah, I actually have a personal one. I kind of hold a grudge against the boss that's no longer there up in Cleveland, who would not give me a chance to run the board at all. I still kind of hold a grudge. I actually saw him later on. I mean, as I had my career here. And everything I can to make myself shine. I'm like, I'm the third host on this show called In the Loop. Yeah, so I'm doing a lot of stuff down there. I was just trying to brag as much as I could.
Rolled up in my Bentley this morning.
Yeah, I'm kind of famous down there now. So yeah, I'm just glad they gave me a chance.
Yes.
So I still hold a grudge. If he was to call me today and say, "Hey, would love for you to." I'm like, I'm cool.
Not going to happen.
Nope. I don't know if I had the experience that you was looking for that one time.
It's fine. So now you do, but it's too late. From the 832, they said twofold. One, Hank Conger made the worst play-at-home play in the history of baseball. They said, I could provide video if needed, and I appreciate that so much. So you're like, no, don't worry about it. I've got plenty of evidence here. Number two, I found to be interesting because they went Jeremy Lin. They were just felt like he pulled off a scam by posing as an NBA superstar is what he went with. And I feel like that's harsh. Because, first and foremost, he had a good couple of weeks. What he's supposed to do, not try and be good? Yeah. And I thought maybe that this person was coming from, he got that big, $28 million from the Rockets that next year. But I also think it's worth noting, they brought him in to be some level feature pieces. They tried to build this thing up. And then all of a sudden, a James Harden comes available. They bring in James Harden, and hey, things change.
Yeah.
Who would have thought we would be here?
I don't know if it's interesting, sad, funny, what it is, but when you hold a grudge against a family member or a close friend. I was telling the story earlier. My brother tried to jack from my parents' will, and by saying, there's nothing to see in the will, let's just split it 4 ways, and he tried to push them out. When you see that person at an event, like at a funeral or a wedding or something, you're just kind of give them the old heads up, the old nod.
Just a knowing look. Just a knowing look.
Yeah, I'm still here.
That's all you need. Astros medical staff, fairs.
Oh, good.
Someone on the YouTube said, I despise Kevin Sumlin for accepting the Aggie job after the last game of UH's run undefeated in 2011. That is actually a good point.
That's a good one.
I had a hard time, or at least I tried to make myself not upset because I'm like, look, you got to take that step up when it's there.
Yeah.
I feel like Sumlin could have done something special, though.
Well, I mean.
Well, you got to take it,
yes,
right?
you got to take it. Mine is Francione.
Is it?
That guy just damn near ran that program into the dirt. They lost, 63-6 or something to Oklahoma? I was like, never going to forgive that, man. I'm never going to forgive that. I don't even know what he's doing now.
This is deep college sports things. I would never forgive Brad Underwood, who I'm sure a lot of you are like, who is this?
SFA,
Brad Underwood,
former SFA, former Illinois,
former SFA coach.
Yeah.
He was a K-State alum. K-State was in that time period where it was like, oh, all right, they might be looking for a new basketball coach. I was like, hey, come on home, man, help the home squad. That man basically stayed at SFA, then went to Illinois, and I was like, oh, okay, I see what it is.
But you got my guy.
You too good to come home. And look.
You got my guy.
All things work out for the good of those who the Lord loves. I appreciate that. But in the moment, I was mad.
Have it go.
One person that dies the lifelong grudge, Lovie Smith.
Yeah.
It could have been a long grudge with him if
that's a great point.
If Carolina actually went with C.J. Stroud, and
he did. That's great.
Yeah, we would have been talking about Lovie Smith to this day, man.
Somebody was mentioning that the grudge against Bill O'Brien, that most fans don't really hold a grudge.
No, that's absolutely
What city
wrong.
do you live in?
Because I understand, Bill O'Brien was annoying in the media, as evidenced by the Boston College situation of, let's say, 4 days ago. However, did you like DeAndre Hopkins?
Yeah, that's where the grudge come in.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Before all of that, you could you can hold a grudge. You don't have to. I wouldn't be mad at it, but it was that 2020 season.
Yeah, and again, I think that person might be the only one that doesn't hold a grudge.
Yeah. I hold a grudge over that because that changed everything.
Yeah.
And can you give me the entirety of the Utah Jazz for continually bouncing the Rockets in those like aughts from the playoffs?
Yeah.
It felt like every year in the playoffs. Here come the Rockets, middle of the playoffs, playing in having
Looking
Utah
good.
in the first round, and then Utah win. I hate Mehmet Okur for reasons that nobody should hate Mehmet Okur because nobody should think about Mehmet Okur.
Yeah.
But I hate him. I do because those Jazz teams constantly got my Rockets out of here. Somebody said Michigan fans still bitter they tried to bench Tom Brady for Drew Henson. Oh man, I feel like this can get real deep, especially like just on individual moves that a coach organization made.
You hold a grudge on stuff.
Those are
you
hilarious.
traded so and so. And
I will never let you live that down.
Yeah.
And then George Karl for just being himself. All right.
Speaking of which, just real quick, there are people to this day that don't like Jerry Jones.
Well,
because of the Tom Landry thing.
Yes.
Not forget about all the nonsense he's done since then.
His first introduction to a lot of fans of sports, particularly Cowboys fans, was, hey, you know that coach that y'all love? I'm getting out of here. Which is funny because it's somewhat revisiting his history if we go back. Tom Landry wasn't getting the job done, and people were souring on him to some degree. But you can't do him like that, right? You can't yeller him. Yes. And apparently you can. Yeah. Apparently you can. Greg Ostertag. See, now I want 713-572-4610. Who is the most obscure player that you have a problem with? Greg Ostertag, I feel like, is the leader in the clubhouse right now. That is the leading off bet here.
That's a good one.
Can you beat Greg Ostertag as obscure player that gets on your nerves and that you have a grudge against? Let me know. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL, and we welcome in B. Scott to join us and talk about whatever the hell that Thursday night football game was. We'll talk about it next.
Yeah, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing.
Let's go around the NFL in the Loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. But before we do that, first we got to welcome in on a Friday the man himself, Brandon Scott. What's happening, man?
Man, it's good to be in here with you fellas. A newly designed, somewhat studio. We got new.
Got a reno.
Don't give him that much credit.
Microphone arms. I'm not sure if I'm on camera properly, but you know what? We're gonna get through it, man. I'm glad to be
all
here.
All of these mic arms is all in the camera view.
I saw that.
I'm in the video.
Yeah, all up in the video.
You got to look at the video and you can move it like I move mine.
I love our engineering staff. I also don't love how they didn't account for that at all.
Well, I think
they were like, "The hell with your cameras."
They
bro.
don't give a damn about all.
Well, other arms just kept breaking, and they were like, "We just got to."
Oh no, I'll
go
go
make
ahead.
a shift.
Let me go ahead and get this off before we even get to around the NFL. The afternoon show was breaking them the microphone arms.
I think it was. I didn't.
Oh, it's not even a question.
I got one on me, so I'm not gonna act like I didn't play it.
No. It's one of my pet peeves because I'll be listening, and I know how this studio is set up, right? Because I'm in here all the time. And it never fails. Like once per segment, one of those guys will pull one of these arms, and the arms were bad, right? And you could hear them squeak because they needed WD-40, right? And so you could hear on the radio squeak, squeak every time they pull the arm. And I'm like, first of all, that sounds bad. Yeah. And second of all, you're about to break the mic. I don't know what it is about Clinton Run, but they got the strongest forearms and wrists that I've ever seen with these damn mics. All right, kicks my soapbox. We can get back onto the show.
I feel like if I had to surmise a guess, or rather throw out a guess, one, Clint just be lifting. Yeah. I think Ron got on them babies. I think babies give you forearm strength.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's
I ain't mad at him for being strong. Just keep your strong ass hands off these damn mics, man.
Breaking everything at the work.
Breaking everything, bruh.
All right, real quick, because I'm doing all the things I shouldn't. We were just talking about what's the longest grudge you held, and this just morphed into like, who is the most obscure player that you have a grudge against? Because somebody came in with Greg Ostertag, and I was like, oh, yeah, we got to get deep on this.
Yeah. Howard Isley, for that matter, if we're going to go. Give me Howard Isley. Didn't like neither one of them cats.
You might be leading the clubhouse. Mike Fires, understandably. I get where you're going there.
Mm-hmm.
Patrick Reed. Jeff Hornset comes up on the text line, which you expressed your dislike for him.
Forget him and wiping the side of that face and them kids that he was saying hello to. The daughter turned out to be all right later on in life.
To be all right.
But that's a side note. Mm-hmm. I'll give you one that's a little bit more recent, but I'm probably gonna hold a grudge forever. Cody Bellinger.
Oh yeah.
Cody Bellinger for his little soliloquy in the locker room or in the clubhouse after the sign stealing scandal. Yeah. And look, I understood the other players for being upset about that whole thing. I wasn't mad for them being mad, but he sounds so like ill-informed and just there was something bro-y about it, like hey dude about it, that was just like off-putting. Yeah. Off-putting, all of it.
Fair enough. And then somebody came up with Chandler Parsons for going to Dallas and immediately starting crap about Houston.
That's a good one.
That is a fair point. I was like, going to Dallas, I couldn't be mad at him, but then him immediately switch sides.
He did.
Yeah. It's all good. They ain't getting no good from it because he ended up getting hurt immediately.
Yes. Yeah, and rarely to be seen or heard from again.
Well, I mean, actually, seen or heard from a lot frequently because he got his media career going immediately.
And I mean as a basketball player, but yes, and that was always going to be in the cards for him. He had the kind of the look, the personality. He was always going to have at least a chance to be good at media.
Yeah. Something that also felt like it was always in the cards. Don't you love a good segue? Was Thursday Night Football returning to its roots of being bad?
Should it always be in the cards?
Man. It shouldn't. However, I was watching this game and I was like, yes, nostalgia. Back to just a few years ago when Thursday Night Football was trash. Yeah. A 10-7 over the Raiders. Let me say that one more time. A 10-7 victory over the Raiders, in which the Raiders are now 2-7 and the Broncos are 8-2. And I'm not gonna lie, I was like, oh, okay. After seeing last week the Broncos up close, seeing them this game, I was like, oh, so that 8-2 is just it's a Vikings last year 8-2, ain't it?
Yeah.
One of the teams got 2 wins, one of the teams only got 2 losses, and it didn't feel like there was a drastic difference between either two of the teams that we were watching last night. This is how bad it was. I'm watching that game, and I'm actively trying to decide, do I want to stick it out with this game, or am I going to flip over to NBA TV where there is a Kawhi Leonard-less and James Harden-less Clippers team facing the Suns?
And they looked like a Kawhi Leonard-less and James Harden-less team, Bijou.
Yes. And so then by the end of it, after I've watched a little bit of both of these games, I'm like, what is wrong with me?
I've got problems.
I'm watching a bad football game. I'm watching a bad basketball game, or at the very least an unnecessary basketball game to watch. What am I doing with my time and with my life? So I found the Allen Iverson documentary on Prime Video that Shaq and Steph Curry produced.
I can match what you just said. So Thursday nights, as we've talked about on the show, I always go to my son's house. It's a really nice thing he does every week. He has a little he cooks dinner for us, and we get to play with the grandkids and all that. So I'm watching this game, and mostly I'm watching it to see the chaos and the. I was telling him before the show, this game, in terms of Thursday night football, had it all: sloppiness, penalties, missed field goals, turnovers.
Neither team could really push the ball downfield.
A punter missed the ball. like literally missed. So, like, in terms of how horrible Thursday night football is, this literally checked every box. So I was watching it to see just how bad it would go. And
it was worse. It was worse than you thought.
It was worse than I thought, but it got to the point where I didn't flip over to the Suns game. I switched over with my granddaughter and watched Frozen for the 875th time.
And that was time well spent.
Better.
That was time well spent.
A more entertaining and worthwhile product.
I know every word in Frozen.
Yes. Hey, look, that is much better than that game, either one of the games that I listed just a minute ago.
Do you know who was between Geno Smith and Bo Nix, who was the better passer by passer rating?
Well, I'm guessing the way you set it up, it would be Geno.
Yeah, it can't be. Like, no one is a worse passer than Bo Nix right now.
Geno Smith
in my mind
with a 60.3, Bo Nix with a 54.2. Even though Bo Nix outpassed Geno Smith by all of 7 yards.
And Geno got sacked 6 times.
That's correct.
Hey, why does it look like when Bo Nix throws the ball like he's skipping rocks?
Dude,
what's that about? Does he know that, like, we're trying to throw the ball in the air? But he's like, because I think he wants to do this sidearm
thing. It'll bounce 5 times
he thinks he's Patrick Mahomes.
It's because he doesn't set his feet.
He
likes throwing off the move. And that it's funny because watching the Texans game, yes, you could say that the Texans were close. We had that conversation. But on the move, in the way that he thinks he can throw on the move, the Texans would have lost that game by a lot. Because there was a lot of moments last week where he's scrambling out of the pocket, trying to throw across his body and just missing and missing and missing. And it felt like you had a good amount of that in this game as well. And it just makes me come back to, oh, yeah, I forgot. I had beef for Bo Nix before I tried to give him a little credit for after last year, because the only reason that I saw him at Auburn, he was not good. Then he got to Oregon where he was just older than everybody.
Yep.
Now I get to bring this back out. Bo Nix hate reactivate.
Bruh, and you talking about the choppy feet. He likes to throw on the move even though he's not that good at it. How about the fact that his feet don't even get set in a clean pocket?
In a clean pocket.
They showed a replay of a pass that, of course, he missed. And his feet get choppy in a clean pocket. He never tries to escape. The pocket isn't flush. It's for the most part a clean pocket, but it looks like he's unsure of himself where exactly to go with the football. And so his feet do this pitter-patter kind of thing, and then he just releases the ball without really finding his balance. I'm like, how is this the quarterback of the 2-loss NFL team? It makes no sense.
Does it say anything? Normally you don't like to say, well, they look like this against this team, and then they look like this against
transitive
that
wins
team.
and properties and such.
Yeah, the transitive properties. I kind of felt a little bit of that, though, even though it's not accurate and I don't subscribe to it.
And it's a short week for them.
And it's a short week, but they just played the Texans. And then you saw them last night. I was like, ooh, I don't know. This doesn't make me feel great, you know?
Yeah, I mean, what was his excuse for how bad he looked against the Texans?
Right.
You know, like he's just not good, man. And
what I'm saying is,
fair enough. The Texans, and I'm sure we'll get into this and B. Scott's thoughts, but the Texans, they got their own introspection to do aside from whether Bo Nix is good or not. They got serious issues over there at NRG. But Bo Nix, like the guy is just, I have to give him credit for this. Kid's got heart. Dude's got a set of stones on him, but a good quarterback he ain't.
Yeah.
He just ain't.
Somebody said Nix or Sanders, who is the more skilled to play quarterback at an NFL level? That's a
Oh, that's a
rough
good
question to ask because Shedeur has some real issues that I think are. I looked at this entire draft class this season. I was like, yep, don't see the guys that I love their skill sets.
Hey, look, you give me Knicks or Sanders, I'm a punt and say get a ball, put the defense on the field.
Yeah. Offensive coordinator B. Scott is like, you know what we're doing in that circumstance? Running the ball. Running.
Hey,
Wildcat.
Hey, you know Wildcat. You know who I prefer? Denver's defense or the Browns defense over their respective quarterbacks.
That's fair. That's fair. Speaking of two lost teams in the National Football League, the Colts are also one of those. How big of a deal is this news that are literally just coming down the pike? Shane Steichen opens his availability today with the news that DeForest Buckner is going to be placed on injured reserve for that team.
Oh, man. It's already a defense that you can just tell by the trade deadline felt like it needed to shore up. Now, it needed to shore up specifically on the back end. That's why they went and got Sauce Gardner.
But that pass rush ain't that solid, man.
What the point that I'm making is that the guys that we know or believe to be good, they're not deep enough or good enough to lose any of those guys. So I think that is a significant deal. Now, at the same time, though, they still look like they have the ability to run up the score when they're right, when Daniel Jones isn't giving the ball away like it's a Christmas gift. But aside from that, like this offense still looks like it can win in a shootout, but losing DeForest Buckner is a serious deal.
Caught a couple of breaks with this. Travis Hunter on IR, and the Texans are not going to have to face a Jaguars team with him. And 4 weeks from now is the Indianapolis Colts game.
Right.
So they're not going to have to face the Colts with Buckner.
Yeah, I'm old enough to remember where they didn't have to face the Broncos with Patrick Surtain, and we see how that worked out great.
Well,
that too.
That worked out great.
Say that, that's a defensive player of the year too.
I'm just
In
saying.
other words, you're 5 days old.
At least, at very least. Hey, 409, you ain't have to do that. You ain't have to point out that the Raiders scored a touchdown against the Broncos, a thing that the Texans didn't do. You didn't have to do that. That was not a requirement. You didn't.
But also,
it's a nice run in the red zone too.
Also true.
We were all having a good time. The last thing I'll say about,
I mean, it's not like the Texans got the ball near the goal line or in the red zone or anything like that. They never had a chance, right?
That's right.
Right.
The one thing I will say, as far as the Denver Broncos, is at least there's a level of self-awareness amongst a few of them. Post-game or like in the locker room, I know J.K. Dobbins, who, funny enough, if there was anybody who did not have to do this with his 77 yards on the ground, I would say it was him. But he was like, anybody talking about this offense not being good enough, I would agree. Like, the defense is helping us win these games. That's cool. We need to do more. And I was like, shout out to you. Doing a game where I'm the only one who looked like I did anything on offense, I'd be the one saying that. But fair enough. Fair's to you.
The world needs more J.K. Dobbins who are just open and transparent and honest about the truth. They need more Matt Burks of the world who are open and transparent and honest about the truth. From his press conference yesterday, some people just tell it like it is, and I respect it.
Around the NFL, we continue here, and Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. Streaming November 16th, B. Scott on Paramount Plus, is The Return of Landman from Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone. Academy Award winner Billy Bob Thornton is back, featuring Academy Award nominees Demi Moore, Andy Garcia, and Sam Elliott. That's Landman. The new season streaming November 16th on Paramount Plus, and that's only on Paramount Plus. I was about to give a segue here, but kind of in bad taste. Antonio Brown. Antonio Brown.
Yeah, this got serious.
Yep. I was like,
speaking of Landman,
got to be real careful with this. But former NFL star is how NBC News decides to characterize it. Antonio Brown has been captured, is the word that they used here, which I thought was interesting. But no, officially, he was like on a 4-month lamb of sorts from officials.
Hiatus.
No, it wasn't a hiatus. He was running. He was extradited from Dubai to return to the United States as Miami PD was looking for him. He was apprehended, and he was I should probably talk about the fact that he was wanted for opening fire in a crowded Miami event. Remember we talked about that? He had been jumped at Rocco. And then he let us speak amongst them people.
Yeah.
And that's not something you should do. No. And he had been out of pocket of sorts. And interestingly enough, during this time, he's still posting and like doing like social ads and stuff.
He can't help himself.
He just can't.
He cannot help himself.
No. He got hemmed up and brought back. And every time I see Antonio Brown's name, it just makes me feel so sad because this should be one of the greats in our league.
Oh, I mean, he's
like not of the goods, one of the greats in our.
He's one of the greatest receivers of all time. Still to this day, still one of the greatest receivers of all time, but also one of the craziest figures. I'm not going to call him crazy. I don't want to be insensitive, but as far as like his story, his trajectory, where he came from, where he got to, and then the fall off, like the whole thing is just like, did this really happen? This guy came out of nowhere and became a Hall of Fame caliber player.
Was it Central Michigan?
Central Michigan was J.J. Watt's teammate there, and then becomes a Hall of Fame player. Oh, great! What a success story! And then the fall off, like it's just an amazing story what Antonio Brown has been able to accomplish and screw up over the course of his career.
Well, see, that's the thing. That's where I am. Like both those things you guys said are true, but it used to make me sad. I don't feel bad for this guy anymore.
Oh, well, feel bad is not something I...
Well, you said like it kind of makes you sad. It used to. I don't feel sad. I don't feel bad. I mean, this is...
I feel bad whenever I hear him talk.
Yeah.
Because not when I hear the news and like he's caught up in headlines, but I think it's when I really get some insight into like his mind or like the things that he says. I'm like, oh, you can talk to somebody or hear your head, nod your head and be like, oh, okay, yeah. But in the back of your mind, you're thinking, oh, something's not right with this.
Right.
This person's way, way, way off.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I feel every time I hear him speak. And I do feel bad about that. Because one thing I do have, I've gone through a lot. I still got good judgment and a sound mind.
Mm-hmm.
And I cannot relate to those who don't. And I do sympathize for that. Because the dude is way out there.
Yeah, not trying to make light of it, but on the YouTube page, no excuse for his actions, but that boy ain't right. Like that is the case.
Right.
Yeah.
And to be fair, like, and not trying to like grandstand or anything, but this is another side of the coin that we had yesterday, where you see 24-year-old Marshawn Nealon take his own life
2 days after scoring a touchdown.
Right, die via suicide.
Yeah.
Those are mental health situations. I think not to excuse the responsibility that Antonio Brown has as a person in our society, but I think that it's fair to acknowledge that there's some mental health issues there as well, and they manifest in all sorts of different ways. And I think we'd be better if we find a level of grace in some regards. Like, I think it's tough to say that, especially with someone like Antonio Brown, who's, committing acts that are, harming others in this instance. But I think that it's worth acknowledging in the way that we handle things, remembering that there's a lot of issues mentally that we have.
We don't need to go down this hole too much, but
sure.
I acknowledge all that. I understand it, and I believe it's mental health issues. I just keep going back to all the resources financially he's had, all the resources he's had, in family, in the business in which he was, in which the NFL, you can pick up the phone and get any help you want. At some point you've had a lack of a better way to put it, repeat offender with controversies.
No, for sure.
And all that. At some point, it's the man in the mirror.
Yeah, and
at some point, it's the man in the mirror.
The big thing is he doesn't see any level of help, right?
And in one of those lawsuits from a while ago, several years back, he had one of those stories with one of those women that was very, let's just call it untoward. It's actually too graphic for me to even repeat on the radio, something that he allegedly did to one of them girls. And I'm just like, you know what? I can't abide by this.
Right.
I can't abide. I don't care how bad your mental health is. You don't do this to other people. Unsolicited.
Agreed. Strong agree. And so he is seeing the consequences of his action months after, but he is seeing that. And real quick before we go here, we talked about the Rico Dowdle fine for the hip thrusts of sorts. I got a number for you: $14,491, just under $15,000. We talked about him starting that GoFundMe to raise money for the Children's Home Society of North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
He's raised over $24,000.
Not a baby.
So that's how much the hip thrust costs? Wait a minute.
Well,
$15,000. Yeah,
$12,000 per thrust.
Oh, for it. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey man, look,
it's about 7,000 plus.
But he's raised $12,000 per thrust.
Good on him for the charity, but look, if I'm paying that much for a thrust, it can't be no air. You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
Anyway.
I agree with you.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610.
You could get it cheaper than that.
That is one of B. Scott's thoughts. I would like to get more, even though I probably shouldn't, considering what that last one was. But we will do that next.
All right, let's talk about Underdog right now. Football.
families in need. Learn more and give now at texaschildrens.org.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, we don't already.
I'm gonna just cut it off, man. Go ahead, B. Scott.
No, don't
go
do
ahead,
it.
B.
Don't do
Scott.
it.
Hey, we got a streak. We got a streak going.
Hold on.
I like this.
Let's start it over. 3, 2, 1.
B. Scott from Hiram Club. 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 B. Scott from Hiram Club.
I'm just gonna let you go, B. Scott.
Now, isn't that nice?
I was trying to fit your money into this helmet, just so everybody on the chat, on the video streams can know. I'm not taking Reggie's money myself. I'm putting it right here in this handy dandy Texans helmet. We got 2 weeks in a row now.
Yeah,
that's why it's a 5 in there. So I was like,
make it 3.
I appreciate the music. I appreciate the time. You know what I don't appreciate?
What's that?
This damn Texans offense that we feel like, or at least I feel like I'm forced to watch now. Like, I watch Texans games voluntarily, whether I worked here, whether I didn't. I'm a Houstonian. I'm a sports fan. I love football. I love the Texans. I watched the games before I worked here. I'm going to watch the games far after I'm gone. But let me tell you, boy, there are times where I wish I had that opt-out option because it is just so bad, so hard to watch. Like, they were a rough watch on Sunday. And the thing that I've been thinking about all week, I'll go back to Monday. So Reaction Monday, I'm listening to this very show, listening to you guys talk about the game the day before. And Lopez had what I thought was a very simple but pinpoint accurate take. And look, if y'all just stuck with that, hey, if y'all just had stuck with that, it would have been some short shows, man. We got a lot of time to fill throughout the week to get to a football Friday. So it's not like you could just say this, wipe your hands up and walk away.
We'll see y'all.
But I also felt like you could have. Because when you said, man, they can try hard, they can be tough, they can take the coaching and execute, but man, when it comes down to it, they're just not good enough.
Yeah.
And man, when you said that, I've thought about it literally ever since you said it. It sat with me, and I'm like, you know what? I can make excuses for them. I can play devil's advocate, and we can go back and forth about that. But by the time we get to the end of it, you are correct. End of the day, they are just not good enough. And so it led me to yesterday, to Thursday's press conference with the coordinators. As y'all know, we do that every week.
Yeah.
Talk to the coordinators. And I asked Nick Caley about their lack of success on third down and in the red zone. And specifically, more so I should say, what is it that's happening on first and second down that's allowed y'all to be so effective at times? And it's not like they're setting the world on fire on first and second down, just to be clear. But a lot of the good things that they were doing were occurring on those downs. And I think the third down numbers would also illustrate that. Like, they ain't do nothing on those downs, right? So I'm like, what is it that's happening on those first and second downs that's just not happening for you guys on third down, or specifically in the goal line? And I'm asking this, like, aside from the obvious, the football 101 of it all, of like the play call shrinks, like those sort of things. Like, we know there are some things about third down and the circumstance of it that makes it different.
Yeah.
But what is it about you guys that changes or that's different at that time? And we didn't get a great answer. I thought the answer that we got kind of leaned back on down and distance and creating or not creating disadvantageous situations in those moments. But, like, that wasn't good enough for me. It kept making me go back to the fact that on third down, I'll put it this way, and I said this on Wednesday on the drive. The only thing that the Texans offense has going for it right now, the only thing it's got going for itself is the element of surprise. Like, on first and second down, again, to the point.
What are they going to do?
You don't know exactly what they're going to do on first and second down. They got more options. There are more possibilities. They could throw it. They could run it. They could throw it short. They could throw it long. They could throw it medium. There's a bunch of different things that they could do. They've got the element of surprise. But on third down, on fourth down, when that element of surprise is either eliminated or lessened to a large degree, that is when they just are not good enough. Because the thing is, at that point, when there's a tie, you know what I'm going to do, and I know what you're going to do, and now we just got to bow up and see who does it better. They don't win those situations, right? Because think about it. On the third downs, you can look at it. There's sacks. There's penalties. There's bad balls. There's a number of different things that go wrong on third down, but all of them lead me back to, you know what, they just weren't as good on that play.
Right.
Or that other team was better on that play. And that's a really difficult thing to reckon with when you're only in the midway point of the season and you're still trying to think of ways that the Texans can get themselves back in.
Well, and the other thing is when you're in the red zone and it's 2nd and goal, 3rd and goal, you know, that's when you have to be nasty and tough and execute and be in the right spot. And that they can do all 4 of those things. But when at the goal line, when it's just button heads, you're not good enough.
Yeah, it's why I felt bad a little bit about some of the D'Amico Ryans criticism earlier in the week when he was like, man, I just feel like when it's 1 yard to go, you got to go out there and get a yard. That was a little bit too, I think, macho, and I think it was a little bit more macho than people wanted and like stubborn than what people wanted. But I also think that football, to a large degree, that is a part of the game. There does become, at some point, a simplicity involved in football. With all of its complexities, it does eventually come down to knocking the man in front of you on his ass or not getting knocked on yours by the man in front of you, like a mano-a-mano kind of deal. And I've always thought that 1 yard, a lot of times, that's what you're talking about. And let's not pretend like, you know, at various different points, the Texans didn't try to do some different things. Like I know the back-to-back dive plays with British Brooks looked silly, and it was bad play calling. I'm not excusing Nick Caley for that. But we had a situation where they tried to get Nico Collins on the outside. That didn't work. And again, man, if you can't just knock a man back for a yard, I'm being real about this, and I'm saying this as a skinny man who does not play football. I don't know what we're here for. Like, I don't know if you're a football team really worth discussing, really worth talking about, really worth watching, if when it comes down to it, you can't move a man enough so the man behind you can get a yard.
Yeah, you know the cliche I like saying, the game in its essence is about blocking and tackling, right? And that very much shows up here. I think that makes it even more egregious, the way that they stepped into the season and tried to go about things and saying, yeah, the defense is going to carry us, which is fair, but we're just going to matriculate the football down the field. We just need to be perfect in these small moments when you know you're going to have instances where you're not good enough. That, like, you can't just expect that you hit on everything, on every little play in order to make your way down the field and maybe get in the end zone. Like, that can't be an expectation that you are outsized. Maybe they didn't understand that at a certain point. All right. But then at the same time, you get back to what you're saying, right? If you end up in these strip everything away situations and you end up not being the better, that means that you need to create advantages in other ways, right? You need to find ways to scheme things up. Like, that's where you go above the X's and O's, take you above the Jimmys and Joes. And that's where I don't see any level of implementation here. I know that you said, hey, they've tried different stuff. They've tried different stuff, yeah, but they haven't tried stuff that looks innovative and things that are going to force the defense into some real tough places. And that's what we're talking about. Now, how capable are they of those? Because it's easy to say things like that. Well, why don't you just come up with something innovative and that'll do it? Like, that's the hard part, sure, but that's part of being in that job at the National Football League level.
Yeah, and isn't it a lot to ask somebody to be innovative when they're not even good at simple things?
Right.
It's like, hey, I want you to be innovative. I want you to think outside the box. I want you to be creative. But like the basic things that everybody knows and understands, you're not really good at those. That for me makes it far less likely that you can do those things unless you're some kind of anomaly who does harder things better than you do simple things.
And I think I finally realized,
like J.R. Smith,
based on this discussion, I finally realized why yesterday's, and you were there, press availability with Nick Caley bothered me so much, because all these things that we're talking about, he's sitting there saying, still, we want to run the ball downhill. And I'm looking, and we're all like,
it's neither innovative nor is it something that fits into the idea of you not necessarily being good enough in those moments.
Yes.
Hey, I want to make $1 million. I'll let y'all know how it goes.
Yes, please.
Right.
Are you going to do anything to try and get him?
What I've been, I'll keep y'all posted. I'll keep y'all posted and let y'all know how close I get.
Maybe it'll arrive.
I don't think it's going to.
Maybe it'll show up.
I don't think it will. I don't think so.
All right, B. Scott's thoughts here in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. One of the things, I'll pull the curtain back. Every week for the last 3 weeks, B. Scott's like, I think I'm going to talk basketball in the B. Scott's thoughts. Here we are talking Texans.
Yeah.
That was good stuff, though.
They blood my blood. But you know what? I don't see why the Rockets can't come up in what's popping. I ain't trying to, put a little bit too much on the rundown. But I'm just saying, I don't see why not, considering they got a big ass game tonight.
Yeah. Well, you know
it's
what?
NBA Cup time, baby.
I mean, you know what? You said the right words. If you're willing to bring the energy on NBA Cup, what's popping? Let's talk NBA Cup next.
Not sure which grill is right for you? The experts at Texas Star Grill Shop will guide you through.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. I will oblige our guest. I can't even call you a guest. You know, you have some people that come up to your house that
our contributor.
They're there all the time that you like. Hey, you're not no guest here. Just go in there and get what you need.
Yeah.
Just go in there.
I don't have a key, but y'all might leave the door open if you leave and say, I'm going to be there in 5 minutes. All right, the door's open. Go ahead and make yourself at home.
B. Scott's always around. He's part of the show, even though he's not always a part of the show. Yeah. He's Newman.
He's family.
Not Newman.
He's
Newman. That also feels like a slight Seinfeld-wise. Actually, he's more Kramer than Newman.
I actually do have a key. What am I talking
I
about?
was about to say, I don't know why you said that.
I very much have a key.
But I will indulge B. Scott at some point, but I want to get some things out the way first. First and foremost, I would like to talk about the fact that the MLB has like qualifying offers. 13 players got qualifying offers. MLB, including outfielder Kyle Tucker, and then Kyle Schwarber, and then, of course, locally, Framber Valdez gets the qualifying offer. Now, as we know, especially players of that magnitude, likes of Suarez, Zach Gallen, Dylan Cease, Bo Bichette, ain't none of them taking this qualifying offer, right? It's $23 million, I believe, is what it would be. $22 million for this next year. This like a 1 year, $22 million. Ain't none of them taking that. But all these teams have to do this, including the Astros, in order to see about getting a additional pick if that player then goes off and signs somewhere else, getting that pick. So this feels like a done deal. Is all right. The Astros getting themselves that compensatory pick, I guess, is one way of saying it, by offering this qualifying offer to Framber.
Hey, if any of the names that you just listed takes the qualifying offer, they need to immediately flag the sports books. Or the sports books need to immediately flag the leagues. However that process works, that needs to happen because somebody is doing something untoward.
Yeah.
Like there's a bet somewhere that we don't see, that we don't understand, and like something foul. Something is amiss.
Or maybe we're getting like a Kawhi Leonard thing going.
Well, yes, or that.
Yeah,
right.
go and check their accounts.
Yes.
What deals did y'all just sign?
Yes. Who are the stadium sponsors that are trying to build trees or help with our what were they, recycling and whatever the hell?
Credits.
Yeah, there we go. Carbon credits. Whatever the hell they talk about.
All sorts of different scams out there.
Get out of here, man.
Which is funny because in baseball, like you don't have to circumnavigate a salary cap. It's not there.
Yeah,
I guess,
that's true.
But you do have the competitive balance tax, I guess, that exists within there. And of course, teams that are in that competitive balance tax, that pick that comes back is not quite in the same way. Thankfully, the Astros avoid that like the plague, the CBT. So again, Framber, the offer, which again I think we expect.
He gone.
You got another pick that hopefully you can add into your farm.
All right. Can we take a moment to recognize how I reduced carbon credits to recycling?
Well, I mean, look, it's not real, so
I would like something like that. One of
the guy
them
that makes all those green bins.
If something with the environment.
If we're going to be unreasonably real in this circumstance, like they have the same amount of impact on our level, right?
Yeah,
like if you really want to talk about the levels of that, you got to talk about the corporations doing it. But I'm not going to do that. What I'm going to do is talk about an entirely different corporation, the National Basketball Association, where in the NBA, you talked about it. There was one game last night.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for the NBA, that does not mean all eyes on the NBA because people still are going to watch some terrible football on a Thursday night. However, if people decided that they wanted to throw a curveball out there and not watch Thursday night football, there was a Suns-Clippers game that was not. It was not friendly at all. It was one-sided, and it wasn't in favor of the team that, in theory, is better in the Clippers because they were missing their two foundational pieces in Kawhi and James Harden. But who the Suns added?
There you go.
One Jalen Green got his debut for the Suns, and I'm just gonna leave that up to you, B. Scott, because I know that you got Jalen Green thoughts.
Hey, shout out to Jalen Green setting a Suns record for three-pointers made in a Suns debut with 6.
And points?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Like he had a great night. I know he'd had the injury in training camp that kind of got his season off to a slow starter. I mean, he just hadn't played yet. So now he finally gets to play. Shout out to him for making the money here. I know it's just one game, but it looks like the new circumstances and environment around him are good and advantageous, and I'm wishing him the best. What I'm not here for is the media in Phoenix trying to take a victory lap after one game.
Yeah, let them enjoy it. Let them have their fun. It will come crashing down.
Bro, what are they even doing? Like, one of them asked Jalen Green, hey, did you ever have this kind of spacing in Houston?
Well, his answer was interesting too, though.
Well, but the answer would be no. Yeah. Like no, he didn't. Yeah. But let's not act like he wasn't a part of some of the spacing issues since he wasn't a consistent enough shooter. And let's not act like the real benefit of the newfound spacing isn't actually Alperen Sengun over here in Houston. Because you know who else ain't never had that kind of spacing since they've been with the Rockets? Alperen Sengun.
Yeah.
That's somebody that's operating with more spacing. Like, you're going to ask the dude that just came from the team that was better than you before the trade and better than you after the trade, is the grass essentially greener on the other side?
Yeah.
Get the F up out of here. What kind of question is that, bro?
I always kind of
no.
I always kind of want to hesitate. Like, okay, he's not here anymore, so let's just bash him. Oh, but in this case, he's not here anymore. Just wait.
Yeah.
just
wait.
And to be clear, I wasn't mad at Jalen Green for this.
How many games like this have we seen?
Yeah, no, he's an inconsistent player. He's an inconsistent shooter. This is what he is. But like,
and then the next game,
how you like the spacing?
Oh,
how do you like the spacing here?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean the team that's going nowhere was headed nowhere before he got here, headed nowhere after the fact, and the team that got better after he left?
Yeah.
Come on, bro.
Yeah, and I think Green can produce at a pretty solid level. He produced at a decent level here as well.
Yes.
I think that will continue to happen. 6 of 13 from 3, not doing that. No. Plus 30, not doing that. However, the Suns are just not built to actually win games. You played against a hurt Clippers team, guys.
Yeah.
You played against the hurt Clippers. Like, I'm happy that you got to have this to move you to 4-5 on the season. But we all know where you will end up at the end of the season, and at best, that's in the play-in, right? So we could. I'm good with letting them have their fun, but also please understand, even if without bashing Jalen Green, because I don't want to do that. He gave love to Houston as he seemingly continues to do. It's just like, we know who you are.
Yeah.
Hey, I know it said Clippers, but without Kawhi and without James Harden, he might as well have been giving that to aspiration as opposed to the Clippers. He might as well have been playing against aspiration as opposed to the Clippers yesterday. I'm going to get out of here with that.
They had Chris Dunn and Nick Batum starting.
Come on now.
And I like Nick Batum.
Yeah, man.
Don't get me wrong.
Nick Batum my age, man. What we doing? Come on now. Older than that.
I almost want to quote, I don't even remember which Detroit rapper it is, but why the bleep Batum in always goes through my mind whenever I'm thinking about Nick Batum. Neither here nor there. What is here and there in a way, NBA Cup getting started tonight for the Rockets, baby. And maybe more importantly than the NBA Cup itself is the fact that they're facing off against one of the many tough opponents that they have in their group in the San Antonio Spurs. B. Scott, we were talking about it earlier. What we were hoping to learn from this. Is there something that you're hoping to learn from this game?
Well, I'm actually just looking forward to watching the matchup. And more than, like, I feel like I've learned them leading. Like, they've played, I think, I think the brand of basketball and caliber of basketball that they've played is good enough and repeatable enough for you to have strong takes about it, like to feel good about it, right? But more than anything, man, I just want to see the matchup. I want to see, like, so specifically with the Spurs. Wemby has not had great games the last 2 games against the Lakers and against the Suns. The Suns really seem to have figured out some kind of way to solve the riddle, at least to some degree. And he didn't have a great game against the Lakers either. Those were both road games. They're coming back home. I would expect Wemby, being the competitor that I suspect that he is, wants to get right and looks at this as a pretty good opportunity, a really good team, a really good defensive team. They've got Alperen Sengun, obviously, on the team, who's somebody I'm sure Wemby has not forgotten. Even though he's had better games against him since then, he, I'm sure, has not forgotten that Alperen Sengun cooked him 2 seasons ago, his rookie year, and I think is still actually capable of having a big game against him. So the things that I'm expecting is for Wemby to really get up for this game and then to see how the Rockets get up for a more extra motivated Wemby.
Yeah, I'm exactly with you. That's what I mentioned with Reggie earlier. I just want to see the matchup. I think it's we're on the brink of something that's going to be long term and going to be really, really good for us as basketball fans with these two teams. And I do think Wemby. We were talking actually about this off air. He's still just a sprightly guy, but when you watch him play now, he looks stronger.
Yes,
he's still thin because he's 9 feet tall, but he reminds
me of the guy that I keep thinking of, and maybe it's just long, lanky guys coming from Europe. Giannis, especially around like 17 when he starts making the play, all-star team.
Yeah,
because he was tiny with his frame, and obviously that goes back to his history of being a malnourished kid in Greece.
Yeah,
and then he actually gets on one of these programs where he's actually up here lifting, and then you see he's still long, but you start seeing the muscle come in, and that strength starts being able to display. You're seeing little bits of that strength showing up for the 7-something cat.
Hey, let's be clear. Let's be very clear about this though. Wemby, a young guy, so gonna get stronger, allowed to get stronger. He is not allowed to get like Giannis, size-wise.
But the problem is,
no.
The frame is there.
I don't care. What I'm saying is, Congress needs to step in. Congress. So I don't give a damn. Nick Fury. I don't care. The Avengers. I don't. Somebody's got to step in. If he builds a frame and starts to look like Giannis at that height, somebody must step in and stop it.
Well, one thing I will say,
it's not allowed. It can't happen.
I did say the frame is there, and that might be a little misleading. I don't think he has the same wide shoulders that Giannis had, which allows you to add more of that heft. He's still kind of narrow, but he has the capability. I'm already seeing those muscles end up a little bit stronger.
He is way too tall to get swole.
Yeah,
way too.
Yes.
Because then what do you do?
No.
Yeah, no, exactly. What do you do now?
You just
I think they're going to attack him with all their big.
Now teams are doubling. Have you noticed that? Like teams are doubling him and trying to.
Yeah, I mean that's what the Suns tried to do. The Suns tried to throw a bunch of little guys at him.
Yeah.
Like it'd be like if one of us tried to fight. Like we could probably beat us, but if the whole fourth grade class comes at us, we're gonna have an issue. We'll have probably 20
problems.
20 fourth graders will kick your ass,
especially if you're trying to dribble a basketball where it's down with them. The question I had, because I don't know how you felt, I feel like the defensive rotations for this Rockets team leave something to be desired right now, and of course I'm nitpicking and I acknowledge that. I do wonder how does that look if they do decide to double, because you're inherently putting yourself in rotation.
Yeah. No, it's going to be a really fun cat and mouse game to see how they go about this, because it's not the Wemby that they are used to. This is a different type of thing, but it's also a different Rockets. It's not the Rockets team that other teams that have faced them in the past are used to. So let's see how it goes.
Right, and it's not that I don't believe that they'll do it. I'm just intrigued to watch it.
It's going to be fun.
I guess the thing I should note about this game, don't go to Space City Home Network looking for it. It's only on Amazon Prime. I was going to leave that part out, or I was going to leave that part to the end because I imagine that's going to make people mad. I didn't do it. Just Messenger trying to let you know. If you ain't got your Amazon Prime set up, find somebody who do. Because I was going to give – I know with Thursday Night Football, I got the little hack of they show that on Twitch. I don't believe that they'll put this on Twitch. You're just going to have to find you someone that's got Amazon Prime.
Guys, the days are over with. You got to get these streaming. And then Amazon Prime, a lot of people got it and don't even know it. Because if you got Amazon, sometimes it gets in there. Like I had it long before I realized I had it. So you might want to check and make sure. Okay, and I'm glad, right? Because now I can watch Thursday Night Football. I can watch the NBA now. But be sure you don't have it before
you pay for it.
Before you pay for it, or try to go find somebody else and hustle it up.
Hate paying for all these things, but that is the world.
It is the world
that we live in.
It is the world.
Hell, I didn't even start talking about the ESPN things continuing because it gets more and more egregious, honestly, for both sides. But Disney, y'all looking real funny in the light.
It almost feels like organized crime.
It does.
Because it is.
Yeah.
It's because it is.
It's got Rico vibes.
Because they own Fubo. They have the ESPN. They got the Hulu live TV. All these things ESPN or Disney has a large stake in, and a lot of them stand to gain from YouTube TV subscribers switching. On top of the fact that clearly they're trying to milk YouTube TV to have more cost per subscriber. Like, yeah, this is just them trying to up the price of the brick.
Cancel your subscription. They mail you an ear in your mailbox. Like, what is whose finger is this?
And what's crazy is when you talk about sending a finger, they're sending it to Google, right? Because YouTube TV, it's easy to be like, oh, YouTube TV. That is Google, which is oddly a bigger company than Disney. So it's like this is two giant companies doing sumo wrestling, and we, the human beings, the reasonable people of the earth, seem to be caught in the midst of it.
Yeah.
Very, very weird.
Rough living.
Rough living indeed. All right, B. Scott, always joining us in the 11 o'clock hour on a Friday. We greatly appreciate you. Always a ton of fun. And we'll keep it rolling here on this Football Friday. Coming up next, will the Texans' injuries hurt them more on offense or defense? And I got a little exercise. I think we need to power rank the opportunity for step up. I'll tell you what I mean next.
The Drive with content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on a funky Football Friday.
Now we're talking.
As you can hear. Appreciate you rocking with us. Much appreciation, as always, to our guy, B. Scott, for hanging out with us for an hour on the program. Hope that you don't miss him too much, but, he's around here. You catch him on Wednesdays on the drive and periodically when he pops in here and there. That's a busy man, though. That's a very busy.
Doing a hell of a job.
An incredible job.
Yeah.
An incredible job, as always. Also doing an incredible job, the fellas of the drive who will be out at Talia Brewing in Sugar Land. That's right next to Constellation Field where the Sugar Land Space Cowboys, that's the right name, where they play.
That's a really nice place too.
Yeah, we've been out there a number of times at this point.
Yeah, that's a nice spot.
Yeah, if you are in
good weather for it too.
General Southwest area, or if you just feel like making a drive to see the fellas of the drive, hop out there. And I will also say one more thing: if you haven't gotten one of the, I keep saying commemorative, but that's the only.
It's
right
absolutely
word,
commemorative.
Commemorative pint glasses for Football Fridays. You
can't get them just anywhere.
Yeah, that is true. You can only get them at these events, so you can pop out, especially if you haven't gotten one with the three of our faces on it.
Mm-hmm.
It is the In the Loop. It's an In the Loop weekend where you go out and go out to Talyard Brewing for your Football Friday festivities. See that alliteration, John Lopez? Do you like that? Something I'm sure you do not like is continuing to see what the injury report looks like after these practices, man. It is not fun when the rabbit has the gun, so to say, right? Mm-hmm. We've had a number of times this year where your opponent that the Texans are facing are dealing with a number of injuries, and you go, okay, what does that do for the Texans?
Yeah.
This week, I imagine, over there in Jacksonville, that is the conversation that they're having. Look at the Texans and all of the injuries that they're dealing with. Now, to be fair, the Jags also have theirs. Not trying to pretend like they are all the way healthy.
Have a pretty good number.
Exactly. Yeah. However, the Texans one's just like pretty deep here. And with that being the case, with the injuries that they're dealing with and the known guys that will not be going, talk less of the guys that we're still trying to figure out. What is the injuries gonna hurt more, the offense or the defense, John Lopez?
That should be an easy answer, right? You would think.
You think so?
You would think the easy answer is, well, the offense, because they're so thin, especially on the offensive line.
Because they already didn't seem all that good.
They weren't that good to begin with. We were talking about that with B. Scott, and now you have Ed Ingram and Titus Howard, and you're thinking, all right, this could get really, really ugly. Yeah, I mean, this could get bad. It's not my answer. That's not my answer. I don't know where you guys stand. I think, especially when you're looking at Jalen Petrie and Jalen Smith's already out. I don't know what and I'm not sure. I mean, I know he's got a plan, but listen to Matt Burke talking about what they're going to do. I mean, it's
just, obviously whatever happens as he's in the protocol and going through that, like we're just trying to prep all our guys to get ready and have some, replacing any good player is hard, and any player that does a lot for us, like a lot of our guys do. He's one of them. It's going to take multiple people, you know what I mean? So we're just going to have some different packages, move some guys around if we need to, and go play ball.
To that point, to Jalen, just like what he's meant and how he's adapted and moved positions and just being willing to do like everything.
Yeah, he's awesome. I mean, I don't know what else I can say. I mean, he's just been, you guys probably have some sense of him as a person and a human being and what he is, and that just filters out into everything he does for the team. And never, hey, go do this, go play here, go play safety, go play nickel, go play inside the box, go do that, go play against the run. Yes sir, happy, smile on his face, and does it at an elite level. So just enjoyable player to be around, and he's working to get back on the field for us.
So we know how good Jalen Petrie is. You just heard him talking about it. But as a replacement, he's basically saying, well, we're kind of going to mix and match.
Yeah, and mix and match means a couple of different things, because it seems like they might just kind of go to some different coverages, right? They play a nickel, and he's the glue of what they typically want to do, but how much do they maybe turn to maybe like a more traditional nickel? How much does this just force them into straight-up base in instances where they would typically trust Jalen Petrie to be a de facto third linebacker? Do they just put in that third line, especially if it's maybe like an EJ Speed
Yeah.
or something, to just kind of maybe cover a little bit, which that gets a little scary if it's EJ. Well, maybe not as much with EJ, but Henry To'oTo'o, I know a lot of people get skittish when he ends up having to backpedal and actually cover in a way. How much do they then maybe go out and do even like dime type stuff? Like, or what innovative ways do they go into doing this? I think that you're right. This is a big one because this is a deviation from the points leader when it comes to defenses in the NFL. This has been the reason why you've been able to maintain the assertion that you were close in these games and that you have all these one-score games that unfortunately you've lost, is that the defense has kept this close. What is the drop-off when the hinge point of what you do is probably not active? And I do want to make that clear, clear up why that is, because the injury report for yesterday had a number of players still in that same place of not practicing. Jalen Petrie, C.J. Stroud with concussions. We knew C.J.'s not going. We haven't gotten definitively if Titus isn't going, but
it is a concussion.
He concussion, and he didn't practice yesterday, so that feels like that. We probably have an answer there for Titus. Actually, we do have an answer because Blake Fisher will be going there, so my apologies there. Jaime Fairbairn still didn't practice, and we know he's not going to be going because D'Amico seemed to let that go. Harrison Bryant didn't practice yesterday. Ed Ingram didn't practice yesterday. So now some good things for the defense, especially in the guys that went from not practicing to being limited participants yesterday. Will Anderson Jr., limited participant, which,
yeah, that was big.
Sigh of relief. On top of Danico Autry. But that's depth-wise. You're feeling like you're rounding out with your pass rush, which is going to be important for you, I imagine, especially against the Trevor Lawrence. Nick Chubb and Dameon Pierce were limited participants, though, as well. So offensively, you got those guys back in the fold practicing.
Well, but again, that's why the Jalen Petrie thing and the defense, how it affects that. That to me is a little bigger, right? Because seriously, what are our expectations with this offensive line? More of the same.
Yeah, but
maybe they'll have some moments. Maybe they'll, as Nick Haley said yesterday, we have been able to run the ball occasionally. Maybe this, maybe that, but it's not going to be a force, with this team. You stay in games because of the defense.
Yeah, but let me try and make the case for the offense, because any games that you've actually been able to win is when your offense can actually put something together. And the few times that they are actually able to put something together, or the instances where they've been able to remain close, is because the offense is working damn near at the highest ability of what they have actually put together and what they're putting on the field. They're missing a lot of the guys that help make that possible. And the drop-off after that raises questions. We've already talked about Titus Howard at right guard to Blake Fisher. I don't feel great about that you have drop-off there. The C.J. Stroud to Davis Mills is one that's interesting, if for no other reason than you're not going to have as good of ability to pick up yards on the ground with his feet, right? You're not going to have those in there. I still have interest in how well Davis Mills is able to dissect versus zone in the way that CJ was, right? How much does that end up coming up? And then the injury to Titus has that domino effect of what does your big six-man jumbo package look like, especially since Harrison Bryant doesn't look like he's playing your second tight end. So you can't even go, well, maybe we just go with more two tight end sets to try and create a facsimile. It might be like Jarrett Kingston, as I think we kind of threw up the B. Scott hypothesis yesterday. Does that happen, and does that work the same? Does that look similar? Do you get the same benefit out of that? All of those things were the things that they were able to get moderately more impact out of their offense off of. You're losing those impacts. And so it might be, okay, your defense is definitely being hampered by injuries, but they might not have any chance in hell if the offense takes any step back. Like, you're already at a place where you need to get all of the stuff you've gotten from this offense, and you're dealing with less guys can do it.
So where do you feel like you're going to be able to make up the most ground?
Yeah, and that's the question.
That's what you were talking before the show. I thought it was a great question.
Yeah, let's do this as a mental exercise. 713-572-4610. Of the people who are going to need to step up, because Matt Burke talked about it, right? We're just going to need the guys to step up. We'll open this up to the entirety of the team. Let's power rank the guys who have the capability of stepping up. And I'm thinking, especially because I know the biggest thing that you're thinking about is the Jalen Petrie. The guys
that's at the bottom of the list for me. I don't have a confidence in
confidence, but I think let's examine the places where people can step into the void. The ways that you can handle this, and it's probably going to be a number of these things and more. I think you can end up with this place where you slide Kamari Lassiter into the slot. He's demonstrated the capability of doing that. He did it last week, although Jalen Smith was the guy. J-Rock was the guy that you put that outside available.
Yeah.
Does the next man up become Tremont Smith as a cornerback? We've seen him very, very sparingly step onto the field and have to play corner. How much do they trust him? Because he's very good on special teams, but how much do they trust him actually in coverage? Do you get some Jalen Reed at safety? Although he hasn't had as much time this year. He's a rookie and he missed time this year. I do wonder. Miles Bryant is one of those guys that played directly behind Jalen Petrie in training camp.
Yeah.
He's a dude who's been in this system, so he knows that role. He's on your practice squad. He might be an elevation there. So those are all guys that I think those are the two guys that I imagine might be in play for helping you, or three guys, because I mentioned Jalen Reed, that might be in play for helping you find some level of answer there. I think there's also something to be acknowledged in Christian Harris is dealing with an injury there, right, at linebacker, and again, the Petrie missing. How much do you end up with? I know Henry Toto still ends up being kind of the starter. How much does EJ Speed and maybe even Jake Hansen get involved linebacker-wise if you go if you get more base, or if you have some instances where, just more base opportunities? How much do those guys end up in a step-up role? And then the guys that we were talking about on offense that Jarrett Kingston or Trent Brown, and then obviously Blake Fisher. Those are guys who have opportunities to step up. Who do you feel the most confident of? Some of those guys or any other guys that you think could be stepping up into a role this week?
Yeah, that's a tough question. I'm gonna have to believe that, knowing the Texans, how they operate, they like the experience, the guys that have been able to do things. I'm gonna say Miles Bryant comes up, and then Kamari Lassiter, because we've seen him play a little. So I would probably feel like that's how it's going to end up going.
So So you think Miles Bryant probably plays a lot of that? Do you feel like then, if we're power ranking this, that he has the best opportunity of stepping up? Because that feels kind of opposite of what your worries are with.
No, that is still my biggest worry. Is the nickel position.
And yet you still feel like with the guys that are going to need to step up in this week, he's your best. He's the one that you like the most.
He probably would be the best pick.
I might go with my number one being EJ Speed, and I kind of worked him in here, but like the possibility of getting him on the field more. Now, of course, that's EJ and Henry Toto and Azeez Al-Shaair. But I think that, one, this team likes playing base from time to time when they can.
And they have.
I think also they're going to have an emphasis this week on stopping the run. We'll talk more about that with win because, lose because, but I think that is Trevor Lawrence over there, man. We talked to Pete Prisco. He's like not seeing it. We are not seeing it. He has continued to have his issues. You got to force him to beat you.
Yeah.
Right? And I think that in doing that, you've got a couple of running backs for the Jags that are really good. So actually maybe having that additional linebacker to establish that physicality might not be a terrible thing. I feel like this is an EJ Speed game, and the possibility of him then needing to cover a little bit then pops up. But we know the Jags are missing tight ends. We know that they are dealing with some injuries with their wide receivers, so maybe they don't go as deep with their wide receivers. Like, I do think that this might be an opportunity for you to play a little bit bigger and get that physicality.
They have added a wide receiver. We'll see. And then in other positions, who do you think?
So I think for both of us, though, EJ Speed and Miles Bryant, 1 and 2 on the power rankings of dudes who will stepping up admirably.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you. But then you start looking at the offensive line. To me, is just an absolute mystery. I don't know, as much as we've seen him play in this league and have success. I don't know what Trent Brown is right now,
buddy.
I don't know what he is
at all.
Is he in shape? Is he out of shape?
No idea.
Is he?
And to be fair, if I had to guess, I'd probably guess. No, well, it feels unreal to be like professional athlete, probably out of shape. But I mean, I haven't seen him be able to. Obviously, we didn't see him in training camp. He was still dealing with injury. When he finally gets active, he's practice squad. To what level of work is he actually getting in any of these circumstances? I have no idea whatsoever.
No, I totally agree. I don't know what he is. I don't like, as we've long established, I don't like Blake Fisher at tackle. At tackle.
We know you've been trying to get him out of here for a while. Ain't that right, Fig?
I think it's going to affect whatever quote jumbo package they have. What is that going to look? What is that going to look like? Are they going to even use it very much? And how does that affect the run game? How does that affect pass protection? To me, right now, who is going to step up? Who is most likely to step up in the offensive line?
And it's funny because one of these guys,
Kingston,
I think he has a possibility in the relatively limited role of being that sixth offensive line. I am leaning on some of the things that people have said from practice, from the limited opportunities that even they have.
Yeah.
Where it's like, hey, this might be a thing that they go for. I can see the thought process there of making it, right? Because Trent Brown, just as a big dude, being the addition that sixth. But maybe that works. Like
Maybe.
just giant on the edge. I could see him being it, and it's a limited role where you don't have to be crazy. You just need to be big.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that helps. But
do you feel like it's a possibility they will take somebody from the defense, like a Tommy Togiai?
That would be
wild.
That'd be innovative in a way that I feel bad saying this. I almost don't believe them capable of. Like, I almost don't believe them going to a place where they go, let's go get one of these dudes on the defense.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like let's have, who would be the guy you look, Mario Edwards? Would it be like one of them guys? Would it be like Mario Edwards here?
Togiai, they love him. He's
I think I can see Togiai.
He's almost too big to play at that.
He is big.
He's one of the strongest people on the team, though.
He's a swarmy kind of guy.
Yeah.
He's a swarmy. Now you got me
Daniil
thinking.
Hunter.
Now you got me thinking.
Come on, play offense.
Yeah.
I feel like you need to let him get as many puffs as he can before he gets out there.
Get up there with
I would be scared as hell if I was the defense. Like, wait a minute. What is he doing on offense? He ain't about to block me.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy that when we talk about who we believe to be able to step in, it is a couple of guys on defense, and then we go, I have no earthly idea. I will say, though, I am incredibly happy that I don't have to talk about who has to step up in running back, because it seems like Nick Chubb, getting his practice. I think that you'll have the two guys that you trust to do those things. I am also happy that it feels like at edge rusher, you're probably not going to have as much step up as it was looking like it might be when you see Will Anderson Jr. pop up on the injury report and not practice. Those are things that I'm happy about. There's a lot of guys that we just named that are going to be incredibly well for them to have a chance to put their best foot forward on Sunday versus the Jaguars. Who steps up, we will have to see. And let us know, 713-572-4610. Who are you putting your trust in to be able to step up for the Texans? All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions, as we often do. We'll do those on Sports Radio 610.
The Texans are looking for Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday, supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
How about worry? I've got a little bit of a worry here. When it comes to the Texans game on
just one, huh?
Well, I got more than one. In fact,
okay, I was going to say, like, good for you that you've gotten to a good place there.
I'm worried about two things that I probably should not be worried about. One in a good way, one in a bad way. And I don't know, I can't figure out why, but that's why we have confessions. I'm worried about Matthew Wright. Who is Matthew Wright, you might say?
He is the kicker that the Texans signed. He's on the practice squad right now, and it seems like he will be elevated to. Not seems like.
No, it's pretty much a done deal now.
He'll likely be elevated to take the place of Kaimi Fairbairn on Sunday.
Yeah, and so I shouldn't really be worried. He's a veteran guy, been around the league, really has pretty good kicking numbers overall.
88% field goal kicker, and I think over the last couple of seasons, he's only missed a 30-yarder?
Yeah.
Or sorry, not a 30-yarder, like a 50-plus yarder.
And it's just one game.
And he's not in the league?
Yeah, he should be in the league. Dang. That's a good point. And so it should be. It's just for one game. For some reason, because this team kicks so many field goals, I'm just worried that we should be like, all right, good pickup, get through it, whatever. Because they kick so many field goals, I'm worried about Matthew Wright, playing a key role in this game.
I'm actually not. I think,
like I said, I shouldn't be.
Now, if it was like Kaimi's leg fell off and you have him for the rest of the year, I go, oh, okay. Yeah. But he seems from, just looking at statistics, I'm not actually
pretty good.
I'm not looking
pretty good
in the past.
Yes.
And to be fair, I'm not looking at the actual process. Maybe because there's some people that the ball goes through, but it looks crazy to the point where you go, there's no way this is going to be continually
the other shoe's going to fall.
I don't know. Maybe he has that kind of process with his kick. But just looking at the numbers, they're good enough for me to feel like one game you get out here. And it's not like he's missing a whole bunch of long ones either. It feels like he has maybe a solid range, and even if not like a crazy range. And you should be able to handle that for a week. And if you just need 5 field goals again, then tough, you know what? That's on you. You know?
Well, let me give you the second part, which is even crazier. I shouldn't be worried about Matthew Wright. I kind of am. Kind of worried about Trevor Lawrence. I should not be worried about Trevor Lawrence.
Really?
He is. Certain moments just kind of stick with you. And I saw him make, I want to say it was 3 throws, at least 2 throws on Sunday. And I'm watching him, and it was the first time that I went, ooh. I mean, he made 2 or 3, I forget, really good throws. And it was only against the Raiders, last Sunday.
Sure.
And Trevor Lawrence has a track record of underachieving, of not necessarily being the guy. But as much as we're kind of starting to give Liam Cohen some credit, and I saw those, again, just 2 or 3 throws, I should not be worried about Trevor Lawrence. Kind of worried about Trevor Lawrence. Kind of worried about Trevor Lawrence.
You will be alone in such circles.
I know. That's why this is brought to the front, to the class in confessions, because I heard Seth talking this morning like Trevor Lawrence is, and he's right. He's 100% right. You're 100% right. I've seen Liam Cohen where I'm like, all right, maybe they're connecting a little bit.
I would just be a little more worried about the kicker, to be honest.
Yeah.
I felt like Trevor Lawrence, he probably had to do the bare minimum, but I think it's probably going to come down to the kickers.
You know what I feel bad about before I even get into my confession? In that last segment, we were trying to hey, power rank the dudes who you believe can step up. Did not bring up Matthew Wright. Did not bring up Davis Mills. my bad. Did not give you an opportunity to power rank what you feel about him.
Yeah.
That's a mistake on my part.
Yeah. So anyway, that's what I feel, so I'm talking about it.
It's my opinion.
Both those things I'm a little worried about.
These are my confessions.
Also have a Texans confession. Did not think it would go this way. I have to admit, I actually didn't get to watching film from the Broncos game until yesterday. I usually will watch it much earlier in the week, like I'm in a more extensive way. I think I looked at maybe like one or two things, but nothing substantial. However, Nick Caley talking about their first and second down, or the relative success there, I was like, damn, how successful were they? So I went back and was watching all of those first and second down plays.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I will say, I was a little, maybe not surprised, but I was like, oh, this is interesting. CJ just didn't rip some throws that were actually open in those early and manageable downs before he went down. And I was like, oh, okay. This looks a little different.
Yeah.
If CJ is not hesitant to let the ball go. There was probably like a second down where you have Woody Marks coming out of the backfield. He slides in motion out, and then he goes up the seam. They run a post and a corner on the receivers that are ahead of him. They split, and it's like the Red Sea. He just needs to rip it.
Yeah.
Doesn't get it there. There's another instance where, depending on where he's looking, he has an opportunity to let it go. You see him looking in the direction, but he doesn't let it go. And then ultimately he has to go and make a little something out of nothing because he looks at one, he looks at two, he doesn't rip the ball to either of those that are, easy just layup passes, even if they're not going to be big gainers. So there's still something to be said that for CJ. What I ultimately still come back to is, yes, CJ, I think that there's still room for him to help make this offense more effective by, being fully, fully bought in and, somewhat leave caution to the wind. I know that's not the right way to say it, but, just be willing
to
go. Rip it.
Yeah.
The thing I keep coming back to, though, is what does it say about your offense that even though, like, those plays are absolutely necessary for anything to function? Like, it should not be that you have to hit all of these plays in order for this offense to even be functional, right? It's because players miss plays from time to time.
Yeah.
Your offense should still have some level of function. It hurts even more because that's the case.
And that's something that we need to kind of keep an eye on, too, because it seems like he's more confident and been able to do more things, but still, you got to be able to make those plays.
Without question.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So the street's been waiting on something to drop for years and years and years. We've been talking about this for a long time. And I got to confess, I'm at a point now where I don't even want to talk about it. I don't want to see no previews and stuff all the 6.
That's right.
So that was set to drop. They dropped some trailers, I want to say, earlier this year, probably last year. I can't remember. But it looked fire. People been waiting on this game for a very long time.
It's supposed to drop what?
It's supposed to drop. It was
early next year.
Yeah, it's supposed to drop in May, and May is right around the corner now. We almost done with 2025.
Yeah,
and they just released it. They just put out a statement saying that they're pushing this back till November.
Is this the second or third time they've pushed this back?
I think I don't know, man. They
Why?
just keep.
Does it have to do with the technology?
Yeah, they saying they want to. They saying they want to make sure it's perfect and make sure it's good when it do drop and all that stuff. Just tightening up some things and all this other stuff.
How many years has it been? They've been waiting on this.
When did GTA 5 drop? GTA 5 dropped.
It dropped when I was living in Cleveland, Ohio.
Oh, wow.
And I went to GameStop to get this damn game. That's how long ago it was.
You're out.
I'm not. I'm waiting on. I mean, I'm gonna buy it when it come out. But I'm sick and tired of the just waiting around like, it's coming out. It's coming out.
GTA 5 released in 2013.
Oh wow!
And it's worth noting, GTA 5 also had this thing. Rockstar, the company that makes these games, they do this. Now, to be fair, when they do actually put something out, the quality is phenomenal to the point where
they've lived up to it.
People are still playing GTA 5. And it still has some merit and some value some 12 years later. So they do a good job. However,
but they keep putting release dates out here. They keep dropping trailers, and they keep pushing back. I'm done entertaining anything until it drop.
At least they're not Dr. Dre, where it eventually will actually come out.
Hell, we don't know that. Shoot, they might push it back to 2027 at this point.
This is true.
You waiting for the meteor or whatever that eventually takes us out?
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if that showed up before GTA 6.
That's too long a wait, man.
Yeah,
that's way too long.
I mean,
and I'm not a gamer. I mean,
you got GTA 5 at home, okay?
That's too long.
Yeah, I'm complaining about it now. I know as soon as it drop, I'm gonna be happy. I'm gonna be happy as hell. But
I much prefer this than the yearly Madden 2K where nothing.
100%, 100%. You could keep playing this for the next 10 years probably.
Yeah.
But I'm just sick and tired of the trailers and it's coming out in May 2026, yo. And then they releasing something. We're pushing it back. They did this like 3 different times, man. I'm done entertaining this until it actually drops.
Oh man.
Fair enough. All right, those are your lunchtime confessions here in Loop on Sports Radio 610 from the 346. I'd rather them get it out and let them get it straight and good, unlike Cyberpunk, which was ass when they hurried it up. Yeah, I do appreciate that. In this era where so many companies are like, it doesn't matter if it's good, just push it out. We'll get that $60, $70. They're like, no. This will be good when we release it.
The other thing is rumors saying this game is probably going to be like 150, 200, something like that, crazy. And maybe this could be the deluxe version and all that stuff. I don't really rock with the deluxe version. There's a lot of rumors that this game might be a terabyte to download and all type of crazy stuff. Man, it's irritating.
Guaranteed 5 years of good times off.
Hell, it might.
About 12. Like the last one.
But by the time this game come out, we might be on PlayStation 6.
Maybe. Only God knows what the future holds for us in GTA 6.
Yeah.
We'll leave that to then. Right now, though, we got the show to keep doing. You're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our college football preview, which is presented by Wrangler. It's Lopez's college football headline for the weekend. What do we got coming up in the weekend of college football? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about it next.
Coach D'Amico. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
Happy Football Friday. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, gearing up for what should be a pretty interesting weekend of sports. There's boxing, there's basketball, there's a lot of fun things. Obviously, NFL football as well. Hesitate to call that fun, but hopefully we can come out of the weekend with some fun.
Can I say something real quick?
Please.
You mentioned all that, and it's all true. I feel this was actually going to be my last confession. I do this every year. I just love high school football. I remember last year I picked a couple of games and went.
You sure did, yeah.
Just random games.
I need to go, man.
It's fun. And I just realized this morning I haven't gone to a good high school game yet this year. And I always try to go to one or two. Now, I'm not going to go to Summer Creek and North Shore. That's an awesome game, I know. But I need to pick a game either this Friday, tonight, or next Friday. I don't think I have anything next Friday. I want to go. Somebody help me out.
Okay.
I want to go to like.
Should we go as a group?
We should go as a show.
We should go as a show.
Yeah.
I think last year I went to. I want to say it was. I can't remember, but it was a HISD game. So maybe I'll pop to another. Help us out. I want to. I always like to catch.
Yeah, Ocho. Yeah. Help us out, man.
Well, Ocho's going to say Summer Creek and North Shore.
Yeah,
that's going to be a brawl tonight, but.
Let's go watch some college football or some high school football next week.
We need to watch some high school football.
All right. What we will definitely be watching, because we do every weekend, is watch some college football. And gearing us up for this college football weekend, we get to our college football preview presented by Wrangler. College football, Lopez, what is the headline for this weekend?
The theme of the week is Slippery Slope Saturday.
Okay.
A little alliteration this week.
You love to hear it.
Slippery Slope Saturday. And you know why? Because the college football rankings came out this week. The path is kind of clear for a lot of contenders. There's some slippery slopes out there this Saturday, man, for some of these teams. Two here in Texas that are big. I'll start with Texas A&M at Missouri. The Aggies are coming off a bye week. You guys have heard me say it from like week 2 or week 3 after I got a good glimpse of the Tigers. I really think they're good. They've lost 2 games, but they've given a lot of teams. They played really good football, given some teams some trouble. Aggies on the road. This is the end of that 3-game stretch I've been talking about. At Arkansas, at LSU, at Missouri. That if the Aggies get through it, you got to feel pretty good. This is the last of them. They got to put an exclamation point on things, and Missouri is not going to be fun.
Yeah, this is in that fun time period where 2:30 at ABC is when this game is on. Yeah, this is one of a number of really interesting games this week. Who do you feel like has more at stake here? Do you feel like it's
Missouri loses, they're done.
Missouri? Yeah,
they still have a path.
Yeah,
that's why it's a slippery slope.
Right,
they're good. Number one, number two, they still have a path to get into the playoff. I think this is where it's going to be. Now, I will say, if you're looking at traditional old school matchups, their drop back passing game, they're a running team. The Aggies are pretty good defense. They've given up some big games to rushers, but they're pretty good against the rush. But their drop back passing game, the Aggies, definitely have the edge there.
Okay.
In pass rushing. Another one here with local interest. This surprised me, and yet it kind of didn't, because I think Texas Tech is really good. But BYU is undefeated. 10.5-point underdog at Texas Tech. If you're inclined to bet, I still don't even know if that's a good bet to go with BYU, because I think the Red Raiders are really good. They have a great pass rusher themselves. Obviously, they have a really good defense and a hell of a good offense. But it's kind of a slippery slope here, to keep with the theme, for both squads.
Yeah, the Big 12 has a couple of teams that are just kind of sitting right there along the sides of trying to get into that Big 12 championship game, which honestly, more and more as we get closer to it, feels like anybody's kind of proposition if you do pop up there. So this might be one of those games that pushes one of these teams a little further out of that, assuming that BYU loses, they might still have the opportunity being 8-1, but that'd give them a loss in the Big 12 and really push them to a weird place. But I mean, this is a game at home at Jones AT&T Stadium in Lubbock, and it's an 11 a.m. I'm very intrigued as to what this looks like, because these are both teams that, interesting enough, pretty bleeping physical right now, man.
Yeah.
So I think that this is going to be a Big 12 game that doesn't feel like your daddy's Big 12 game, but it's going to be one of great consequence, clearly.
Yeah. So here, you tell me if this is a slippery slope. I think it is. LSU at Alabama. Now, LSU has had an off week, coming off an off week, changed coaches, changed ADs, changed everything. But, the Crimson Tide should roll, but this is LSU and Alabama. Man.
Well,
I mean, and they got the athletes. They don't have the offensive line, but they got the athletes.
And it is at Tuscaloosa.
Yeah.
This is where I need to see some from Kalen DeBoer.
Yeah.
Kalen DeBoer has a little bit of a penchant for making some games a little harder than they need.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of the experience of Kalen. Now, they can get up and down with that football.
Yeah.
And Ty Simpson has actually looked pretty good this year.
Oh, for sure. He's on the Heisman list.
I need to give him some credit, because I don't think I've mentioned his name in one of these segments. Except with Kalen DeBoer and the way they run this, like, they are not Nick Saban's Alabama in that they are just going to snuff you out. And LSU is a program where they still have some talent on that team.
They have talent.
Right.
Yeah,
so
we know that.
Don't what there needs to be. Is Kalen DeBoer's Alabama team capable of getting up and just absolutely closing the door on a team?
Taking care of business.
That'll be one that I'm interested in that late night window. Even though, funny enough, I don't think it's the one that I'm going to.
Well, what is
have
yours?
The first in the forefront of my imagination at that time. In that time slot, I am actually looking at a game that really should not matter, but I'm interested in Virginia Wake Forest.
Oh yeah.
I need to put my eyes on Virginia, because
Virginia's like right there.
Virginia's actually like I think they're the highest seeded ACC team right now, and I realize I ain't watched no Virginia football to this point.
We mentioned them last week, I think. How that was going to be. I forget what the theme was, but it was sort of like a team that keep an eye on kind of thing. No, that I didn't know they were going on at the same time. That's going to be interesting. Here's another one.
This has got to be the biggest game of the weekend, I think.
What is it?
Is it Oregon, Iowa?
Nah. That's not
what?
That's
he said.
Nah. Biggest games of the week are definitely BYU, Texas Tech, and A&M versus Missouri. The other ones. But let's go ahead and dig in on that, because this is going to be Oregon against a really good, run defense, and that's going to be like the old irresistible force thing and all that stuff.
Yeah, I think that Oregon is a team that we all believe to be good, but I have no evidence of that yet, because they haven't actually had any good games. It's one of the reasons why when the college football playoff ranking came out, they were so low. It's like they just ain't played nobody yet. This is playing a little bit out as like a great one, but they just steady. They are the consummate Big Ten
team.
Iowa. They're steady there. The things that they
set
do,
a clock on Iowa.
They are going to try and limit the number of possessions, which will be interesting to see how Oregon handles this. Like, I think this will be a great test as to how good is Oregon, even though I think if in a vacuum you think of them as one of the better teams in the nation. I think that this ends up being one of the early tests, or one of the early is crazy to say right now at this point in the season, but this is one of the tests that gives us an idea of, are they actually up there alongside, the 3-4 teams that you immediately think of in Ohio State, Indiana, A&M, like those teams.
No, that's a really good point. Remember when they went into the whiteout and came out with the win, and we thought, oh, wow, what a great win. Well,
we literally, I know nothing about Oregon in a tangible, like, obviously we know what Dante Moore can do as a quarterback, but like in a sense of being challenged thus far.
We thought they passed the Penn State test, but Penn State is not a test.
Right. At least not this season, especially with some of the losses that they sustained after that. So yeah, man, I think that Iowa is going to give you one of those thumpings of a test, but it's one that you should be able to get. Gronowski as the quarterback there has been such a fun, real college football sicko watch. He's not been particularly good, but he kind of hems the offense the way that they need to. But yeah, I'm intrigued in that one as quite a bit.
I got a couple more for you. One obviously with local interest. Are you nervous as a Houston Cougars fan?
Yes.
Are you nervous, Figgy? You go out there a lot.
Yeah,
I go to UCF.
Yeah, I think I'm still disappointed from last week.
Well, that's it. You the Connor Wegman as I've mentioned multiple times, really, really good. Love the kid, but he's always good for a couple of burps every year, and he had one last week. And UCF's a lot better at home than they are on the road.
Yeah, that's. And honestly, it's less about UCF specifically, but that is a point that's worth noting. I think for me, it's just this Houston team, clearly the defense is the better side of the football, and the offense is where I go. All season long, I've been kind of like, what do I make of their ability to sustain stuff, especially run the football? And that kind of got flipped on its head against the West Virginia team that they had no business allowing to be in the game. Both the defense failing them and then the offense doing yakety sacks type stuff. Like, if they are not capable of being steady in those ways, anybody can beat them, because, again, West Virginia did, right? So are they able to steady the ship is something that is here. When I say I'm uneasy or, the question, whatever the question that you have, I'm nervous, it's because of that. It's not that they don't have the quality. I've been very pleased with what the high water mark is for them in year 2 of this experiment, so to say, or this project. But the idea that it could falter the way that it did, because it wasn't just that they lost. They lost, giving up a whole bunch of points and not scoring quite enough.
Getting run on.
Both of those things were like both of their, I was not say strengths, but one of their clear strengths really faltered for them in a huge way in that game.
Do you have any more? Because I have one more that is a little bit of an interesting one.
Go for it, dude.
So this is one of those, what do they call that? The crawl on the bottom? Yeah, a little crawl on the bottom. This is one that you're going to be watching college football or whatever you're watching, and it's going to go across, and you're going to see a score of Notre Dame 14, Navy 13 in the fourth quarter or something like that. Navy at Notre Dame. Notre Dame crushes them sometimes, but just seems quite often Navy gives them trouble. Navy gives Notre Dame trouble. This is a good Navy team. They're 7-1.
Yeah, I was about to say, is this the good service academy right now?
This is a good Navy team. They're 7-1, and they have, I think they're the number 1 rushing team in all of college football.
Yeah.
Notre Dame's favored by 26.5. I wouldn't lay those points.
Yeah, Navy is one of those teams that, again, somewhat like Iowa. I think that they're going to try and limit the number of possessions that happen in this game. I do believe that Notre Dame should be able to get past whatever governor Navy tries to put on the game. But I'm with you. I wouldn't feel comfortable laying those points.
And talk about a slippery slope. We've talked about it ever since early in the season. Notre Dame has had to run out and look impressive. I mean, style points might come into play here.
It might, but I think this is actually not going to be bad for their strength of schedule. Can I give you 2 games that I have an eye on? Not necessarily that they're going to be of great points, although the first one will. As we're getting into the college football playoff ranking periods, Tulane, Memphis is super important. Memphis, that whoever comes out of the American seems like they're going to get that spot, that automatic bye for the group of 4 or what have you. Right now, Memphis is, leading the charge there, but that's John Summerall's coach team at Tulane. The team coming in, we thought, was going to hold that spot, so that could be very interesting. That one is that's actually tonight at 9 p.m. on ESPN2, or actually 8 p.m. rather. And then another one just for lulz. This is a game that if you look at it looked at the names, you're like, ooh, fun game. And if you get into it, it's going to be awful football. Florida State, Clemson.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I actually had that on my list, and I thought I wouldn't get to it, so I left it on the cutting room floor. I mean, anything Dabo right now is must watch.
Dude, even Dabo's admitting how bad it is. Yes. Like they have just made a terrible mistake evaluating their roster, and that hurts especially more when you're not willing to use the transfer portal. So if you want to watch a really bad game in that late slate, FSU Clemson. That might be a fun opportunity to just laugh.
Getting all kinds of high school games, man. I'm going to go through all these during the break.
Yeah, apparently.
Next Friday, I don't think we can get it done by tonight. We all got stuff, but let's look at next Friday. Go to a high school game.
Somebody said, don't forget Sam Houston, Oregon State. Okay. It has been
mentioned. Sorry, who?
It has been mentioned.
Sorry, B. Scott.
Actually, I did say that they were on O for Watch. I have not checked. Where are they? Let me know. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's our college football preview presented by Wrangler. Coming up next, let's do it. Texans win because, Texans lose because. What are the factors that will determine if the Texans can manage to get a victory this weekend? 713-572-4610. Let us know. We'll do that next.
It's official. exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right, big voice man. Football Friday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. The Football Friday festivities will continue in an hour with the fellas of the drive out at Talia Brewing, which has become kind of a staple out there in Sugar Land.
Yeah, they're out there
right
all the
next
time.
to the Constellation Field. Go out and see the fellas. Of course, we got the In the Loop glasses back around. If you haven't gotten one of those, pop out there. And what I can promise you is, because I guess today was the day, I'm going to pop out there as well. So if you want me to sign the glass, I can do that for you. If you don't, that's also very fair. I understand why
you only charging $10 for a signed glass.
Yeah. Well, that's up.
Reggie
It was $5. It was $5 last time.
Yeah,
I might have to
Reggie
pay people $10 to sign glasses. You want me to sign that?
Yeah.
I got you. But no, go out and see the fellas, because outside of glasses, they always have some giveaways, and then, of course, have a good time at a pretty good spot in Talia Brewing as well. But let's do it. Texans win because, Texans lose because. What are the factors? What are the reasons why the Texans either get a win or a loss on Sunday with the visiting Jacksonville Jaguars? And John Lopez, one thing I feel like I should have mentioned at some point before we even get into the factors, the nitty-gritty, animosity on this field again. It got a little chippy the first time around between these two, and of course all of that feels like it's in the shadow of what happened between Azeez Al-Shaair and Trevor Lawrence late last season.
And Jags, Jags have always been,
right. Of course, it's a division game generally.
Game, a little bitter. It's not the rivalry it once was. Back when Seth played and all that stuff, it was really.
I like that you said back when Seth played. I understand what you were getting at, but in my head, my brain went to because Seth was out there just agitating. He was making everybody mad.
I'm not saying he was or he wasn't. All I'm saying is when he played,
neither confirmed nor denied.
When he played, because so many Texans players came from Jacksonville. Back then. And then it just kind of lingered for a good 10, 12 years. It's not that, but it's kind of reviving. All right, so win because, lose because. I cannot shake what I heard, and we started the show with it today in Nick Caley's press conference. We heard a little bit about this really from the post-game and into this week, from D'Amico as well, about we have to do something different. It's not working. We got to do something different. We got to change the way we do things. How many different variations of that have we heard? And then Nick Caley, yesterday, and we played it earlier, talking about we consider ourselves a downhill team, run the ball, et cetera. What is it going to be? My win because is they truly have to change significantly the way they run their offense. Whether it's not just, and I'm not talking about just personnel, but whether it's, really it's an impossibility with this staff. It's just not how they're wired. But really putting some twists on the pass game. We've seen them pass some, and B. Scott mentioned it earlier, in the earlier downs, maybe a little more motion. It has to be in the playbook. Just they have to change something. D'Amico said as much like all week long. We got to believe that they're going to do something. If they stick to what they've always done, I don't think they're going to win.
It's fair to bring that up. I mean, you're right. They need to find some new things, some new wrinkles within this system, especially with the injuries that they have. I mean, lose because it's just too much to sustain. That's the easy part. You're talking about Jalen Petrie, who's the hub of what makes your defense go, and you don't have some of the other things that would immediately make this easy, right? Jalen Smith, the cornerback, just goes to IR, and so you don't have the easy kind of musical chairs that you've already established. That's there on the defensive side. On the offensive side, two of your offensive linemen are currently dealing with injuries.
Yeah.
One of them, I feel pretty confident won't play. Ed Ingram, I don't know if he plays. That's the right side of your line, which really has been the stronger side of your offensive line.
By the way, Ed Ingram was not spotted today.
Okay, so I think it's pretty fair and safe to say that it's unlikely that he plays. And so if that's the case, you have probably Juice Scruggs next to Blake Fisher on the right side of this offensive line, where at times you've been more effective. I mean, hell, even just if you end up in a short situation where you need a quarterback sneak, that you've been able to actually get some good push.
Yeah,
there's some real questions as to how effective you can be offensively. So I think that's something you talk about. But Texans win because they are able to stop the run.
Yes,
the Jags run the football. They run the ball well with their two backs that they have. there, and they run the ball inside. So it's gonna be the likes of Rankins and Settle and Edwards and Togia. Like, especially, I think Tommy might have a little bit more work to do here because he seems to take on blocks incredibly well. That's no shade to like Sheldon Rankins, who I think has actually done a pretty solid job at taking on blocks, but they're going to need to take on blocks in that middle. They're going to need to clog things up. And I think this is why also when we were talking about who steps in and is able to step up for Jalen Petrie, I do think that more base, where you have more 3 linebackers, I think that take those guys off the field, or take the ability to stop the run away from, or take the run rather away from the Jags, who 4.5 per carry. They're top 10 if memory serves in just rush yards per game. Period. You can get to the efficiency stats that are there as well. I know that, just understand.
Yeah,
pretty good, right?
They're good. They run the ball.
What do you think of them as a passing team? Because I'm like, if you stop the run and you're just like, hey, Trevor Lawrence, go make something happen, I actually feel confident in those circumstances. I'm not afraid of Trevor Lawrence trying to dice you up. So if you can take a concerted effort of stopping the run, I'm not even going to be so bold as to think, can you put the Jaguars in a negative game state where you get up a score or two and then you force them to throw the football? But at least if your defense puts a concerted, put the Jags in a place where maybe they start turning the football over or just are inefficient offense.
Yeah, look, I just in a general sense, as you just pointed out, I am not afraid of Trevor Lawrence, but my confession was very honest. I've seen some things lately that I don't know if he's going to transform himself as a quarterback, but I think he's had some good moments with Liam Cohen, and that leads to another one of my win because, lose because. No Jalen Petrie, I don't care who you are, has got to be scary because they're mixing and matching. And, I've done a complete 180 on how I feel about Liam Cohen. I could see him hunting. I could see Liam Cohen, whether it's E.J. Speed, whether it's Miles Bryant, whomever steps in there, I could see where Liam Cohen, I do respect him enough now that I think he's going to be able to maybe exploit some of those things, like a lot of offensive coordinators have done.
Power rank the coordinators here, or the play callers, I should say.
Oh.
Like from the Jags offensive play caller, Jags defensive play caller, Texans offensive play caller, Texans defensive play caller.
I would say Texans defensive play caller number 1.
Okay.
Jacksonville's offensive play caller number 2.
Okay.
Then I would say Jaguars defensive play caller 3.
Campanile.
And then Texans offensive play caller 4.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So I think that you set up for some interesting matchups here on play callers. This one is a fair one from the 3-4-6. Texans win because Jacksonville does Jacksonville stuff. I'm interested in what you mean when you say that. However, I think that what you might be pointing to is the Jets with this team. How much does that maybe put them behind the 8 ball? Or maybe even possibly, depending on if it's their defense that has some penalties in here, does that extend drives for the Texans in ways that sometimes they might have some issues extending drives?
Yeah, I think that's very fair. I also feel, here's another one for you. I think Davis Mills is going to be better with a week to prepare and all the reps. But boy, if he starts sailing some of those balls like he did last week,
is that what you're most concerned about with Davis?
Yes.
I feel like that's probably like the nerves of coming in cold.
That's what I'm saying. It stands to reason that won't happen.
Sure.
What I'm saying is, if that does happen, then who knows?
I'm interested. Like for me, I'm like, can he rip the ball with the abandon but also still protect it? Because it feels like that's what's necessary, and you got to be able to and willing to get through your progressions quickly, which I think I need to see that tick up from what it looked like last week to some degree. But then also, when you see it, just take the yards that's there. And doing that requires you to throw with some anticipation, but not too much anticipation to get yourself in trouble. That's a fine line to strike for any quarterback. I want to see Davis Mills attempt to strike that because it could go too strong one way or the other. If you're too scared to let the ball rip, you end up in circumstances where you're making it harder for your offense to progress. If you get too lackadaisical with it, you might give the Jags free, more possessions, which I think is not good in this game at all.
But it is funny because that's kind of the quandary that the offensive play callers and game planners are in right now. My first point today, you got to change something. You got to be. It's drastic times, drastic measures, because you go 3-6. I mean, is it safe to say you're done in terms of the playoffs?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, man.
So on the one hand, I'm like, you got to change something.
With this schedule,
you got to do something.
You say 3-6. With this schedule, you think you win in 6-7 games?
Exactly.
In the last few?
At the same time, as much as I'm like, you got to do something, you got to change it. You're playing Davis Mills, so it stands to reason that you won't. You're going to be more, as you just pointed out, you're going to be safer. You're going to just get the ball out of your hands. You're going to be run the ball. So that's kind of the inner struggle that the Texans have got to be having as an offensive room. We got to change it up. D'Amico said it. We believe it. It's not working. But boy, are we gonna all of a sudden get a little crazy with Davis Mills?
Do you anticipate a change up for the way this offense runs at all? Like, are you anticipating any level of interesting curveballs in here?
The old gun to the head, I'm going to say no. I don't think D'Amico, obviously as the overseer, it falls on me, guy, as he said this week. I don't think he's willing to risk what he knows he's going to get out of his defense. He doesn't want to, the whole turnovers thing, the whole, he put your defense in a bad spot. I think he's just going to dance with the one that brung him and hope that the offense does something.
Can I give you another win, because we're going to come from a relatively optimistic place here? I can give you some pessimism if you really want to. Texans win because Nico Collins does it to the Jags.
Yeah.
That he's known to do, and he has the capability of it. Plus, one of the few things that I saw in the Davis Mills outing that was like, oh, this is nice. He got on the field and immediately rekindled that kinship that he has with Nico Collins, putting that ball right over his back shoulder, right over his outside shoulder, just dropped that thing in a bucket. And I was like, oh, okay, that's right. They're boys. They came in together. There's a rapport there that it can be tapped into.
Now, that's the one thing they can do, in terms of like maybe a little more, not drastic, but a little more daring, is, hey, man, we've talked about it a lot. Just throw it up there.
And it's worth noting that Nico Collins' season high of yardage this year is the 104 with a touchdown on 8 receptions that he had week 3 versus the Jags.
Yeah.
Can you replicate that? Because that's going to be really important. I mean, if you can get 100 yards with Nico Collins, it's not very far that you need to, not much more that you need, especially when you think of the possibility of hitting Dalton Schultz on a few underneath for a good 50, 60 yards. And then all of a sudden, you're at a place where you have a lot of passing offense to work off of. Like, I think that could be very big if you can find your way to do that. And then, so I think that could be a win because I think that this addition of Jacoby Myers is going to be very, very interesting. Now, again, you're still depending on Trevor Lawrence to do some things here. Actually, according to Next Gen Stats, he actually has not thrown a touchdown versus split safety. The only quarterback in all of the National Football League who's not against, having two high safety looks, which I imagine you'll see a decent some of, if not a decent amount in this game. But I think that's. You add wide receiver to this, even if BTJ is having, I think Parker Washington is a receiver that has definitely found a level of groove. That's a couple of receivers that maybe could threaten this defense, especially without their normal situation that seems like they'll be playing and mixing and matching some coverages that they don't frequently do, or at least they haven't frequently done. What's the possibility of maybe a bust or some opportunities for that to be attacked in a different way?
Yeah.
I think that's in there and a possibility. But I think that could be a tough thing for the defense.
Do you think this will be the day? And this is, I don't know if this is necessarily a win or lose because, but it could be. Do you think what he said about, and we didn't really cover this, he being Nick Caley, about, hey, it was just happenstance, it was the rotation when it comes to Jalen Noel getting the ball and Christian Kirk getting the ball? Because again, if you weren't listening earlier in the week, Noel had 11 snaps, Christian Kirk had 41. Nick Caley was asked about it yesterday and said, hey, kind of rhythm of the game stuff. It just didn't work. I don't know if I can buy that.
They've had enough opportunities to feature him or what have you. When they've had to make the decision, the conscious effort to try and feature him, they haven't.
So isn't the rhythm of the game 30 times?
It's not a priority, and that's the way I'll put it. Like, they have other priorities in the rhythm of the game to get the ball. Like, you see when their priorities get the ball to Nico. It's very prevalent.
Yeah.
It should be prevalent, worth noting. It's clearly not as high of a priority for them as I think it is from the outside looking in.
Yeah.
We'll see what it looks like, though. That's ultimately what we're trying to see with this game. Do you have a feel on the game?
I can watch this and be fully confident in the Texans with the injuries, with the way they played, with their red zone, with their offense, with the points, with the backup quarterback. So my feel for the game is it ain't great, It ain't great.
It's a good feel.
I don't have a great feel for the game. However, oddly enough, I think that the Texans get a slim victory.
Okay.
Here. And maybe that I'm just being a hater. And you know what? If I need to be a hater, I will. I do think that the defense can find a way to sustain itself, and I think that they have some things that they can play, with their coverages or whatever, what have you, in the absence of Jalen Petrie in order to kind of.
That's what they're counting on.
We'll see. Hopefully they can do that. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, the time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, so have you ever wondered why they are blasting classical music around the underpass and the gas stations? Well, I got a story about this, and I think they kind of explain why. Plus, it was a high-speed chase that happened yesterday, and we actually could have walked over there to the other studio and looked out the window to witness some of it.
Oh, man.
All right. We go to our high-speed chase correspondent next.
for babies and families. I'm talking about the 27th annual Bad Pants Open happening November 10th at Champions Golf Club, raising funds for Texans children's NICU families. Even though the player field is full, you can still sponsor a hole or donate to help provide Angel Eye video access, peer support, and essential comforts to families in need. Learn more and give now at texaschildrens.org.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. Have you guys ever been to a gas station or kind of around the area and maybe that gas station is just blasting classical music? And it was a gas station right around the corner from here.
I remember that.
Yeah.
But usually it's just different music.
I think Seth actually brought this up a few years ago where it's a gas station right on the corner somewhere over here.
Mm-hmm.
And they just be blasting the classical music. Like very loud. Like so loud that you have to get off the phone sometimes because it's just that loud. So I think it's a reason why they're doing this. And ABC 13 here in Houston had a story pretty much why is this happening. And just a little backstory. A lot of people feel like they're doing this to kind of keep the homeless people from hanging out. So they got them on. I think ABC 13 had a story about a speaker, somebody installing a speaker around the underpass where a lot of homeless people usually hang around.
Right.
And so here's ABC 13 News pretty much explaining the story, and they're going to talk to a couple people that hang out under that underpass.
Okay.
If you want to hear a stirring rendition of the classical composition, The Blue Danube, you may choose to attend the Houston Symphony or catch a visiting performer. You probably wouldn't think of finding it at a busy downtown underpass.
It was good to listen to, but after a while, keep listening to the same thing. Sometimes it start humming, and I'm like...
It's mostly the unhoused you'll find spending significant amounts of time at the Pierce elevated underpasses at Main and Fanning. Those we spoke to say they remember hearing the music for months, others say years. What they could agree on is why it's classical music.
It should be a bigger selection.
Loud and on a loop.
Because of the homeless and all the other things that go on through the city, and they're right here under the bridge all the time.
We reached out to the mayor's office, city council, and Metro to figure out who installed the speakers, if the music is in fact to deter people from camping and sitting at these underpasses.
I just put up with it.
And what other resources are being provided to those in need. So far, no one has responded to our inquiries.
I'm homeless.
David, who's experiencing homelessness, move, and dangerous activity, such as drug dealing, is lower, at least in this area. But he's not sure this is the answer either.
Just give us some help. If y'all come out and give us the right help that we need, we won't have to sit out here all day.
It said, get you some Bach in your life. How about that? Get you some culture. How about some Beethoven, huh?
I'm just kind of curious. Why do people feel like that will keep? I mean, I don't know if it worked or not, but do that really keep people away? Like, why classical music like that?
I don't know. I think just in general, maybe it was just what they selected. Maybe it's because it's, the violins. It can be irritating if you hear the same song over and over again, like the one guy said. I don't know. He said the Pierce elevated bridge right there.
Yeah.
I see that one almost every day. I'm going to have to open my window, see if they're jamming some, Mozart or something.
I mean, will it get to a point where they'd be like, let me just, join this music? Or is it just the loudness of anything?
I'm guessing it's the loudness, but also, have you worked retail before?
Yeah.
You know what it is when you hear that same selection over and over. Mm-hmm. It just needles at you.
Yeah, that's what it gets a little irritating.
Yeah, it kind of had that situation at Starbucks.
I bet you did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I've had a similar place where that music just keeps coming at you.
No,
I do.
For the rest of your life, when you hear that music,
it takes you back to that place.
I'm just wondering why classical music though.
Yeah, that's a good question.
I'm just kind of curious. I don't think anybody have the answer to it.
I'm guessing it's rights based. Right, classical music,
maybe I don't know.
Probably in the public domain to some degree. But maybe they want to add a touch of class. A touch of class, a little Grey Poupon out there.
It's funny because back when I was part-time, used to work late nights. I used to go to the gas station that I was talking about. And I was sitting there thinking, like, man, I'm pumping my gas right now. This classical music is blasting. This would be a weird time to get robbed, man. You getting robbed with Mozart in the background. And I just thought about, what was the movie? I forgot the name of the movie, but you know how those bank robber movies? They be having the mask on, they just playing some type of classical opera or something like that.
Yeah.
And everything going in slow motion. That's the first thing I thought about. I'm like, man, I need to hurry up and get out of here.
It's funny because they said that, you know, there's kind of some thought that it might help mitigate like crime, drug deals, things like that. And I wonder why that is. Like, I don't have a good reason, but my thought was, is it because when you get out there, you're like, hey, this music, is somebody paying attention or whatever? But I feel like it might work in the opposite where, especially what you're thinking, somebody trying to come up and rob you. You're not yelling. You're not yelling over all this classical music. It's too loud for that. Just hand over this money.
Every action movie you've seen before always had that opera scene where you're watching the opera and all of a sudden the assassination happened.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah,
that's the first thing.
It's like the backdrop.
Yeah, with the lady just singing her ass off, and the president or the prime minister get assassinated, and all of a sudden, everybody's screaming and running out. So that's the first thing I thought about, but kind of interesting to me. It's also interesting to me. I wish we could have got a glimpse of this, but it was a high-speed chase that started all the way in Galveston and ended up driving 59.
Right by us?
Yeah, it was right by us. I looked at the video, and I saw the Buffalo Speedway exit. He was just driving on. I'm like, damn. I'm like, that could have been me in that situation.
They're
or
so
something.
dangerous and dumb, but I don't know why they fascinate so many people. We used to do play-by-play. Remember that every local station would cut into them.
Yeah, and everybody around this,
everybody gathers around the
TV just watching.
Oh, look at him.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is about us but we love them. I mean, have I told y'all that there was a day I came down in college. I came down to the lobby of my dorm, about to walk off. I see a whole bunch of people congregate in the lobby. I look over. It's something on the TV with your car chase. And I was like, I got a few minutes. I skipped 3 classes that day. I skipped 3. I was just like, I'm here. Them classes will be there when I get back.
Yeah. So here's KHOU 11 with the story about a man, I guess, wanted in a high-speed chase.
Video into our newsroom showing the tense end to a high-speed chase that began in Galveston County and ended on the South Loop when the suspect ran out of gas. That chase ended just after 12:30 this afternoon with the suspect surrendering with his hands up and being taken into custody. Police say the suspect, 38-year-old Jasmine Washington, has outstanding warrants for theft and probation violation on top of for this chase.
It looked like he ended up over there off of Stella Link.
Yeah, he made the loop.
Yeah, because I saw the Stella Link little sign. Well, I'm like, dang. So if we were still over there, we would have got a glimpse of it.
Man. It's like,
I will say, I know that I've seen a number of times, and obviously the most iconic of times is when the white Broncos going in the mid-'90s. I've never had the urge to want to go outside and watch the car go by. But in the same way, I'm not a parade guy.
But you haven't had the opportunity.
And I'm not a marathon guy. Because it just feels like, all right, all this for that one moment of boom, they done passed, and then I'm like, what do I do next? Like, I'd much rather stay with the action like
I'd
the
go
TV.
Out there. I'd have been craning my neck.
You would?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But you get all you get is the one pass, though.
Yeah. But just imagine if it's somebody legendary. If it's some bimbo or somebody out there that you don't know. I mean, of course you ain't gonna care, but let's say it's somebody like Vince Young that was in the Ford Explorer, and you know where he's going to be. You're gonna try to get a glimpse of him.
Texas fans, that is Figgy Fig at the Figgy Fig on social media.
I'm just
like to complain.
Texas fans or Texas fans will be like, "Oh shoot, let me go. Let me try to get to this bridge so I can get a glimpse."
Like, run, Vince, run for an entirely different reason this time.
Yeah. All right, it's the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. We see, I guess now in 2025, we see a lot of restaurants, a lot of businesses that are just cashless. And just imagine from California who decided to rob a bank that's cashless.
A cashless bank.
A cashless bank. Now, I got some questions after I play this clip.
Yeah, guys, I'm here at the U.S. Bank location just off State Park and Sokol Drive, where Santa Cruz Sheriff's investigators have confirmed there was an armed robbery. The Sheriff's Office says deputies got the call at around 4 this evening that multiple suspects had just robbed the U.S. Bank. At least one of those suspects was said to be armed. According to the Sheriff's Office, the location is cashless, so at this time it's unknown if they were able to flee with any money. Currently, the bank has signs posted in the front saying they closed due to an emergency, and there's no word yet if they'll reopen tomorrow. No one was hurt, but at this time, investigators aren't releasing much information at all.
All right, so I got two questions. My first question is, if this bank was cashless, what the hell did y'all take?
Yeah, well,
What did y'all run away with?
I'm getting all these pens. I'm getting all these mugs.
Let me get this monitor.
Get the free
let me get
poster that goes with a new
Let me
account.
get this chair.
I'm gonna get the money counting machine. Oh, they might not have that. All right, let's see what else they got. Oh, let me get these pneumatic tubes. I need all this.
Yeah. My second question is, how do a cashless bank run? I've never been to a cashless bank before.
I haven't either. Is a cashless bank even a bank?
Is it just the office at that point?
I mean, it's all just sort of transactions in the ether, just kind of up in the air.
I know what you're saying is logical. For some reason, you look like a conspiracy. It's aliens. That's what's
it's
doing.
A cashless bank actually a bank?
Is a cashless bank a bank?
I don't know what the hell it is. I'm sure they probably walked in there and like, none of y'all fools got no money.
You're going to be thinking about this when you're high next time.
I guarantee you I won't.
You're going to ask all your friends.
I can guarantee you I won't.
Hey, man, is a cashless bank a bank?
What kind of conversation do you think I have amongst myself and my friends?
Yeah, but kind of interesting. I never heard of a cashless bank, so.
If you think about the word, I'm down this rabbit hole.
Oh, my goodness.
If you think about the word bank, you're actually banking something. You're putting something in some sort of, safe or deposit box.
Ostensibly.
Or something. Yeah. But when you're cashless.
Wait, it didn't say that they don't have deposit box, though.
Well, that means they would have cash.
Does it? You can put valuables in that are non-cash valuables.
Bank.
Why are we still here? That's the question I have. Why are we still here?
All right, let's move on from this real quick before we start arguing over something.
Somebody said they have ATMs. If they have ATMs, is that not okay? See, he done pulled me into this. Help me, Figgy.
Yeah,
help me.
Let's move on real quick. Remember last week, or was it this? It might have been earlier this week. I played a clip from Eurasian Italian on IG.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Yes.
So, well, it probably won't come to a surprise that he is not a fan of being put out on social media and being recorded by his crazy sons. And here's how he this is a minute clip, a little over a minute clip. How many F-bombs do you think?
Oh, we're doing this again. All right.
So I overshot my estimate last time.
Wait, before we go there, last time we did this, it was what? You said about a 30-second clip, right?
It was 50 seconds.
50 seconds, and it was right about 30 F-bombs.
And I said something like 40-something. So I'm going to say 30.
I actually am going to go higher here.
Yeah.
I think he's going to, you said it's a minute, so we had
a little over a minute.
Yeah. I actually think that he might be a little more efficient with his F-bombs here. I think we're going to get to, I'm going to say 37.
Who the f*** is posting videos of me online?
What are you talking about?
What am I talking about? I had 2 people text me last night saying, yo, bro, is this you? And they got these clips. It's called The Raging Italian. Who the which genius out of the 2 of you decided to start videotaping without me knowing and then posting it online? I don't know people seeing me.
That's not from us.
You don't know what I'm talking about. Who the is in my house videotaping me besides you 2
You haven't been home, so who else can
You haven't been home on 3 months? What do you mean you haven't been home? I was talking to you in your room about the air conditioner. What do you mean you're not home?
What app does it say?
The video, I watched a couple of them. It's you in your room, and it's you in your room, and you tell me you're not home.
Yeah.
What do you think, I'm a Dunsky?
Yeah.
It's just like, yeah?
Yeah.
You guys think this is cute?
I'm not getting
cute.
Some app, Tic-Tac or something like that?
Tic-Tac.
What the is that? What is it?
TikTok?
TikTok? Is that the got TikTok, Mr. Clock. What the is that? That's not us. Oh, so someone else is taking the videos. How the are they getting videotape of me in my house?
Oh my God.
We didn't get there.
How many was it?
I got 29.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, hey.
29, so you was close.
You were in there.
Yeah.
I still believe that this guy, it's legit. This is not set up.
Can I say?
Yeah.
I hate these kids more now.
Yeah.
I'm with him because, like,
They are some jerks.
real jerks.
Yeah.
Not only are they doing this, I feel like at this point you just cop to the joke. They're like, nah, it wasn't us. What you mean?
Yeah. They
Like,
are.
Tick-tock, tic-tac. He goes.
Not only are they gravely upsetting man and raising his blood pressure, now like you're causing his view of reality to fracture because he's like,
who's
well, then
in my house?
People are now watching me and posting this on TikTok. What is happening?
Yeah.
They must be stopped.
Yeah, they got to stop. And I'll get y'all out of here on this real quick. I usually do a special salute or thoughts and prayers or thanks for nothing, man. I think I'm going to add one to this one. I'm just throwing this out there, not saluting it. So Diddy, who is currently in prison right now, was just caught drinking behind bars at Fort Dix. So Fort Dix.
Yeah.
And apparently he made homemade alcohol using Fanta, sugar, and apples.
Okay.
So I guess that might be a little jail thing. And officials were planning on moving him to another unit. And yeah, so and I don't know if you guys seen the picture of Diddy kind of out and about. This is like one of the first videos of him being on the courtyard, I guess.
Yeah.
And one of the young gentlemen that was around him was once Sebastian Telfair.
Oh, he's out there with Bassie. But I forgot Bassie was locked up.
Yeah, I think he got some time too. He got double digits.
Yikes.
Yeah, so that picture, everybody started looking at that picture, and somebody said, "Hey, that's Sebastian Telfair."
That is
one NBA phenom or high school phenom.
Wasn't it the cover of Slam magazine?
Slam magazine. I always think of the documentary Through the Fire.
Yeah.
Where man, Sebastian Telfair was supposed to be the next one.
What did he get up the river for?
I forgot what it was. I forgot, but he got about 12 to 14 years or something like that.
So Diddy got to jail and immediately started scheming, huh? Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
And then also Fox has just confirmed that Mark Sanchez is no longer with the network and had no further comment. So we kind of seen that coming.
Yeah, we did see Drew Brees got hired.
Yeah.
That man got felony charges. Yikes.
Yep.
Yikes. Yikes. All right. That is the mixtape. I don't know what to say about it, but it was indeed the mixtape. You get that every weekday, 1:20 p.m. right here on Sports Radio 610 at the Figgy Fig on social media. If you see something mixtape worthy, or if you want to complain about him putting Vince Young in a high-speed chase. All right, coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of The Drive who are out at Talia Brewing in Sugar Land. But before we get there, let's draft the weekend. What's our favorite things coming up in the weekend of sports? We'll do that next.
The Drive with
See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Thank you, Figgy.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Funky Football Friday here on Sports Radio 610. We're getting ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. Clint and Ron, who are broadcasting out of Talia Brewing in Sugar Land right next to Constellation Field. Go out, hang out with the fellas, get you something to eat, get you something to drink, some good brews there out there. And, go ahead and get you a nice In the Loop pint glass, get you entered for an opportunity to win some stuff out there. Have a good Friday with the fellas of the drive. Before we get there, though, let's set up the weekend, and I think that there's some real fun stuff on this weekend. So with that being the case, actually, I think
it's your turn
this week.
Yeah,
which is it's a week where I very much would rather not go first. Honestly,
it works out.
If I'm being entirely honest, but that's okay. I'm not going to be too mad about it. Am I going to be real spicy with my selections early on?
There's some possibilities. No, like for sure slam dunk.
No, yeah. It's an interesting weekend. It's full in that there's stuff to watch,
and it's good, but it's not like gotta see that.
Afterwise, I'm going to do this just games that I'm it's games and sporting events that I'm really interested in, and so I will begin with Rockets Bucks on Sunday. Rockets and Bucks. Yes, Rockets Spurs tonight is very interesting. And it's NBA Cup Game 1. I think Rockets Bucks is another one that I'm really, really intrigued by, just off of the opportunity of seeing a Giannis versus this team.
Who got second?
Oh, you can have second.
I'll take Rockets Spurs tonight.
I'm telling you, man. That's a shocking pick. That's a shocking pick that he went Rockets Bucks.
But
I get you.
It's still a good game too, but man, tonight is a must watch.
Yeah, 100%. I think that the NBA Cup adds a little bit of intrigue, but the Wembanyama is very intriguing. I think B. Scott did a good job making mention of the fact that Wemby's had some teams start to find some things that slowed him down early. Do those continue to show up if the Rockets do?
Honestly, the NBA Cup to me ain't got nothing to do with it. I think if it was just a regular game, I would have been intrigued for this one.
Fair enough.
Matchup and everything else.
I know where you're going.
Yeah, A&M in Missouri. That's a pivotal moment for both teams. We talked about in our college football segment. The theme of the week is slippery slope Saturday. It's a slippery slope for both squads right there. Missouri loses, they're out. A&M wins. They got to be feeling pretty good, at least going into the final weekend of the season against Texas. It's going to be big, big ball game. Not prime time on ABC, but the prime afternoon game on ABC.
3:30 or 2:30 rather there. I will go again and again. I'm going to go off the beaten path. I understand y'all would look at me sideways. Golden Boy promotions.
Oh, the boxing match.
Boxing occasion that's happening on Saturday. Virgil Ortiz, Erickson Lubin. They're going at 154. This should be a really fun fight to try and establish kind of not contender status, but kind of contender status to give themselves an opportunity to do kind of a unification bout that should happen relatively soon. So this is going to have some really good stakes. And on this card, our guy, Darius Fulgham, will be fighting David Stevens at 168. This is an opportunity after DFG picked up his first loss when he fought Melekuziev earlier in the year. His opportunity to bounce back and give himself more shine as he builds back again to try and get to some contender status at 168.
Yeah, no, that wouldn't be on the top of my list, but that's an intriguing card.
All right, I'm gonna go a little NFL right here. I'm gonna go Ravens and Vikings.
That was the one I thought I could save.
Really?
I thought I could get around to this one. This one's super. There's a lot of interesting things happening here, including obviously the Ravens getting healthy, Lamar Jackson being back, but their defense is getting healthier and looked a little bit better versus the Vikings with J.J. McCarthy, or 9, as you like to call him, John Lopez. But more importantly, they got Brian Flores as their defensive coordinator. That's an interesting challenge of Brian Flores versus Lamar Jackson in this offense, because Brian Flores is a blitzer. How much does that help against Lamar Jackson? Are you able to corral him? I think that there's some real good questions to be asked in that battle in this game.
I had a game that I hoped you guys would save me, but it wasn't that one. It's this one. Steelers at Chargers.
Really?
I was thinking about that
8:20 p.m., 7:20 p.m., I should say, on NBC. Aaron Rodgers, don't look now, has been doing a lot with Steelers. We don't ever really know what the Chargers are, but they've been interesting to watch here lately. I'm going to be in on Steelers Chargers.
Oh, I forgot to mention one of the things I was thinking about when I went with Bucks instead of Spurs for the Rockets. I think we're getting close to that time period where where Dorian Finney-Smith might make his return. So I'm hoping that maybe that might be a day where that could happen. That's just hope. I'm not basing that off of anything in particular. My final selection here, even though I think there's some more games, we talked about the college football game, so I'll leave that to you guys if you guys want to pick from those. Give me Patriots, Buccaneers.
Yeah.
I think the Patriots look like they have this thing figured out on all accounts, and I just want to see more of this Drake May, and I think that this is going to be a fun battle of a team that's been scrappy and kind of nice in the Bucs and a team in the Patriots that look like they might have some things figured out to be a good team in the AFC.
Yeah, I'm going to keep it NFL right here with my last pick. I'm going to go – this one, I have no dog in the fight. I just kind of want to be messy a little bit. Cardinals and Seahawks.
Yeah.
I kind of want to see how the Cardinals –
Jacoby, baby.
Yeah, I kind of want to see how they look, man. If they look pretty decent, and even if they do lose, if they look really decent, then it might really be over for Kyler Murray in Arizona.
I don't think you need to add that last clause. I was it yesterday that we were talking about some people are looking at the Seahawks as one of the best teams, and I think it was Prisco that was saying that. I was like, yes, I am some people.
Yeah.
I think that they might be the best team of football right now.
I agree with you. And my last pick, with a special shout-out, this isn't my pick, but I know tonight I'm at least going to be watching a good chunk of KU and North Carolina. KU and North Carolina. I'm going to check on that. My last pick, however, is going to be, hey, we got a top 10 matchup that hadn't even been selected yet. BYU and Texas.
There it is.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah.
That was one I had written down. I had Oregon, Iowa. I think I talked to you about the reason why. I think Oregon, they ain't played nobody. This is the first time they have an opportunity to prove, are you one of those really good teams, or are you just a team that's been beaten up on teams that are lesser than you? And just great weekend. Maybe not like on the super highest end of sports, but a lot of good sports to take in. So your weekend should be full if you're a sports sicko. And it should be full of these fellas as we turn our attention out to Talia Brewing in Sugar Land. D&M Auto Leasing always gives us the opportunity to chop it up with our brethren, the fellas of the drive. It's Clint, it's Ron. Fellas, how you living, man?
Hey, it's beautiful, man. We love it out here. This is our fourth stop on Football Friday here in Sugar Land and Talyards, and it is always a great time. And they got us out here on the stage like we were the last time. It's going to be a good time. We always have a pretty good crowd. So if you're out and about, if you're on this side of town, even if you're not, come on out. You know we're not empty-handed. You got a chance to enter the ultimate tailgate where you can win a $1,000 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors and tickets to that Texans-Colts game in the suite. You can do that. We've got autographed footballs. We've got future tickets to a Texans game, a free oil change courtesy of Tom Ball Ford, Academy Sports and Outdoors gift cards, and we've series where they have the beautiful faces of Reggie, John, and Figgy.
How about
on
that?
them. You can scoop up another in the loop glass. We need to get one for Tyler. Tyler said that's the only one missing in his set, so we'll Clint will get that for him and have that for him. But you can get one too. So it's going to be a good time out here on a must-win Football Friday. I feel like it's been the third one this year.
That's right. That's right.
They're all must.
Pursuant to that, though, like one of the things that we were trying to do in this show is power ranking the dudes who have to step up, because obviously you're dealing with some injuries. You're going to have a lot of folks that are stepping into opportunities. I mean, Davis Mills, was the right fella, the kicker. I think Miles Bryant might have an opportunity, maybe Tremont Smith, EJ Speed, Blake Fisher. Which of those guys? Drew Scruggs. Which of the guys that have to step up would you power rank 1, 2, 3 maybe if you needed to power rank the fellas who have to step up this weekend?
I'd go Davis Mills one. I'd go if they decide to go Blake Fisher at right tackle, I would go Blake Fisher 2. And I mean, look, I'm not worried about the defensive side of the football at all. So I'd go. I'm not worried about him. I'm not worried about him one bit.
But hold on, Reggie. You said really like you should. What are you worried about?
Well, if Petrie doesn't go, like he's so vital to what you do defensively, and especially because I know that Kamari Lassiter can play that spot, but you lost the dude who felt like you felt comfortable putting out there at cornerback on the other side, and Jalen Smith. Like, do you feel comfortable about sliding J Rock or not J Rock, but Kamari in and just putting whoever?
How many points you think they're going to score, Reggie?
That's a fair point taken.
I'm just saying. Like, I mean, Petrie is a vital big piece. He got a pick in the game the last time, but I mean, the thing that you're saying is, man, Parker Washington has been coming on in the slot. He had 8 for 90 last week.
He has,
but you don't want to see Petrie in the slot and coverage with him. So I mean, like that's I don't know, man. I don't think Jacksonville's about to. Ain't nobody run away from him. And score big points on him. And I don't think Trevor and Jacksonville is going to be the ones to do it. Now, I may come back in here Monday and that'll be thrown in my face. I don't believe that's the case.
Well, the Petrie point is interesting. To me, more so about the run. I mean, he has been instrumental in the run defense and pressuring the quarterback. And I think, look, I think Jacksonville, I think they have a tendency to want to throw the ball around the park, but they really are going to – I think they're going to want to run the football. They've ran it well. And so, I think Petrie's absence will be felt there a bit. But again, to your point, it's a lesser player. I don't think as a unit it just takes a major dive or anything like that. I think there's two.
I got enough answers.
Well, I think there's two positions over there that I think hurt the defense that way. It's edge rusher and corner. You lose one of any of those 4 guys, and I think it changes the dynamic a bit. But everybody else, I think, that's plug and play.
Okay.
No disrespect.
Can the coordinator be in part of this?
Yeah.
I feel like yes. Go ahead.
It's got it. I was triggered yesterday listening to some of the comments, but I'm sure you guys are going to cover it as well.
Yeah, I ain't triggered listening to them. I'm triggered watching them.
Just to have a little fun here, our question of the day was what is the longest grudge that you've held? And I feel like, Ron, you are a man that can probably hold a grudge. Is there one that immediately comes to mind for you fellas?
I'll never forgive Jim Nantz.
Of course.
That's right.
I'm never over that.
That's right.
It's on site, not to beat up that old man, but it's on site to stare his ass down and aggressively say, "Hey, man, you remember me?"
I just got the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
Yeah, I got your ass. Just answer the damn question. You're a pro.
I'd say probably for me, especially sports world, it's probably Bobby Petrino driving that motorcycle off in that ditch. It's hard to get my dauber down from a sports perspective. I've been through it now, both as a fan, hell, as a media member here in Houston. I mean, I've been through it now. It's hard to get me down.
I'm not going to ride a motorcycle again.
Yeah, well, you probably should. You should probably just steer clear of even mentioning the old 2-wheeler, my man. But yeah, that's come on. Ooh, pig. Suey, come on now. Yeah, baby. But yeah, probably Bobby, man. And I'm back there, man.
Those are two good ones.
I thought Bobby was going to have a chance to climb out of the cellar here by resurrecting my hogs, but it ain't happening, boys.
I mean, did you want him to climb out of the cellar? Because I feel like it was prime opportunity for him to hold on to that job, though.
Yeah, but look, I've seen Bobby take our program to places it's never been. And that was before NIL was a thing, and that was before transfer portal was a thing, and hell, he figured everything else out. I figure you can't beat Auburn, you can't beat Mississippi State. You set a school record, and you turned the ball over 4 times in the fourth quarter one game, and then you set a school record for penalty yardage in the next. Yeah, I'm good. We need to clean house and just start over.
I wonder how much fun he had right before he got off on that ditch.
I sure hope it was a lot.
I had better been,
because he looked embarrassing.
Not only had a good time.
Not only did you not to add insult to injury, but not only did you not win at Mississippi State, you gave Jeff Lebby his first SEC win.
Yeah.
He was working on 13 losses.
Yeah, boys. I got Mississippi State Bulldog fans coming at me on Twitter about rehiring Bobby Petrino, and I'm thinking, boy, y'all just won your first game in 2 SEC game in 2 years, and y'all coming at me? Yeah. Get the hell out of here!
Read the bleaching
and they said, "Yep."
Yeah. Oh yeah. They came harder. Just like I would expect them to do.
Calm down, Tyler.
So, exactly a great reason to have a grudge there. All right, fellas, wanted you to get off and running. I'll see you guys in a little bit. You should do just like I'm about to. Drive out to Talia Brewing, see the fellas, grab you something to eat, grab you something to drink, and enjoy it before you get into your weekend. Have a good one.
Yeah, man.
I'll see you on Monday. I will see you all on Monday. And I leave you as you're listening to KLTAM, KLTFM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station, with the best damn afternoon drive sports show in all of Houston, Texas. Right now, The Drive is live.
The Drive is live, and we are live on the road, and it brings us here on a Football Friday to Sugar Land. And we are at Talyards. This is our 4th time being here, Clint, and so this is almost like a second home. As soon as you walk through, you can't miss us. We're on the stage. Bring the kids as they are. They've got plenty of stuff to do out here. Bring yourself. I see my man got a nice big beer ready to go right there. I see some of the traveling Texans in the building doing their thing. It is always a great time out here at Talyards on a Football Friday. Again, like we said before, who is that autographed football by? I didn't catch who that. The Duke. Who is it? Is it? No, the Duke is the name. I hope we ain't just. Seth Payne. Oh, Sports Radio 610. Seth Payne is signed the Duke. There we go. There we go. There you go. I mean,
my man said the Duke.
The Duke, baby. That's what
I like that right there, Shay.
There it is, baby.
Hey, the Duke signed that joint.
Hey. Yeah, Seth Payne, the Cornell Bear signed that thing.
Wasn't that John Wayne's nickname?
Yeah, the Duke. Yeah. Yeah, but no, you can get a Seth Payne autographed football. You can get one of 4 different gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors. You can get you a free oil change, Tom Ball Ford, and also the big one in the 5 o'clock hour, your chance to win a pair of tickets in the suite for that Colts game, that Texans-Colts game in the suite. All you got to do, Shay right there, he has got tickets. He's holding them up. All you got to do is get a ticket from Shay, put it in our raffle box, and you have a chance to be a winner. We'll start hooking folks up here in a bit. Also, here in the loop, if you've not gotten that one, all you got to do is walk up. I know it. You ain't got to put a ticket in for that one. You just get the glass. For that one, we make sure we'll get one for Tyler up in here. Tyler, I was listening to you. I felt like you may have cut what Clint said about come harder. That's what the Mississippi State fans did. Clint.
That they did.
They came harder at him. But no, make your way on down here. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. A great spot. Bring the whole family. All the craft beers you could want. Great food. Great drinks all over the place, from beers to cocktails. They've got it all here.
I was trying to remember what that.
It was like a grapefruit joint, wasn't it?
Yeah, a little tart one we had last time. I think I'm jonesing for one of them. I need a little tart, little something like that. A little wheat tardiness in my life.
Why not do that thing, man? It's a Football Friday and the most important game of the season for the second straight week, but the most important game of the season as we'll get you ready for that. Let's start here, Clint, and it's the injury report, and it is not good news, but I think not unexpected news. According to Aaron Wilson, Friday practice today, there was no Ed Ingram with that knee. That's the full week he has in practice. There was no Titus Howard with that concussion. There's no Jalen Petrie and C.J. Stroud with those concussions, and I think we know C.J. has been declared out by D'Amico Ryans. We know that Fairbairn, the kicker, with that quad issue, cleared out by D'Amico as well. And Jalen Petrie, Matt Burke, the DC, alluded to the fact that they probably will be without Jalen Petrie in this game. And then later on, also reports banged up Texans are going to be down 5 starters against the Jags. C.J. Stroud, Titus Howard, Jalen Petrie, Ed Ingram, and Kaimi Fairbairn. They will all be down as it looks. We'll let you know the official injury report from that spot, but there's a lot of important pieces, and including those offensive linemen. You're going to have two new offensive linemen in for the guys that have been your 2 best performing offensive linemen. That is where my eyes directly go. I was hoping maybe Ed could get back. I didn't have great thoughts about Titus Howard with the concussion. We've seen how that's going. I was hoping Ed Ingram could get back. But that's a big loss, having those 2 guys out. And I guess, right, it looks like Blake Fisher and I guess Juice Scruggs are going to be the replacements for those 2.
Well, look, this is one of those where it's going to pay off they hope it pays off that you've been playing a rotation at left guard, because now one of those guys is going to swing over to right guard, and he's not coming out, just cold turkey. He's been playing all year long. Whoever that is, I'm going to assume Juice. Yep. But that guy's been playing in NFL games all year long, so that shouldn't be a major transition from a standpoint of going from no action since training camp to on the field. been exposed. He's been out there playing. He should be in game shape. Now, what you do at that right tackle position, again, I still think it's a toss-up. Unless somebody knows something that I don't know about Trent Brown, I still think that's got to factor in to some degree here. We know it's got to factor into him being active and being a depth tackle at the very least. But, you know, there is something about going into a game where you got your backup quarterback. You damn sure would like to have all the different packages that you built that you at least feel like you've had success in. You'd like to have them available. And so I think that Blake Fisher as a tight end, as your sixth offensive lineman, that is a real package that I think that they really like to have in this offense. So we'll see how they handle that right tackle position. I think the biggest thing is they got several answers and several routes to take there.
All right. To you, the people, Tyler, everybody, I know our predictions will come in the final segment of the show. But now that we're seeing this news, the Texans being down 5 starters, obviously is damn near as key as you can get, from your quarterback to your 2 best offensive linemen, one of your tackles, to one of your leaders on defense, your kicker. Does this at all, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, does this at all change your feeling, your thought process of how you view this game going? Does this change your prediction at all? Does this change how you're seeing these 5 important starters are out of this game?
You know, oddly, it doesn't. I mean, this typically would.
Yeah, your starting quarterback, your 2 best offensive linemen.
Which, look, I mean, I would feel significantly better, obviously, if C.J. Stroud and Titus Howard were out there. But I just, you know, I feel like this is a group that, you know, is not leading the league in sacks. You know, they got 10 sacks all year long. I think it's 32nd in the NFL, if I remember correctly. So I just feel like it's, you know, they may get theirs, but I don't feel like it's going to be overwhelming. And that has been the case with the Texans. When they just, you know, seem to get bogged down offensively, it just seems like it's when a defense has the ability to overwhelm you up front. And I just don't, for whatever reason, I just don't believe that this team's going to be able to do it. And I think it's going to be a good week for the Texans. So yeah, it doesn't change much for me, to be honest with you. When you say 5 starters are out, that seems like a lot, and it should.
And one of them's your quarterback.
One of them's your quarterback. One of them's your best offensive lineman. One of them's one of your better run-stopping defensive players. So,
well, I'm the guy that scores all your points in Kaimi.
Yeah, that one too. There you go. He scored. I mean, what was he, 5 for 6 last week? Yeah, I've got a solid, just nice, comfortable vibe this week, feeling, man.
Yeah, like I said, does seeing these starters out now, I know, does this at all shift your thinking in this game? Ed Ingram and Titus Howard are making me pause for my original feeling. Now, I knew CJ wasn't going to be out. Hell, I knew CJ wasn't going to play this week when he laid on the turf.
Yeah.
And 49 was waving in the medical staff coming up. I knew he wasn't going to play this week. I'm just thinking, is it week or weeks? Prepare for that. But you look at this Jacksonville team, I felt like Davis Mills can do it. Blake Fisher and Drew Scruggs going in there, and that being your offensive line with Blake and Ursery as your tackles in this game, and understanding, yes, Jacksonville doesn't they're not anywhere near the Denver Broncos in rushing the quarterback, but they caused problems the first game that you played them with your starters. That part does concern me a bit, right? I think that was the first game we started to see the rotation at left guard. Honestly, I think that's when Drew Scruggs started to roll into the game. That O-line part is the thing that causes me to shift. I don't know if it has caused me to completely shift and change what my pick is, but it definitely has that part more than anything. I talked about, like you said, Petrie. That's a tough loss, but I feel like they could manage that. Even CJ for the whole week against this opponent, I feel like they can manage that. The offensive line's a tough one. It's hard for them to afford to lose any. So those two are the ones that kind of gets me. From the text line, it changes my feeling on how much they will lose by now. Before these injuries, I thought they would lose by a field goal. Now I feel like they will lose by 2 touchdowns. All right. That's aggressive.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. If they to me, I think the Texans are going to get to 20, and if they lose, that means you're going to give up 35.
I was going to say they lose two, they may lose
touchdowns.
14-0 if they lose 2 touchdowns.
I don't think so. I think I'm telling you, man, the offense overall made some decent strides last week, at least in between the 2-yard lines. I expect it to be. I expect better this week, boys.
Yep. All right. Let's remember a football talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL games every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, I want to throw this out to you and the Drive family. We talked about this a bit with B. Scott when we had him on Wednesday on his Texans report. I'll throw this out. If the Texans win this game and get themselves to 4-5 with the Titans coming up, and then obviously we know they've got some tough games coming up after that. But if they get to 4-5 with a great chance to get to 5-5. Now the only problem is Tyler will in Nashville, and we understand
I'm
his
getting
streak.
nervous, dude.
But if they win this game and get to 4-5 and get themselves right there and split with Jacksonville, it would mean what to you?
Well, I mean, keep my hope alive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, like I said, you win this game. You not only win a division game, but you win a division game against an opponent that's already beat you. So that's big, right? And then you give yourself a chance to get back to 5-5 with a team that you have you'll be a touchdown favorite over those guys, over the Titans. Yeah. So, I mean, you give yourself a chance to get back to 500 at the 10-game point with 7 weeks left, hopefully getting guys healthy at that point in time. Yeah, man, I mean, if you're going to have a chance to make a run, you got to have this game right here.
Yeah. Yeah,
so it's a hope game for me, man.
You
lose this game and it's over. I'm moving on to – how early of a draft pick can we get?
Yeah, someone just texted in and said if they win this game, it just means our draft pick is going to be worse.
Get out!
Yeah, well, I mean, it's going to be a long 10 weeks for your ass, that's for sure.
If they win this game, then you just got to feel, all right, they're going to get to 5-5, right? And then you're at 5-5, and you're like, all right, you put yourself in a position. Now, you got a tough road because you got Buffalo, Indy twice, and at Kansas City. But you put yourself in a position at 5-5 to give yourself a chance, right? Like someone said, text in, if they win, if they win, and someone just text in, come on, Rockets. All right. I guess it's for you. But
that's a good point. You got the Rockets to look to. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, if they win this, you just feel they get to 5-5, and you're like, all right, now it's on. Now it's on 5-5. Can they win enough of those games late? There are going to be some tough ones, but can they win enough of those games late to get there? But this one, they got to win these next two. Right? The path to me shuts if they don't win
both
Jacksonville and Tennessee.
Absolutely.
The path closes if they aren't able to pull that up. All right, coming up as we continue, let's look at, as we do each and every Friday, the major matchups when Jacksonville has the ball, when the Texans have the ball, the major matchups that you need to be watching. We'll do that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, I'll tell you a major matchup that you need to be maybe not watching, but damn sure getting and picking up, and that's them Daisy dips, man. There's a ranch dip, there's a French onion dip, and they are absolute game changers this time of year with Thanksgiving, Christmas.
action starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Tight.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Talyard Brewing in Sugarland, right next to the Sugarland Space Cowboys ballpark. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. It is a beautiful, beautiful day out here in Sugarland at Talyards. Make your way on out here. I see, ooh, that pizza looks good. I don't know if I can get to it. Is it? She gets the thumbs up. There it is. It looks good. The pizza, the food is, for them Brussels sprouts are special. I'm telling you, they are delicious. One of my favorite things to get here at Talyards. And craft beers all over the place. Anything that you're looking for, they've got for you. Cocktails as well. A great time to be out here. And I see many people brought their kids. I see Captain America over there on the hill. And he's in costume still.
Yep.
Why not? And
good Halloween, man.
Yeah.
Still rolling with it.
I'm with his parents, man. They got to love it, man. You get the most out of that costume. Ain't just wearing that one once. Getting the most out of that sucker. No, it's a good time out here. Bring out the kids. Bring the dogs. This dog right here is resting. I mean, he's got
had him a day now.
I'm telling you, lay
That's
down.
a good pupper.
Yeah, he is. He is, Tyler. He'd be like, leave me alone. Don't wake me up. I'm chilling right now, baby. It's a good time to be had out here. All right, as we get you ready for this big game on Sunday, look at some of the key matchups, some of the real important matchups that you need to be watching, and matchups that our guy Clint Stoerner thinks can really determine what's going to happen in this game. Let's start with Jacksonville. When the Jaguars have the ball, Clint, for you, what is the key matchup that you're watching and that Texans fans need to be watching to help them win this game?
Well, I think Jacksonville, they've got to come into this game and lean on their run game. We saw them do it late against Oakland. I think they run the ball 7 straight times or something like that.
Yeah, the Raiders.
The Raiders, not Oakland, I'm sorry, the Las Vegas Raiders. And I got to think with our pass rushers and what we're able to do up front, even with our interior guys, they're going to run the football. And that's something that we just got to take completely off the board. They're not that good of a run team. They commit to the run, sparingly, kind of sporadically.
It was big for them to start, and coming into the first game of the year, they were coming to the first time they played. They were the number one rushing team. Football that has also dipped.
Yeah, well, look, Etienne is special. He's a unique player. They can use him in a lot of different ways, and I think he's a guy that we've got to make sure that we don't let get rolling. And so when Jacksonville has the ball, I think most of our defense is going to take care of itself. But as we've seen before, I think it's Houston's interior defensive line versus Jacksonville's interior offensive line. Like that hurt us before. Whether it's schematically with how we get upfield so much, a team, different schemes will take advantage of that, or it's just that is. I don't want to use the weak spot because those guys have been tremendous. But if you look at our defense, that is the vulnerable spot that you would want to attack. So I think this is one of those games, Ron, where if they don't get the run, if they don't get Etienne going, this might be another shutout.
Yeah. Yeah, it could. Yeah, because when you put the ball in Trevor's hands, I think the Texans are comfortable with that, with their pass rush, and even with Petrie out, the guys in the back end. Just for a point of reference, as I said, week 3 coming into the game, they were they held Travis Etienne to 16 carries for 56 yards, 3.5 per carry, and they had 86 rushing yards overall. Right, and they shut them down. And remember, that's coming off the Texans getting just roasted by the Bucks the previous week, where it looked like, oh, is this going to be a problem?
Yep.
And they were able to fix that quickly. And really, they've been pretty good against the run for the most part. Seattle got them to open up the game a little bit. The Broncos got them a little bit. But I'm with you on that. Like, you got to feel really good about your back end. And you got to just say, hey man, we're hunting 3rd and 7 or worse. That is what we're hunting. We're going to throw everything we can to getting them off the field. and slowing down their run game early and downs. All right, what about the other side? When the Texans have the ball, when Houston has the ball and they're on offense, Davis Mills coming in with the injuries they have, what for you is the matchup you're watching?
Well, I think Nico versus whoever he catches. I'm going to assume it's going to be Greg Newsome a lot, I would imagine, but we'll see what they do with their defense. They've got obviously Travis Hunter out.
Yeah.
They're back to their original group of corners, and so
go ball out, Nico.
Nico's got to have a big game. Nico's got to step up. I know D'Amico Ryans told us, hey, look, everybody just got to do what they've been doing. No, I disagree. With your backup quarterback in there, with the backup right tackle in there, with Christian Kirk seeming to not be back to what you thought he was going to be, Nico's got to have a big game. He was a leading receiver last time. You remember the double move for the long touchdown, throwing the ocean long touchdown.
He had over 100 yards. That was, I think, maybe his best statistical game of the season.
Well, he's got to be big this week, and so I'm going to go Nico Collins versus whichever corner they catch. I don't know if they'll flip corners or not, but whichever corner he catches, he's got to have a big game.
Yeah, they're going to, and I hope that is who. And I know it can frustrate people, especially you said this yesterday. The hope is, like, that's where Davis goes, and that's where Nick is like, all right, man, we're gonna go over there. Like, let's try to go that way. They had success the first game, and that is their number one target. And when you are down players, and your backup is in, he's had a rapport with him. It seemed like his most successful throws against the Broncos early were to Nico Collins. The hope is that they go there. For me, when the Texans have the ball, it's that Hines Allen versus Ursery Part 2. And I also throw Nick Caley in there too. There's got to be an adjustment to what you saw in the first game. Now, maybe you do start because Ursery has grown from week 3, and we've seen him improve. Last week, there were a couple of times the Broncos got him, and if you watched the Raiders' offensive line last night, you really can appreciate how much better you feel like Ursery did last week. So he should be in a better place, but still, Ursery, with the help of Nick Caley, should just that matchup doesn't take over the game like it did at times in the first game of the match.
There's no doubt about it. That's the matchup of the entire game right there. I mean, the only guy that they have on that defense that I believe has like game-wrecking ability, and we've seen it here. He I think earned an AFC Player of the Week or Player of the Month or something off of Laramie Tunsil when we had him. So. Look, Josh Hines Allen is very capable of having a monster game and just wreaking havoc, right? And so I agree with you. It's Ursery, it's Caley, it's whatever tight ends are in the game. It's the running backs. I mean, they got to figure out a way to slow him down because I do believe that's the one X factor in this game that can heavily tilt it in the favor of Jacksonville. That's the one guy that you've got to make sure doesn't. Because the strip sacks are for real. The struggles that we have in overcoming any kind of sack or any kind of penalty that gets you behind the chains.
Everything you just talked about happened in the first one.
Yeah.
The interception in the game was him getting his hand on the ball, and it flew up in the air, and they picked it off.
That's right.
A couple of times he turned 1st and 10 to 2nd and 18 or something. And
that's the key, man. That's the matchup right there. That's the one guy that can turn this game sideways in a hurry.
Yeah. All right. There's something that Clint says D'Amico seems to be shifting in. There's something that the head coach seems to be shifting in. And we'll discuss injury news that's just hit the wire in this game between the Texans and the Jags. We'll get to that coming up next. But before we do that, guys, I'm in here right now at Talyards, and I tell you, the weather is fantastic, and the weather screams to me, hey, when you get off work, go to the crib, maybe get some steaks, and go out there and grab
6655. Again, that's 800-668-6655.
Duval. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday. Live from Talyard Brewing in Sugarland, right next to the Sugarland Space Cowboys ballpark. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right, The Drive is live. Football Friday out here, and we're outdoors, and it is a beautiful day out here. And we are live here in Sugarland at Talyards. And make your way on out here. If you want to put it in your GPS, go ahead, Talyards.
Put it in Navi and let's ride.
Yeah, brewery company.
Brought me right here, Ron.
Did it? And if you're needing a landmark, Space Cowboy Stadium right next to it.
Yep.
If you know the name of it, you know the name of it. But Space Cowboy Stadium right next to it, that's where Talyards is. Ridiculous.
TALYARD brings you right here to the parking lot. Come on in. We got plenty of room. I mean, you can sit in that sun and just feel that heat, or you can get over here in the shade and bring the kids. They got a big time playground over here. So
yeah, it's a beautiful day out here to make your way out here on a Football Friday, and you can win plenty of prizes here as well. If you have not done so, grab a ticket, put it in our ticket box. You got a chance to win gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors, free oil change, Tomball Ford, autographed football from our very own Seth Payne and one of the original Texans, and also coming up later, courtesy of our good friends at the Houston Ford dealers, a future ticket gets to Texans game a little bit later on in the season. You got a chance to win those. All you got to do is put your name or your ticket in our raffle box. Our guy Shay right there has got it for you, and you can have a chance to win throughout. We'll start hooking folks up here in the 3 o'clock hour, so stay tuned and hang out with us. All right, Clint, some news on the injury front. We talked about it with the Texans, where it looks like they're going to be down 5 starters. If you missed that earlier, the Texans look to be without C.J. Stroud, Titus Howard, Jalen Petrie, Kaimi Fairbairn, and Ed Ingram. It looks like those 5 will be out. But, Clint, some news coming from Jacksonville. It was great last year as a rookie, but this year it's kind of been up and down. But still, their most talented wide receiver, Brian Thomas Jr., had not practiced all week. They have ruled him out for the Jags in this game. And if you remember him, he made the big play across the middle that set them up for the game-winning touchdown, eventually game-winning touchdown. So he is out of this game. And he hadn't been playing up to the level that he was expected, but I know they went out and got Jacoby Myers, but this still obviously potentially changes some things on how the Texans will approach this game, having him out of it.
Look, Brian Thomas Jr. hadn't been bad enough or dropped enough balls this year for people to just completely disrespect him, right? I mean, this is still a guy that can get behind the defense in a hurry. It's still a guy that can beat man-to-man defense, and if he's healthy, they're going to target him. And he has had some drop problems, which you can say all of Jacksonville's targets have had some drop problems. I believe, I don't remember the number, but I believe they lead the league in drops. And I think it's by a big number, by a big margin.
We watched him really drop the football a lot in the game.
Which isn't just a Brian Thomas Jr. problem, but Brian Thomas Jr. is the one that went for 1,300 yards last year, so he's the one that when that drops issue comes to light, they typically focus on Brian Thomas Jr. So, look, I'm not the drops and the tough year and all that, I'm not fooled by that. I mean, for me, him not being in this game is big. Because he is a guy that would surprise absolutely. If he went out there and had 150 yards receiving against the Texans on Sunday, it wouldn't surprise anybody.
Again, he had the big play in the game where it was a big, 30, 40-yard play that got him down and set him up. And he had dropped balls in that game.
Yeah, there's no question. So, I mean, he is a guy that is a real problem. And if you mess around and sleep on him just because he's dropped a few balls, this year, I think shame on you. So at the end of the day, this receiving group is banged up, and now I think it's fair to say they're down their most talented pass catcher.
Yep, and that is that is a big help for the Texans as they look to win this game. So no Brian Thomas Jr. for the Jags coming into this game. All right, Clint, one thing, and I know you wanted to get into a bit, and we heard it from Nick Hughley yesterday, and you would think that's coming from the top. Maybe it's taken a while. We're sitting here in their ninth game, but it seems like they've gotten to a space, Clint, where they're at least their thought process is shifting, in particularly how they are approaching offense.
Well, I don't know if it's because they've been pressed so hard on it, or if they've seen enough of a sample size now to kind of change their song and dance and change their tune. I know I heard it. We highlighted the audio yesterday from Nick Hughley. I think when he was pressed on it, he strongly mentioned, "Hey man, I got to be better. We got to find different ways to score." I'm paraphrasing, but he without a doubt said it, and I got to believe until we watch otherwise. I think he believes it, right? And hopefully we'll see some adjustment. And I don't remember the exact verbiage, but some of what D'Amico said earlier in the week leads me to believe that he may be kind of changing his song and dance too. None of them are ever going to step out and really just completely shift gears. But D'Amico made the comment, again, I'm paraphrasing, but he made the comment of hey, we've got to flat out be better. We got to do things different. We got to find new ways to move the football, sustain drives, and score points. And so hopefully that all comes to a head on Sunday, and we see a little different approach down there, particularly in the red zone. Yeah, no, it just has to. And when you hear Nick Hughley finally go and speak about it, you know, I don't want to be disrespectful to Nick Hughley. Well, I don't know why you would. But I also, Clint, I also believe that something so strong as that, I don't think he's just going to speak out of turn without that being something that goes right along and in line with D'Amico. Well, you know, as I've said before, I think these are smart football guys. And I do think there's a level of commitment that far exceeds what us as fans would like to have to a scheme or to a coach or to a play caller. And so I understand why they say and do what they do early in the season. But we're at a point now where even they have to change gears a bit. And it's good to hear them at least talking about it. Now, we'll see if they do it. I think it's a no-brainer. I think it's a good start to hear him talking about it. I think it's a good start to hear D'Amico Ryans kind of soften his stance a little bit on technique and mechanics and executing what you're coached to do and do your job, like softening up a bit on that and saying, hey, you know, it's about all of us, man. We got to find different ways to get this ultimate goal accomplished on Sunday afternoon. So, but when they say that, Clint, what does that mean the adjustment will be? Like when they say, all right, man, we got to go about doing things differently, and we know what they have been saying. Yeah. As you just did a beautiful impression on just the overall. This is what the Texans' voice sounds like when they talk about execution and stuff. What is? Yeah, we're good. D'Amico, are you? What? So what's the what would be the opposite of you that you will watch Sunday and say, all right, they are going through what they were talking about. Well, I mean, look, where do you want me to start? Obvious problems from the last game, that have come to light in a big way. The 0 for 10 from the 2 or from inside the 5-yard line is clear and obvious evidence that you're just not who you thought you were. So adjusting from there, I mentioned it yesterday. I think you can still run the football. You can still want to be the most and shoot to be the most physical team on the field, but you got to get away from the cut splits. You got to get away from just being wholeheartedly committed to the jumbo packages in obvious short yardage situations, whether it's goal line or third or fourth down. You got to get away from that. There's got to be a different plan of attack, man. And it starts there. I think then you flip to, the usage of Noel. If you want to talk about from a personnel perspective, like the usage of Noel, like there's no reason on God's green earth right now. I don't care what your identity is offensively, or I don't care if you don't know your identity, which it seems to be the case here. There's no reason why Jalen Noel shouldn't be on the field and getting touches at this point in time. There's no reason whatsoever. John Lopez should be complaining on Monday about how many screens this team throws. And I ain't talking about I'm not talking about running back screens. I'm talking about wide receiver screens. You got Jalen Noel, you got Nico Collins. You got to get those guys touches, right? We got banged up offensive line. We don't know what that's going to look like, right? We got to get this thing. We got to spit this football out quick. It's obviously a quick game. It's obviously your mid-range game, but a heavy dose of the screen game would make sense. in this game. Make Jacksonville defend sideline to sideline. Instead of taking the approach, I'm going to make them defend from line of scrimmage to goal line, make them defend sideline to sideline. If you can get an early lead in this game, and it changes the entire dynamic of the game for your defense. So, where do you want to start? I mean, there's several front. How about we didn't mention Woody Marks? I mean, I feel like I'm 4 on the list, and I ain't mentioned Woody Marks yet. So offensively, yeah, there's several things that could happen that could indicate maybe a little change in approach offensively.
And some of that kind of goes to we got to get opposite of, all right, but we're going to physically move people. That's how we're going to approach things. And we're going to have to, I don't want to say trick you, but we're going to have to do some other things that plays more to our strengths and against our weaknesses.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what it was.
Well, it's the wholehearted, all-out committed to anybody watching knows, well, they're in heavy. They're coming at you. You got to get away from that, man. You're just not good enough to do it. And, again, like I said before, you can still be physical. You can still run the football. You can still do all those things. I would just suggest that you take a little different approach.
All right. All right, to the man of the hour at 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. I would love to hear you get into this. The man of the hour is Davis Mills. With all the stuff going on around here, the quarterback position is the most important position in team sports and the most difficult position to find greatness at. Obviously, that is not Davis, but they need him to really help them win this game. What should be the real expectations for Davis Mills with this offense going up against that demon up?
Y'all, you got to take care of that rig you're driving now. If you need that oil change, Jiffy Lube is right around the corner. Make sure you stop in. It's the home of that fast in and out oil change. They'll get you taken care of, no doubt about it. They'll put a premium product in your rig. Pennzoil is what I get them to put in my rig. They got plenty.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Here comes the Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Talyard Brewing in Sugar Land, right next to the Sugar Land Space Cowboys ballpark. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. Welcome in. It is a Football Friday, and The Drive, is on the road, and we are in Sugar Land, as the big voice guy said. We are at Talyard's. This is our fourth time being here this year for Football Friday, and I see Clint's got a cold one in his hand. I see my man right there. He's got those two are sharing a cold one. They look good now. They look good. Drinks over there. They've got cocktails as well here, and you will greatly enjoy your time here. If you got little ones with you, this is the perfect spot to go to where you can enjoy some adult time and adult beverages while your kids go take off and play over the little park, the little turf area they got. You want to do a little
party.
Yeah, Dusty was out here earlier. Dusty Baker was out here playing pickleball earlier.
What kind of shirt was he wearing?
Button up all the way to the top.
Black gloves.
Yep. Yeah, you know he had his black gloves, those pit gloves, shorts a little 5-inch.
5-inch inseam.
Yep, 5-inch inseam.
Well,
that's what Dusty had on, sunglasses. Yeah, he was rolling through, had a good time on. Had a hat that had the emblem of all the teams he managed on it.
Paint a picture. I feel like I'm there right now.
Yeah. K-Swisses. But, yeah, that was but you play some pickleball behind us as well. It looks like the barbecue pit is getting going. I see that. I see
Dusty
that.
on the pit.
I see that getting going. Yeah, that's where he got the gloves. He did not have any. He wasn't going to play at first, but then he asked the guy over there if he had any pit gloves, and he said, I sure do. Got the ones from Oklahoma Joe's, and you know where he got them? Got them at Academy Sports and Outdoors is where he got them bad boys at, over there in that grilling section. No, man, it's a good time to be had out here, and you most definitely need to make your way on out here. By the way, prizes, you can take home a cup of, it looks like In the Loop or The Drive. We've got glasses from In the Loop or The Drive that you could take. Seth Payne has an autographed football out here. Also, you got a chance to win gift cards from Academy Sports and Outdoors. You can get you some of them gloves like Dusty forgot earlier today. And Tom Ball Ford has a free oil change as well as the big one, courtesy of our good friends at Houston Ford Dealers, a chance to win a pair of tickets for a future Texans game. All right, as someone texted in all caps, you guys have got to talk about the plays that are being called in the red zone and the ones that aren't being called. Please, it's ridiculous. Answer it, Clint. Yeah, I think we've hit that.
Yeah, that's been cussed and discussed this week at length, no doubt.
Yeah, I think we've hit that. One thing that I would like is, as we talked about Davis Mills, right? This is big for him. I know it, man. This is big for him. I don't know, but he's passionate. He wants to put the rookie in. He wants to put Graham Mertz in. Come on. Hey, you never know. Graham might see some action, but I think Davis deserves this spot. Damn it, if they were to do that again, shout out to Landry who went ahead and made Davis relive that. If they were going and say, you know what, Davis, I think we're gonna go for the guy behind you one more time like we did earlier in your career for Graham Mertz. Oh no, man, nah.
Case Keenum was all right, but not Graham Mertz.
No, I got to quit.
Yeah,
is what I got to do. But no, he deserves the job and will get the job. And when you look at this, Clint, we talked about it a bit yesterday. It should be a difference, as you talked about, with your experiences of him having the full week and getting the full week of reps and being treated as a starter and working with, Nico and the offensive line and working with Woody Marks and them more. But he's also going against the 17th rated total defense, 27th against the pass, and they're also 17th scoring defense. And this is a group. Guys, did you watch that Raiders offense last night? that sorry-ass
made me want to vomit, man.
That sorry-ass team. Well, that sorry-ass team last week put 30 points up basically on the Jags last week, and their tight end lit them up. Last night he lit them up, and that Raiders team put up 29 points, and they passed on an extra point to go for 2 to win the game. They missed out on that. So that kind of shows you the level of defense, a lot different than the Denver defense they're facing. But for you, Clint, with all of that, what should be the realistic expectations for Davis Mills in this game on Sunday, and a must-win game for the Texans?
Look, to go out there and execute the offense the way that we've been expecting the quarterback to do all year long. Like here's the deal is I said this yesterday. Davis Mills is an experienced veteran that's been to hell and back from a football perspective. I mean, this ought to be a situation for him where he is as comfortable as maybe he's ever been in a game in terms of knowing the offense, what they're asking you to do. Really, it's within your abilities, and so I expect him to go out there and execute at a high level. I expect him to go out there and not turn the football over. The one thing that I think is in this system with this supporting cast, the one thing that we're probably going to see a bit of a drop off is the shots that they take with CJ, the just deadly accurate passing at that mid-range to deep mid-range game that we've seen. Davis is just nowhere near on the same planet as CJ when it comes to that. But everything else with this offense minimal. Now, it doesn't take a uber talented guy to go out there and execute this offense the way they want him to execute it. And so I don't expect there to be a quarterback problem on Sunday.
That's a big thing. Like at the baseline, right, Clint? You can't be why they lose.
Correct.
At the baseline.
Correct.
And now they could struggle protecting for you. There could be some struggles to where maybe you don't. But you cannot be the reason that they lose the game. You can't be at the baseline. And then to me, otherwise, and I think we're kind of getting to the same spot. Look, there are going to be plays to be made, and they're going to be, and it should be from Nick Caley and the offense to set you up for plays that are makeable plays for you. I mean, how often can you keep them ahead of schedule when you have the ball in your hand? Like, how often can you get 4 to 6 yards on first down or second down?
Well, look, I think managing those situations and managing, the risk is, again, Davis Mills has more experience than anybody in that building in terms of that. I mean, he's been in third and long more than anybody in his career. I mean, he's been in a chaotic pocket more than anybody in his career. And so, those are all things that I expect him to handle well. Because, look, if he doesn't handle that kind of stuff well, hell, you might as well go with a rookie.
Yep.
Like, I mean, at the very least, you should see a guy that'll handle the moment. Again, it shouldn't be a moment that's overwhelming, but he should handle the moment. He should handle the adjustments. If it's rough early, and he is getting quick. I mean, you can't hold the football. And he may miss some stuff down the field, but you got to get the ball out. You got to avoid the sacks and make sure that you're getting the ball out to your playmakers. Now, a big part of that falls on Nick Caley as well. But, I just think for me, there's obviously a drop-off from one guy to the next. There's a reason why he's a backup. But he's a good enough backup to where that shouldn't be the reason you lose a game against Jacksonville.
Yeah, he and Nick Caley have to also play to where his team is right now. You're missing your 2 best offensive linemen in this game. And as you said, man, this thing should be him getting the ball out quick until Jacksonville just takes that away from you, right? And until they take that away from you, it's got to be let's get it out quick, right? Like, yeah, man, third and 8, man, maybe it's like, I'm only throwing it 5 yards, but maybe he breaks a tackle. But I just think you have to do things so you don't cause you to lose the game.
And again, you're talking about things that are right there in Davis Mills' wheelhouse, and that's why I feel good about it. That's why because you're talking about a guy that'll drop back there and on 3rd and 8 throw the ball 4 yards and just keep you out of a negative spot. Yep, that's him. And I feel good about it. Like with our defense,
yes,
I feel good about it. So that is exactly what I expect him to do. Don't sit back there and hold it, trying to drive the ball to midfield on 3rd and 9. Just get it out of your hand, and let's see if we can't break a tackle. If we can't, we'll punt and move on. So I think we'll win some of those battles.
Yeah, I think as you said, I think the Texans defense will put him in a place where it put us in a position where we lose.
Yeah.
Don't put us in a position where we lose. Now, like you said, man, he's got more experience than anybody, and if there is a play there to be made, if there is a chance, like the kind of the fade route he hit Nico with in the game against the Broncos, the slant or that inside route that he hit that led him to the 1, like you got to make those plays.
Yeah.
You got to make those plays, but you ain't got to hunt them. But you got to make those plays. Like you said, man, I think it's a great way to put it. What they need from him in this game, what it feels like what they'll need from him in this game is right in his wheelhouse. Just first, second read, bam, bam, bam. And then don't hold it till you get stripped, and don't put it in harm's way.
On either side of the football, this should not be an overwhelming opponent. It just flat out shouldn't be. In any way, shape, or form, this should not be an overwhelming opponent, whether we're talking their defense versus our offense or our defense versus their offense. It should not be. If anybody's overwhelmed, it should be Jacksonville's offense, because the only elite unit in this game is our defense. And so I just don't, I like our odds in this one.
Yep, text line coming in. The drop-off in play of Davis Mills was the reason they lost last week to Denver, second to the red zone play calling. And I know for you don't necessarily agree that the drop-off in the play is the reason.
Well, I mean, look, there's, and I don't want to get into this back and forth about CJ versus Davis Mills, because I don't in any way, shape, or form think Davis is in the category. But, I mean, CJ played, we got wide open in the end zone on a shot play and didn't even throw it. At least Davis threw him, right? I just don't know. Outside of just the general conversation about, man, CJ's a better player, obviously, better arm, everything's better about him. I get it. Outside of that, if we're just evaluating play and we're going to get critical about Davis Mills missing Christian Kirk over the middle, then we got to get super critical of the ball never leaving C.J. Stroud's hand when Woody Marks is wide open for a touchdown. Yeah. Right? So, I mean, I just don't know how you do one without the other. I'm cool with being critical, but we're going to be critical about all of them. We're not just going to pile on the backup quarterback because he missed a throw, and he actually missed 2 or 3 throws because he played 3 quarters instead of 1. Like, it's hard for me to go there, right? Do I think that we'd had a better chance to win that game last year? Obviously, if C.J. Stroud would. Hell yeah. Yeah, I believe C.J. makes some of those throws. I believe down the stretch we moved the ball a little bit better with C.J. Stroud, so we got a much better chance.
But that wasn't a complete reason.
But it wasn't. I mean, it's not the reason. It's not. I mean, you don't watch that game and you don't watch the tape of that game where you can see everything going on and go, boy, there was just a serious drop-off in quarterback play. I mean, it's been a rough year for quarterbacks in Texas. Yeah. In Houston, anyway.
Speaking of watching that game, I'm sitting there, Tyler and Clint, watching that game last night and thinking Texans fans must look at the Denver Broncos and just become extremely frustrated, because it feels like at worst you should be playing in that level. Like you're a lot to be set up at worst, like theirs is, and you actually have some better parts, you would think. Like, their defense is really, really good. We saw them carry them to a win yesterday. Well, I mean, the Texans' defense by metrics and everything have been better than the Broncos' defense, except for sacks this year, right? And their quarterback play doesn't have to make a lot of plays, but he does sometimes. And you look at it, hell, even with some of the setbacks we talked about CJ's had over the last couple of years, he is much better than Bo Nix right now. I mean, your skill positions, like I'll take Nico Collins over Cortland Sutton every time. I know he's a good player, and some of their guys, and Dalton Schultz, but they're 8-2 somehow, and you are 3-5. I think the two big differences is their offensive coach, and then their offensive line. But it's that big of a – but you look at that team, you're like, they're 8-2, and they seem to find ways to win these games. And it looks like our team, it should be set up very similar to what Denver's doing.
Just to speak to the overall point, and having been in, a locker room with Sean Payton, like there is a there is throughout a game where I've said multiple times this year, it seems like the Texans are overwhelmed a good chunk of the game offensively. Right? There is one of the things that I would say Sean Payton does as well as anybody out there is never gets rattled. Right? I mean, that's why they're so good in the fourth quarter. Madness in the game, and in the fourth quarter, there's ice water in the veins, and they go play. Now, last night obviously wasn't a good indicator of that.
But they're fine. But they find just enough to pull.
They're very comfortable in that fourth quarter in a tight ball game. Now, a lot of that has to do with how good his defense is, but he's very comfortable in those moments that he's going to scheme some stuff up, and they're going to be able to make enough plays to kick a field goal or make enough plays to put a knee in it and milk the clock, or they're going to make enough plays to score a touchdown to win it late. They are very, very – where I'm going with this is that is where there's a 180 from Houston to Denver is they are one of a handful of teams in the league that are very, very comfortable. Obviously, the greats are, right? We saw it with Matthew Stafford in our game. You know, they are just very, very comfortable in what they're doing, how they're going to do it, the fact that they're going to succeed, and it looks like we are pulling plays out of a hat and overwhelmed and rushing and – kind of out of sorts. That's the difference between the two teams you're talking about.
Text line running through Ron, there's one difference between the Broncos and the Texans. Sean Payton is an actual head coach, and D'Amico is not a head coach. I don't think that's fair. I think D'Amico is a head coach and a leader of men. I think what he has done here, his first couple of years, proves that. I think Sean Payton is not just a head coach; he's an offensive coach. And he can control his offense, and he is one of the better offensive minds. And he is able to work around the major deficiencies that Bo Nix has shown on a week. I do agree with that, but I think they are both. Like, when Bobby Slowick had kind of things rolling, D'Amico looked like a better head coach.
Yeah, better players, better coaching staff. You make the head guy look a little better.
He looked like, so I don't think that's fair. I think D'Amico is a good head coach. You come in here and do what they did the first couple of years. But from an offensive staff, they don't have that, right? They don't have the ability to do what he was able to do. All right, I hate that we have to discuss this because your team's in a bad place when you have to go into this route to discuss things like this. But I think we have to because the way that the Texans play, this is a much more important part of this game than it should be. We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all. It's Academy Sports and Outdoors, man, and the holiday season is here, and Academy Sports and Outdoors.
children's, and ICU families. Even though the player donate help provide Angel Eye video access, peer support, and essential comforts to families in need. Learn more and give now at texaschildrens.org.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Talyard Brewing in Sugar Land, right next to the Sugar Land Space Cowboys ballpark. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as I see here on YouTube and Twitch, and we love everybody who is a part of things here in the spot here at Talyards and Sugar Land, or those commenting on YouTube and Twitch and on the text line. I see my guy here on YouTube and Twitch, Space Age 713, who
Space Age pimping?
Sure, who listens a lot.
You got the artist?
You think maybe that's where he's going with?
Absolutely.
You think so? Probably. He listens a lot, and he goes. He said, "I have more faith in Mertz than Mills," and I like when people just say stuff like that, and I'd like to just confront, because there's no way that's possible.
He threw 4 interceptions in the fourth quarter for preseason.
It's not possible, right? I mean, it's just not.
What are we doing?
And I said, how and why? And his response is, because we've seen Mills' ceiling, Ron. When you stick my name in there, that really means he wanted, like,
my boy Ron?
like Ron, emphatic. Why do we do over again? And I'm not gonna put words in your mouth, but I would think you agree. And I said to him, look, man, whatever it is you're talking about, maybe some of you have quit and given up on the season. There is no chance and no way in hell that D'Amico and the Texans should give up on the season at 3-5 right now. Okay, there's no way. And you're giving up on the season if you're going to throw Graham Mertz in the game right now. Let's just be honest. Lord knows nobody has been more outspoken about Davis Mills than me. When many of y'all tried to tell me that, hey, just give him a shot. No, he's not. He's not a starter, and he's not going to be your starting quarterback. But he deserves to get a chance at being the backup and coming in when CJ's out. And he damn sure deserves to be the person over Graham Mertz. No disrespect to Graham and his family, but he deserves this over Graham Mertz. Let's stop this. They should be trying to put their best foot forward to win the game. This ain't about no ceiling. Right now, this is about we got to beat the Jacksonville Jaguars to stay alive. Not about no ceiling for the future. What do you need to see Graham Mertz's ceiling for? Is he going to take over for CJ? What the hell you need to see Graham Mertz's ceiling for? No, Graham Mertz comes in the game when Graham Mertz gives you the best chance to win. And that is not the case with Davis Mills. Now, I'm not telling you Davis Mills is going to be great or nothing, but damn it, he's earned the chance to go over Mertz. Didn't he throw 4 interceptions against the Vikings in preseason? But damn, guys, come on now.
I did that and never saw the field again.
Well, I know. Yeah, I just
not one.
Yeah. Listen, this ain't no disrespect to either to Graham Mertz, but that's just you cannot possibly say, you know what? I think Graham Mertz gives us the best chance to win. Yeah, I do. I think you are a hater, or you're delusional, or you're part of the Mertz family.
Hold on,
I think you fall in one of those camps if that is the case. And again, the ceiling conversation, there is no need to see Graham Mertz's ceiling. Don't need to see it. There was a time to see Davis's ceiling. Yes, we saw it. C.J. Stroud's your starting quarterback. And if it doesn't work out there, it's not turning over to Graham Mertz. Promise you that. Played 4 years. It seemed like he played for 4 different universities. Get out of here, man. Sorry. All right. As we continue here, I feel bad for Texans fans that this has to be a story that we discuss. But it looms large in this game because of how the Texans have played and because of their situation with injuries. One of the biggest things in this game that we got to watch for, Clint and Tyler, is this damn injury to the kicker. And that is because, and I hate, I don't think you understand how much I dip about the damn kicker. But I think it has to happen here because the Texans seem to struggle scoring, and they seem to struggle scoring touchdowns. And to even make that a game last week, their kicker had to make 5 field goals. That fella. And now he's hurt. And now you're bringing in Matthew Wright, who like Tyler, I'd bet you in the last 2 or 3 years he's kicked for 9 teams. I think he's kicked for multiple teams this year. I know over the past couple of years he's had a couple of stints with the Chiefs for a moment. He has kicked for everybody. He seems to be the resident, oh, my kicker just got hurt. Can you come in for us? And the way that the Texans score and struggle to score touchdowns, they need their kicker to make all the kicks that they could get so they could get all the points that they could get in these games. And now their kicker is hurt, and they got to depend on Matthew Wright, who do you think – are you confident in Matthew Wright that if he gets 5 kicks that he's going to make 5 of them, 4 of them? And the Texans may need all of them. Are you – like that – and that is something that has to be so frustrating to Texans fans that their defense is this. I mean, their offense is this bad that, hey, man, our kicker, man, we got to have a top-shelf kicker because he's got to make all the kicks because our offense can't put the ball in the end zone.
Well, look, it's clear. Either way it goes, it's clear that obviously their quarterback first and the guy that kicked 5 field goals last week, he's a big part of what they do, especially when they're as good defensively as they are. I mean, any team that's this good defensively is going to miss their kicker. Now, I said this yesterday. I think this is – I think going into this game, sure, you give the kid a chance. I mean, and I know he's a journeyman. He's been with a lot of teams and all this kind of stuff. You give him a chance when it's blatantly obvious. But if we're in fourth, obviously third down. If you're in 4th and short at any point in time,
the hell with him.
I would even argue in some iffy situations, I would leave my offense out there and go. I'd have told Nick Caley on Monday night. I'd have said, hey, here's the deal. Monday morning, I'm sorry. Hey, man, I need your best 10 2-point plays. I need your best 10 3rd and short, 4th and short, goal line, not jumbo package, goal line. I need all 10 of them on my desk by noon on Monday, and we're going to talk through these suckers. That's where I'd be, and I'd make sure that Nico 12 has got to be in the game in every one of them. I mean, it's simple stuff. It pisses me off that we can say this with a straight face, but like the simple stuff, like 12's got to be in the game, 27's got to be in the game, 14 needs to be in the game. I mean, those guys need to be in the game, and I think you can overcome this kicker situation.
Ball on the 25.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
Oh, my God. What do we have? I have no idea. What is the breaking news here, Tyler?
Wanted to get y'all the absolute latest on this injury report. I know we've been talking a lot about it and been looking for it. Well, it just dropped a few minutes ago. Jalen Petrie for your Houston Texans officially ruled out. Titus Howard will be out against the Jaguars, along with Christian Harris, Jakob Johnson, and Kaimi Fairbairn, and, of course, C.J. Stroud, as y'all were just discussing. That is the absolute latest on the Friday injury report in Houston.
Yeah.
So it is official. Those
5
guys
starters.
Yeah, 5 starters.
You're out 5 starters. They made it official, and those 5 starters are C.J. Stroud, Ed Ingram, Titus Howard,
Jalen Petrie,
Kaimi Fairbairn.
Yep.
Along with a couple other
we'll
guys.
see. Yeah, I've seen it. Harrison Bryant, hopefully he is able to go on there. Christian Harris, who's become a depth guy.
Christian was on that list.
He's out. Yeah, he's become a depth guy.
Did he say Harrison Bryant too?
He didn't say Harrison Bryant, but he's one to look at.
All joking aside, that's one to watch. Not necessarily for Harrison Bryant, but
he is questionable.
He's questionable.
That's one to watch, T. I mean, just because when you look at it just from a personnel perspective, Dalton Schultz, he does things that Dalton Schultz would rather not do, and we would rather not take Dalton Schultz from his snap in, snap out responsibility. So if Harrison Bryant can't go, and you've already got your 6th offensive lineman that's been playing that jumbo tight end, if he's got to play right tackle, then all of a sudden you're not only down that 6th offensive line package, you're also in a world of hurt with your any 2 tight end package that you have. 12 personnel is a big part of what, hell, every team wants to do in pro football right now. So you're 12 personnel, 1 back, 2 tight ends, 2 wide receivers. I mean, how do you're not only nixing your 6th offensive lineman, you're in your 12 personnel package. You're also in a heap of trouble with your goal line short yardage stuff, and anytime more than 1 tight end's needed. So, that Harrison Bryant thing is something to watch in a big way, because it's going to impact so many different personnel groupings, and it's going to impact the game plan and what all you can carry into this game. They just don't have the dudes. I mean, if you want to rely on that 7th round pick from the draft this year, if you think he's ready, boy, if you liked him that much, I wouldn't think it'd take 5 tight ends getting injured to get to him.
I think he said out of practice too earlier this week. Luke Lachey?
Yeah.
Or Lachey, whatever you want to call it. All right, so that is the official.
I'd go with Lachey.
Lachey, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'd do. Sounds a lot better.
I'll go Lachey. Official. Not only Brian Thomas Jr. out for the Jags, that's official, and now the official injury report, as Tyler just let us know. 5 starters, it's now official for the Texans will be out. Coming up, let's do our Saturday slate. I know it is a football Friday as we are live here in Sugar Land at Talyards. There's some big games this weekend, and I know Tyler is really, really engaged in one big one. I think we know what his game of the week is, but there's some big games that'll have some real implications when it comes to the college football playoff. We'll dive in. You tell us ours, or tell us yours, your Saturday games of the week. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, how about this? If you're out there and you're dealing with any kind of breathing issues, right? You got allergies, you got anything from the neck up, I got the news for you. I got good news for you, baby. It is Dr. Matoran. I've been over to his office.
They redefine them. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly designed to deliver precision job after job. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best, available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
If you ain't in my jersey, if you ain't in my jersey,
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Talyard Brewing in Sugar Land, right next to the Sugar Land Space Cowboys ballpark. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. Welcome back as we are here live here in Sugar Land at Talyards. And by the way, if you have not put your name in any of our raffle box to win prizes, we will start hooking folks up. We will unveil our first winners coming up after this break. We will start hooking folks up after this break. So if you've not put your ticket in our raffle box, you may want to do so before we start getting winners. I see the building has brought in Reggie from In the Loop. You can get his glass right there. If you've not gotten that, you can get his glass. That one you ain't got to even put a ticket in. You can just get that. And Reggie and John Lopez and Figgy from In the Loop can get their glass. By the way, on low key, you can get the drives as well. That one's over there too.
If you got a smooth mouthpiece, you can probably get both from O'Shea over here.
That's right. Yeah,
don't take much to talk him into something.
Yeah, and it looks like Larry from Stafford's ass has been drug in here. And he's about to give everybody hell, it looks like, over here at that table he's at. Yeah, I mean, he already walked up on me as I'm walking, and I'm just trying to go to the bathroom. He walked up on me ready to go already. But, you know, that's Larry, intense and ready. He's on the edge. I get it. 3-5 must-win game. Got to have this one. By the way, I was going to say this. 4th and what? 4th and 5 from the 25.
Oh,
you kicking it or you going?
I'm kicking it.
All right, you kicking it? All right, I just wanted to know how much confidence
I'm
you
kicking.
had.
I'm going to give him a chance. I'm going to give him a chance.
So that one's close enough. That one.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to give him a chance for me to bank on him down the stretch. I mean, you got depending on. I mean, if it's one of them that the refs got to look up the foul pole, up the goal post to determine whether it wins, I may give him another one. Yeah, we might just let his ass sit on the sideline and we're gonna go for it the rest of the way.
Hey, unless I absolutely have to, I'm giving him all kicks inside of 50 yards. Outside of it, unless it's 4th and.
Oh, you're giving him anything inside 50, no matter what.
Well, I'm just saying, I will go there.
Sure.
I'll give him 45, 43. Inside.
I don't know anything about the guy, so I don't know about the power in his legs. So I don't necessarily need to put him.
It's just accuracy like that. Like when you can't stay on and you kick for as many teams as he kick, like it's just some accuracy, all right? Like he's nowhere near as consistent as Fairbairn, which is not a shocker. But hey, man, 4th and 7, 4th and 5.
I mean, let's not get carried away.
We're at 51 yards. I think I might have to go for it.
I mean, I was referring.
Or punt it.
I was referring
or punt
to
it. Probably punt it.
I was referring to them, 2-3. You done got into 5-7. I don't know what we're doing here.
Yeah, I'm just saying. You got to think about it. The kicking situation is different. You can't just bank on them. All right, let's get that music going, Tyler. Big weekend in college football as the first college football playoff poll was unveiled earlier this week, and there are some interesting games. Let's see where folks are going. Some games, a big one there in the Big 12. A top 8 matchup as BYU will travel to Lubbock to face Texas Tech, the biggest game so far in the Big 12. Another game that looked like it was going to be a number 2 Indiana. They are the number 2 team in the country, by the way. The most losingest program in a Power 5. The Indiana Hoosiers are number 2 in history. Number 2. And they are going to play Penn State, who is just completely falling apart. That was supposed to be a big game. We'll see how Indiana does there. Oregon, the biggest win for Indiana. Number 9 Oregon is going to go on the road to Iowa City. They'll face Iowa. Number 20 Iowa. They just seem to live in 20 to 25 every year in their rankings. Iowa under Kirk Ferentz. And then the big
That'll
one.
keep you around for 20.
It will. The big one there in Columbia is Tyler's Texas A&M Aggies. They will go and face number 22 Missouri. LSU at Alabama. Another one we thought was bigger. A couple of others that are some big games this weekend that can have a big role in the college football playoff. Clint, where are you going since we know where Tyler is? Where are you going in this game as a game you're watching?
This is an easy one for me, man. It's BYU, Texas Tech. I mean, like I said before, I'm not as deep into college football as I once was. I'm obviously a fan, but I'm not as deep into watching every team and analyzing every team. But everybody that I respect in that world is really high on Texas Tech. And I can't help but get on that train. A school that is late in terms of kind of being one of the middle of the pack schools that nobody really respects kind of deal, and all of a sudden you got a shot with NIL and transfer portal, and you hire a coach from Texas, a high school coach from Texas, and he's up there doing big things. I'm rooting for the Texas Tech Red Raiders. They got BYU at their place. This is going to be a monster game if they can win this sucker right here. I mean, you got to start. And look, they're already up there in the top 10, so you're already taking them serious about the college football playoffs. But if they win this game right here, man, you got to take them real serious about being one of the better teams in the country.
Yeah, absolutely. And the winner of this game is in the driver's seat.
Yeah.
In the Big 12 to potentially get that spot. Obviously, they would have to win the Big 12 title game, but you're in the driver's seat there. Yeah, that is a big game. Listen, this feels like one of those weekends, Clint, where there is going to be an upset, like a potential. It's set up for that, where you've got some top teams going on the road to some unranked teams or some ranked teams in the 20s. And I'm just going to keep an eye on this Georgia-Mississippi State game. I'll keep an eye on that game. Mississippi State is a lot better team, and they have had some top teams on the ropes in Starkville. They had Texas on the ropes in Starkville. They have played some pretty good ball at home. Who did they have earlier? They had somebody. Oh, Tennessee, and felt like they should have beat Tennessee on the road or at home earlier this year. It's a weird game. They are a much better team than they have been, and I like what that coach is out there doing. That is one to watch. I'm not going to sit here and say I got the balls to pick Mississippi State to beat Georgia, but Georgia just hasn't seemed like the same Georgia. I'm sorry, I've watched that Florida team. I know it's a rivalry, and I know the game's in Jacksonville, and it's the cocktail, whatever. Like that was a little too close for comfort. Like there was a point in the fourth quarter I thought Florida might pull this off. And they fired their coach, and they're all this, and they're in the game with Georgia. And they've just had some tough games, and they've had teams score on them in a way we haven't seen teams score on Kirby since he's been at Georgia. That is one for me to watch. All right, Tyler, the big one. I know for you, yeah, there it is.
Missouri. They go to Missouri, boys.
And this is one that falls into that space, Tyler. Your Aggies on the road against my wife's Missouri Tigers. This is another kind of one of those games that are in the way for A&M, who I think probably has the best resume in the country. This would add to it. If they could win this game, 3 road wins against ranked opponents, it would be Missouri LSU and Notre Dame. Big game. How you feeling?
I'm actually feeling pretty damn tremendous, man.
You should.
Missouri is in the way for my Aggies right now, coming up tomorrow. Up in Missouri is Clint laid out there. They're in the way, but they'll be out of the way very quickly.
What is the line in that game? I would guess, is it double figures?
I'm not
That's
sure,
what I would
honestly.
think.
Cheryl?
I would think it's double figures.
It might be. I'll check on that and get back to you on that, but no, I'm feeling good about it.
Because Missouri is, not quite. A&M minus 6.5.
Wow.
Missouri's without their quarterback. Their starter is out for the season and got hurt in that Vanderbilt game, and they got this will be this kid's first start coming in, and he's
he's ready for a heavy dose of Cassius Howe.
This is big for the Aggies, which, by the way, I think they'll go handle business. I think relatively easy, if I'm being honest.
41-10 last season, by the way. These are different squads, but 41-10 last year.
Yeah, look, I think A&M handles business in a big way. But you're at a point. You get by Missouri. A&M has set themselves. They set themselves up. Forget 9-0. You set yourself up to be undefeated going to Austin. That is going to be and if Texas can keep improving, that is going to be a monster game, bro.
And that would lock them into
what?
The SEC title game, right? If they go into Austin, they're the only undefeated team right now, right? That would
lock them in. If they make it all the way to the last game of the year undefeated, yes, they will go. That would put them automatic. They'd be automatically playing for nothing. But you'd be playing for something. So that's going to be that'd be
the
big. The
vibes are high, man. The vibes are high. Elko has got these boys. The charts on Heisman Watch. The defense is coming around, stopping the run a little better here lately. Cassius Howe, man. I know I already mentioned him, but God.
That's the only chance. Missouri, their running back is one of the toughest guys to bring down, and he's a good back. And when they have played well, he has played really, really well. Breaks tackles a lot. That's really it. You can't feel great about your quarterback coming in and getting his first start against A&M. So a big weekend in college football. No, I don't need you to do a yell. This isn't a yell game.
Beat the hell out of Missouri! Hey!
I don't know if this is a Yale-worthy game, but you can let it out right now.
Oh, every Aggie game's a Yale-worthy game.
No, I know you've done this a lot, but I'd take a little bit of the bass out of that. I don't know. I think you left your range there.
Well, my voice is kind of cutting out on me today, so I went lower than I normally would, trying to make sure it didn't cut out. It wasn't my best, but I wanted to see if I could teach some people a yell here.
Oh, okay. I should have analyzed in the break, right?
What you got coming up in the fourth? Well, yesterday you called him.
You talk about it. Oh, he's coming to earth. Yeah, I'm telling you, man. Saturday's a big day in college football. Today is a huge day in Texas in the high school ranks. I'll tell you why next, as well as the one thing that I saw Davis Mills do last Sunday, that gives me hope this week that we can go get a dub with Davis Mills behind center. We'll do that next. So I got to tell you about Underdog Fantasy. Look, Underdog Fantasy is it's available here in Texas, first and foremost. Me and my wife, we've been playing it for some time now, and it is, in case
exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, that's right. And today, Dirty's Daily is powered by the Texas High School Coaches Association. Today, y'all, in case you didn't know, today is Texas High School Coaches Day. I want to send a big shout out to all the coaches, but definitely all the coaches in the great state of Texas. At all levels, all sports, indoor, outdoor, men, women. I greatly appreciate, admire, and respect the job that you do. You wake up every day, and yeah, you got to win. You got to win some games. You got to put a good product out there. That's the end game. But when it's all said and done, man, what you do on a daily basis by choice with the kids of all ages, but high school age kids, man, I admire and respect it. And on a day like today, we should do it more often, but on a day like today, I want to make sure and acknowledge that. So all the Texas high school coaches out there, greatly appreciate everything that you do and have done and will do moving forward. I want to point out a couple of coaches. I was born and raised in Baytown, Texas, on the east side of Houston over here. And the coaches that I had in my life outside of my immediate family shaped me as a man as much as anybody that I came across. Dick Olin, obviously, was my high school football coach. Gary Harrington was my high school baseball coach. James Hillen was my high school baseball coach and a close friend. And all the others that impacted my life in such a way. There's even a couple of guys out there that I mentioned in a social post, and the coach said, "Wait a minute, what the hell you mentioned that guy for?" Well, that guy taught me what I couldn't do. That guy taught me what not to do. That guy taught me. I appreciate all of them out there. But on this day, Texas High School Coaches Day, we greatly appreciate everything that we do. Also, Tyler put a little something in there. Let me give a little shout out to Coach Fletcher.
Yeah.
For Tyler, basketball coach at Baytown Sterling when he was there. Listens to the show every day. Coach, we appreciate what you do. And look, I know putting up with Tyler Milner, it's hard in the booth on the radio station. I know putting up with his ass on the basketball court in Baytown with that big old head he had running around there. A little bitty body with a big old head running around there. I know he was hell, but big shout out to you, Coach.
Just jacking up threes, bro.
Tyler.
Milner. I bet he
You're
did.
a depth player. I need you to set screens, man, not shoot threes.
That's not why I'm out here. Free throws and threes, baby.
That is beautiful. As we've announced already today, there's 5 starters that have been declared out for the Texans on Sunday when they play the Jacksonville Jaguars. And guys, I'm gonna be honest with you. I got a really good feeling about this one. I know y'all know. I know a lot of our listeners know. I got a really good feeling about this one. Even though we're down a few studs, down a few superstars, we're down 5 starters. Starting with C.J. Stroud, none bigger than that. Titus Howard at right tackle. Ed Ingram, your right guard, one of the best guards in the league this year, at least according to some of the advanced stats. Kaimi Fairbairn and also Jalen Petrie. We're missing. Those 5 are vitally important to the success of the Texans. But I still feel good about this particular game. I would feel really good if we had all our starters.
You really do.
Yeah, I do.
And they lost the first time with C.J. Stroud.
They lost the first time on 2 interceptions in the fourth quarter and a Nico Collins fumble. I don't believe that's going to happen again. And so I feel really good about this one, even given with how many guys we're going to miss. And one part of that is Davis Mills is the backup quarterback. Davis Mills is going to get the start. And Davis Mills, I would say, left some things to be desired against the Denver Broncos.
But not a lot, though. You said some things.
Right. No, I mean, no. There was not a lot whatsoever. If you watch the film, absolutely not. But there were some things that were left on the table. Let's put it to you that way. But the one thing that gives me hope, other than what we've talked about, right? There's going to be a game plan that he's going to rep all week long. He's going to get reps with the starters. He's going to get reps with the shot plays. He's going to get reps with all the different checks. It's not just going to be a mental rep in a meeting room. He's going to get those reps, right? He's going to stay after practice and make sure all these, whatever the unique throws are in this game plan, he's going to get those, rep those with the wide receivers after the game. Beyond all of that, I want to go back to the Denver game, and one thing that gives me hope is all of the plays that a lot of people are criticizing Davis Mills for, and rightfully so. I'm not pointing any fingers. I'm just being straight up. The miss to Christian Kirk, 3rd and 14. Christian Kirk over the middle late in the game, probably would have been a touchdown. Definitely would have been a field goal. Misses it high. Let the ball go a little bit early and misses high. The 1st and 10 miss on the bootleg throw back across the field to Nico Collins, where Nico Collins turned into a DB ultimately, right? They're driving down. They ended up getting a field goal on this one, but 3rd and 9, he's got Dalton Schultz on a little basic cross over the middle, and he gets hot and he throws it too quick, and it jumps on jumps on Dalton before he can get his hands up. Any one of those plays changes the game, and with our defense, that's all it's going to take. You throw the go route down the sideline to Nico Collins, and you make one of these throws that we're talking about right here, and the Texans go home a winner last week. Period, point blank. And here's what gives me confidence. It's not that I think he's gonna be C.J. Stroud accurate and all that. I don't think that. But the fact that he came off the bench and it was no holds barred. He was letting it rip and making these throws. He saw it. He read it out the right way. The ball was going to the right person. He just flat-ass missed, right? That was from coming off the bench, having not repped any of this stuff, getting in the game versus one of the best defenses in football, and you go in there and we can sit here and say, he just missed a couple of big third down throws that would have changed the game. The fact that we're not sitting here saying, God, what a dumpster fire that was. I mean, we have no chance. I'm telling you. It gives me and saw it and let it rip. Even though he missed it, he saw it and let it rip. Go to practice this week. Get your work in. Get your throws in. Get your timing in. Slow your internal clock down. It's a lesser defense, and when those throws present themselves, I believe I don't think he's going to hit all of them, Ron. I don't think we're going to leave this game going, boy, well, Davis is taking huge strides, and all of a sudden he's
like, oh, there's a controversy.
Yeah, no. But I don't even think we're going to leave the game and go, boy, Davis Mills, man, look, this year versus 2 years ago, boy, I don't think it's going to be that. But you hit 50% of the throws that are out there, and I'm not talking about your screens, your hitches, your slants, your little stuff with guys running wide. I'm talking critical moment. There's going to be 4 or 5 opportunities, just like there was last week in this game, where the right play's called, the right receiver's open, you see it, you read it, you throw it. Hit 2 or 3 of those. With this defense, you beat Jacksonville. With this defense, you beat Jacksonville. And with this Jacksonville defense, I think you score 20-plus points, and you make it really hard for Jacksonville to keep up, considering our guys.
They got a better chance of scoring from the one against this team. They got a better chance in the red zone.
Yeah, well, that
from
too.
Scoring against, I would say, against this team.
That too. But the simple fact, Ron, that he came off the bench versus that defense and saw it and let it rip, right? Yeah. That is a really good start. If you're going to have a backup quarterback have to start the next week, you'd rather him hit them throws, obviously, and you never check up. You win the game and you keep it moving. But, boy, that's a good place to be in versus what some of these backups look like. They get in the game, they look like they are just – it is
look
just
rough. They wanted to drag Geno out there in a wheelchair as opposed to going to Kenny Pickett.
They wouldn't get him in the game, right?
A walker out there.
That's Ron Hughley. Tyler Milner's on the 1s and 2s back in the studio. We are at Talyards in Sugarland. Just put it in your navigation. Talyard. Talyard Brewing Company. Come on out. Whether you just want to enjoy an adult beverage, they got plenty. You want to get a bite to eat, the menu's really good. Or if you want to bring the kiddos, they've got a playground over here that looks like it could be fun for maybe even for us to run over there, right?
I don't know about that.
Come on, man. When was the last time you was on the monkey bars? When was the last time you went and climbed through the tube over there underneath the hill?
It's been a while, man. I stand and watch them climb through it. I pulled some kids out of it.
I got $20 if you jog out there in the break and go through those tubes out there in the front.
I got $20 too.
You'll do it?
No, I got $20. I'm just saying.
If anybody wants to do it?
No, I'm just telling you, I got $20. I got it too. I don't need.
Do you have 20 in your pocket?
Not in cash.
I think you got 6 ones.
I don't think I have any cash. I don't think so.
Oh,
I just got
man.
a card this time.
Speaking of the injuries with the Texans a little earlier, it has this quick announcement. This is a really cool story. At least I think it is. Damon Arnett.
Yeah.
Damon Arnett has been
Houston
signed.
Roughnecks.
Yeah, he's been signed to the Texans 53-man roster. Damon Arnett was with the Roughnecks, but if you remember, he was a first-round pick 4 or 5 years ago. Got in a bunch of trouble off the field. They cut him. Nobody would touch him. Kind of resurrected his career, changed his life. Was with the Roughnecks. Was one of the better players, better corners in that league. The Texans gave him a chance preseason. He got a little run on the field. Seems to be in a really, really good spot. Obviously, a uber-talented guy if he can just get into NFL type of shape and have the right mentality. But I thought he would make the team this year, Ron. I thought he would be a project more for a future play, get him in shape, get him, see what he can do. And if he's good enough next year, keep him. But this dude has been good enough this year to keep him. And with just an injury, because the safety stuff doesn't affect him, really with just an injury to a nickel defender, he's been put on a 53-man roster. Now, we'll see if he's active, but we've talked about it multiple times, is no Jalen Petrie is the move to take Kamari Lassiter and move him inside and then have somebody that can play outside. Or do you leave Kamari Lassiter outside and let what's my man's name? Miles Bryant?
Miles Bryant.
Let Miles Bryant be the nickel defender. Key is they've got options. Great story. If Damon Arnett gets a shot, man, I'm rooting for him. I'm a fan. I'm rooting for him.
At least to get some special team action, shouldn't he? At least
if he's active, yeah. I mean, if he's active, yeah. But I don't know.
It's interesting. I wonder, is there a real legit chance that he gets run? That they're looking at him as an option? Is there a plan where, all right, there's a real opportunity here that we're going to look at putting him in so we can slide Kamari in?
I don't know where it's at, Ron, but how do they not? Even if you got Miles Bryant at the nickel defender position and Kamari Lassiter outside, are those guys going to play 100% of the snaps?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, yeah, I mean, I would think that maybe it's not highly likely, but I would think that there's a really good chance that he's going to see the field in some capacity just because there's depth issues right now with this squad. But we'll see. I hope the story works out, man. I'm always here for those get-right stories and comeback stories, man. That's cool.
Yeah, good for him. All right, as we continue here, live here at Talliard's, and the sun has gone down, and now it is beautiful out here. Clint is going for it all with that
anniversary stout, man.
That stout, yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of alcohol in that. You could just tell by the color, baby. Yes, sir. You can tell by the color.
I didn't know that. The darker, the more alcohol's in it.
Oh yeah. But it is tasty. It is very.
I know what Pac said, but I don't think he was talking about stouts.
No, I don't think he was talking about that. Yeah,
he was talking about sweet juice, wasn't he?
But no, come on out, man. It's a good time. Beautiful weather at this point now. Spot for the kids. It's after 4 o'clock. People getting off work, make your way on out here to Talliard's here in Sugar Land. Enjoy some good food, some good drinks.
Why wouldn't you?
And some prizes to win as well. A little bit later on, you got a chance to win a pair of tickets to the Texans, courtesy of our Houston Ford dealers. Coming up, as it is Football Friday, we will get you ready for this game against Jacksonville. I do want to make a stop here on. Maybe I'm wrong. I just feel like this ain't right. And somebody I generally don't feel bad for, I feel bad for. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, well, look, don't feel bad for me because I'm going to be drinking cold Coors Light this weekend. There ain't no.
is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the loop and the drive on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Fresh.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Talyard Brewing in Sugar Land, right next to the Sugar Land Space Cowboys ballpark. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here in Sugar Land. Talyard's Brewing Company. Come on out here, make your way. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. TVs, playgrounds, turf, drinks all over the place. A great spot for you to come out. The weather is beautiful. The sun has gone down, and this is a beautiful, perfect night to come hang out, have a good events, and everybody around here hanging out, having some drinks, and getting ready for this game coming up on Sunday. As I said, we will continue to get you ready. And speaking of that, as Clint talked about, Damon Arnett being added to the roster, there is some movement. We'll talk a little bit more about this in the 5 o'clock hour, but the Texans will be down 5 starters in this game. And to me, a big piece of that, again, like I said, we'll go into depth a little bit more, is they're going to be down 2 of their offensive linemen, Clint, and Titus Howard and Ed Ingram, and not just 2 of their offensive linemen. Those have been their 2 best, right? Pro Football Focus has Ed Ingram as not only the highest-rated lineman for the Texans this year, but he's been one of the highest-rated guards in football. He's out, and now Titus Howard. And we'll give our predictions a little bit later. I'll be honest, Clint, that has made me – those 2 injuries and those guys being out has made me pause a little bit in terms of my confidence on how this game will go, because it's just a group that has been kind of struggling up and down, and to take their 2 best guys out of that group, that is concerning, because now Nick Caley and such have to game plan and work around that. And I think Brandon Scott said something really, really good earlier on In the Loop. He said, man, he's having trouble with some of the Texans and Caley just coming out with some of the simple things offensively with a lot of their parts. And to think, all right, let's get it together this week, and you're going to have some major parts like Stroud and your offensive line out is a tall task.
Yeah, look, anytime you got to go to battle with a lesser player, and much less 2 of them on the same side of the ball, it's obviously not ideal. But this is where their cross-training and their rotating left guards every other drive should pay off. Right, I mean, this is why everybody talks about rotating left guards because it's a competition and they can't decide who. No, I mean they're really the end game of that is you're keeping somebody ready to go if indeed somebody goes down, which I hate the idea of, for the record. But now that we're here and you've lost a guard, you slide Juice Scruggs over there. He's been playing all year long. It's not like he's coming off the bench and nobody knows what he's capable of doing. It's not like he's coming off the bench and you don't know whether he can process the communication that's going on up front or not. And so it should be a seamless transition. And whether it be the right guard or if the center had gotten hurt, moving Juice Scruggs over there, I believe that's the reason that you keep playing 2 left guards ultimately. And so here we are. Hopefully it doesn't hurt as bad as if you had to bring somebody cold turkey off the bench and hadn't done anything all year long, right? And then the other little bit of hope is Denver's defense was significantly better across the board up front.
Especially, up front, yes.
And when Blake Fisher came in the game, again, I watched the game. I've watched the film twice. Blake Fisher never jumped off the film like, hey, let me zero in on Blake Fisher and make sure he's handling his business, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm not saying he didn't make any mistakes. I didn't grade the film for Blake Fisher. But the fact that he didn't jump off the screen as a liability against Denver gives me hope that this week he's going to be all right.
Yeah. Well, again, as I said, 5 o'clock fire, we'll give you a little bit more on the injury report, but those are two big ones right there. All right, Clint, we talked about this earlier this week, and I'm really intrigued to hear from you and the people how you feel about this. Chandler Rome earlier this week talked about the potential of Justin Verlander being able to come back here, but in his explanation of how he potentially sees that going, he brought up something between Dana Brown, the general manager, and Jim Crane, the owner. And I think we kind of laughed it off a bit, but I think there's maybe a little bit more serious conversation there. Here's Chandler Rome talking about Justin Verlander, or potential return to the Astros. But listen in particular with what he says he believes the relationship and how things could go between Dana Brown and Jim Crane.
I would put the odds at greater than 50% that it happens. I've not been tangibly close, but I mean, you don't really have to have like backroom sources or anything to hear this. Like, I mean, Justin Verlander, when the Giants came to Houston this year, like Justin said, like on the radio, like, yeah, I'm always open to coming back here. I want to come back here. He said he called Jim Crane last year when the Giants offered him and said, can you match this? And Jim at the time said they weren't in a position to do that. Like, you don't need you don't need to know people to know that. Like, he has said that it's very clear that Justin Verlander really likes it here. He and Jim Crane are very good friends. I can imagine that if this does get done, it will be a Justin Verlander and Jim Crane negotiation. I think Dana would be looped in at the last minute to just let him know that, hey, it's happening. And but I don't think – I mean, I think a lot of people would look at it as, oh, like, here we go again. But I don't think it'd be the worst thing in the world. Justin Verlander was excellent in the second half last year.
We already had the conversation about if you'd like to see Verlander here. But when you listen to that, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, Clinton Tyler. Are you okay with that being how it potentially is run? I think Chandler Rome is as keyed and locked in with the Astros and that organization as anybody. That there is a scenario in which Jim Crane is just like, hey, I got this, and here, man, I'll just let my general manager – I'll just let him know a little bit later on. Like, I'll give you a heads up just to loop you in to let you know, hey, this is what's going on. Like, are you all right with that? And how? I mean, is this just obviously Jim Crane is the owner. Generally, put people in place to run things. That to me is a weird dynamic. If that is the hey, Dana, man, I got this.
Well, to me, it's weird if it's a way of doing business. If it's just a Verlander deal, and there's already an existing relationship that's been there for 10 years.
If it's a one,
yeah, I mean, and you're going to get a team-friendly deal, whatever that looks like with Justin Verlander, and there's going to be a certain understanding, and there's a friendship and a chemistry that's there with the owner that's not there with Dana Brown, or a trust that's there with the owner that's not there with Dana Brown. In this one unique situation, it doesn't bother me one bit. Now, if Jim Crane's going to run the team and just tell Dana Brown, I'm going to loop you in anytime somebody calls me that I like, I'm going to loop you in on it at the end, I would imagine that'd be a strange way of doing business.
Like if I wonder, is Altuve just Jim?
Yeah, I don't think Dana's calling the shots on Altuve.
I'm not saying calling the shots, but we got to be. Hey man, what do we think about this? There ain't that. There ain't no like. Hey, if he wants Justin Verlander,
they're roundtabling all these decisions, but I just don't think Altuve. That there's one guy two guys, including Jose and Jim Crane, that are in control of his future here or not with the Astros.
Like that. That just every time I hear that, I just think, damn, that is like a slap in the face. Like, hey man, hey Tyler, man, I'm gonna loop you in on this thing right here, man. We already got one of your spots decided. Like, that is, again, I hope that maybe interesting. If there is anybody else, like even if it's Altuve, I think it's a realistic conversation. If Dana Brown is like, hey man, like if we're talking about winning, like I don't know how much longer it would make sense for us to go with Altuve with his shortcomings in the field. Like, I'm not saying that's the conversation, but it seems like, nah, man, don't even bring that up, Doug. I got it. Like, I mean, that is, I don't know, boy, that just seems.
Well, I mean, look, let's be honest. I mean, the Altuve experiment in left field, along with his coming out of his shoes at the plate on every first pitch he sees, did not fit what Joe Espada or Dana Brown was talking about at the plate last year.
No. Yeah.
I think there's Jim Crane and Jose Altuve are going to make the decision of Jose Altuve.
Man, that just can't be just public right there. Like, I mean, Dana, the way that Chandler just said that, yeah, man, they'll loop his ass in here in a little bit, man. Just let you know, the deal's done. Okay.
The interesting
the way. Okay.
That's the interesting part is just how matter of factly Chandler Rome said it. Like, I ain't no big deal. I'm just gonna keep this moving. He didn't even check up. He just said it and kept moving.
He said Justin Verlander just called Jim when he was with the Giants and said, "Hey, man."
Let him, when they were in town, let him know.
Let him know, man. That is
Justin Verlander.
That is an odd way to go about things. All right, coming up as we get you back ready for this game against the Jags. What will it mean? 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. What will it mean if the Texans win this game? For you, what will it mean to you the rest of the way if the Texans win this game? We'll discuss that coming up next.
We're going to tell you that next, but I'm going to tell you, if you're selling your home, what would it mean to you to sell that sucker in under?
Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Talyard Brewing in Sugar Land, right next to the Sugar Land Space Cowboys ballpark. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are having a great time out here. 5 o'clock fire coming up here in just a bit. And you still got time to make it out here and enjoy yourself. I know we're starting to get to that point where people are off work or getting off work. Head down here to Sugar Land, to Talyard. And we got a little crowd going. Good people out here. The Wicks and food are out here. Your chance to win prizes. You can take home a free glass if you're in the building. Commemorative glass of In the Loop and glass of Us, The Drive. Take one home for free and don't go home empty-handed. And then, of course, as we've talked to you and told you, you got a chance to win some tickets, courtesy of our Houston Ford dealers, to a future Texans game. So stay tuned for that. And if you're on your way, you got to put your ticket in the raffle box to have a chance to win. I said on the other side, Clint, if the Texans are able to pull this game off, and obviously it's not a guarantee. I don't know if you saw that line. I know, Tyler, I'm sure you did. The Texans are 1.5-point underdogs in this game at home. Jacksonville is favored by 1.5 in this game.
All the injuries playing there.
Yeah, C.J. Stroud. That's the big one that shifts a line there like that. So yes, it is what Vegas is thinking of, almost a pick'em type of game, a very tight game that could go about. So it could go either way. And I said, if the Texans win, what will that mean? What will that mean to you about the future of this team? As I see this young lady is just shaking her head. She's nothing. I can read those lips. She ain't just say nothing.
Got to mean something.
Nothing. Somebody texted in just now, Clint. To be honest, won't mean much if the Texans get it together and win. If they don't make the playoffs, I'll still be proud. But
well, hell, if they win every game they got left,
they're going to make the
playoffs. And they're going to be a damn contender.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a good.
I tell you what, you clearly picked that before you read the detail.
I did. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I saw. To be honest, it won't mean much.
Look, this is a must-win game. I mean, look, this is a game for all of us Texans fans. You got to win this game to keep hope alive. If you win this week, you then have the Titans in next week, and you can get to 5-5. Sitting at 5-5, now you got hope. Now you got a chance to make a run. Now you got at least a chance to get to 10 wins, and if you can get to 10 wins, then you can potentially get in. I think this is a hope game. If you lose this game, all hope is out the window, and
we can't
unfortunately we got to move on to future things. But you win this one, you still got a puncher's chance, and we keep showing up.
Yeah, to me, I just don't. I know it is frustrating, and I'm going to tell people about a fan. It's just hard right now to punt on the season at 3-5, right? And to think like, man, it's over, right? It is. I'm not going to lie to you. It is a tough road, but like you said, if they win these next two games, trust. I watched and heard and saw after they beat the 49ers, y'all were right back on it. Here we go. Let's go, baby. Here we go. I know some of you, many of you were. Right back on it. All right. And if they win these next two, as you said, now you got a chance, and now you can really look at it. If they don't win these next two games, it's nothing. If they lose to Tennessee, and then we're gonna have some different conversations on this show. But if they get these next two, and then yes, it's the toughest part of your season. You got home Buffalo, at Indy, at Kansas City. It's a tough roll.
Well, I mean, here's the thing: is the 7th seed in the AFC right now is the Jacksonville Jaguars sitting at 5-3.
Yes,
right, and the 8th seed is the Kansas City Chiefs sitting at 5-4. So you're obviously 2 games behind that 7-8 seed where you need to have a chance to get in. All right, you win this week, you make up some ground on one of those teams. As I mentioned, the Kansas City Chiefs, they're on your roster. Buffalo Bills, Los Angeles Chargers, all those teams are on your roster coming down the stretch. I'm sorry, on your schedule coming down the stretch. So you win this week, right? You're thankful you got Tennessee next week. And if a couple of these teams ahead of you mess around and slip up, it wouldn't be crazy to think that you can catch that 7. And I mean, you got a lot of 6-win teams. You got several 5-win teams right there in that mix. You're not that far behind those guys. Now, the problem is you're going to run out of time. Yeah. The problem is you're going to run out of time. So it's less about how far you are behind somebody and more about how much season you got left. Right now, you got enough season left where you can say, okay, we still got – like everything doesn't have to go our way. We just have to have some good luck, and we got to play some good football. We got a chance. You mess around and drop this game this week, you're running out of luck and you're running out of time, and that's a bad sign.
Yeah. Text line come through. Okay, Peaches. It's not Peaches. It's Ron.
He hates Peaches.
You can.
Is that where Peaches came from? Because you hate Peaches.
Hughley.
I hate Peaches. No, I think Wade Smith. He did that. Never came back. He just won't come back now to defend himself. No, I see Wade every night, damn near. But no, Wade threw that Peaches out there, and some people have run the roll with it. But someone said, "Okay, Peaches, it's Ron or show. Even if we do win this week, what happens when we lose against the Titans?" You don't really believe that. You don't believe that. You're a troll or you're angry at your team, but you don't believe they're going to beat the Jags this week and then lose to the Titans. Like, you don't believe that. Right, and you don't, and you'll probably be the same one that'll come at me if I criticize the Texans and say, "What are you talking about? You're just a hater. Why don't you move back?" No, get out of here. You don't believe that. All right,
Hold on, Joe.
These next two right here, it's it. All right, these next two, you got to win these two, as Clint said, to give yourself a chance. If you win these two and you give yourself a chance, now we could really look at something. And then you got that 3-game stretch against those teams that I think will make or break you, right? But you got to win these two. If you lose either one of these two, and I just don't believe they're going to lose to the Titans, but if you lose either one of these, I think the conversation shifts to an entirely different deal. The conversation shifts to, what is this team and what is this front office going to look like after the season ends? I think that's where things start to shift. All right, real quick before we get to 5 o'clock fire, not really real quick, but matchups for you that are key ones that you're watching. Let's start when the Texans have the ball. When the Texans have the ball, with Davis Mills in there for C.J. Stroud.
You got the best one on that. I mean, you got the biggest one on that.
Yeah,
I mean, it's hands down. It's Ariante Ursery versus Josh Hines-Allen, and
I would say with Nick Caley to boot. The plan that they have, because we said it the first game, this isn't just Ursery by himself having to hold up. This is Ursery and the team understanding that we are not going to let Josh Hines-Allen, as you've articulated all week, who has not done this to nobody else. He's not done this to nobody else.
He's got 2 or 2.5 sacks in a year.
He had to have 2 of them against the Texans.
Yeah, Eric Armstead is the leading sacker for the Jags. They got 10 total sacks. They're 32nd in the league in sacks. If this group has the ability, whether we're talking about offensive coordinator, we're talking about personnel up front, players up front, or we're talking about scheme, if this defense has the ability to cause chaos consistently for 4 quarters against the Texans, then we're a lot worse off than we thought. And based on what I saw last week against
there it is.
After what I saw last week against Denver, I'm pretty confident.
I just.
Ooh, that one snuck up on me, boy.
It did. Yeah, but they got to solve that. They cannot let him take over the game. He made way too many impact plays. Yeah. He was the best player on the field. By the way, that's the second time we've seen him do that to the Texans in the last several years. He did it to Laramie Tunsil, where he won AFC Defensive Player of the Week, and then he did it again in this game, where they just couldn't do nothing about it. But many times it's because they left Ursery by himself over there, and you just can't allow that to happen. What about when Jacksonville has the ball? What's the key matchup over there?
I think it's their interior offensive line versus our interior defensive line. When the Texans' defense has been got this year, it was against Tampa, and they were running downhill with some different G schemes and really taking advantage of them getting upfield and being aggressive at the D tackle position. And so I think it's our D tackles versus their interior offensive line, because early in the year, as you pointed out earlier, they were a really good run football team. And now last week they leaned on the run game. I think they ran it 7 straight times late in the game to beat the Las Vegas Raiders. And so they will have a tendency to lean into ETN when the game's on the line. And so I just think that the one spot, if our defense can be got, I think the one spot is inside that D tackle position right there. Whether it's scheme or it's just going at them, that's the one spot. So I think that matchup right there, if we can make their run game a non-factor, which teams have this year, by the way, if we can make their run game a non-factor, hey, man, hard to lose this one. Yeah. I mean, I think it's going to be hard to lose this one if we can do that.
Because arguably their best receiver, and we'll get more into that coming up in just a bit, their best receiver just got to the team Tuesday. Right, Jacoby Myers just got there Tuesday, and you're putting the ball in Trevor's hands. And hell, we saw that first game. He threw a pick and put the ball in harm's way in that game. Someone texted in, showed the Titans played the Chargers tough. Mind you, Mills is the quarterback. I know maybe you just looked at the score of being 27-20. I want you to know that in that game, their first touchdown was a Justin Herbert pick 6 for 24 yards. The second time that they scored was a 60-yard punt return for a touchdown. So their first 14 points, they did not score an offensive a point, no touchdown.
You're talking about Tennessee, right?
Tennessee, yes. They scored 14 of the 20 points on a punt return and on a pick 6. All right, guys, let's just come on. Let's not get in here. Hey, they played the Chargers tough. No, yeah, stop. Come on, guys. They're one of the worst teams in football. Sorry. They beat the Jags. Come on, they're going to I don't even know why I'm even approaching this. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You got me. Streaming November 16th on Paramount Plus. The return of Landman from Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone.
Can't wait.
There it is. Yeah, I can't even. That first season was something else. Yeah.
So this is where social media is great, man. Landman, they're showing the clips now. It was great with what was the one in Yellowstone on those clips on social was great. Now you got Billy Bob's one-liners from Landman. Oh, they're great.
Yep, it features, speaking of Billy Bob Thornton, Academy Award winner Billy Bob Thornton, who's made to play that role, featuring also Academy Award nominees Demi Moore, Andy Garcia, Sam Elliott. Landman new season streaming November 16th, only on Paramount Plus. All right, let's get you updated as the Texans have a long list of guys who are out, but also do the Jaguars in one important piece that is going to be out. And then we'll look at what the hell was that last night? What was that last night? We'll discuss all of that. 5 o'clock fire coming up next.
All right, I don't know what it was last night, but I hope at wherever you were watching it, whether it was at your house or some kind of watch party or
hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Welcome to 5 o'clock fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is we are live. Clap it up. Let me hear the people out here. There we go. Yeah, it's a party out here, 5 o'clock hour. We are live at Talyards here in Sugar Land on a football Friday, getting you ready for a must-win game. We've said this year, must-win game for the Texans. And by the way, in every one of them, they have won. Right? Must-win versus the Ravens. They had to win that one. Must-win versus the 49ers. And then last week happened. But another must-win game to stay alive against the Jags coming up on Sunday. We'll get you ready for that. The injury report coming up here in just a bit. Just a reminder, if you have not done so, you can get a glass. We're doing our set. We got a 4-glass set today in a unique Three more, only 3 more. So we got 3 more glasses. If you haven't got one, I don't know if it's in the loop or the drive, but there were 2 sets of glasses that were in the loop and the drive.
That's the loop right there,
in the loop
baby.
right there. All right, there's Reggie right there. If you ain't seen Reggie, say what's up to Reggie. Reggie's in the building doing his thing. It's important.
Big Reg.
There he is from in the loop. He's his face along with Figgy and John Lopez right there. 3 more left. You can go ahead and grab one of those, and you got a chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Houston Texans in a future game in the 5 o'clock hour. This hour, a little bit later on, we will hook you up. If you have not put a ticket in the raffle box, you might want to do so to give yourself a chance to win. By the way, anybody near Tomball in here? Anybody near Tomball? Let's show of hands. Anybody near Tomball? We got a free oil change you can also get as well, courtesy of Tomball Ford. Any to get an oil change on, you can do that there as well. All right, Clint, the injury report is out, and let's start with the Texans because it is it's a long one. It's Houston Astros, like we said the other day. They got multiple people out, guys that we knew were going to be out. Clint, C.J. Stroud, we knew he was going to be out. D'Amico let that cat out of the bag on Wednesday. And then also, Jalen Petrie, Matt Burke kind of let the cat out of the bag yesterday that he would be out. And Fairbairn, with that right quad issue, the kicker, he is out as well. But to finish things off, 2 other major points are Titus Howard. He is out with that concussion. So that now looks at Titus Howard, Jalen Petrie, and C.J. Stroud all out with concussions. Ed Ingram with the knee, he is out. Christian Harris with a shin issue, he is out, and so is Jakob Johnson. He is out. Harrison Bryant is questionable. Everybody else who missed practice, full participant, and don't have a designation, including Will Anderson, Danico Autry, and Dalton Schultz. Clint, when you look at this list for the Texans, let's take C.J. Stroud out of it. Obviously, the quarterback position is the most important position on the field. Which one to you do you believe will be the biggest thing that could potentially negatively affect the Texans?
Well, I'm going to take Kaimi Fairbairn out of the conversation, too, because that's clear. I mean, he's 5 of 6 last week from field goal in the field goal chance. So take those 2 guys off.
And in particular with this team, the way that they struggle to score touchdowns, he's had to kick a lot of field goals.
Yeah, look, I think that to me, I look at this 2 different ways. I think there's one particular injury that I think is going to alter a game plan in a major way, and that is the Titus Howard, Ed Ingram situation, right? How they choose to fill in for Titus Howard is going to dictate whether we see the 6 offensive linemen, additional tight end type stuff. It's going to dictate how much 12 personnel we see. There's a lot of game plan personnel stuff that I think is going to come from how they handle Titus Howard and Ed Ingram. But I think the big one here really is Jalen Petrie, and it's about Jalen Petrie, the caliber player he is, the year he's having, as well as the way that we're thin around him at the safety position, at the corner position, at the nickel defender position, right? C.J. Gardner-Johnson got ran up out of here. Jimmy Ward's been injured and been arrested a couple of times. I mean, you got those two guys, and then your corner, what's the kid from USC, Jalen Smith?
Yeah.
I thought he was going to be. Hell, he got hurt last week. He's on IR for the rest of the year. And so he's out. So you are just really thin in that coverage defender position, including the nickel defender. And so I think that one right there is the one that's the bigger, not the big concern of like, oh, my gosh, what's the Texans defense going to do? Because I think D'Amico Ryans has proven to be, but you're one injury away from, boy, what does this thing look like? Yeah. Who's playing corner? Who's playing nickel defender? Who's playing safety? Like, you're one injury away from being in a really tough spot of who's going to be on the field. So I think that's the one which I think our defense is going to be fine either way. I don't know how they're going to address the issue.
Yeah. I mean, you would think, Clint, that they are probably going to take a hit in terms of how they run the football by this and potentially how they protect. And to be honest, as you've talked about it, Jacksonville this year has not been a dominant team up front. Their D-line hasn't been dominant, but you wonder if they're made to look better when you talk about, man, you got two backups and a rookie left tackle here.
I think the bigger one to watch when it comes to the injury report for the Texans, I think it's Harrison Bryant. And I know a lot of people are like, who the hell are you talking about? Well, I mean, we've had 3 tight ends go down. He is the number 2 tight end right now. His role in this offense is be the hand in the dirt, more of a blocking tight end, whether it's pass protection or run game. And just generally speaking, he's the number 2 tight end. We run a lot of 12 personnel. And so if he ends up not being able to play, he's questionable right now. If he ends up not being able to play and you're down the Fisher package because he's starting at right tackle, hell, what do you do at the tight end position beyond Dalton Schultz? So I think that is a bigger – like if I'm picking one, what are we going to do? Do we have answers? It's more about Harrison Bryant in that tight end role than it is this other stuff. I think we've got guys that I'm anxious to see play.
Yeah. Also, on the other side, Jacksonville's going to be without their most talented wide receiver. He's not been great this year, but Brian Thomas Jr., he is out of this game. And as we said, man, it's been up and down. This is a rookie, had 1,300 yards. I haven't seen Ocho talk about him as much this year, but Ocho every single day would text in. I wonder what it looked like if Brian Thomas Jr. was on the other side. But even in their first game, he had the big play. He dropped balls in that game, but he is capable of making big plays. So I think that is a big thing to me, because we talk about this with the Texans all the time. On the offense, the Texans' defense most definitely can smother this Jacksonville team, and that helps them not having Brian Thomas Jr. They can really make things tight and difficult.
Look, they've got a couple of guys that have made plays, and we know them. I mean, that have made plays against the Texans, not named Brian Thomas Jr. But if we're going to be honest with you, the Jacksonville Jaguars lead the league in drops this year at the wide receiver position. I'm sure their tight ends are mixed in there too. Their pass catchers have dropped more balls than anybody in football this year. Brian Thomas Jr. is the one that gets highlighted because he went for 1,300 yards last year, right? But they all have had that problem. The reality of it is Brian Thomas Jr. not being on the field is a major threat, play in, play out. That it's not going to be for all of us in Houston. I don't care if he has dropped a couple of balls. I know what he's capable of doing, and I don't want to be on the field with him when he all of a sudden has a wake-up moment and goes out there and has a monster game. I'd just soon him be on the pines. So I'm good with this one.
Yeah, big there. Big players out for both teams on the injury front. Obviously, the Texans affected more, but Brian Thomas Jr. being out is not nothing. That's a big deal for their offense.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Thursday Night Football. We've been here at Talyards and always enjoy it. We got TVs all over the place, so if you want to get in here and watch You got the NBA tonight. You got some college football. You want to get here and watch it, you can check it out. But they have been forcing us for most of the day to have to rewatch that crap that played on last night. Crap's not the word I want to use, but they made us have to rewatch the Broncos and the Raiders, and it's been on every TV that I've looked at, and I had to rewatch that game as we've been sitting here doing that show. That was just awful. Denver, the team that the Texans played last week, and you clearly get even more frustrated because you think, boy, you really should have had that game the way that team is playing. But they are somehow 8-2, winning last night 10-7, just ruining Tyler's best bets last night, just up and down the board. Hell, they even fired their special teams coordinator after that. The Raiders did. The block punt is what ultimately gave them the lead for a field goal. Clint, Denver is currently right now the number 1 seed in the AFC. You saw them up close and personal. What you saw yesterday, what are you thinking about Denver now?
Well, yesterday was not a good day for my Denver take. That's for sure. I thought, I'm going to ride with them. I'm going to stay with them. I'm never one to quit early on a take, but I believe that. What are they sitting at right now? 8-2.
They're 8-2. Yep.
I mean, they're sitting at 8-2, and right now, if you look offensively, they're just out of whack. I mean, they're just they're not good offensively. There's not in rhythm. There's nothing that they're consistent with. I mean, they struggle throwing the quick game. Thankfully, if you're a Denver fan, I mean, the Harvey kid, he popped some. He's a little bit of a highlight reel. Thankfully they just keep taking shots and taking a ton of risk and hitting a couple of them. But they've got to get better at the quarterback position. They've got to get better offensively across the board if they're gonna hold on to being one of the better teams in the AFC.
I mean, the Raiders are a bad defense.
Yep.
They've been a bad defense all year. Like this Jags team that I feel like is going to have some real problems Sunday. Obviously, the Texans are looked at as the best defense in football.
Yeah.
But the Raiders have been. I literally watched them play the Chiefs and not get 90 yards of total offense. Like they got 3 first downs in the game, and that defense gave up everything, and they've been just terrible all year. And then you look at it, man, and Denver can't do nothing against that Raiders defense. They controlled the game the whole way. They may still be playing right now if they didn't block that punt. That might have been going to overtime.
Right.
Going to overtime and tied if they didn't block that punt. It was bad. I think Denver's defense is here. You can't get carried all the way like that, right? Some of their games, man, they've got an 18-15 game last week that they had to have the quarterback get knocked out of and Davis Mills come in. They got a 13-11 game against the Jets. They got a 2012 game at home against the Titans to start that was tight. They got that stupid Giants game where they're down 26-8 with 5 minutes left and somehow found a way to win that game. I don't know, boy. And none of those teams are good teams, except for maybe the Texans. None of those teams are good teams. It is wild how they're pulling this off.
That was a good save.
The jury is still out on that.
Yeah. Right now they're not. Let's be honest. Right now they're not.
That is wild. They're 8-2. It's looking like Tebow how they're pulling these things out. Where Tebow would just play like hell for like 3 quarters, and then all of a sudden, like he gets some sort of I gotta be good juice for like 15 minutes, like real minutes, and then come out and then be like, how the hell he hit him on a slant like that? Bo Nix does that every week, it seems like. Wow. So 10-7 last night. Denver gets to 8-2 as they struggle to beat Geno Smith and the Raiders.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Rockets, the best team in the city, the team that has the best chance to win anything close to a championship. They are looking to get another dub as they've won, 5 in a row here. They'll play the Spurs coming up, and I am really, really intrigued and excited for this game. What it looks like, Clint, as Alfred Şengün hit the next level, we're starting to see that, and he is playing even better than the point that maybe I heard Reggie say it earlier this week. Şengün is playing even at a better level than he thought. I want to see him up against that alien. I want to see him up against Victor Wembanyama, and he's had really good success. I will also say Victor is taking another step at another level and has played really good, although he has struggled his last 2 games out. But throughout this year, he has looked like he is ready to take the next step. I want to see, because there's a different level of confidence we're seeing from Şengün. I want to see how he goes up in this challenge with the big fella.
Well, I hope I don't regret the take that the I was happy when the if we couldn't get that first overall pick, that the Spurs would get that first overall pick. And well, the thought is I mean, I just like you go beat up on Cooper Flagg, I'd like to go beat up on Wembanyama. I mean, that would be. I want the games in Texas to mean a little bit more. I don't want to just go skull drag them all the time. What fun is that? And so, yeah, I hope this is a game. I hope this is a game that we all can't wait to see, which it is at this point in time. And I hope it turns out to be a hell of a basketball game, and I hope we prove to be the better team.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
I hope that Wembanyama doesn't act the damn fool and make me regret my take.
Yeah, that matchup there, Şengün, and he, the way he's been playing, the way he seems like he may circle a game like this. Like, he seems like he may be it. Like, he may be into.
You talking about Şengün?
Yeah,
ain't no doubt.
Like, and I'm sure Rockets fans who have watched him over the years, last couple of years, he's played pretty well against him in games. But we'll see, man. Victor is the best defensive player in the game, I think, already right now, and has really come on. And we'll see how that looks. So a big one tonight. And it's Tyler's favorite, and it's a NBA Cup game tonight.
So stupid.
No, you know it, Tyler.
I got a little into it last year.
Tyler loves the NBA Cup game. Something about the courts that really does in Tyler. It's his favorite one.
I got into it a little bit.
I forgot.
Last year.
What did you say was your favorite court? You said the Bulls one? That's right. The Bulls one is Tyler's favorite court.
Nope.
Yeah.
Why are we channeling our inner European soccer?
There it is, man. You got to get that
It's going to be a good game, and I'm going to watch these Rockets and be excited for it, but the cup stuff is so damn silly.
Yeah, man, the cup, baby, the cup. You know you love that. That's your favorite thing. All right, man. Will this game be as simple as how well does Davis Mills play? Will this game be as simple as that? We'll discuss that on the other side.
All right, y'all, look, if you're looking to build your dream home, if you're looking to build a custom home, if you're looking to make that big
ICU families. Even though the player field is full, you can still sponsor a hole or donate to help provide Angel Eye video access, peer support, and essential comforts to families in need. Learn more and give now at texaschildren's.org.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Talyard Brewing in Sugar Land, right next to the Sugar Land Space Cowboys ballpark. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, a beautiful time is perfect as the lights are starting to come on. It's a beautiful time to be out here on a Friday night. If you're on this side of town here in Sugar Land, make your way to Talyards as we'll be here. We'll be here till 6 o'clock, but, hey, man, you can be here a while. There's TVs everywhere. This is a good place to post up on a Friday night. Bring the kids, let them run around and do your thing. Get you some good food, some good drink. It's a good time. They got cocktails. They've got any type of craft beer you're looking for. They brew it all here in the building, and you don't want to miss it, including the root beer. Get the kids the root beer. My kids love the root beer here as well, and it's a beautiful spot. So come on out here. Again, if you are close to being here or you are here and you have not done so, as soon as this segment gets finished, we will hook somebody up with a pair of Texans tickets. That is coming up as soon as this segment ends. You will get your chance to win Texans tickets. And if your name or your ticket isn't in the raffle box, you will not have an opportunity to win. So that's coming up as soon as this segment ends. All right, Clint, does this thing come down? Obviously, in a football game, there are a lot of different things that happen. But does this game come down to, can Davis Mills play well enough, and that will lead the Texans to winning this game? Is this game, for the most part, of Mills play in this game?
Yeah. I mean, now that encompasses a lot of things. I mean, that encompasses the offensive coordinator and some other guys playing well. But, yeah, look, I think if Davis Mills goes out there, and he doesn't do anything special, I think if Davis Mills goes out there and does what we all know Davis Mills can do, take care of the football, get the ball out of your hand, minimize the risk as much as you can, and when the shots are there, hit a couple of them. Right, C.J. Stroud is absolutely elite at hitting those shots when they're there, and especially when they've been in rhythm in this offense. I don't expect Davis Mills to be in that category, but I do expect him to hit a couple of them. And against this defense, with our defense, I feel like Davis Mills gives you more than enough chance to win this game.
Yeah, Clint, he has been here. He was drafted in 2021, so he's been here through multiple systems, multiple head coaches, multiple offensive coordinators, multiple offensive line coaches. He's been here a lot. Him and Nico Collins, they arrived. He was the first draft pick of Nick Caserio in the third round. Go ahead.
Here's another, just as you were talking about how long he's been here and what he's been through, and if you look back at when you're the backup all year long, you're not getting the hell beat out of you. And if you remember training camp, Davis Mills looked like a 10 out of 10 in training camp.
Yeah.
Really, because he was Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter every day getting the hell beat out of him.
Yeah.
So he's lived in a nice, comfortable world, and he has been, I'll be honest with you, I don't know why this thought just popped in my head, but like I would he has been, now it's hindsight, I don't think they did it by design, but the way that he has been able to very comfortably install this offense and rep plays and make throws and sit in a comfortable pocket and see some things unfold that Nick Caley's drawn up on the board in the meeting rooms kind of deal, he has ultimately been in the ideal situation of how you want to see an install happen. Whereas CJ is younger, got the hell beat out of him in training camp, and then gets into the season. We got the hell beat out of him all year last year, and then gets into the season and has some similar issues. And so that leads me to a place of where, we've talked about it multiple times, where CJ's internal clock is just sped up because he's been getting the hell beat out of him. You know, happy. We watched a game. Who was that? Was it Tampa? It was a home game. All of a sudden, man, the feet are just happy. We ain't even ran a damn play yet. He ain't been hit yet, and his feet are happy. Like, those are obstacles that I think have been placed in front of C.J. Stroud that haven't been placed in front of Davis Mills. And so where I'm going with all that is there is it's likely that Davis Mills, out of the gate, unless he gets the hell beat out of him in the first quarter, it's likely that he's going to be a lot more settled down and see things a lot more clear.
I think he was when he initially came in against Denver.
Yeah,
Now, Denver changed it poorly, and they had to kind of adjust. They had some injuries with Titus and Ed as well. But we've seen Davis early in his career look like he's in over his head. I didn't see that. I didn't notice that against Denver.
Yeah. Well, you just look at how different the training camps were. I'm going to tell you, I haven't, because I'm really the one that can draw from the experience of it. Like, we have not discussed enough about how stupid that was to do C.J. Stroud that way, if I'm being completely honest. I mean, that was, in hindsight, and even in the moment, I remember you and I talking about it, like, what are we doing? We're trying to install an offense, and we're just out here creating more chaos around a guy that seems like he's been at war for the last month, last year kind of deal. So it was really a stupid decision to do that day after day after day, and we're seeing some of the consequences of it, not necessarily the losing, but the happy feet, the struggles in the pocket, and not having great poise and feeling the pocket more times than not. And the only reason that thought pops in my head again is because I think Davis has been in the ideal situation. I mean, how many times did we go to camp and watch camp, and Davis Mills is lighting the deep? And I know it's the twos, and I know he's working with. I'm not worried about all that, but just Davis Mills is sitting there in a clean pocket, just sitting tall, just driving the ball all over the field, and you're like, that is what you want your quarterback seeing and feeling every day as you install a new offense. And so hopefully that pays off now that he's got.
Now, I think mentally he is in a much different space than he was the last time. They said let's go in a different direction.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I think he's in I mean, when we look at this team, you talked about it. I think the Jacksonville Jaguars defense and the team that they're going to be playing means a lot to what his success could potentially be on Sunday. This is the 17th overall in total defense. They're 27th against the pass and 17th overall when it comes to scoring defense. And just as we talked about it, you watched that bad Raiders offense last week. They gave up 29 points, 331 total yards, and only created one turnover against Geno Smith and that Raiders team. Their tight end, Brock Bowers, who may be the best tight end in football, but he absolutely destroyed them. I think he had 13 catches and killed the Jags. So against that group and with the Texans defense, to me, if like when we say opening up the conversation of is this just as much as, all right, how does Davis Mills play? If Davis is just solid, where he makes all the plays he's supposed to make, doesn't make any mistakes, doesn't help them. If he does that, it is hard for me to see the Texans not win the game.
Yeah, look, I don't even think he has I don't even think he has to be perfect. I mean, like I said last week, I mean, you hit one of those throws against Denver, and that's a different game, and everybody's singing your praise because you came in and won the game. I don't even think he has to be perfect. I mean, you can turn the football over. You can maybe miss a couple of big throws, but you got to hit a couple along the way as well. I mean, like with what CJ did last week, if it's even more magnified now, but if Nick Caley schemes up a throw in the ocean touchdown to the running back early in the game from the 10-yard line, you got to see it and let the ball rip. You got to hit it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Give yourself a little grace in the fourth quarter. If you don't, it's too much to ask.
Yeah. All right, we'll see. Davis Mills, he gets the ball. They have been comfortable with him as a backup for the last couple of years. They've given him new contracts to stay here exactly for this moment. We'll see if he can get it done coming up on Sunday. All right, we do it our little Friday finish. The Texans will win if 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can text in. The Texans will win if what happens, and we'll give our predictions as we continue right here live on the drive.
All right, y'all, let's talk about your hair. Now, look, if you're losing it and you desire to have it back, then Advanced Hair Restoration has the easiest guaranteed solution. Their simple one-day treatment.
Get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Not sure which grill is right for you? The experts at Texas Star Grill Shop will guide you through.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Talyard Brewing in Sugar Land, right next to the Sugar Land Space Cowboys ballpark. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, it's been a great time out here in Sugar Land. This is the fourth stop that we've had out here at Talyards, and every single time we've had a great time here.
That's right.
It is a great spot. This is no better place for a football Friday than here at Talyards. You should get on out here as the beautiful night here in Sugar Land to come out and have a good time. If you're on this side of town, you got to do it. I met the shout out to my man. I met the I think he does play-by-play for the Space Cowboys. He came over. Said he said he never is able to get up to the station to say what's up to us, and he said hello. So man, appreciate you coming out saying hello, man. And it's sorry we can't say the name of your stadium, but we do appreciate you all coming over. No, man, good times being had here. Stay tuned here with us on Sports Radio 610. As you can hear from the head coach, D'Amico Ryans, right at 6 o'clock. He will be there on Texans All Access with Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. You can hear them 6 to 9. And shut up. And Chris Santiago, his last show officially tonight on Area 45. The fellas go from 10 to midnight. Chris Santiago will be joined, obviously, by the guys, Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, as Area 45 will take over at 10 o'clock.
Shout out Santiago.
There he is, following Texans All Access. Did JJ really say shout out to? I believe he did in my heart. T. Mills' Best Bets, that's coming up. He'll try to recover from yesterday's 2 for 5 outing. He'll have that ready for you here in just a bit. We do this each and every Friday, our Friday finish. We love it if you participate with us as well. 713-572-4610. YouTube, you can join it. I see some people are checking in. The Texans will win if what happens? If what happens, someone texted in just now, if Davis Mills is a game manager and can play from in front of the chains, they will put, if they do that, with any level of consistency, I'm with you. I think that it's hard to see them win, so I think that is a good one. Where are you at, Clint? The Texans will win if what happens?
I'm going to go back to the well with Nico Collins, and not because I love Nico as much as I do, but simply because I believe this defense is susceptible to the pass, and I believe that Nico's got to eat for this thing to happen. I just don't believe that we're going to see a steady dose of Noel getting in there, getting touched strategically.
I think it's a big Christian Kirk night.
Yeah, or Kirk. I feel like everything's going to happen in rhythm. Within the progression. I feel like Nico is the one that, at least we can expect some of the progressions to go his way. He's the one that I think if they do get singled up coverage, obviously Davis will go that direction. And I think the Stars got to play big, and I think they do. I need 100 yards out of Nico Collins. I went there last week, thought I was going to get there, had a hot start, but he didn't quite get to 100. I'm going to go back to the well. Nico Collins, 100 yards, Texans win.
So Nico Collins, that's the big thing for you in this game. Guy Gene got to play better. Got to coach filming stuff up. Oh, you sound like you're talking like you're
Nico, like you're D'Amico at a press conference.
At a press conference. Text line coming through. The Texans will win if Nick Caley is not booty butt cheeks. Thank you for the description. I don't know that I would say it like that, but Davis Mills, Juice Scruggs, Blake Fisher. The rest of those guys, they are going to need some help from scheme and from the play caller to get them in situations where they can be successful. Davis Mills as well. When you have this many guys that are down on that side of the ball and this many important guys, it will be good if he can help put them in situations all of them, in situations where they got a chance, right? Like, I don't think in the first game against Jacksonville he put Ariante Ursery consistently in a space where he can have a chance. And I think he's got to do that for Davis. There can't be a bunch of deep shots for Davis in this game. There can't be a bunch of I don't think the approach the way that Sean Payton was doing it last week to the Texans is the way to go. Leaving Blake Fisher on islands alone all the time. Like, I think he's got to also put them in the right position to do things. All right, that's from the text line. Text in 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. The Texans will win if. My thought on that one, Clint, is if they don't help the Jags, I just find it impossible, or not impossible, but I find it very hard for the Jags to win this game. Offensively, that's how they've lived when they played any decent teams, is they have lived on turnovers and getting help in certain ways, either in special teams, turnovers, and most of they had 3 turnovers in every game for the first 3 or 4 that they played this year. Right, they were on a crazy pace that has slowed down. And that's why for Davis Mills, all of them, if they don't turn the football over, Clint, I honest to God, I could see 14 points being enough to win this game. Like, it feels a lot like yesterday's game between, hopefully not as bad, but yesterday's game between Denver and the Raiders, very, very, very much a defensive battle. And a low score, maybe not 10, but I mean, I think if the Texans somehow get 2 touchdowns, that is hard for me seeing Jacksonville scoring on this defense. So don't help them. Don't turn the ball over. Don't help them. By the way, the Texans, they have held 6 of their 8 opponents to 17 or lower, right? And I think they could clearly do that. Again, our guy Jimmy from Boots for Troops says the Texans will win if they score more points than the Jags. Thanks, Jimmy. Good call there, man. Try to give me an opportunity, Jimmy, and you go in here and you want to have fun with it. You want to play around and have fun with it. All right, we'll give our predictions here in just a second. But Tyler, let's get your best bet for the week. As he's had an up and down week. Last night was a bit of a down. Let's see what he could do to close out the week. By the way, if you miss any of these. And you miss him any day, go to @TMillRealDeal to find out his picks. But what are your best bets tonight, Tyler?
Yeah, 2 for 5 was lame as hell, but I got 5 bets for you for the weekend. We've been doing it this way on Fridays for best bets. I got 5 bets all pertaining to the NFL. Week 10 around the NFL. Here are your 5 picks very quickly. Boys, you tell me if you love any of these. First, I got the Tampa Bay Buccaneers money line. They are hosting the Patriots. I got those odds at about minus 145. Next, I got the Miami Dolphins and some points. I really like this wager. It might be my favorite one. Dolphins plus 10 points, and they're hosting the Bills on Sunday. Saints at Panthers. Over 39.5 points. That is a low number. I don't care who you are. That's a low number, and I think they'll eclipse that. Bryce Young's been playing a lot better lately. Panthers been winning some ball games. Saints-Panthers over 39.5. Then an under for you. The Atlanta Falcons, they're traveling to Indy to take on the Colts fresh off their first loss. Under 48.5 points between the Falcons and Colts. And lastly here, the Texans, the hometown squad, the Houston Texans. I took 1 point. I'd be good with a pick 'em. Texans plus 1 as they are hosting the Jags on Sunday. Let's go, General Mills. Tell me you love it.
All right, I won't say the last one because we'll get our but the Falcons and Colts under. I feel like I get your thinking of going where are they? Where's that game? Is that in Ireland? I know they're playing.
I'm not even sure.
Overseas.
I can't remember.
Well, then maybe that's not where you're thinking was. I was thinking like, hey, they get over there, maybe some jet lag, and maybe the scoring's not going up. I don't know, boy. That one's a little nervous for me to touch because both of those teams can get it going offensively at times. The Falcons are a little less consistent, but both of those teams can get it going. I love the Bills and Dolphins. It's just weird that the Bills and the Dolphins play them well no matter how much of the tank they're in. They were right there in the fourth quarter in the last game. Now Tyreek Hill played, but they were right there in the fourth quarter in the last game. I like the Bucs and the Patriots. I would pick the Bucs too there. I like those first two. I don't know about the back ones.
Okay, I'll take that. Let's get this money.
All right, Clint, let's go with you. Where are you at prediction-wise for this game? The Texans are, I think we got an understanding maybe where you've hinted all week. The Texans are 3-5. Got to have this game against Jacksonville with 5 starters out, including C.J. Stroud, Titus Howard, Jalen Petrie, Ed Ingram, and Kyami Fairbairn. Your thoughts, where you see this game going?
24-13 Texans.
Woo.
I got 24-13 Texans. Yep.
24-13. All right, 24-13. Clint's feeling good about it. All right, Tyler. 2 weeks ago, I think you picked against the Texans, and that may be the first one in show history, and you were right on it. Where do you see in this must-win game for the Texans?
Well, boys, General Mills is going to lead his crew to victory.
I know. Yeah, I knew.
In all seriousness, I do have the Texans winning this one on Sunday against the Jags 20-13. I think they finally start properly using Woody Marks. We see a lot more of him in the pass game and the run game. He goes for 122 yards rushing, 2 touchdowns. Texans win 20-13.
Woody Marks over 100 rushing.
That's right.
And 2 tuds.
That's right.
Let's see if that's who Nick wants to use. All right, today. On Sunday, maybe we'll see. Nick Chubb had the foot injury, so hopefully for you, Woody Marks can get some more action. All right, you fellas both have the Texans winning. Listen, Jacksonville's 5-3. They got a weird win against the Raiders, but they do have a couple of really impressive wins. Went into San Francisco and won. Beat the Chiefs at home on Monday Night Football. And they are currently in the playoffs. The Texans got to have this game. They beat them the first time in Jacksonville. Clint, I think this is a real low-scoring game. I think the Texans' defense, we may see this as one of their best performances of the season. I'm also going to go with the Texans. It's a low-scoring game. I got it 13-6.
13-6.
Yeah, 6.
I'll dub any way we can get it.